This handsome senior was none other than the sect master of the Ironbone sect, Jun Changxiao. On his journey he encountered a young man of exceptional talent, a martial arts prodigy, and amicably tried to recruit him with sweet words. However, his recruitment method seemed a bit strange, even a tad violent. The young man explained that he had already joined another sect called the Spiritual Spring Sect, so he couldn't accept. But one look at Jun Changxiao's amiable and friendly recruitment face was enough to scare off a pig, let alone this young man. Since fate hadn't brought them together, their brief encounter had to end there. As for the young man's destiny, it was truly an unfortunate one. Jun Changxiao turned to look at the girl sitting in the tree. She was the head disciple of the Ironbone sect, Lu Qianqin. He asked her if the fellow from earlier had bullied her. Qianqin replied nonchalantly, "He didn't bully me, he just wanted to touch my hand." That alone was enough for Jun Changxiao to give the kid a sound beating, practicing a few fist techniques on the curve of his spine. Once their business was concluded, the master and disciple turned and left immediately. After a few dance moves, the fellow collapsed onto the ground, groaning. Back at the Ironbone sect, the sect was founded to cultivate individuals with hides of copper and bones of iron, specializing in handling important matters. Sect Master Wang was the founder of this sect. Since childhood his bones and tendons were like iron. He had once jumped from a cliff and emerged completely unscathed. Sect Master Wang was a man who knew how to govern. Under his leadership, the Ironbone sect grew from an unknown entity into a ninth-rate sect in just 10 years. But later, Sect Master Wang was arrested in a brothel. After a failed prison break, he was ultimately beheaded and his life came to an end. Jun Changxiao was the disciple of that tragic hero, or more accurately, a former disciple. 3 days after Sect Master Wang's death, this world's Jun Changxiao was killed by a falling plaque on his way to the latrine. Such a way to die was beyond absurd. Even the person who had just transmigrated into this body couldn't comprehend its ridiculousness. But regardless, Jun Changxiao now felt this was a rather interesting start. He resolved that since he had come to a new world he would achieve great things, dominate a region, defeat all the geniuses in the world and become a god emperor. Divine spirits, holy immortals, supreme power, peerless techniques and secret god-tier manuals. But as the ancients said, no pain, no gain. How could such good things be waiting for him ready-made? Just then the system began to activate. Jun Changxiao hadn't expected the startup interface to be so magnificent. A system panel appeared, displaying all the information. The sect's name was the Ironbone sect. The sect master was Jun Changxiao and the sect's current level was 9th rate. The sect construction level was 1, sect members were at 1,100 and sect contribution was at 0,100. The sect's main quest, within 100 years build the Ironbone sect into the strongest sect on the Starfall continent with 100,000 disciples. If the mission is not completed, the host will be instantly annihilated. It was that simple. After a glance at the mission, Jun Changxiao thought it didn't seem too bad. But then he looked at the sect's information and realized it was a lost cause. The sect master was even the weakest member. He had no idea how he was supposed to survive. Jun Changxiao thought he must be in some sleepwalking-induced hallucination, not yet fully awake. Powerless and heartbroken, he wanted to smash his head against the plaque again. Maybe things would get better. Just then, a system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for successful activation. Please check your gift package. Jun Changxiao's mood instantly brightened. He excitedly headbutted the wooden plaque, sending it flying, but when the gift appeared, Jun Changxiao was left utterly speechless and exasperated. The gift from the system was an XXXL-sized space ring. Jun Changxiao introduced himself. "I am Jun Changxiao because my parents wished for me to live my life happily laughing." Ever since receiving the system's mission, he had been standing on a chair with the plaque, trying to put it back in its place, thinking, turning the Ironbone sect into the strongest sect and recruiting 100,000 disciples is harder than climbing to the heavens, not to mention. The time limit is only 100 years. There's no way I can laugh. Jun Changxiao held the ring and examined it closely. Other people's systems either give them the power to command the winds and clouds or directly gift them experience and a level 999 divine blade. Why is my system such a rip-off? He saw a line of coded text inside. Are you going to give me a divine artifact? What's the use of this string of code now? So, Jun Changxiao touched the ring to his forehead, attempting to connect with it. The ring emitted a light that enveloped him. When Jun Changxiao let go, it automatically levitated in the air. He thought excitedly, with an effect like this there must be equipment in this space. Another dimension immediately appeared. Jun Changxiao stepped into a starlit sky. Beneath his feet was an endless sea of clouds and there was something up ahead. Jun Changxiao picked it up and almost burst into tears. It was a brick. He yelled helplessly. "Where's the equipment? Where are the divine skills? If there's none of that, at least give me a divine beast egg. I'll even incubate it slowly." Suddenly a sound came from within the brick. Jun Changxiao's eyes flickered as he thought, "Is that a heartbeat?" He burst out laughing. "Could it be that there's something hidden inside this brick? And after it awakens, it will grant me a supreme divine technique." Jun Changxiao puckered his lips and planted a precise kiss on the brick. "I knew it. For a chosen one like me, even a brick I dig up has to be a long-lost ancient divine artifact." Suddenly he froze. Why were words appearing? A line of text was displayed above the brick. Self-destruct. Time remaining. 99 years, 355 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, 46 seconds. Below it was a note. If the mission is completed within 100 years, this self-destruct mode will be deactivated. Zhang Chongxiao immediately threw the brick away and roared, "What the hell, this isn't a divine artifact, it's a bomb." The moment the brick hit the ground, the timer jumped forward by an hour. He pointed at the brick, puzzled. "This bomb's timer isn't even accurate. Why did it just skip an hour?" The system popped up with an answer. "Host, this item is called the Soul Detonator. It possesses independent thought and emotions. If you make it unhappy, it will count down much faster." Zhang Chongxiao clutched his face in panic. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He immediately took out a rice bowl, stuck 3 incense sticks in it, and began to worship the brick. Zhang Chongxiao turned and yelled at the system, "System, I'm not playing anymore. I want to go home." He turned back and started sending hearts to the brick that was now being worshipped. "I wasn't being mean to you, sending love." A system prompt appeared. "The system has been activated. The host must complete the mission. If the host slacks off during the mission, the Soul Detonator will detonate ahead of schedule." Zhang Chongxiao was in agony. "My knife, where's my knife? I'm going to kill myself." Suddenly, with a ding, a bright green knife appeared. Fulfilling the host's wish, gifting the host a knife, the knife plunged directly into his crotch. A system prompt appeared. "We hope the host will make good use of it." Looking at the knife, Zhang Chongxiao felt like he had died all over again. What the hell was this thing? He sat timidly in front of the system screen thinking, it's more reliable to study this unreliable system. Zhang Chongxiao squinted as he read, "Sect name, Sect Master. Those are easy to understand, but what does construction level 1 and contribution 0 out of 100 mean?" The system replied, "Sect construction includes many things. The higher the level, the more sect functions will be unlocked. The host can view the sect construction details with your thoughts." Opening the detailed data panel, he read it meticulously. The system screen displayed the information. Sect construction level 1, no functions currently available. Sect construction level 2 activates the alchemy pavilion. Sect construction level 3 activates the talisman pavilion. Sect construction level 4 activates the talisman pavilion. Sect construction level 5 activates the spirit beast pavilion. Once sect construction reaches level 5, even more significant functions will become available. He sat before the system screen and asked, "How can I raise the sect construction level?" The system replied, "To raise the construction level, the host must recruit more members." Zhang Chongxiao continued to ask, "What do contribution points mean?" The system replied, "Contribution points can be used to exchange for treasures in the sect mall." Hearing this, it dawned on him. The sect mall, isn't that the equipment protagonists use to attack? Why isn't it displayed in the system? The system spoke in a mechanical voice. "The host needs at least 1 contribution point to activate the hidden sect mall interface." Zhang Chongxiao stood up and pressed. "Then how do I get contribution points?" The system replied, "To activate the sect mall, the host must recruit more members." His spirits lifted as he said, "I get it. To become the strongest sect, whether it's the construction level or contribution points, it all comes down to recruiting members." Zhang Chongxiao was full of confidence. "All right, starting tomorrow, I'll begin recruiting members." With a brush, he sketched out characters on a wooden board. Zhang Chongxiao was very satisfied with the recruitment sign he had written. "With my handsome, dashing, and extraordinary looks, I'll definitely be able to recruit 100 people within 3 days and level up the system." Half a month later, he was sitting in front of his sect's residence, which was now covered in cobwebs. There wasn't a single soul in sight. As Zhang Chongxiao ate his noodles, he lamented, "It pains me to even eat this. Why is this chicken so spicy?" Suddenly, a girl called out to him. "Hey," it was Qianqin with her hands on her hips. She said, "I want to join the immortal sect." Zhang Chongxiao choked on his noodles as if he had just seen gold. His eyes widened and sparkled as he looked at her. "My lady, on behalf of the acting sect master, I welcome you to join." Qianqin pointed her sword at Zhang Chongxiao and said, "Bah, you're the sect master. In that case, I'm not joining." Shamelessly, Zhang Chongxiao pleaded, "Our sect has absolutely massive potential." Inside the Ironbone sect, he spoke eloquently. "Although I'm just a young sect master, I have a new direction for the sect's development. Sleeping on the floor today, becoming the boss tomorrow. That's the kind of person I am. I take it one step at a time, work hard, and in the future I will surely stand second to only one person and above all others." Zhang Chongxiao covered his sly face with his hand, thinking, "My pyramid scheme skills from my past life aren't half bad." I finally convinced her to join. The system's voice sounded. A system notification popped up. Sect members 2,100, sect contribution 1,100. Another notification appeared on the system screen. Sufficient contribution points have been reached, unlocking the sect mall function. Zhang Chongxiao got excited. Quick, let's see what good stuff there is." 9 revolutions, marrow cleansing pill, dragon elephant prajna palm, soaring dragon footwork. Just hearing the names, you know they're god tier. System, quick, list the items I can buy. The system switched to checking mode and soon reported the result. There are no items worth 1 contribution point. He waved his hand to confirm several times just to be sure the result was real. Zhang Chongxiao turned away, tears welling up in his eyes. He had forgotten that he was just a dirt-poor level 1 newbie. Goodbye divine skills, goodbye divine equipment. The system popped up another notification. "Does the host wish to redeem the newbie gift pack? Newbie gift pack X1. He immediately replied with a serious question. The system prompted, "The host has consumed 1 contribution point and obtained the newbie gift pack. Escape Talisman X1, Endurance Talisman X1, Acceleration Talisman X1, Unsealing Talisman X1, Experience Talisman X1. All have been transferred to the space ring." Zhang Chongxiao read the list and thought, "Escape, Endurance, Acceleration, damn it, these are all for saving my own hide, not for looking cool." He then waved his hand. Might as well take a look. The talismans instantly appeared. Escape, endurance, acceleration, unsealing, experience. Zhen Chongxiao stroked his chin and asked, an experience talisman? What the hell is this thing? The system replied. The host can use the experience talisman to quickly raise their cultivation level. Without hesitation he reached out, grabbed the experience talisman and unsealed it. A vortex of power formed, enveloping Zhen Chongxiao. A system prompt appeared. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 3rd layer of Meridian Opening. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 4th layer of Meridian Opening. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th layer of Meridian Opening. His eyes seemed to glow. I can feel an endless torrent of power pouring into my body, the system spoke again. Host, stop dreaming, the system continued. On this starfall continent, the 12th layer of Meridian Opening is merely the entry-level realm. The realms from highest to lowest are Martial Emperor, Martial Saint, Martial Sovereign, Martial King, Martial Ancestor, Martial Master, Martial Disciple, and the weakest is you, dejectedly. Zhen Chongxiao picked up the unsealing talisman and asked, then what's this unsealing talisman for? The system replied, the unsealing talisman is used to remove the seal on that knife. He cursed in anger. What the hell, they give me a free knife but I need to use a talisman to unseal it? What kind of stupid setting is this? Back in reality, Zhen Chongxiao was walking beside Qianqin thinking, at least this crappy system told me that Qingyang City is hosting the 100 Sect Recruitment Assembly. This is a great opportunity to recruit disciples. Suddenly, 5 vortexes appeared out of nowhere in front of them, and 5 men jumped out. Both Zhen Chongxiao and Qianqin were stunned. It was the cronies of the man he had beaten up earlier. The man pointed at the 2 of them, crying and complaining, Senior Brother Shuan, he's the one who hit me. The 2 of them remained standing there silent. She turned her head and asked, Sect Master, who is this person? Zhen Chongxiao whispered. He's the guy that first beat up in Chapter 1. It's almost Chapter 3 now, so I forgot. The Senior Brother spoke with a confident look on his face. You've got some nerve. To dare strike a member of my spiritual spring sect. State your name, Zhen Chongxiao replied. Sect Master of the Immortal Sect. Zhen Chongxiao, the Senior Brother immediately asked his junior, is that the sect whose master was caught by the authorities in a brothel and later executed for a failed prison break? Another junior brother muttered under his breath, I heard all the disciples disbanded. How does it still exist? Hearing this, Qianqin immediately asked, a brothel? Zhen Chongxiao roared. How dare you spread rumors and slander my immortal sect? The Senior Brother retorted, a trash sect. A sect master who hasn't even fully developed dares to provoke the disciples of the spiritual spring sect. He pushed her behind him. Qianqin stepped back a bit. I'm going to teach these fools a lesson today. She turned to leave, saying, if you want to die, then die. Qianqin turned her head to look at him and continued, but remember to write a will and pass the sect master's position to me. Zhen Chongxiao and the 5 men were all stunned. He thought to himself, what the hell, you're the only disciple and you already want to usurp my position? Zhen Chongxiao gave the command to start, and immediately, a force enveloped his body. The power gradually spread to his wrists. The group of men looked on in confusion at the 3 halos that appeared on his wrist. The junior disciples and the Senior Brother laughed smugly. Well, I'll be. He's only at the 3rd layer of Meridian Opening, one of them mocked him. The sect master of a renowned sect, even if it's just 9th rate, your realm should at least be at the martial disciple level. Being a sect master at the 3rd layer of Meridian Opening, that's probably a joke that would make the entire martial world die of laughter. The Senior Brother glanced at him and said, if you kneel and admit your mistake now, my companions and I will pressure Zhen Chongxiao. My spiritual spring sect can still give you inferior sect masters some face. We'll just pretend nothing happened. Qianqin observed the unfolding scene thinking, so these guys are all at the 4th layer of Meridian Opening. Suddenly a hand pressed against the Senior Brother's face. It was Zhen Chongxiao, who had somehow gotten close and attacked before the group could react. He shouted, kneel. Zhen Chongxiao pushed the Senior Brother, sending him sliding across the ground at an astonishing speed. He grabbed the fellow's head and asked in a low voice, are you an idiot? The remaining men broke out in a cold sweat at the sight. A new notification appeared on the system. Ding, side quest activated. The Senior Brother was pinned to the ground by his hand, his eyes wide with surprise as he thought, he's only at the 3rd layer of Meridian Opening. How can he have so much power? Zhen Chongxiao seemed to answer effortlessly. Because I'm the sect master, the system immediately reported, dealt with provoking spiritual spring sect disciple 1-4. He stood up and said, oh, so one is dealt with just like that? Just behind him 2 men charged forward at the same time. Zhen Chongxiao turned to look at them, a cold smile playing on his lips. That's too easy. At the same time, the power in his arm grew rapidly. The men were extremely alarmed when they saw it. 5th layer of Meridian Opening. This guy was hiding his true realm. He immediately threw a punch at each of them within a matter of seconds. System notifications kept popping up. Dealt with provoking spiritual spring sect disciple 2-4. Dealt with provoking spiritual spring sect disciple 3-4. Dealt with provoking spiritual spring sect disciple 4-4. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, earning 4 sect contribution points. After dealing with the 5 of them, the Senior Brother collapsed to the ground trembling as he said, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. I will make sure your sect can't survive. Zhen Chongxiao turned and walked away, letting them lie there and shout, let's go, Qianqin. The sky was blue and clear, sunlight filtering through the leaves casting dappled shadows. Qianqin spoke up, you should have killed them just now to eliminate future trouble. Zheng Changxiao was a bit perplexed by her words. "There's no need to be so cruel," she replied. "In this starfall continent where the strong prey on the weak, being merciful to your enemies is the greatest cruelty." Qianqin continued coldly. "If you don't even understand this, you are not qualified to be a sect master." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "She's right, I'm no longer an earthling. I am a person of the starfall continent where martial arts are revered and the strong prey on the weak, being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself." Suddenly Zheng Changxiao heard the system's prompt, "Ding, side quest activated." The system screen appeared before him. Side quest, persuade Lu Qianqin with a new principle, also to maintain the sect master's dignity. Zheng Changxiao looked at the quest and thought, what the hell, what kind of ridiculous quest is this? Then he looked at Qianqin and thought, you want me to show off in front of Qianqin? He pondered, even though the immortal sect is just a ninth-rate sect. With only 2 people, I am the sect master, I must establish my authority and make this girl understand that I am the boss, the leader. She on the other hand looked at him, not understanding what Zheng Changxiao was up to. So he replied seriously, Qianqin, what you said earlier was right. One shouldn't be merciful to enemies. Zheng Changxiao stopped, his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the towering trees and the gentle breeze before him, then lectured, but you must also remember one thing, we martial cultivators cultivate the Tao, the heart, we must avoid bullying the weak especially when we are the strong. They are just some trash disciples, how could they pose a threat to me? If I took their lives it would tarnish the reputation of our immortal sect, the system reported. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, earning 1 sect contribution point. Zheng Changxiao looked smug. Ah, that gust of wind came at the perfect time. Paired with my dashing silhouette, I'm absolutely the coolest. Qianqin, standing behind him, replied. I understand. She immediately drew her sword and said, killing this trash would tarnish the sect master's reputation, so it's only right for a disciple to do it for you. He was startled and quickly stopped her. Hey, you misunderstood my meaning. Zheng Changxiao explained softly. Lu Qianqin, you're a woman. A woman should act like one, not just know how to fight and kill. She gripped her sword tightly, pointing it straight at him and replied, what? Who says women can't fight and kill? Qianqin looked at Zheng Changxiao angrily and said, you are the sect master and I will follow your orders, but you must never look down on women, understand? Zheng Changxiao blocked the blade near his neck with 2 fingers. This killing intent. He listened to her words seriously, thinking to himself, this girl must have had a turbulent past. Zheng Changxiao touched the screen in front of him. The system displayed contribution store 10 points. Fireball Talisman 10 points, Ice Talisman 10 points, Low-grade Wind-breaking Sword Talisman 10 points, 9-layer Ice Fist Talisman 10 points. Qianqin walked ahead thinking, what is the sect master doing? He looks like a fool, gesticulating all the way. He on the other hand looked at the system panel and grumbled to himself, ah, this store is as good as useless, there's not a single item worth 1 contribution point. Suddenly he saw something. Ah, there's one, the system screen displayed, healing pill, low grade 1 point. After seeing this item, Zheng Changxiao thought, well, the first item I can exchange for is a healing potion. Does this mean I'm about to get beaten to a pulp? I'm not exchanging for this. No, I can wait until I'm about to die to exchange for it. Suddenly, Qianqin sensed something. She stopped abruptly. Qianqin gripped the hilt of her sword and said, there's a sound behind the bushes. Zheng Changxiao imagined it and broke out in a sweat. Don't tell me it's a fierce beast again. I still remember the one we met last time. Even though it was just a small fry, its strength was comparable to a martial disciple's. He smiled awkwardly and said, I smell the strong stench of urine up ahead. It's probably some ill-mannered fierce beast that relieved itself. Let's take another path. Qianqin frowned, her hand on her sword tightening slightly. It's not a fierce beast. She pointed the tip of her sword under a tree where an injured man was sitting. She said, it's a person. Zheng Changxiao went over to check the situation. This person was heavily injured. He placed his finger in front of the man's nose. Looks like he won't last long. He's only got 1 breath left. Zheng Changxiao looked at the still bleeding wounds and judged, these injuries must be from a fierce beast. Qianqin seemed a bit impatient. Have you seen enough? Let's go, it's getting dark. If we encounter a fierce beast after dark, we'll end up like him. He turned around pouting and asked, aren't you going to save him? She narrowed her eyes at him. You plan to save him? This person is seriously injured and could die at any moment. You don't know medicine. What are you going to save him with? Zheng Changxiao replied confidently, although I don't know medicine. A pill appeared in his hand. He held it up and said, I have a healing pill. The system immediately prompted, contribution points -1. Zheng Changxiao sniffed it and praised, it smells so good. He put the pill into the man's mouth. Qianqin sighed at the sight. This person has not only external but also internal injuries. That ordinary pill won't work on him. Just as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened. The man was already standing up. Zheng Changxiao, still oblivious, turned his head and asked her, Qianqin, what were you muttering about? She asked in a surprised and doubtful tone. How is this possible? He was clearly on the verge of death, yet he could stand up the moment the pill entered his mouth. Qianqin looked at Zheng Changxiao and thought, this sect master is more mysterious than I thought. At this moment his eyes seemed to turn golden. I've struck it rich, Zheng Changxiao thought excitedly. System, open the store. A low-grade healing pill with such a powerful effect is definitely worth a fortune, and it only costs 1 contribution point. He instantly transformed into a rich second-generation heir adorned with gold. In this martial world, serious injuries are commonplace. If I exchange all my points for healing pills now and find a way to sell them at a high price, I'll have the money to buy a high-class restaurant as the sect's base. With such a magnificent setup, why would I worry about not being able to recruit disciples? Zhang Chongxiao raised his finger and suddenly his pupils constricted slightly. The system screen reported, healing pill low-grade purchased. Purchase limit once per month. The image of the rich heir shattered. Zhang Chongxiao was stunned. What the hell, there's a purchase limit. He turned his head and said to the man, never mind, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. But where did the person go? Hey, where's the man? Qianqin stood behind him and said, he left a long time ago. He stood up and ran off without a word. Zhang Chongxiao flared up in anger. Not even a thank you. Whose child is this? He cried in his heart. That one contribution point of mine was a complete waste. The dog bones are frozen into popsicles, yet my bones still ache from the cold. Seeing this, Qianqin spoke up. Sect Master, I advise you to be a bad person. In this Starfall continent, good people usually don't have good endings. Zhang Chongxiao replied unhappily. No, I don't believe that conscience doesn't exist in this world. She raised an eyebrow and asked. Conscience, Qianqin said mockingly. There are indeed some people with a conscience, but they've long been eaten by dogs. Zhang Chongxiao thought. I was planning to recruit him into the sect after saving him, but reality is such a bitch. He felt as if he were standing on a mountaintop full of rocks, facing a world without a single ray of light. In this world, you either bully me, despise me, look down on me, or run away after I save you. Earth has laws to restrain people, but here there are none. Earth has moral shackles, but here there are none. Zhang Chongxiao thought as he walked. Forget it. Since I'm already a person of the Starfall continent, from today onwards I will act according to the rules of this world. He frowned. The strong are revered. To not be bullied, to hold money and power in my hands, to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, to be worshipped by the masses. To achieve this, Zhang Chongxiao's gaze gradually became serious. I must become a strong person, a world-shakingly strong person. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the system screen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, comprehending the basic laws of the Starfall continent. Reward, 10 contribution points. Sect contribution, 14,100. He looked at the prompt puzzled. There are hidden quests, the system screen reported. The strongest sect systems quests are divided into main quests, side quests, and hidden quests. Hidden quests will not be announced, the host can only complete them randomly. The screen showed hidden quest comprehending the basic laws of the Starfall continent complete. There is also another type of quest, epic quest. An image of Zhang Chongxiao fighting a giant 2-headed python appeared. He looked at the quest panel, breaking out in a cold sweat, but couldn't help feeling excited. Epic quests, just from the name I know the rewards must be generous. The system continued to report. When the host's realm reaches a certain level, the epic quest will be activated. The epic quest is not yet activated. The rewards for the epic quest will be determined by the quest completion and the host's realm. Zhang Chongxiao asked, then when can I activate the epic quest? The system replied, to avoid imbalance, the system will not explain or provide hints related to the epic quest. The host needs to explore on their own. Zhang Chongxiao cursed impatiently. You system, you sure know how to tease people, he was thinking to himself, but his eyes were on the sword that flashed past him. Forget it. I suddenly got 10 contribution points from nowhere. I should go check out the store. Suddenly, the sword slapped Zhang Chongxiao across the face. It was Qianqin. She glanced at him and said, we've arrived at Qingyang City. He clutched his reddened face and said, Qianqin, next time can you just say it instead of using your hands? Zhang Chongxiao looked up at the plaque with the 3 large characters, Qingyang City. He exclaimed in surprise, it's so tall. Zhang Chongxiao's shout attracted the attention of the people around him. In the future, I will definitely build the immortal sect to be even more magnificent than this Qingyang City. A passerby looked at him and asked, is this little rookie a disciple of the immortal sect? Zhang Chongxiao glanced at them and replied, I'm not a disciple nor am I a rookie. I am the 2nd-generation sect master of the immortal sect. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. One person asked, his voice trembling with laughter, what, you're the sect master? A fat man sneered. This sect is still around? No way, a girl next to him added. And they even dare to come to the 100 sect recruitment assembly. Another person was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. That young man claims to be the 2nd-generation sect master of the immortal sect. I just checked his realm and it seems to be only the 2nd or 3rd layer of Meridian Opening. Can someone at the 2nd layer of Meridian Opening be a sect master? Then can we who are at the 3rd layer also establish our own sects? These words were like 1,000 arrows shooting straight into Zhang Chongxiao's back. The arrows carried flags with 2nd layer, trash, useless, garbage and rookie hitting his back and making him spit blood in a daze. He covered his face feeling wronged. Other people get cheat codes when they transmigrate. From then on I would suppress geniuses and trample upon gods and demons, and although I also have a system, it came with a time bomb. Those people continued to insult him relentlessly. Although he was slow on the uptake, had they gone too far, he was about to cry. Qianqin patted his shoulder and called out softly, Sect Master. Zhang Chongxiao looked up, his face a picture of misery. Qianqin, thank you, I'm fine, but her response was like a punch to his face. Sect Master, are you looking for a hole to crawl into right now? Zhang Chongxiao trembled with anger. An eye for an eye, what kind of disciple is this? Stand up and talk sense, rest assured I've seen it all. These insulting words can't hurt my spirit, he continued. Let's go to the west gate for the 100 sect recruitment assembly. As the two walked together, Qianqin wondered how the sect master could endure such ridicule. He looked at her, thinking, HMPH as a transmigrator, I probably had the face of a pyramid scheme promoter in my past life. How could a little girl like you possibly figure me out, he replied. Qianqin, one must endure even the unendurable. Zhen Chongxiao stopped and continued. Only with true strength standing before the scenery of Senyin City, he said. Can you make those people shut up? He looked at the street vendors, thinking, I had to do it before because of the main quest. Then he looked towards the areas where martial arts demonstrations were taking place. Now, Starfall Continent, are you ready to face my Zhen Chongxiao's assault? A glint flashed in Zhen Chongxiao's eyes. Flags and banners filled every corner, a disciple said to a bald man deacon. Our Tiger Roar sect will definitely recruit more high-quality disciples this year. The person next to him spoke up. We're both 8th-rate sects. It won't be that easy to snatch food from my bowl. He glanced over and continued, my Longblade sect will definitely become the best among the 8th-rate sects this year. The bald man angrily rolled up his sleeves and roared, Scarface, if you've got the guts, let's see you back it up with strength. At that moment, Zhen Chongxiao walked over and stood between the two. Ignoring their argument, he calmly set up a tent. Zhen Chongxiao crossed his legs and sat on a chair saying, Qianqin, we don't need to be flashy. A simple cloth tent will do, Scarface asked sternly. What sect are you from? How dare you set up a shabby tent and steal the Longblade sect's thunder? A disciple beside him replied. Deacon, that's the Immortal sect, the shame of the 100-sect alliance. Scarface immediately warned, Kid, this is the Longblade sect's territory. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Zhen Chongxiao looked at him and replied, the 100-sect recruitment assembly is about to begin. We are all part of the 100-sect alliance. As one big family, we should be harmonious. Why get angry? The bald man was not to be outdone. If Sect Master Wang were still here, Li would still consider the Immortal sect a member, but now, he glared and said, if the Tiger Roar sect allows a sect like yours to recruit next to us, wouldn't we be asking for humiliation? Zhen Chongxiao replied calmly. Today I have decided to recruit here, he continued. No matter who you call, you won't be able to stop my Immortal sect's grand ambitions. Both Scarface and the bald man were seething with anger. HMPH, the bald man gritted his teeth and roared. Brat, what's wrong with being bald? Scarface cursed. You think you're so great just because you have more hair? Let me tell you, it's not a disciple's fault for being bald. Now tear down this shabby tent for me. Zhen Chongxiao flicked his finger and said, alright, I was just thinking of using you two for some advertising. Just then, a loud shout came from the distance. Li Qingyang of the Li family has arrived. The bald man turned away, ignoring him. Li Qingyang's not going to bother with this fool, let's hurry and greet him. Zhen Chongxiao thought the name Li Qingyang sounded familiar, and he perked up his ears to listen to the crowd's discussion. The most anticipated figure this year, sought after by all the major sects, was none other than Li Qingyang of the Li family. 15 years old, with a superior grade spiritual root, he was the #1 genius in Qingyang City. It was said that breaking through to the martial king realm in the future would be no problem for him. Zhen Chongxiao thought to himself, a superior grade spiritual root. He stroked his chin and murmured. The grade of one's spiritual root represents the strength of their talent and their future cultivation limit. The grades are divided into transcendent, saint, superior, medium, common and low. In a small place like Qingyang City, a medium-grade spiritual root was already 1 in 1,000. Everyone wanted to reach the medium grade. Zhen Chongxiao grumbled, I just remembered I seem to only have a low-grade spiritual root. Damn it, why is life so miserable? He stood up abruptly. A once-in-a-century genius, you say? Zhen Chongxiao slicked his hair back, his face filled with ambition. Then I, the sect master, must recruit him into the Immortal sect. Wherever Li Qingyang went, the various sects would rush to greet him. Young Master Li, join my Iron sect and I'll make you the head disciple right away. The various sects competed to recruit him. What's so special about being a head disciple? Young Master Li, join the Qingyun sect, and we guarantee you'll be a high-ranking elder. Get lost, your Qingyun sect has more elders than disciples. If not 100, then at least 90. The crowd surrounded him. Young Master Li, join the Jin clan. All secret manuals and cultivation resources will be yours. Young Master Li, join the Ruyi Pavilion. All of our sisters are willing to serve you. Li Qingyang's face remained calm. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao asked, Hey Qianqin, don't you think that guy looks a bit familiar? She replied. He's the one who was seriously injured in the forest and ran off without a word of thanks after being saved. He stroked his chin smugly. It really is him. This is getting interesting. Suddenly, a man walked over and called out, Young Master Li. The crowd parted for him. I wonder if you would be interested in joining my Kangshan sect? He was Elder Ma. And the crowd began to murmur. The Kangshan sect was a 5th-rate sect in Qingyang Prefecture. Qianqin said, he has a superior grade spiritual root. His talent is excellent. Joining a 5th-rate sect is his best option right now. A 5th-rate sect offers plenty of opportunities. Zhen Chongxiao appeared calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Are you kidding me? I was just about to use the life-saving favor to recruit him. He looked up sharply, only to see Qingyang clasping his hands and bowing. Excuse me, are you the sect master of the Immortal sect? This left everyone utterly bewildered. Elder Ma asked in confusion, why is young Master Li talking to someone from that trash sect? Zhen Chongxiao looked at him and replied, that's right. He crossed his legs and looked straight at him. I am the sect master of the Immortal sect. The bald man couldn't believe his eyes and asked Scarface, am I hallucinating? The two of them looked at Li Qingyang, a man of exceptional talent, the #1 genius of Qingyang City, he continued. He was actually bowing and apologizing to that kid. Zhang Chongxiao was grinning from ear to ear. Qing Yang remained bowed and said, "Last time in the forest I was in a hurry to get home and left without saying goodbye. I was truly rude. I hope you can forgive me, Sect Master," he replied nonchalantly. "Young Master Li, it was a trivial matter. I had already forgotten about it." Zhang Chongxiao reached out to help him up. Zhang Chongxiao continued, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten." Qianqi knew very well that just a moment ago he was planning to use the life-saving favor to force him to join. Qing Yang smiled. "I wonder if the Sect Master could tell me about the Immortal Sect." At the same time, the system reported, "Ding, side quest activated." Zhang Chongxiao was ecstatic. A quest can be activated even under these circumstances. Today is truly my lucky day. The quest requirements appeared before him. The system screen displayed, "Quest requirement. Introduce the glorious history of the Immortal Sect and persuade the genius disciple of Qingyang City to join the sect." He looked at the requirement and felt helpless. What the hell, does breaking out of jail after being caught in a brothel count as glorious? The bald man and Scarface spoke up at the same time. "Young Master Li, the Immortal Sect has no glorious history whatsoever." The two took turns speaking. Perhaps the most commendable contribution was when Sect Master Wang joined the Public Security Patrol, the bald man embellished with great effort. "But what happened after that? The Immortal Sect is nothing but a third-rate sect. I swear on the few hairs I have left that I'm not wrong." At this moment, Zhang Chongxiao seemed to have transformed into a demon. "You old baldy, haven't you said enough?" he said. "That is merely the opinion of common folk," Zhang Chongxiao began to narrate. "In fact, my Immortal Sect was once an ancient sect with a long history and profound heritage. The opportunities it offers are by no means inferior to any other sect." Qing Yang showed interest. "I wonder if the Sect Master could elaborate," the people around whispered behind his back. "What the hell, is the #1 genius so learned that his brain has gone haywire? He actually believes this?" Zhang Chongxiao asked with a calm expression. "Young Master Li, have you ever heard of the East Sea?" He nodded in reply. "I have. It is a vast ocean located in the eastern part of the Starfall continent, filled with many sea demons, making it an extremely dangerous area." Zhang Chongxiao began to fabricate a story. "At the end of the East Sea there is a kingdom called the Donglao Kingdom. In the Donglao Kingdom there are two divine mountains. One is called Flower Fruit Mountain, and the other is called Immortal Mountain." Zhang Chongxiao thought to himself, "My apologies, Buddha, for borrowing your story to fool these people," he continued to boast. "And the roots of the Immortal Sect lie in Immortal Mountain. The first-generation Sect Master of the Immortal Sect was named Sun Wukong, also known as the Great Sage Heaven's Equal." The crowd was gradually drawn in by Zhang Chongxiao's story, which he described in vivid detail. "Could it be that he's telling the truth?" Elder Ma shouted. "Absurd," he retorted angrily. "The East Sea is perilous. Even martial Emperor realm experts dare not approach it. There is no mention of the Donglao Kingdom in any historical records, let alone Immortal Mountain." Zhang Chongxiao ignored his words. "Old man, I can only say that you know nothing about this Starfall continent." Elder Ma was infuriated. "I'm ignorant, then may I ask, Sect Master Zhang, according to you, who is this Sun Wukong? Who was his master?" He calmly picked his ear and replied, "The first-generation Sect Master of the Immortal Sect was nurtured by the essence of heaven, earth, sun and moon after 500 years of gestation. He burst forth from a divine stone and was taken as a disciple by Patriarch Bati of the spirit platform Fankin Mountain." Zhang Chongxiao thought gleefully, "Haha, it wasn't a waste to watch Journey to the West every summer." He could not accept Zhang Chongxiao's answer. "Humans are born of flesh and blood. How could one possibly be born from a stone?" "Kid, stop talking nonsense." Zhang Chongxiao replied. "Old man, I've just realized you don't know anything." He smiled slyly. "About the origin of all living things," Elder Ma said loudly in anger. "Do you think I'm a fool who would believe your groundless nonsense?" At that moment, Qing Yang was thoroughly convinced, which made Elder Ma's jaw drop in shock. "I never expected the Immortal Sect to have such a long and storied history," he asked. "However, even if what you say is true, that glory is in the past. What advantages and characteristics does the Immortal Sect have now?" Hearing this question, Elder Ma repeatedly praised him for asking such a profound question, getting straight to the point of what strengths and weaknesses a third-rate sect might have. "You truly are a rare talent. Fortunately, this #1 genius was not deceived," Zhang Chongxiao replied with a somber face. "Nothing in this world is eternal. No matter how strong the various sects and factions are, there will come a day when they decline. My Immortal Sect could not escape this cycle. After stumbling along the way, we have become what we are now." The crowd thought to themselves, "Good grief, when was your sect ever strong to be talking about decline?" He feigned a resolute tone. "But no matter what, the Immortal Sect is an ancient sect. Even if it has fallen to the bottom, its heritage and foundation still exist." Zhang Chongxiao gave a precise example. "The pill you took earlier is the best proof. It can heal all wounds in an instant, a truly divine pill." After hearing his statement, Qing Yang thought, "He was willing to give such a thing to a passerby like me so casually." Li Qing Yang seemed moved. "Perhaps what he said is true," Zhang Chongxiao continued. "I want to revive the sect and return it to its former glory, so I need a genius like you to help. The conditions they promised you are difficult for me to meet." He raised a finger, implying, "But if you want to become a martial emperor, then you can join my Immortal Sect." Elder Ma roared with rage. "Become a martial emperor? Kid, you're truly shameless." He didn't believe Zhang Chongxiao's words. "The martial emperor is the strongest realm on the Starfall continent, a god worshipped by countless people." Elder Ma suddenly heard Li Qing Yang say, "All right," with a bright smile on his face, his eyes crinkling into slits, he said, "I, Li Qingyang, am willing to join the Immortal Sect." The deal was sealed. His information was clearly recorded. The system immediately notified, "Sect contribution 19,100. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, earning 5 sect contribution points." The system continued to report, "Sect members 3,100. Sect contribution 20,100. Elder Ma tried desperately to stop him. "Young Master Li, you have a superior grade spiritual root and a limitless future. Joining his third-rate sect is tantamount to ruining your own prospects." Zhen Changxiao said, "Although my immortal sect is third-rate, this is only temporary." He pointed to himself and swore, "Today I, the Sect Master, swear that in no more than 3 years my immortal sect will surpass your Kangshan sect." Zhen Changxiao said sinisterly, "Surpass the Kangshan sect?" Elder Ma's face turned ashen. "Kid, do you really think you can make a sect strong just by running your mouth?" He had just gathered energy in his hand, seemingly wanting to teach Zhen Changxiao a good lesson. He thought he could make the sect powerful. Elder Ma glared, "Looks like I'll have to open your eyes and show you what a world of difference is." At this moment, Qingyang suddenly spoke. "Elder Ma," he looked at Elder Ma with displeasure, "please do not make things difficult for my sect master." Elder Ma was stunned by his look and turned away. "Fine, I will wait with bated breath for the day the immortal sect makes a name for itself." As soon as he finished speaking, someone called out, "Elder Ma, please wait." Gasps came from the crowd. "It's the head of the Li family, Li Qingyang's father," said sternly. "Elder Ma, Qingyang is still young and doesn't know any better." The Li family head bowed to him. "I, on behalf of my son, accept your esteemed sect's sincere invitation." Qingyang objected. "Father, I have already joined the immortal sect," he rebuked sternly. "Silence, this concerns the future of our Li family, it is not for you to decide." But Qingyang was not swayed by his words. "Father, you often taught me to be a man of my word." He turned to the two of them and continued, "I have already joined the immortal sect, so even in death I will be a member of the immortal sect." The Li family head roared in anger. "You rebellious son, how dare you talk back to me for a 9th-rate sect? If you don't leave the immortal sect today, then don't call me father ever again." He coughed, struggling for breath. A servant beside him reached out to support him. "Family head," the servant had a worried look on his face. "Young master, a family head is old. Don't anger him anymore. Quickly leave that trash sect." Elder Ma also chimed in. "Young Master Li, filial piety is the foremost virtue. Your disobedience is a great act of unfilial piety." At this moment, Qingyang felt extremely conflicted. Zhen Changxiao placed a hand on his shoulder. "Family head Li, I say with confidence that my immortal sect is not as fallen as you think. With young Master Li joining the immortal sect, his future achievements will only be greater, not lesser." The Li family head didn't believe his words, thinking, "Greater, not lesser? Qinger must have been deceived by your sweet talk." He spoke up. "Sect Master Zhen, for a disciple to become strong, the master must also be well versed in martial arts." The Li family head pointed directly at Zhen Changxiao and asked, "You are so confident? You must have a wealth of experience in martial arts, I presume?" He scratched his nose and replied, "When it comes to martial arts experience, I dare not boast," he continued. "But I am definitely stronger than anyone present." Qianqin stood by, knowing that the sect master's ability to bluff was becoming more and more refined. The Li family head's eyebrows were nearly tied in a knot. He said, "In that case, I shall seek your guidance today." The Li family head took out a purple book from his robes. He said, "My Qingyang city possesses a sword technique passed down for 100 years, called the 9 forms of overlapping wave sword. There are a total of 9 forms, but only 8 have been passed down to this day. For over 100 years, no less than 900,000 if not a million martial artists have cultivated the 9 forms of overlapping wave sword. Yet no one has been able to comprehend the final form." His sharp gaze fixed on Zhen Changxiao. "If you can demonstrate the 9th form, it will prove that you have real talent. If you are unable to comprehend it, then please expel Qinger from the immortal sect." Zhen Changxiao thought to himself, "Trying to use this little trick to make me lose face and thus make Qingyang see the true strength of the immortal sect?" He cleared his throat and replied, "No problem." He immediately gave a command, "System, open the store." Zhen Changxiao clicked on the insight talisman that appeared on the screen. The system reported, "Primary insight talisman. Upon use, you will clearly understand the opponent's martial techniques, secret manuals, and moves, allowing for rapid comprehension. Duration, 60 minutes. Cost, 10 contribution points." The system continued to notify him that with the use of the Insight Talisman, Zhen Changxiao's eyes now had an updated function. Zhen Changxiao quickly flipped through the pages of the book, stunning everyone around him. The bald man said impatiently, "What the hell is he doing? He's learning a secret manual, but what can he learn by flipping through it so quickly?" he retorted. "This is called the 1-second comprehension method." The words in the book flew out into Zhen Changxiao's eyes for him to comprehend. In a blink of an eye, he closed the book. Zhen Changxiao shouted, "Qianqin's sword!" He reached out and grabbed the sword. Zhen Changxiao drew the sword from its sheath and a force radiated from the blade, scattering the surrounding sand and stones. Elder Ma was shocked. "This wave of energy," he exclaimed. "He has actually comprehended the first form." In just 1 minute he performed a few moves and reached the second form. System timer 1 minute and 5 seconds. The family head was speechless, thinking, "It took me 5 days to comprehend the second form back then, but this kid only used 5 seconds. The system reported 1 minute and 10 seconds. Zhen Changxiao was smug. He performed a few more sword moves and reached the third form. The power had now erupted. Jun Chongxiao stomped his foot and the road couldn't withstand the aftershock, cracking open a large pit. He said, "No, this is still too slow." Jun Chongxiao's eyes gleamed as he leapt and somersaulted, executing the 8th form. The burst of power was incredibly fierce. Elder Ma stammered, "Family head Li, this kid must have practiced the 9 forms of overlapping wave sword before, otherwise." He stared intently at Jun Chongxiao's movements and continued, "This speed of comprehension is simply monstrous." The system reported 1 minute and 30 seconds. He asked, "Sect Master Jun, why have you stopped at the 9th form? Could it be that you had only practiced up to the 8th form before?" The system kept reporting 1 minute and 35 seconds, 1 minute and 38 seconds. Jun Chongxiao was surrounded by primal energy. Qingying exclaimed with a face full of disbelief. "This aura is a sword," he shouted. "Sword realm." The surrounding people started murmuring, "Impossible. He actually entered the sword realm. Does he have heaven-defying luck?" From ancient times to the present, all sword path martial artists have strived their entire lives, yet none have ever had such a fortuitous encounter. Elder Ma shouted, "It's real," he commanded the crowd. "This kid has entered the sword realm and is comprehending the way of the sword. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't make any noise and disturb him." Jun Chongxiao replied, "Old man, so you're not that bad after all." He stopped his sword dance and turned to look at him. "Then I'll have to trouble you to test the power of this move." The system timer entered its final minutes. 1 minute and 50 seconds. Jun Chongxiao pointed the tip of his sword at Elder Ma, because aside from him, probably no one else here could withstand it. At this moment, the sword emitted an immensely powerful force. Jun Chongxiao swung his sword down and the powerful gust of wind shook the entire area. The system timer reached 2 minutes. A wave of power shot straight towards Elder Ma. He prepared himself for battle. Elder Ma assumed a fighting stance. He unleashed a fierce blow, and with just one strike it created a massive destructive force, leaving a huge gash on the ground. The Li family head stood behind him, his face clearly showing humility. "Elder Ma, was that strike just now really the 9th form?" Elder Ma's face turned grim, and he commented, "The power of that sword strike just now was no less than a mortal-grade martial technique." Elder Ma turned around, forcefully shaking the Li family head, and said loudly to him, "It must be the 9th form or even stronger." He raised his fist, his mind filled with excitement and pride. To be able to comprehend and evolve such an astonishing martial technique in just 2 minutes. Elder Ma bowed to Jun Chongxiao and said with emotion, "Sect Master Jun, I Ma am impressed, deeply impressed." Jun Chongxiao also responded modestly, "You flatter me." A vendor by the roadside ran while complaining, "Oh no, my tent was destroyed by the sword energy." Elder Ma looked up and respectfully made his request. "I Ma have an impertinent request. It's like this. In recent years I've been cultivating a certain heart technique, but I've hit a bottleneck at the 4th layer and can't break through. I hope Sect Master Jun can spare some time to give me some guidance." The Li family head and his men all showed expressions of surprise, exclaiming, "A martial master realm expert." Another person was also astonished, his face filled with disbelief. "An elder of the 5th-rate Kangshan sect." They turned their gaze back to Jun Chongxiao. He had silver hair tied up on one side and a cold gaze. Those people seemed unable to believe their eyes. They murmured amongst themselves, "He's actually respectfully asking a 9th-rate sect master for guidance." A smile played on Jun Chongxiao's lips. "Your request is nothing much. If Elder Ma is willing to recite the heart technique's incantation, I can give it a try." The surrounding busybodies pricked up their ears to listen to the two's conversation, their faces filled with judgment. Elder Ma was overjoyed, his eyes shining. "This heart technique has kept me, Ma, awake at night for several years. I never thought that just listening to a few words from Sect Master Jun today would be like a sudden enlightenment." Jun Chongxiao had a look of satisfied arrogance on his face. He instructed, "Just follow my advice and go back to cultivate for a month or 2. You will surely break through the bottleneck and enter the 5th layer." Elder Ma immediately prepared to rush home to cultivate. As he ran, he looked back. "Sect Master Jun, I suddenly remembered that my wife is making dog meat today. I have to hurry back. We'll meet again when there's a chance, and I will definitely thank you properly." A large crowd had gathered to watch the two's conversation. After Elder Ma left, a man raised his hand and said, "Sect Master Jun, could you give me Chen some guidance on my martial arts?" Others also scrambled to ask, "Yes, Sect Master Jun, could you give some guidance? I'll pay. You can even guide a martial master realm expert, so my small problem will only take a few minutes of your time." A card with Insight Talisman written on it had 8 minutes and 0 seconds remaining. Jun Chongxiao seized the opportunity, a thoughtful expression on his face. "There's still a lot of time. Since that's the case," faced with the temptation of money, he agreed, shouting to the crowd, "No problem. However, I'll charge 100 taels for each question answered." Even though the price he set was steep, the crowd still swarmed him. I'll buy too." Jun Chongxiao casually hung up a plaque that read, "Immortal Sect, small business, no bargaining." Li Qingying was also managing things on the side. He handed out number tags to people, reminding them payment received. "Please take your queue number." A young man in yellow clothes peeked out from the line, looking around. "Heavens, with so many people, how long will I have to wait? I need to think of a way." Suddenly, a cold wind blew from nowhere, making the young man in yellow shiver, his face turning pale. It was Qianqin. She walked up to the young man and sternly warned him, "No cutting in line. If you do it again, you'll die." He was so scared he could only tremble and reply, "Yes." At this moment, Jun Chongxiao was holding 500 taels of silver, waving it in the air. He leaned back in his chair, his legs crossed, as a commoner was thanking him. "Thanks to Sect Master Jun's guidance, I am enlightened." Zhang Chongxiao thought happily to himself. I'm making money and learning these people's heart techniques and martial arts at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. He was still holding a stack of money, a wide grin on his face. He called for the next person seeking guidance. A man with a thick beard spoke up. Sect Master Jun. That person was none other than the Li family head. He also respectfully requested guidance. I Li have also encountered a problem. I hope the Sect Master can give me some pointers. Zhang Chongxiao replied. A small matter, 1,000 taels. The Li family head's face turned red with anger. He asked in confusion, everyone else paid 100 taels, why is it 1,000 for me? Please give me an explanation, Sect Master Jun. Besides, I have already entrusted my only son to your guidance. As he spoke, Zhang Chongxiao stood up and shook hands with the Li family head. He said, Oh, so you're the second disciple's father? In that case, a discount, 1 tael. The others were stunned. How can the discount be so much? It's not fair, I object, I want a discount too. Zhang Chongxiao looked at the group with a provocative expression. This is an exclusive benefit for the relatives of my sect's disciples. Any objections? The people who had been so aggressive just now were now intimidated by Zhang Chongxiao. There was dead silence. A group of men squeezed together, all talking at once. Sect Master Jun, my daughter wants to join the Immortal Sect. Sect Master Jun, my daughter also wants to join the Immortal Sect. Sect Master Jun, my son is one of the 2,500 handsome men in Qingyang City. Please accept him into the sect. A calculating smile played on Zhang Chongxiao's lips. Zhang Chongxiao called over Qianqin and Qingyang. The two came to Zhang Chongxiao's side and he gave the order, let's start recruiting new students. The sky was filled with dark clouds. The weather was gloomy and birds flew away. Over here, Zhang Chongxiao was busy stamping documents. His face was pale, and he sighed wearily. I'm exhausted. After a whole morning of work, I've only managed to recruit 1 medium-grade spiritual root disciple and 4 common-grade spiritual root disciples. The rest are all low-grade. Perhaps these are all the good prospects from this 100-sect recruitment assembly. Statistics. Sect members 21,100, sect contribution 28,100, sect members 53,100, sect contribution 30,100, sect members 90,100, sect contribution 97,100. At this moment, Zhang Chongxiao was still holding a stack of money. He glanced at the main quest. Within 100 years, build the Immortal Sect into the strongest sect on the Starfall continent, with 100,000 disciples. If not completed by the deadline, the host will be instantly annihilated. At this rate, recruiting 100,000 disciples would be a piece of cake. The statistics appeared again. Sect members 100,100. System warning. Sect members are full. Note, forcibly recruiting more disciples will result in severe punishment. Zhang Chongxiao cursed angrily in his heart. What the hell, you're only letting me recruit 100 people. Another statistical panel appeared again. Sect level 9th rate, sect construction level 1, sect members 100,100, sect contribution 107,100, sect achievement points 100, sect quests none for now. Zhang Chongxiao asked in confusion, why are there 2 more lines? What are sect quests and sect achievement points? Suddenly the system appeared. Hearing the host's thoughts, the system mercifully explained for free, to lift the 100-person limit, you need to send disciples to complete sect quests. After completing the quests, you will gain sect achievement points. Only with enough achievement points can you expand the sect's member limit. He collapsed to the ground, exhausted and disappointed, and shouted, I was happy for nothing, you damn system. Suddenly a pair of yellow leather boots appeared in front of him. The person asked, Are you Zhang Chongxiao? He answered with a grunt. The person revealed a strange smile. He had a long full beard and his voice was threatening. You dare to strike a disciple of the Spiritual Spring Sect and not offer some compensation? He had dark skin and curly hair. He raised his voice and said, How can we let you leave peacefully? The surrounding residents immediately recognized the man, one of them shouting, It's Elder Wei Yinu of the Spiritual Spring Sect. They recalled a scene where a disciple once agonizingly carried the Spiritual Spring Sect's plaque, begging for mercy. The people around them whispered. Last year, a disciple from an 8th-rate sect dared to strike a disciple of the Spiritual Spring Sect. As a result, a sect master of that 8th-rate sect personally crippled the disciple's cultivation, expelled him from the sect, and paid a large sum of silver in compensation. After learning the other party's identity, Zhang Chongxiao called Li Qingyang over and whispered, Qingyang, isn't the Spiritual Spring Sect a 9th-rate sect? Why are other 8th-rate sects so afraid of them? Qingyang immediately clarified Zhang Chongxiao's question. Sect Master, it's because the Spiritual Spring Sect's master and elders all came from the 5th-rate sect, the Clear Spring Sect, so everyone is very wary of them. The Spiritual Spring Sect had roughly 4 powerful experts, and that Wei Yinu was one of them. He flashed a wide smile, looking at Zhang Chongxiao with contempt, his face filled with pride and provocation. He asked, What, you know how powerful my Spiritual Spring Sect is now? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down to apologize, cripple your own cultivation, leave all your silver, and then you can all get lost? At that moment, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. The first sect quest appeared. As the strongest sect, how can we endure humiliation? Teach a lesson to the provocative elder of the Spiritual Spring Sect. This was an elite quest, recalling the person he had once defeated and stepped on. Zhang Chongxiao remarked, I didn't expect you to be an elite mob, you trash disciples. How dare you harass my female disciple? For this sect master to only give a few kicks is already merciful. Provoked by Zhang Chongxiao, Elder Yinu's eyes widened, shot through with blood. Unfazed, Zhang Chongxiao continued to provoke him. I really didn't expect that some random cat or dog would dare to come looking for a beating again, and even dare to demand justice from this sect master." At this point, Elder Yinu was already furious, his face ashen, and magical energy was already coiling around his hands. He retorted, "Who are you calling a cat or dog? Are you tired of living? If you have the guts, fight me on the grudge arena." Faced with Elder Yinu's challenge, Zhen Chongxiao showed no fear, his face still filled with anger, but it was Qingyang who was anxious. He said worriedly, "Sect Master, he is at the 12th layer of Meridian Opening and there are no rules of life or death in the grudge arena, it seems." Qingyang's words only made Zhen Chongxiao more excited. He revealed a smile full of interest. "So that's how it is?" His eyes sparkled with interest, a smile playing on his lips, and red magical energy began to flow around his body. Zhen Chongxiao affirmed, "This will save a lot of trouble." That day the sky was still azure and white clouds still drifted by. Beside the arena many spectators had gathered. They curiously watched the duel between Zhen Chongxiao and the spiritual spring sect elder. The crowd buzzed with discussion. The sect master had accepted the challenge so easily. Zhen Chongxiao kicked Elder Yinu in the stomach. Qingyang and Qianqin were watching from below the stage. Qingyang asked, "Has his realm already reached Martial Disciple?" Senior Sister Qianqin replied, "Martial Disciple, my ass, he's only at the 5th layer of Meridian Opening." Then it was Elder Yinu's turn to punch Zhen Chongxiao in the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Qingyang's expression soured. He turned his head and asked, "Did the sect master leave a will?" On the stage both men stood there looking at each other. Elder Yinu taunted confidently, "Kid, if you knew what was good for you and were willing to be a coward, perhaps I would spare your life out of pity, but since you've stepped onto the stage, prepare to die." As he spoke, he tensed his muscles, showing off his strong arms. He boasted, "To be honest, my main focus is on physical cultivation." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yinu threw a punch and charged at Zhen Chongxiao, continuing to speak as he moved, "Without any martial arts assistance I can still shatter a 2,000 Jin stone with one punch." Zhen Chongxiao showed no fear or surprise at Elder Yinu's power. He remained calm and retorted, "And then is there anything else you want to brag about? Hurry up and finish." Elder Yinu was angered by Zhen Chongxiao's attitude. He said no more and threw himself into the fight with all his might. His fist, imbued with magical power, moved closer and closer to Zhen Chongxiao. Elder Yinu's fist stopped at Zhen Chongxiao's chest, the veins on his arm bulging. Only then did Zhen Chongxiao slowly reveal a smile, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. "Oh, have we started?" Zhen Chongxiao's strange behavior greatly surprised Elder Yinu. He stood there, mouth agape, too shocked to move. "What kind of martial art is this?" Zhen Chongxiao's eyes were sharp, with a faint golden light flickering in their corners. Zhen Chongxiao's entire body was covered in golden reflective characters. He waved his hand and answered, "Golden Bell Shield, don't you know?" Qingyang, watching the fight from below, turned to Qianqin and asked, "What level is the sect master's martial art? Why have I never heard of it? Could it be a technique passed down from ancient times in the immortal sect?" Qianqin's face was as cold as frost, her expression unchanged from the beginning. She replied coolly, "I think the sect master is probably just bluffing, but I have to admit," seeing her sect master smiling smugly, Qianqin spoke again, "He really has many secrets that others can't see through." On the surface he appeared calm, but inwardly Zhen Chongxiao was trembling and roaring, "Enemy attack, danger." It turned out he had just used a massive talisman to block the attack, a fact only he knew. Zhen Chongxiao thought, "Good thing I used the endurance talisman from the newbie gift pack in time. Otherwise, with that impact, I'd be half dead even if I wasn't killed over here." Elder Yinu was already furious, his face ashen, and he shouted, "I don't care what kind of demonic martial art it is, if one punch isn't enough I'll just throw a few more." Then Elder Yinu unleashed a flurry of punches at Zhen Chongxiao with incredible speed, but with the endurance talisman, Zhen Chongxiao remained standing calmly. Under Elder Yinu's barrage, Zhen Chongxiao's lips curled into a taunting smile. "Put a little more force into it, maybe you can wrinkle my clothes." He was truly enraged now, using all his strength to attack Zhen Chongxiao, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. He was so angry his face turned blue. Veins popping on his forehead, he wrinkled his face and muttered, "What kind of defensive martial art is this? It's terrifying." The ground around them had already been shattered by Elder Yinu's attacks, but Zhen Chongxiao still stood there, without a single scratch on his body. Seeing this from below the stage, Qingyang was also filled with admiration for Zhen Chongxiao. The sect master's martial art is so powerful, he's already in an invincible position. At this point, Elder Yinu gritted his teeth. "Kid, you actually forced me to use my ultimate move." Elder Yinu channeled his power into his hands and a ball of golden light enveloped his fists as he prepared his move. Elder Yinu said, "You should feel honored to die by my hand." Zhen Chongxiao remained fearless under any circumstances, his expression unchanging, his tone filled with mockery. "So you're a fan of Dragon Ball?" Not only did his curly hair resemble Sha Wujing's, but even his ultimate move looked like the Kamehameha. Below the stage, Qingyang seemed to have noticed something. His expression was grave as he muttered to himself. This stance, he immediately shouted, "Sect Master, dodge quickly, that's the Holy Spring Sect's unique martial technique. A mid-grade mortal technique called Brilliant Myriad Pounds." Elder Yinu was still menacingly preparing to attack Zhen Chongxiao, but the latter showed no fear, still joking, "The name of this move is so long. Is the Holy Spring Sect's master's surname Sun? And his first name Goku?" Seeing Zhen Chongxiao still talking, Elder Yinu wore a dangerous smile. He taunted confidently, Facing a martial technique of this level, you still have time for small talk then. Elder Yinu swung both fists, his entire body enveloped in a huge golden halo, and he shouted, "Kid, go to hell, brilliant myriad pounds." Jun Changxiao was busy listening to Qingyang. He turned to look at Elder Yinu, his expression still unchanged. He stretched out a hand and Elder Yinu's move shattered at this moment. He even asked curiously, "Hey, just wondering, how did you even remember that stinky long name?" "Sorry, I broke it by accident." Elder Yinu's mouth fell open, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe his eyes and ears broke it by accident. Below the stage, Qingying was also dumbfounded, his mouth agape and eyes wide. Qianqin, on the other hand, calmly commented, "As expected, he still has many secrets." The audience below was also shocked. No one could believe their eyes. One person asked Scarface, "Am I dreaming? Could Sect Master Jun's Golden Bell Shield be a high-grade mortal technique?" Jun Changxiao smiled, feeling secretly pleased. As expected, items from the system are trustworthy. He issued a challenge to Elder Yinu. "What other ultimate moves and techniques do you have? Hurry up and use them all." Elder Yinu staggered, the ground already shattered, his face ashen. He continued, "If you still have the strength to talk, Elder Wei." Many people watching the match shouted encouragement. Elder Wei is done for. Although mid-grade martial techniques are strong, they consume a lot of spiritual energy. "Go, Sect Master Jun." Elder Yinu laughed self-deprecatingly, his face still resolute. "It's over, I'm finished." He summoned a massive blade into his hand, saying, "Did you think I only had martial techniques?" Elder Yinu produced a huge blade, its hilt golden and surrounded by red magical energy. Looking at the blade in Elder Yinu's hand, Jun Changxiao's lips still held a smile as he thought, "I didn't expect him to have a spatial item too, and I noticed the character Fan carved on the hilt." Jun Changxiao commented, "This blade was forged by Master Fan, a young man with his black hair tied back." Elder Yinu said, "Master Fan is one of the top blacksmiths on the Starfall continent. He forges all sorts of magical artifacts, blades, swords, halberds, mirrors, and thousands of other weapons. He has forged tens of thousands of weapons in his lifetime, each one treasured by the martial artists of the continent." The blade in Elder Yinu's hand was enormous and sharp. He boasted, "I spent a lot of money to get this blade and I've always treated it as my life." He pointed the great blade directly at Jun Changxiao, his face filled with pride. "Today is the first time I'm showing it in front of everyone." Although Elder Yinu's power and threat were immense, it didn't mean Jun Changxiao would be afraid. He remained composed and taunted, "Hey, I see a lot of nicks on the blade. Did you buy an expired fake?" Elder Yinu was shocked by Jun Changxiao's dismissive attitude. He said forcefully, "Weapons forged by Master Fan are still extremely precious even with flaws. You have no idea what price I paid." He swung the blade, its power immense, shattering the ground with a single wave of his hand. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he narrowed them and boasted, "Golden Dragon Great Blade, mortal grade, infused with my spiritual energy. It can slay a martial disciple." Jun Changxiao was unperturbed, still very relaxed and fearless. Elder Yinu seemed to have lost his composure. "Draw your weapon, I don't want to kill an unarmed man." Jun Changxiao smiled, his face clearly filled with contempt. He said, "Don't be hasty, I'm still choosing. I happen to have a few contribution points left." He then received a longsword from the system, its blade green and its hilt purple. The screen displayed the weapon's information. Initial grade Cold Wind sword, price 10 contribution points, purchase limit this month 4/5. Seeing Jun Changxiao's weapon, Elder Yinu showed a triumphant smile. "Good, good, this way no one can say I'm a bully." He swung his blade, his attack incredibly powerful, named Great Desert Blade Technique. Jun Changxiao was still lost in admiration of the sword in his own hand. He commented, "The design of this sword is not bad." Then a cold glint shot from his eyes. Jun Changxiao glanced at Elder Yinu's attack and said, "But I wonder how powerful it is." He tried to block Elder Yinu's attack with a swing of his sword. 9 forms of overlapping waves. Sword 9. The sword strike from Jun Changxiao just now was so sharp it split Elder Yinu's attack in two. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking, eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Elder Yinu's blade fell to the ground, embedding itself in the earth. Jun Changxiao smiled, "My apologies, it's my first time using this sword, so I didn't control my strength very well." Suddenly, Elder Yinu's legs gave out and his knees hit the ground hard. Elder Yinu let out a pained scream. It turned out that Jun Changxiao's last strike had severed his arm. A flicker of worry crossed Jun Changxiao's face as well. He thought, "Oh, did I go too far?" It was just a casual swing. Who knew it would cut off an arm? But then Jun Changxiao's brows furrowed and his eyes grew sharp. He reasoned, "But in any case he wanted to kill me, so there's nothing wrong with crippling him." Elder Yinu collapsed on the ground, his severed arm lying beside him, the ground split in two by Jun Changxiao's sword strike. Jun Changxiao turned to leave, thinking to himself, "If others don't bother me, I won't bother them. If others bother me, I will repay them 100, 1,000 times over." As he passed by, Qianqin and Qingyang's eyes were filled with admiration. Jun Changxiao called out, "Qianqin, Qingyang, let's go back to the immortal sect." The onlookers were also amazed. They discussed among themselves, Sect Master Jun defeated Elder Wei, who was at the 12th layer of Meridian Opening, while only being at the 5th. This wasn't a defeat, it was a complete domination. Others began to discuss, "I wonder if the immortal sect can withstand this storm. The spiritual spring sect will definitely go crazy." The sky was still azure blue. Jun Changxiao and his group had already left the city gate when he suddenly stopped. He turned to Qingyang and said, "Qingyang, once we're at the immortal sect, it will be hard to see your parents again. I'll give you 10 days to go home and spend time with them. Report to the sect on your own in 10 days. But Qingyang did not turn back. He said to Jun Changxiao, "Father is probably in seclusion now after receiving guidance from the sect master. There's no point in going back." Zhang Changxiao replied, in that case, come with me and Qianqin. At this moment, Qing Yang suddenly smiled and said, Sect Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. Qing Yang thought of the girl he loved, his face showing an embarrassed and shy expression. This disciple wants to bring someone with him to the immortal sect, someone this disciple loves deeply. Zhang Changxiao wore a smile on his face, covering his mouth as he taunted, so deeply in love. Is it a man or a woman? Zhang Changxiao's reaction made Li Qingyang a little embarrassed. He stammered, of course it's a man, no, a woman. Thinking of his beloved, Li Qingyang's heart seemed to bloom with flowers. He said softly, she has mediocre talent and comes from a poor family. The three of them were still lingering in front of the gate of Qingyang City. Zhang Changxiao continued, so you chose to join the immortal sect, is that another reason? Li Qingyang lowered his head and smiled, saying softly, yes, Sect Master. A sect like the Kangshan sect would never allow a disciple to bring an outsider up the mountain. Zhang Changxiao's eyes suddenly narrowed and the veins on his face bulged, looking quite terrifying. He replied to Li Qingyang, then I agree, you can bring that girl over. The immortal sect is short on people to handle chores anyway. Zhang Changxiao then showed an angry expression, grabbing Li Qingyang by the collar and scolding, you're only 16 and you're already in a relationship at 16, isn't that a bit too early? Have you ever considered the feelings of this single sect master? Believe it or not, I'll burn your house down. The three stood before the massive city gate. After a moment, Zhang Changxiao shouted, hurry up and go get her. Li Qingyang went back to look for her but couldn't find her. He only found a letter that read, Dear Qingyang. He came to Zhang Changxiao and Qianqin and explained that she didn't want to hold him back and had left with only a letter. Zhang Changxiao comforted him. If she's really, as you say, from a poor family with mediocre talent, choosing to leave quietly is the best decision for both of you. Li Qingyang's face gradually darkened, wearing a thoughtful expression, lost in thought. A puzzled look on his face, Li Qingyang asked Zhang Changxiao, does the sect master also think she's not good enough for me? Zhang Changxiao quickly explained, it's not what I think, it's what she thinks. Having lost his beloved, Li Qingyang made a firm resolution. When I become strong, no matter where she is, I will bring her back. Then I will tell her in front of the whole world, if anyone is unworthy, it is I, Li Qingyang, who is unworthy of her, not the other way around. Zhang Changxiao looked at him and smiled slightly, his gaze serious. I praise Qingyang for his ambition. Then I will help you become strong. Li Qingyang's eyes filled with tears as he cried out emotionally, Sect Master. Standing at the entrance of the immortal sect, they found a dilapidated building with its plaque fallen off. Both Qianqin and Li Qingyang's faces were filled with helplessness and confusion. Li Qingyang cautiously asked, is it still too late for a disciple to withdraw from the sect? Zhang Changxiao could only reassure his two disciples, don't worry, we earned quite a bit of silver today. We'll have the sect prepared in a few days. There was a child at the sect's entrance, and seeing his action, Zhang Changxiao was so angry he could have fumed. How dare you piss at the entrance of my immortal sect? This sect master will castrate you. He raised his sword and charged at the child but was held back by Li Qingyang. The child was frightened and ran away, crying as he ran. Mom and uncle is bullying me? Zhang Changxiao shouted in anger. Hey, who's an uncle? I'm not even 20 yet, get back here. He tried hard to calm himself down from the shock. Zhang Changxiao took a deep breath and walked into the sect. He waved at his two disciples and explained, all right, this sect master is above such things. I won't stoop to a child's level. Let's go in. The plaque hanging above suddenly fell, landing squarely on Zhang Changxiao's head with a crisp sound. Zhang Changxiao was both angry and furious. He drew his sword and pointed it at the sect gate, but was stopped by Li Qingyang. Damn it, I'm going to smash you to pieces. Li Qingyang did his best to dissuade him. Sect Master, calm down, this is our immortal sect's plaque. The immortal sect was in a state of disrepair. Zhang Changxiao proposed a plan. Our top priority now is to continue repairing the sect. We need to replace all these broken windows with new ones. Zhang Changxiao had a white cloth wrapped around his head. He sat on a chair holding a stack of money in his hand and ordered, Xingyang, I'm leaving this to you. Make sure you complete the task well. After speaking, he hurriedly turned and left, complaining as he walked. Suddenly my head hurts so much. I'm going back to my room to rest. The two disciples watched his retreating back helplessly. Qianqin muttered softly, sly. She turned to Li Qingyang and said, I think uncle sounds much better than Zhang Changxiao. Why would the sect master be unhappy? Zhang Changxiao's face was very unhappy at the moment. A few days later, the immortal sect was under renovation. Many artisans were busy building the sect, some laying bricks, others carrying wood. Zhang Changxiao rested his chin on his hand, observing the renovation process and thinking to himself, the renovation progress is good. It was indeed a wise decision to entrust this matter to Qingyang. He looked down at the small bottle of green pills in his hand and thought with satisfaction, this way I can focus on my cultivation. The green pills were in a glass bottle. Pill information, aptitude transformation pill. After consumption, aptitude increases by 1 grade. Note, only effective on aptitudes of DH grade and below. Price, 50 contribution points. Without hesitation, Zhang Changxiao poured the pill into his mouth and swallowed it, calculating in his mind. Aptitude determines cultivation speed and the upper limit of one's realm. First, I need to lay a solid foundation for this useless body. After taking the pill, the spiritual root in Zhang Changxiao's body began to glow. With a ding, the spiritual root changed from low grade to green, looking like a crystal. System notification: congratulations to the host, your spiritual root aptitude has been upgraded from low grade to common grade. With the improvement of your aptitude, your cultivation has also increased. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm. Zhen Chongxiao was now surrounded by red magical energy. He looked at the magical energy, a smug expression on his face. This is the benefit of improving my aptitude. Since the system has a pill to upgrade from DH grade to common grade, there must be a pill to upgrade from common grade to medium grade. But the 7th layer of Meridian Opening is not enough to deal with the Spiritual Spring Sect's revenge. After speaking, he looked down, a smile on his face. He asked, "System, is there any way for me to break through the Meridian Opening realm faster?" The system immediately replied, "Yes, contribution points 47,100 can be exchanged for cultivation. Note, all contribution points will be deducted. Exchange contribution points for cultivation." Zhen Chongxiao clicked the agree button without hesitation. System notification: contribution points 47,100, contribution points 0100. 3 ding sounds were heard from the screen. The system screen displayed, "Host has broken through to the 10th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm." He laughed happily, feeling the power. Zhen Chongxiao took a deep breath and punched the wall with force. The wall made a bang sound and cracked. A huge hole appeared in the wall, and a voice said, "Sect Master, that punch of yours." The shattered pieces fell clatter-clatter on Li Qingyang's head. His face turned livid as he pointed at the ledger in his hand and said, "It will cost another 200 taels to rebuild." Zhen Chongxiao handed the silver notes to Li Qingyang and said with a pout, "These are all yours. I'm going into seclusion, so I won't cause you any more trouble." Li Qingyang calmly accepted the silver notes. "Rest assured, Sect Master, this disciple guarantees that everything will be perfect before the other junior brothers and sisters arrive." 3 days later, on a sunny day, the door was pushed open with a creak. Zhen Chongxiao stepped out, thinking, "The heart-calming contemplation, a cultivation technique, and the experience I secretly learned from the Kangshan sect elder have helped me consolidate my common grade spiritual root. The efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy has also improved a lot, but it will take a few months to reach a higher realm." Zhen Chongxiao was slightly startled, his eyes widening. He looked at the pavilions, granite stone bridges, rockeries, exotic flowers and plants, and the antique glazed tile walls before him. He couldn't help but be amazed at the changes in the sect. Zhen Chongxiao marveled at the unfamiliar scene before him. Ponds, pavilions, the surrounding scenery was like a paradise on earth. He shouted at the luxurious and majestic scene which resembled an imperial palace. "Rockeries, pavilions, this is my immortal sect." Li Qingyang walked up to Zhen Chongxiao, who was standing there dumbfounded. "Sect Master, are you satisfied?" Zhen Chongxiao gave a thumbs up and said, "Satisfied, very satisfied. I thought I had been transported to some imperial palace during my seclusion." Li Qingyang smiled and said, "Let me show you the front yard and the training ground." He held a stack of silver notes and a ledger in his hands and said, "By the way, I'll report the detailed repair costs and the remaining silver." Zhen Chongxiao looked at the ledger and the 3 silver notes and couldn't help but burst into tears. "Qingyang, I remember there was a mountain of silver just a few days ago. How come there are only 3 notes left?" Li Qingyang explained, "A few thousand taels of pocket money is indeed not too extravagant, but this disciple wanted to repair the inner courtyard as well, so I spent another 4,000 taels." Zhen Chongxiao cried until his tears ran dry. "A few thousand taels pocket money, damn it, my contribution points just hit 0. Now even my silver is down to 3 notes. Haven't I become a proletarian?" A sorrowful sigh echoed in all directions. The disciples returned and saw the upgraded sect, and they all began to discuss. "I never thought our sect would have such a high-class feel." Zhen Chongxiao cursed silently. "Damn it, it cost nearly 10,000 taels of silver. How could it not be high-class?" He rested his cheek on his hand and asked, "Why are there only about 20 people? Where are the other disciples?" A disciple carrying a backpack replied, "Reporting to the sect master. Some senior and junior brothers live in remote areas and have difficulty traveling, so they may be a little late." A pair of trembling, strange legs stepped into the sect. The person said with difficulty, "Help, sect master, help." Everyone in the sect looked towards the entrance in confusion. The strange person walked with difficulty and suddenly tripped on the steps at the entrance. Just as the disciple was about to fall, Zhen Chongxiao and Li Qingyang had already used their lightness skill to catch him. Seeing the change in Zhen Chongxiao, Li Qingyang broke out in a cold sweat. "What, isn't the sect master only at the 5th layer of the Meridian Opening Realm? How can he be faster than me?" The disciple handed a note to Zhen Chongxiao and said tremblingly, Sect Master, more than 30 disciples were ambushed by mountain bandits on the way and the junior brothers were all captured." Zhen Chongxiao gritted his teeth. "I understand. Go to the inner courtyard and rest." He held the note and said, "How dare they snatch my immortal sect's disciples?" The note said, "Within 3 days, bring all your valuables to Black Mountain to ransom the people. Otherwise, I will kill all the hostages." Zhen Chongxiao's face turned livid with rage as he looked at the ultimatum, and then he forcefully tore the paper to shreds, courting death. Zhen Chongxiao, wearing sneakers, was filled with killing intent. Li Qingyang warned loudly, "Sect Master, there are at least 200 mountain bandits on Black Wind Mountain, and I heard their leader has already entered the martial disciple realm." He was worried about Zhen Chongxiao and said, "You alone might not be enough. Let this disciple go with you." Zhen Chongxiao gave a decisive order, "You all stay and guard the sect. This is an order." He once again displayed the status of a sect master with a confident demeanor. I am Jun Chongxiao, not one of those characters in comics who disappear after making a grand speech. Today I say the Black Wind Fortress will be disbanded, and it will be disbanded. There's no need to wait 100 years. Black Wind Mountain had treacherous terrain, complex geography, and continuous mountain ranges, making it an ideal lair for those lawless mountain bandits. 2 mountain bandits were guarding the fortress gate. The silver-haired bandit turned to his companion and said, "Sixth brother, am I seeing things? Someone actually dares to come up to Black Wind Mountain?" The silver-haired bandit watched Jun Chongxiao ascend the steps and said contemptuously, "He looks like a weak scholar. He's probably some young master out for a scenic tour." He raised his saber. Threateningly, "Kid, do you want to hand over your valuables willingly, or should your 7th brother here search you?" he said with a sinister smile. "A friendly reminder, if I search you, the consequence is that you'll be chopped into 8 pieces of meat. If you hand over your valuables willingly, you can leave in 1 piece." Jun Chongxiao's face was livid and he asked with killing intent, "Is your fortress leader on the mountain?" The 2 bandits smiled contemptuously, especially the white-haired one who said, "Fortress leader, are you dreaming?" Jun Chongxiao, full of anger and murderous intent, slashed at the white-haired bandit and said impatiently, "I'll only ask once." The black-haired bandit glanced over, trembling, and said, The leader is on the mountain." Jun Chongxiao said confidently, "Tell him that the sect master of the immortal sect has come to ransom his people." Before them was a treacherous and desolate mountainous area. Ahead was a rough but sturdy wooden fence, hastily built but strong. In the Black Wind Fortress, the sound of thump-thump footsteps echoed as the group walked towards the fortress. A few mountain bandits surrounded Jun Chongxiao. A loud shout came from the fortress gate. "The leader has given an order. Since you are a sect master, I'll make an exception and see you. According to the rules of the martial world, my men are not allowed to kill you just yet." Jun Chongxiao pondered. This mountain fortress is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the only entrance is heavily guarded by layers of bandits. No wonder the government and various sects have failed to suppress them after multiple attempts. The gate opened with a creak. Jun Chongxiao looked at the scene before him without changing his expression. The sound of smack-smack echoed as those tied to wooden stakes were being severely whipped. There was also a scene of a bandit drinking blood from a human skull, further highlighting the cruelty and oppression of the Black Wind Fortress. A suffocating atmosphere filled the air. The leader stood on a high platform, exuding a monstrous killing intent. Jun Chongxiao scanned his surroundings and made a judgment. These 8 guys should be the 8 elite mobs of the Black Wind Fortress, each with a strength of at least the 12th layer of Meridian Opening. He glanced at the person sitting on the chair again. This little leader's realm must be at the martial disciple level. The leader said, "Sect Master Jun's presence is truly an honor for the Black Wind Fortress." Jun Chongxiao looked at him, thinking boredly, a martial disciple's strength is equivalent to 10 at the 12th layer of Meridian Opening. If he also possesses advanced martial arts, damn, the pressure is a bit high. He regained his usual confidence and said seriously, "This sect master doesn't like to beat around the bush. I came to the Black Wind Fortress this time to retrieve my disciples." The leader was also direct. "I, Zhou Tianba, won't mince words either. 1 head for 100 taels." He said there are more than 30 people, so I'll give you a round number, 3,000 taels. The people beside him also chimed in. "Kid, you should feel lucky. Our Black Wind Fortress has always charged 200 taels per person, and we never allow bargaining." Jun Chongxiao then began to negotiate. "How about this? I'll offer 1 tael." He became unusually confident and said strangely, "You release the hostages, kneel and apologize. This 1 tael of silver will be the rent for the Black Wind Fortress." Red scraps of cloth were scattered all over the ground. Zhou Tianba said, "Sect Master Jun, do you think this is a joke, trying to bargain with me?" He snapped his fingers and 2 pairs of feet emerged from the darkness. A bandit dragged a tied-up disciple all the way into the hall. The bound disciple cried out desperately for help. "Sect Master, save me!" Witnessing this scene, Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The bound disciple was thrown at Zhou Tianba's feet. Zhou Tianba stretched out his hand and said, "Sect Master Jun, today I will kill 1 of your disciples every minute." He grabbed the poor disciple's head and threatened, "This way, with 1 less head you can also pay less ransom." The bound disciple cried and begged, "No, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. I'm willing to join the Black Wind Fortress to be your slave." 2 bandits sneered. "Look at his crotch, he's so scared he pissed his pants. This kid knows how to adapt." Seeing this, Jun Chongxiao thought angrily, "A miscalculation. I didn't expect to recruit such a cowardly disciple." Zhou Tianba chopped off the poor disciple's head and said with a smile, "Sect Master Jun, I've taken care of this coward for you. No problem, right?" Jun Chongxiao's face turned ashen, and he said nothing. System notification, sect members 99,100. Jun Chongxiao spoke up, "I have a problem with that." The green-haired bandit next to him laughed, seemingly very angry about his own affairs, and roared at Jun Chongxiao, "The leader dealt with this coward for you. You should be grateful." As soon as his words fell, his pupils suddenly shrank. He froze. With a swish, Jun Chongxiao had somehow appeared beside him. Jun Chongxiao sneered, "Your subordinate dares to be so rude and undisciplined. I'll clean house for you. No problem, right?" The man with the bushy beard roared in anger. "Kid, you dare to kill my 9th brother? Go to hell." Jun Chongxiao raised his sword and the man with the bushy beard also clenched his fist, planning to smash it directly on his head. Just as they were about to fight, they heard a voice stopping them. "Stop!" Jun Chongxiao was sweating nervously, thinking this aura was too strong. Zhou Tianba spoke, I admit that Sect Master Jun's swordsmanship is extraordinary, and I don't want to blow this out of proportion. I have 31 of your disciples. Just hand over 3 taels of silver and you can take them back. Jun Changxiao thought disdainfully, so it's still about money. No wonder he could endure, he said. 1 tael is 1 tael, no bargaining. Zhou Tianbo was angered by his attitude and roared, "Don't be ungrateful." The man with the bushy beard showed off his shiny muscles and said, "Big brother, let me kill him and take all his money. Wouldn't that be faster?" All the bandits said in unison, "Yes, leader, kill him." Jun Changxiao thought this big guy is a strength-type mob, so he should be easy to deal with. All the bandits shouted in unison, "Sixth brother, kill him, avenge ninth brother, break his hands and feet and hang him on the fortress gate." Zhou Tianbo warned, "Sixth brother, don't be careless. This kid is fast." Sixth brother said disdainfully, "Fast? Let me show you what fast is." He stomped his foot and the floor cracked. Everyone shouted in surprise. This stance is Sixth brother's ultimate move, 7-step shadow. A miraculous sight occurred. Sixth brother's legs moved so fast that they created afterimages, seeing his movements. Jun Changxiao thought in horror, "Damn it, I guessed wrong. He's not a strength-type monster, he's an agility-type monster." He was drenched in sweat, unaware that Sixth brother had already moved behind him, his movements completely unseen. Jun Changxiao turned around abruptly and found Sixth brother right behind him, but it was too late. He was already caught in Sixth brother's trap with no way to escape. He smiled smugly as if he were the victor and struck a taunting pose. Too slow. He made all sorts of provocative gestures. "Let me open your eyes to what speed really is." Faced with the provocation, he simply endured and observed, waiting for the right moment. Above, Zhou Tianbo was watching this scene leisurely, full of praise. "Not bad. Sixth brother's 7-step shadow has improved a lot since half a year ago." The 2 guards behind him, one white and one black, didn't hesitate to chime in. "Yes, big brother, at this speed I'm afraid even I would have a hard time keeping up with Sixth brother." The man revealed a sinister and triumphant smile. "So what if that kid's sword is fast? Can it keep up with Sixth brother's speed?" This conversation unintentionally reached Jun Changxiao's ears, and he couldn't help but say with annoyance, "A mother praising her son as noisy as a swarm of flies." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes filled with killing intent as if thousands of blades were shooting towards Sixth brother. Jun Changxiao swung his greatsword lightly but without any aim. This move successfully made Zhou Tianbo laugh. He sneered at Jun Changxiao, thinking that with his speed even random swings wouldn't hit. He swore that if Jun Changxiao could land a hit, then he would. Before he could finish, his expression changed drastically, his face pale with terror, however. Jun Changxiao's sword had actually decapitated the dazed Sixth brother. "I see you can't even control your own speed." He seemed to have anticipated all of this, appearing exceptionally calm. "All you do is run in circles and in the end you run into my sword yourself." Sixth brother's death enraged the rest of them. They roared in unison, Sixth brother," and then swarmed him, facing attacks from all directions. Jun Changxiao was fearless and replied calmly, "Can't beat me in a one-on-one, so you resort to dirty tricks, ganging up on me." He immediately leaped away from his original spot, successfully escaping. Jun Changxiao landed safely and struck a dangerous pose. "You forced me to use my trump card." He eagerly took out what he had just obtained. An item slowly appeared in Jun Changxiao's hand. It was a well-crafted sharp longsword called the Unsheathable Blade. But even he himself was surprised by this blade, his face instantly turning grim as he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, why is it so short?" In the system, it looked like it was over a meter long. "Is it a fake?" The group burst into laughter, not thinking this toy knife could do anything. "This thing is your trump card. I bet this knife can't even peel an apple." Zhou Tianbo didn't hide his smug smile and ordered his men, "Quick, grab him and see if he has anything valuable." As soon as he finished speaking, they surrounded Jun Changxiao. The situation was critical. He had to think of a countermeasure. 4 mobs at the 12th layer of Meridian opening. There was no other way. He activated the power of the Unsheathable Blade. The system's voice sounded, "The host has used the unsealing talisman. The seal on the Unsheathable Blade has been released." Jun Changxiao slowly shouted, "Bankai!" A huge force erupted, instantly pushing away the flies surrounding Jun Changxiao. Seeing this, everyone was panicked and didn't have time to react, only screaming, "So bright, where's this light coming from?" Zhou Tianbo was no exception. He covered his eyes with his hand and couldn't help but shout in terror. From that fruit-peeling knife he slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but ask himself in a daze, could it be a high-quality weapon? From one surprise to another, a sword shot out from nowhere, straight at his face, scaring Zhou Tianbo into a loud scream. This was a seemingly endless blade extending from the distant battlefield. A voice sounded, "The longsword is 40 meters." Hearing this answer, there was no longer any fighting spirit on his face, but he couldn't hide his anger, veins popping on his forehead. He thought, "No, the length of the blade isn't scary. What's scary is this pressure. Even I find it hard to breathe." Jun Changxiao was calm, pointing his greatsword directly at the enemy, who was so scared he almost wet his pants. Seeing Zhou Tianbo's appearance, he couldn't help but feel pleased and introduced, "This is the Unsheathable Blade." But Jun Changxiao himself couldn't help but sigh, thinking, "But isn't 40 meters a bit too long?" Zhou Tianbo's hands trembled. "Sect Master Jun, can you put the blade away first?" With the blade tip in front of him, he said in terror, "Let's talk things over slowly. This pressure is too terrifying. I can't move at all." Jun Changxiao smiled and said calmly, "Put it away. Once I draw my blade, I won't sheath it until it has tasted blood." Therefore he had a cold smile on his face, his gaze as sharp as a blade. With a slight flick of his wrist, the greatsword slashed directly at the 2 of them. "Go and pray." Blood immediately gushed from the mouths of second brother and third brother, staining their lips red. Their faces were filled with unconcealable terror. Zhou Tianba trembled all over, his forehead covered in cold sweat, and an even stronger fear appeared in his eyes. Second brother and third brother were killed in one move. He was stiffened by the powerful pressure, unable to move from his wooden chair. Listen carefully. I deliberately held back my power and let you escape because I have one more thing to ask you. Zhen Chongxiao glanced sharply at Zhou Tianba. That one strike just now not only took away 2 of your capable subordinates, his eyes were wide and bloodshot, and it also included hundreds of inhuman beastly underlings. Standing in the middle of the wide fortress, Zhen Chongxiao held a 40-meter-long greatsword ready to strike at any moment. He stood there with his head held high, holding the greatsword. Today I will act on behalf of the common people of Qingyang Prefecture. His sharp gaze was fixed ahead, unmoving. On behalf of the resentful souls of those you have harmed, the bandits trembled like leaves in the wind. Sir, spare us, please spare us, Zhen Chongxiao said coldly. Spare you? The people whose homes you burned, whose lives you took, those corpses, would they agree? The people tied to stakes and burned alive, those resentful souls, would they show mercy? Zhen Chongxiao gripped the longsword tightly. Definitely not, so today I will. His eyes narrowed, filled with coldness, his gaze as sharp as a blade, piercing through everything before him, starting a massacre. The blade flashed, cutting through the crowd of bandits. Zhen Chongxiao stood there, holding the unsheathable blade in one hand. Leader Zhou, now it's just the 2 of us. He showed a smile devoid of any warmth. I'll give you a 39-meter head start. Zhou Tianba immediately fell to his knees, kowtowing desperately, making a thunderous sound. Sect Master Zhen, spare my life. I am willing to escort your disciples back. He placed the blade on Zhou Tianba's head. Zhou Tianba knelt on the ground, trembling, cold sweat on his forehead, the blade resting on his head. Leader Zhou, I'm curious. We've never met. Why are you targeting my immortal sect? He forced a smile and stammered in terror. I was recruited by the 100 Sect Alliance, and recently I heard. Zhen Chongxiao's gaze was cold. Ha! He raised his blade as if to strike the kneeling Zhou Tianba. I want to hear the truth. At this moment he shouted. Spiritual Spring Sect. Zhou Tianba could no longer care about anything else, he continued. They wanted me to kidnap your disciples and take your life. This is the money the Spiritual Spring Sect gave me. Zhen Chongxiao swung his blade down coldly. Go to hell. With a flash of the blade, a heavy slash, the blade cut through the air like lightning, and the entire fortress gate was instantly split in 2. Zhen Chongxiao sheathed his blade, and the long blade suddenly shortened, becoming a small dagger. 226 bandits eliminated. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, eliminating a public menace. Reward, 50 contribution points. He was surprised to hear the system prompt after using the unsheathable blade. The host will enter a weakened state for 30 minutes. During this period, the host will become extremely weak. 3-year-old child could take the host's life. Zhen Chongxiao immediately felt weak, his vision blurring. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? He collapsed weakly to the ground. Luckily he had already eliminated all the scum. Otherwise, Zhen Chongxiao lay on the ground powerlessly, his body stiff, his strength seemingly drained. Everyone, you can now pass on in peace. Li Qingyang crossed his arms, his thumbs constantly rotating back and forth. He sat on the sect steps, looking very anxious. Lu Qianqin stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the main gate. Senior sister, what should we do next if something happens to the sect master? She leaned against a pillar and said seriously to Li Qingyang, who widened his eyes as if struck by lightning, unable to believe what he had just heard. Is that even a question? I'll be the sect master and you'll be the head disciple. Qianqin continued with her usual cold expression. You don't have to worry too much. That guy has many secrets. Perhaps as soon as she finished speaking, a flicker of extreme surprise crossed her eyes. Zhen Chongxiao was safe and sound, walking towards the sect step by step. Li Qingyang quickly stood up, a joyful expression on his face, and approached Zhen Chongxiao. Sect Master, have you finally come to your senses? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. We should have reported it to the authorities first. Zhen Chongxiao brushed past Li Qingyang. He stood there, a look of surprise in his eyes. Qingyang, there are still over 30 disciples at the foot of the mountain. Send someone to get them. He stood there, his eyes closed, a slight smile on his lips. Oh right, didn't you say you wanted to rebuild the inner courtyard? Zhen Chongxiao threw 2 large gold ingots at Li Qingyang. His mouth dropped open and he hurriedly extended his hands to catch them. He held them in his hands, his face filled with disbelief. Disciple gold ingots. Sect Master, could it be you, Black Wind Fortress? Zhen Chongxiao showed a confident smile. Black Wind Fortress. He stood there, turned slightly and revealed a proud and confident smile. I just destroyed it in passing. Black Mountain Fortress. A cruel scene presented itself. Smoke rising from the ruins, bodies lay scattered among the rubble, and a subordinate knelt on the ground reporting. Sir, from the wounds on these more than 200 bandits it can be concluded that they died from the same weapon. Furthermore, judging by the locations of the slashes, the perpetrator was likely a single person. After his subordinate finished speaking, the man with an obscured face revealed a meaningful smile. A single person, it seems a formidable individual has appeared in our Qingyang prefecture. Smoke swirled in the air as Zhen Chongxiao pressed his palms together, praying before a memorial tablet. The future of the immortal sect rests entirely on you. A memorial tablet with inscriptions and an incense burner were placed neatly. The smoke from the incense in the burner rose curling, filling the air. The system made a ba-ba sound. He opened the system panel, pondering and muttering to himself. I need to prepare basic cultivation techniques for them, but the store doesn't have any suitable options. The sect's disciples are all ready now. A notification popped up from the system store. Refresh costs 10 contribution points. Helplessly, he had to waste 10 contribution points to refresh the store. Zhen Chongxiao wore an ugly, disheveled and pained expression, his face filled with unshed tears. However, the system said the items after refreshing would be random. It's very likely I'll waste these 10 contribution points and not get what I need. Based on my crappy luck attribute from my past life, it's hard to say. He clicked agree to refresh on the system, spending the sect's contribution points in a desperate gamble. 41. He stood there staring intently at the system panel, and then his eyes filled with shock as he looked at what appeared before him. It was a system panel showing the quantity of supreme-grade heart techniques. Zhen Chongxiao was so happy he both cried and danced. Congratulations to the host for being extremely lucky. The probability of getting a supreme-grade heart technique from the primary store is only 1. Olay, a high-pitched sound echoed throughout the sect. Qianqin, Qingyang, come to the main hall to see me. Qingyang and Qianqin stood before Zhen Chongxiao, who was currently sitting on the sect master's chair, still wearing a smug smile. What has made the sect master so smug? He announced with great joy. This king, no, today this sect master has decided to do the first great thing for our immortal sect. A moment later, Qianqin and Qingyang's faces were filled with surprise. Neither could understand. Zhen Chongxiao held a design drawing in his hand and said, I've already designed it. Qingyang, take this drawing and find a tailor shop with good craftsmanship. He had just recovered from his surprise and stammered. But sect master, didn't you say the first great thing was to impart the entry-level heart technique to the disciples? Qingyang was full of doubt, holding the design drawing and pointing at it. He said to Zhen Chongxiao, who was very dissatisfied, and why is the chest part of the uniform open? Shut up. Am I the sect master or are you? No opinions allowed. He took out a heart technique manual from his robes. As for the heart technique, I've already prepared it. It's our immortal sect's exclusive secret manual. He smiled and held the heart technique manual up in front of him, named Yi Jin Jing. When the system's voice sounded, Zhen Chongxiao became serious. The host wishes to change the heart technique. The rationalization function has automatically activated the sect's cultivation technique. An information panel then appeared. Sect cultivation technique, Yi Jin Jing, divine grade primary. His hands operated in the air, completely incomprehensible to Qingyang and Qianqin. In his mind, he quietly asked the system, what is the function of the sect cultivation technique? The system immediately replied, the sect cultivation technique is limited to the sect master and the sect's disciples. Outsiders cannot cultivate or obtain it. It added, its tone still cold and mechanical, if a disciple is expelled, betrays the sect, or leaks it to outsiders, the system will forcibly erase their memory of the cultivation technique. Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but show an interested expression. Such high copyright awareness? Zhen Chongxiao smiled smugly. This way I don't have to worry about the divine-grade cultivation technique being coveted by others. Just as he was lost in thought, Qingyang had already walked up to him, anxiously calling out, Sect Master, Sect Master. Zhen Chongxiao quickly regained his usual composure, smiled slightly, and gently instructed, for now let's use the Yi Jin Jing I created as the sect's heart technique. Suddenly, a notification box appeared before him. Copying the secret manual Yi Jin Jing, 99. System cultivation techniques cannot be copied, 10 points. He widened his eyes, thinking in panic. Copying a secret manual actually costs contribution points too. Following that, a white light flashed from Zhen Chongxiao's hand. He smiled and began to give instructions. Qingyang, go and distribute these secret manuals to the other disciples. The secret manuals fell one by one while Qianqin and Qingyang remained dumbfounded. Their eyes were fixed on the strange secret manuals, the secret technique created by the sect master himself. Qingyang quickly picked up a newly fallen secret manual, eagerly opened it to look and silently praised it in his heart. This profound incantation is a perfect combination. He began to immerse himself in it. This Yi Jin Jing is definitely not comparable to the mortal grade mid-tier heart technique my father spent a fortune on. Could it be a superior grade heart technique? Zhen Chongxiao gently patted Qingyang's shoulder, interrupting his boundless thoughts, and said softly, take your time to comprehend it. Qingyang immediately beamed with joy and replied, thank you, Sect Master. In stark contrast to his joyful expression, Qianqin, standing beside him with a tearful glint in her eyes, glanced at him and asked, Sect Master, if this heart technique is your own creation and is not as advanced as the one the disciples are cultivating, can I choose not to learn it? Unexpectedly, Zhen Chongxiao bent down, brought his face close to hers, and whispered softly into her ear, if the heart technique you cultivate can reach the divine grade, then you don't have to learn it. Qianqin couldn't stand the embarrassment and turned away with a blush. All right, I'll take a look then. Seeing her like this, he immediately burst into laughter, thinking to himself, shy are you? It seems you're not that cold-hearted after all. As for Qingyang, he was trapped by his own dance moves, panicking and calling for help. Sect Master, save me. Zhen Chongxiao walked over, helped Qingyang untangle his trapped hands and feet, and said with a hint of mockery, Kid, how did you get yourself tied up? I'm speechless. With a hint of embarrassment on his face, Qingyang explained, I was just trying out the Yi Jin Jing a little. In another room, the heart technique manual was being flipped page by page. Qianqin was engrossed, observing every move within. Thinking to herself, this heart technique seems simple, but it's actually profound. It's definitely a genuine divine grade heart technique. She focused on meditating, trying to apply the meridian opening moves. It's impossible for a common grade spiritual root to create a divine grade heart technique. Unless the Ironbone sect is truly an ancient sect. Qianqin let out a gentle breath, a brilliant smile blooming on her face, her heart filled with joy. Great, it doesn't conflict with my supreme profound Ice Heart Sutra. If I cultivate both simultaneously, perhaps I can get my revenge soon. Zhen Chongxiao's silhouette appeared in her mind. It seems I've underestimated the Ironbone sect and the sect master. At this time, Zhen Chongxiao was also meditating in another place. He had just let out a breath of relief, as if he had just comprehended some move. He couldn't stay serious for long. Zhen Chongxiao leaned back with a playful grin, lifting his stiff leg to complain. System, I've been comprehending for half an hour and my leg is numb. Why is there no reaction at all? The system immediately appeared and replied, the host's spiritual root aptitude is too poor. Even if the Yi Jin Jing is simple, it's more difficult for you to cultivate than for others. Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao's face instantly turned ashen. Are you saying that without the system I'm worse than a dog? The system replied mercilessly, like a basin of cold water poured directly on Zhen Chongxiao. Congratulations to the host, your reasoning ability is superb, he spoke seriously. If 1 hour isn't enough, then a day. If a day isn't enough, then a year. I don't believe it. Without this system of yours, I can't succeed in cultivation on my own. Afterwards, Zhen Chongxiao struck an extremely strange pose which looked very uncomfortable for his waist. 2 days later, Zhen Chongxiao appeared with dark circles under his eyes from lack of sleep. But his face was filled with a brilliant smile. I didn't eat or sleep, but I finally managed to circulate the qi for a minor celestial cycle. The system immediately appeared, broadcasting a series of messages. Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden quest, rewarded with 10 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest. Diligence can make up for lack of intelligence, rewarded with 10 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest. Self-reliance, rewarded with 10 contribution points. His face was haggard and weary, and he said weakly, it seems the system doesn't want me to rely on it either. Luckily I worked hard. Suddenly the door slammed open with a bang. Qingyang rushed in from outside, his face filled with excitement, his voice echoing throughout the room. Sect Master, I just completed a major celestial cycle. I feel like I'm about to break through to the 12th layer of meridian opening. Qingyang's proud announcement was like a bolt from the blue for Zhen Chongxiao. A major celestial cycle, the 12th layer of meridian opening. His anger reached its peak. He shouted loudly, you monster, get out of here. In the early morning of the immortal sect, a disciple was sitting cross-legged, concentrating on his cultivation. Suddenly he shouted excitedly, his eyes filled with pride and determination, 8th layer of meridian opening, I've finally broken through. A pillow flew from nowhere and hit the disciple directly. The person on the bed next to him sat up sleepily and cursed, you idiot, since the sect master bestowed the Yi Jin Jing, you're the last one among all the disciples to break through. Have you no shame? Why are you shouting for no reason? Give me back my pillow. Get out, Qingyang reported to Zhen Chongxiao. Sect master, since cultivating the Yi Jin Jing within 10 days, 9 people have broken through 3 layers and 5 have broken through 4 layers. And 1 person broke through 5 layers. His face lit up with a happy smile as he continued, and within 10 days all the disciples have broken through at least 1 layer. Sect Master, in just 20 days all the disciples have broken through. If this news gets out, I don't know how shocked the martial world will be. Zhen Chongxiao was trimming leaves in the garden. He called out to Qingyang. He smiled, his gaze turning to Qingyang. From now on, this kind of thing will be commonplace in our immortal sect. As the second disciple, you must learn to adapt. After hearing this, he was stunned and bowed his head in admiration, praising, you're like a god to be able to create such a cultivation technique. Forgive my impudence, disciple. I'll go back and arrange the next step of cultivation for my junior brothers. With that, Qingyang turned and left, leaving Zhen Chongxiao alone sitting there and stretching his muscles. He smiled smugly and thought to himself, as expected of a supreme-grade cultivation technique, in less than a month everyone has successfully cleared their meridians. At this rate, the sect's growth is just around the corner. It's a pity I couldn't exchange for the marrow cleansing sutra. Afterwards, Zhen Chongxiao's expression turned worried and helpless again. It seems I can't leave this continent. Zhen Chongxiao clutched his head in frustration and complained, damn it, I've been accumulating spiritual energy all day to clear my meridians, but I still failed. Didn't they say the success rate was 50? Why am I the only one in the whole sect who failed to clear my meridians? Are you looking down on my common grade spiritual root? System prompt. Host, I recommend a pill that might help you. The system interface displayed spirit gathering pill. After consumption, the speed of spiritual energy condensation increases 5-fold. Note, only the sect master can use it. The effect lasts for 24 hours. 10 contribution points. Zhen Chongxiao was very satisfied with this new pill from the system. As he selected it, he praised, the speed of condensing spiritual energy increases 5-fold. Good, this is a good thing, I'll buy it. After buying the pill, he immediately put the small green pill into his mouth and swallowed it. At this moment the power in his body surged, circling around Zhen Chongxiao. He smiled as he felt the spiritual energy flowing through his body. After just one minor celestial cycle, spiritual energy rushed in like a tide. At this rate, it won't be long before I can accumulate enough spiritual energy again. Zhen Chongxiao sat cross-legged on the wooden bed, feeling the abundant spiritual energy. He silently marveled, This is probably the absorption speed Qingyang and the others usually experience during cultivation. It feels so good, the system spoke up, warning. The host is overthinking it. Qingyang has a superior grade spiritual root, and his absorption speed is much faster than this. The thrill he feels is something you can't even imagine. Zhang Changxiao didn't want to hear any more and immediately waved his hand to dismiss it. Get lost. The night passed peacefully. A crescent moon hanging high in the sky over the immortal sect. Zhang Changxiao was still in his room sitting cross-legged and meditating, cultivating his spiritual energy. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. Zhang Changxiao laughed loudly, proudly feeling the 11th layer of the meridian opening realm. The system spoke up again, scolding him. A supreme grade Yi Jin Jing plus a spirit gathering pill, and you still need 5 attempts to succeed. This system is willing to call the host the trash of all trash. Zhang Changxiao's face was very unhappy because of the system's words. His eyelids drooped. He turned his head and asked the system, the spirit gathering pill is noted as only usable by the sect master. Does that mean there are also pills suitable for the disciples? The system dutifully answered Zhang Changxiao. That's right, because the trash, no, because the host has suddenly become smarter. This system hereby recommends a product very suitable for disciples. The screen displayed Disciple Spirit Energy Formation Primary. Instructions, simply inserted into the ground to create a 100 square meter spirit energy formation. The spiritual energy effect within the formation is twice that of the outside. Usage time takes effect immediately after the formation is activated. Price, 10 contribution points. Note, only effective for disciples. After the formation is activated, it consumes 1 contribution point every 24 hours. Zhang Changxiao's face was displeased. He was worried about the 1 contribution point per day. This burns through money too quickly. All my assets can only last for a month. The system suggested to Zhang Changxiao, as the disciples become stronger, the sect will also become stronger. Then you can have the disciples earn contribution points for the host to buy 5-star items. He agreed. That makes sense. I'll trust you this once. Afterwards, spiritual energy filled his palm. System prompt. The host has used 10 contribution points and obtained 1 primary disciple spirit energy formation. The system gave Zhang Changxiao a basket of flags and attached instructions. Sect contribution points remaining, 301. Instructions. Zhang Changxiao held the flag from the system and studied the instructions. First, press and hold the start button for 3 seconds. Suddenly a loud shout was heard. Sect Master, a disciple in red, rushed in frantically shouting, "This is bad, someone is causing trouble outside the sect gate." Zhang Changxiao frowned, his gaze sharp. Causing trouble? Then he revealed a strange smile and asked, "Are you saying another mob has come to give me express?" A large foot flew over and kicked the red-clad young man hard, leaving a deep shoe print on his chest as blood sprayed from his mouth. The ruffian stomped on him repeatedly, shouting, beat him to death for me. A beggar dares to steal our I family's pills." Elder I held a fan over his mouth, saying contemptuously, "His cultivation is nothing special, but he runs pretty fast." He looked down with a sharp, scornful gaze at the beaten young man, his face filled with disdain. "You made this young master chase you to this godforsaken place, just a ruined temple, and you even dirtied my new cloud-treading shoes. Beat him to death." Just as they were violently beating the person, a voice suddenly came from the distance. "Stop!" Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. Zhang Changxiao and Qingyang walked out. He announced loudly, "This is the territory of the immortal sect. If you want to fight, get lost and do it somewhere else." After hearing Zhang Changxiao's arrogant words, Elder I seemed furious. He turned and roared, "What a tiny little sect dares to tell this young master off? Are you an idiot?" Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Changxiao's foot was already flying at Elder I's face. A single kick sent the young master flying. His subordinate was stunned as Elder I was sent flying away. He spat out blood and slammed hard against a nearby tree root. At this point, Zhang Changxiao was also stunned, muttering to himself, "What happened? Why did I suddenly lose control and kick out like that?" The subordinates quickly ran over to help up the unconscious Elder I. "Young master, wake up." Another subordinate turned around, crying, and warned, "You even dare to hit the 3rd young master of the I family, the immortal sect, right? Just you wait for your entire sect to be annihilated." Zhang Changxiao showed no fear, just a slight smile. "Is the I family that powerful?" Many people from the immortal sect had gathered to watch. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "They dare to annihilate our immortal sect?" Intimidated by Zhang Changxiao's confidence, those who had just been making arrogant threats were now trembling with fear. Zhang Changxiao thought to himself, "It seems that after the collective breakthrough, the disciples understand the benefits of solidarity and have become more united." Qingyang pulled Zhang Changxiao aside and whispered in his ear, "Sect Master, the I family is the #1 family in Huyang City. They specialize in pills and are the supplier for many sects. They have immense financial power and extensive connections." Air rushed into Elder I's nostrils. He trembled as he gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he did upon waking was to roar, "How dare you kick me, Elder I, in the face? I'll give you one chance. Have your sect master come here and kneel to apologize to me. Otherwise," Changxiao clapped his hands as if he'd had a revelation. No wonder I felt the urge to kick you the moment I saw you," he continued. "So your name is Elder I." After hearing this, Elder I's eyes reddened with rage. He roared, "Elder I, my ass, I am Elder I. Get your sect master out here. This young master will make him expel you from the sect." With unparalleled arrogance, Zhang Changxiao brushed back his hair and said, "What are you shouting for? I am the sect master." Hearing his introduction, Elder I and his subordinates were all dumbfounded and speechless. They all shouted in anger, "Sect Master of the Immortal Sect, do you think I'll let you off just because you hide at home like a coward and send some small fry to trick me?" Jun Changxiao reached out, grabbed Elder I by the collar and hauled him up. Bringing his intimidating face close, he said through gritted teeth, "Are you a fucking idiot? The Sect Master is standing right in front of you. What are you still shouting for? Who did you just call a small fry?" Then he flung him away. Elder I was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Jun Changxiao roared, "Get lost!" Seeing this, the subordinates rushed over. "Young master, is that fellow still refusing to yield?" He answered, "I'm fine. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Let's go." The three immediately carried their master and fled. Jun Changxiao called for Qingying. He turned to look at him, bawling his eyes out with tears streaming down his face. "Do I really not have the air of a sect master at all?" Qingying comforted him. "Sect master, don't cry. You still kind of look the part." The sky grew gloomy. Inside the Immortal Sect, the person who had been seriously injured earlier lay on a bed groaning softly. Qingying was examining his injuries. He had 8 broken ribs and signs of internal damage. At most, he could only hold on for 4 hours. More importantly, an ordinary doctor couldn't heal him. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Qingying's eyes, and his expression turned serious. He stammered, "Unless," Qingying stood up and suggested, "we use the ancient pill passed down in our Immortal Sect. Only then can his life be saved." Qianqin replied, "That kind of instant healing pill, you think they're as common as soybeans that we can have one just by asking?" At this point, Jun Changxiao spoke up, "Actually, I have a healing pill on me right now. Tell me, should I use it to save him?" Simultaneously, Qingyang replied, "You should." But Qianqin was the complete opposite, replying, "You shouldn't." Jun Changxiao narrowed his eyes. "Oh, this is interesting," he said softly. Qingyang's face was filled with concern as he urged, "Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda." Qianqin immediately countered, "How many people die on the Starfall continent every day? Can you save them all?" Listening to the two argue, Jun Changxiao smiled and said, "Qingyang, your kindness is precious." After speaking, he stood up and walked to the bedside. "But sometimes reality is cruel." Jun Changxiao continued nonchalantly, "When I gave you that pill back then, I had no idea its effects were so powerful." He walked over to stand in front of Qingyang. "Now that I know how effective it is, of course I can't just casually use it to save a stranger." Puzzled, Qingyang retorted, "Is the Sect Master regretting that you gave me that healing pill?" Jun Changxiao immediately denied it. "Because I saved you. You joined the Ironbone sect as the second disciple. Not saving you back then is what I would have regretted." From the system space, Jun Changxiao took out another emerald green pill. "One pill helped me recruit a disciple of exceptional talent." He walked over to the man trembling in pain, hoping for another lucky break this time. Qianqin was surprised by his decision and tried to persuade him. "You want to save him? Do you really think he's a genius like the second junior brother, so you're saving him casually?" Unswayed by Qianqin's words, Jun Changxiao gently helped the young man up and fed him the pill. "Maybe I'll get lucky." The pill was sent into the young man's mouth, sliding down his throat. Suddenly his eyes rolled back. He sat up with a jolt, coughing uncontrollably. Jun Changxiao helped him sit up. "Kid, you know I almost died saving you just now." The young man looked at him. "Sect Master Jun is as fast as lightning." He took a step back, lowered his head, and pleaded, "Sect Master, please accept me into the Ironbone sect." A surprised look appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. "I was planning to beat around the bush before asking you. You're quite straightforward. What's your name?" Kneeling on the sect's mat, he replied respectfully, "My name is Shao Zuiji from the Shao family of Liang City." Hearing this name, Qingyang jumped in surprise. "You're the Shao Zuiji, the genius with a supreme-grade spiritual root, the kind seen only once in a millennium." Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold. Regarding Shao Zuji's origins, a direct descendant of the Shao family in Liang City, Qingyang Prefecture. Black hair, eyes full of passion, and a supreme-grade spiritual root, he was a renowned genius in Qingyang Prefecture. But in the past, Zuiji was widely renowned. Later, for unknown reasons, his spiritual root degenerated to a low grade, his 12 main meridians reconnected, and his cultivation was completely wiped out. Zuiji fell from his peak, losing everything. Because his spiritual root and cultivation level dropped, his fiancée brought people over to break off the engagement, humiliating him in the process. Qingyang carefully recounted Zuji's life story to Jun Changxiao. After that, the Shao family felt they had lost face and drove him out of the family. He knew what would come after that. "Qingyang, I didn't expect you to be such a compelling storyteller." Jun Changxiao showed immense interest in him, his eyes shining brighter. "Is this kid a classic trash protagonist who had his engagement broken just like Xiao Yan?" Turning to look at Zuiji, Jun Changxiao grinned smugly. "Then that makes me his old grandpa in the ring." Fear was written on Zuji's face. He trembled with insecurity and asked, "Sect Master, would you be willing to take in a piece of trash like me?" Jun Changxiao frowned, his gaze sharp. He turned and replied to Zuiji, "Of course not." The young man was taken aback by the blunt reply. He trembled and said, "I know I'm not worthy of being a disciple of the Ironbone sect." After saying this, Zuiji turned resolutely to leave. "My apologies for troubling you, Sect Master Jun." Surprised, Qingying immediately blocked his path. "Young Master Shao, if you just stay with the Ironbone sect under the Sect Master's guidance." Jun Changxiao's voice was icy as he said, "The cliff is to the left of the gate. If you want to die, go jump. Who knows? You might even find some fateful opportunity that returns you to your peak." Zuiji continued walking without turning back. From the moment I became useless, I was destined to never encounter another opportunity in this life. Jun Changxiao began to persuade him. Arousing Zuji's spirit, he said, opportunity only falls to those who are prepared. No one in this world is born a powerhouse. There are only those who are born with the desire to become one. Zuiji stopped walking. Humiliated by your fiancé, can you stand for that? He turned his head, looking at Jun Changxiao with tears in his eyes. Abandoned by your own family, can you stand for that? As 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks, Jun Changxiao asked, don't you want to become strong to respond to that woman who doesn't know what's good for her and to that heartless family? Jun Changxiao stepped closer. He ruffled Zuji's hair. Life is unpredictable. Fortunes rise and fall. You still have a long life ahead of you. Don't be so quick to laugh at others. After hearing this, Zuji's tears flowed even faster. Jun Changxiao concluded, that's all I have to say. If you want to leave, then go. Zuji's hands clenched into fists at his waist. He knelt down and cried out, Sect Master Jun, I want to join the Ironbone sect. I want to get back everything I've lost. A smile played on Jun Changxiao's lips. You've been through a lot. Zuji's tears continued to stream down, showing no signs of stopping. Jun Changxiao affirmed, from now on I will help you find your brilliance again. The sky was still azure blue above the sect. Jun Changxiao sipped his tea leisurely, muttering to himself, helping a downcast soul regain his confidence. From now on, please call me the enlightener of powerhouses. Admiring the wisps of steam from his cup, Jun Changxiao wore a meaningful smile. The system suggested, the disciple's aptitudes are ordinary, and now you've taken in a trash disciple. This will affect the sect's development. Jun Changxiao wasn't rushed. He just took a gentle sip of tea. Don't you think it's a very fulfilling thing to raise them into experts? He had a smug look on his face. And hurry up and issue the quest so I can earn another 5 points. The system screen displayed, help the genius Xiao Zuiji regain his confidence. 5 points. Remembering something, Jun Changxiao asked the system, oh right, including Zuiji, the sect should have over 100 people now. Can we start sect quests? The text on the system screen immediately changed. System has detected that the number of sect disciples is sufficient, meeting the conditions to activate sect quests. Jun Changxiao's eyes went wide as he looked at the available quests on the screen and exclaimed, so many. His expression turned to anger. He shouted, what the hell are these quests? Fertilizing vegetables, the system warned. If the host is dissatisfied with the quests, you can use 10 points to refresh. Jun Changxiao's face changed instantly and he meekly accepted. Being a gardener isn't so bad. A disciple should go out and get some exercise anyway. Then Jun Changxiao laughed loudly and ordered, Qingyang, bring the disciples here to receive their quests. The sky grew darker on the mountain path next to the sect. The disciples were busy sweeping away fallen leaves. Qingyang was assigned to sweep leaves in a daze while Zuiji was tasked with carrying water. Qianqin, on the other hand, had to quietly write letters for the local elderly. She was not the least bit happy about it. To think that after a few words from that bastard I'd end up here writing letters. She recalled Jun Changxiao's smug expression. Success. True cultivation begins with mundane chores, but an order was an order. Qianqin turned to the old man behind her. Sir, what would you like to write in the letter? The old man didn't hear her, so Qianqin turned back to him. He used all her might to shout, what letter do you want to write? The reply was still a single ha. Nearby, Qingyang listened helplessly as Qianqin's shouts echoed all around. What letter do you want to write? What letter do you want to write? You want to. Jun Changxiao, you are so dead. Elsewhere, Jun Changxiao was sitting peacefully when he suddenly sneezed. With a smile, he turned to the system and asked, System, you see, I think I might be allergic to spending contribution points. Jun Changxiao stood before the strength testing machine, hoping that the 10 contribution points would be enough this time. The system provided information on the device. The strength tester can accurately detect strength values. The host can periodically test his own and his disciples' strength. Jun Changxiao gathered strength in his hand, preparing to hit the machine. Let me give it a try. He used his full power and slammed a punch into the strength tester. A huge smoking hole appeared in the center of the machine. Host current strength 900 kg. In comparison, most other martial artists at the 12th layer of meridian opening can only reach 700 to 750 kg. Jun Changxiao gave a slight smile and confidently denied it. It must be because of the Yi Jin Jing. I'll try again. Suddenly a loud shout startled Jun Changxiao, making his face turn pale. Jun Changxiao, get your ass out here. He trembled slightly, his face pale, and slowly turned his head. That deep hoarse voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away. It must belong to a very powerful person. Qianqin strode over aggressively. Jun Changxiao still asked innocently, Qianqin, you're back. Did you see anyone outside? The person with the hoarse deep voice. Jun Changxiao broke out in a cold sweat, his face filled with fear and Qianqin's scolding. Jun Changxiao. Qianqin was furious, her hands clenched into fists in a threatening manner. Do you know what it feels like to shout until your throat is hoarse, writing letters for those hard-of-hearing old folks? Jun Changxiao was intimidated by Qianqin and trembled. So that was your voice? Calm down. Jun Changxiao's pained screams echoed throughout Qingyang City. Give me back my sweet girlish voice. Qianqin, don't hit my face. Jun Changxiao clapped his hands and gave a thumbs up, praising, as expected of the uniform I designed, it perfectly showcases our sect's character. Qianqin wore a short red skirt with golden patterns, while Li Qingyang wore blue pants and a matching jacket. He spoke up, Sect Master, let's put the matter of the sect uniform aside for now. He looked at Zhen Chongxiao's swollen and bruised face and asked with concern, "What happened to your face?" Zhen Chongxiao could only lie. "It's nothing, I was cultivating the Yi Jin Jing and had a minor deviation." Suddenly, Qianqin complained from behind, "I hate red." Hearing the strange voice, Li Qingyang also looked around. "Who's speaking?" Zhen Chongxiao immediately put on a stern face and ordered, "Qingyan, change senior sister's uniform to white." Then he turned around again with an appeasing smile. "Qianqin, are you satisfied now?" Qianqin's eyes were pensive, her hands trembling. It was unclear what she was thinking. She only gave a quiet reply. Qianqin's expression at that moment was enough to frighten Zhen Chongxiao. He thought to himself, that expression doesn't seem like she simply dislikes red. I wonder when this girl will be able to speak normally again. A call suddenly came from the distance. "Sect Master," Zhen Chongxiao replied happily. "Here, Xiao Mo has arrived." Xiao Mo ran over, panting as he reported, "Sect Master, someone outside wants to see you." Su Xiaomo, the third disciple of the Iron Bone Sect. After hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao's face was filled with confidence. Everything was within his expectations. He had already sensed his attacking aura before, but he didn't expect him to be so courteous instead of attacking directly. Oh, the elite quest from the system. Teach the I family elder a lesson. The I family elder arrived at the sect gate, his body exuding a murderous aura, yet he was very polite. He looked at Zhen Chongxiao. The polite smile on his face, he greeted, "Are you the sect master of the Iron Bone Sect, Zhen Chongxiao?" "I am the I family elder Isekai'd." Zhen Chongxiao walked to the door, his head held high. "Is Elder I here because of Idong being beaten?" Isekai'd replied, "That's right." Zhen Chongxiao showed no fear. He smiled faintly, his gaze sharp. "A direct descendant of the I family, you dare to cause trouble at the entrance of my sect. He beat my disciple, so it's only reasonable for this sect master to teach him a lesson." Isekai'd still followed the rules and retorted with a smile, "Oh, according to you, the person who stole my I family's pills is also your disciple?" After speaking, he slowly approached Zhen Chongxiao, his entire body exuding the aura of an elder. "Since that's the case, it's simple. For the sake of the 100-sect alliance, the I family won't pursue the matter of the stolen pills, but since you beat Idong, I must." His eyes turned cold and his smile vanished. He emphasized word by word, "Break one of your legs and one of your arms." Zhen Chongxiao laughed heartily, clapping his hands in praise. Well said, well said. "In that case, please enlighten me on the training ground, Elder I." He struck a provocative pose, looking down at the other party, inviting him. Then the two turned and walked towards the arena. Isekai'd smiled, a hint of amusement on his face, but his tone also carried a trace of contempt. "You, a junior in the Meridian Opening Realm, dare to challenge me, a 5th-rank martial disciple. You've got courage." Several disciples of the Iron Bone Sect stood by, discussing among themselves. A martial disciple, the bandits on Black Mountain, even the leader who was a martial disciple. Weren't they all killed by the sect master? The sect master will be fine. Hearing the disciples' words, Isekai'd repeated, "Killed the bandits of Black Wind Fortress." His expression changed, and he looked at Zhen Chongxiao with even more contempt. "Even I couldn't retreat from Black Wind Fortress unscathed. Sect Master Zhen, did you lie to your own disciples for the 1,000 taels of gold bounty?" Hearing this news from Elder I, several keywords immediately popped into Zhen Chongxiao's mind. A bounty of 1,000 taels of gold. But then he heard another very shocking piece of news. "Long Qian has decided to offer a bounty for the extermination of the bandits. I must hurry to Qingyang City." Isekai'd had lost his patience and urged Zhen Chongxiao, "Kid, are you ready?" Zhen Chongxiao raised the talisman in his hand and asked with a smile, "Elder I, have you heard of the martial arts under heaven?" He coldly affirmed, "Being fast is not enough." As soon as he finished speaking, Isekai'd's blade flashed, severing one of Zhen Chongxiao's arms, sending it flying. He had a cold expression on his face. He turned to look at him, but the reality shocked him. Zhen Chongxiao was not missing an arm at all. He sat peacefully in front of him. Isekai'd was so shocked his mouth hung open he couldn't believe his eyes. All the surrounding disciples were also shocked. It turned out that what Elder I had cut off was not Zhen Chongxiao, but just an afterimage of him. Zhen Chongxiao's afterimage turned around and gave Isekai'd a provocative smile. He was extremely shocked at this moment, his eyes rolling back, his mouth unable to close. Elder I's mouth was wide open, his voice trembling with fear. "A demon." Isekai'd quickly retreated, pointing and shouting, "Demonic arts, you must have used some unorthodox illusion." Zhen Chongxiao's steps grew closer, pressing towards Elder I. "Then I'll get a little closer." Zhen Chongxiao's figure was reflected in Isekai'd's bulging pupils. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly." Zhen Chongxiao suddenly flashed behind Elder I, making Elder I's face turn ashen. "See clearly now," Elder I reacted, turned his head and swung his blade, splitting Zhen Chongxiao in two, and asked with wide eyes, "What kind of demonic art is this?" Zhen Chongxiao held his head high, his gaze looking down on Elder I. "It's not a demonic art, it's a footwork technique." Another illusion was shattered, and Zhen Chongxiao still appeared behind the slash mark. The sect master calls it the phantom step. Xiao Mo, who was standing by, also tried to widen his eyes. He asked doubtfully, "Is this what dog eyes look like?" Looking up, he saw Zhen Chongxiao and his illusion, and Xiao Mo was startled. "Heavens, how are there 3 sect masters?" Elder I kept turning his head, looking for Zhen Chongxiao. He realized that the speed was too fast, which created the illusions. Zhen Chongxiao leaned close to Elder I with a sinister smile, then lifted his foot and kicked him hard, causing him great pain. Isekai'd was sent flying, landing on one knee. He looked up unwillingly and roared, "You brat!" Zhen Chongxiao immediately appeared behind him again. He raised his foot again and kicked Elder I hard from behind. Elder I was caught off guard and fell forward to the ground. Zheng Chongxiao sneered. Although the attack wasn't very damaging, it was extremely humiliating. He stood up straight, looking down at Isekai'd at his feet and said with a faint smile, "That's why this sect master is reluctant to use it casually." The disciples watching the battle commented, "Senior brother, if the sect master keeps this up he will definitely win. I can't accept this humiliation." Elder Eye gritted his teeth. "Impossible, I am a 5th rank martial disciple." Elder Eye's angry eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "How can I be bullied by a junior?" As he spoke his hand swung wildly at Zheng Chongxiao, a net cast from heaven to earth. Zheng Chongxiao used his speed to create another illusion, calling out softly. A call suddenly sounded in Isekai'd's ear. "Elder Eye!" Zheng Chongxiao was already standing in front of him, one hand grabbing his. "Do you think there's any point in continuing this fight?" At this moment the system suddenly prompted. "The host has completed the side quest and obtained 50 contribution points. Sect contribution 74,100. Zheng Chongxiao's expression softened. He realized that the greater the difference in strength, the more contribution points he would get. That day at the Immortal Sect, Isekai'd clasped his hands and respectfully thanked Zheng Chongxiao. "Thank you for your mercy, Sect Master Zheng." Zheng Chongxiao walked forward and placed his hand on Isekai'd's shoulder, making him tremble. "Elder Eye, a disciple stole the Eye family's pills as the sect master. This sect master is also at fault." Zheng Chongxiao had a sly expression on his face. He looked at Isekai'd and lowered his voice. "But my disciple was also beaten half to death by young Master Eye. Let's call it even." His gaze shifted, carrying a threat. Zheng Chongxiao asked for Isekai'd's opinion. "What do you think, Elder Eye?" Isekai'd broke out in a cold sweat, his hands clasped together, and he bowed his head saying, of course, it's common for young people who haven't seen the world to get into fights. The Eye family won't pursue the matter." After speaking he turned and left, walking down the steps of the Immortal Sect, his face filled with unwillingness. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect the sect master of the Immortal Sect to be a hidden master. I must report this to the family head as soon as possible. This person must be befriended, not made an enemy." Recalling Zheng Chongxiao's appearance just now, he felt a sense of fear. With such terrifying speed he could probably kill a martial master with ease. In the quiet depths of the forest, the flirtatious sounds of a man and a woman were suddenly heard. "Stop touching my back. What if someone sees us?" A man and a woman were embracing under a tree. The man comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Mo. This place is very remote. I haven't seen you for days. I couldn't even eat." Then he puckered his lips to kiss the girl, but a sound came from the air. The man looked up puzzled. "What's that sound?" Zheng Chongxiao was sitting on a branch sketching the two of them. He presented the drawing to them and said with a smile, "Here's a souvenir picture for you." "You're welcome, please continue." Then Zheng Chongxiao left as quickly as lightning, leaving only the drawing falling to the ground. A couple's terrified screams echoed in the air. "There's a ghost!" Zheng Chongxiao was running at an extremely fast speed. As he ran, he muttered seriously to himself, "As a veteran youth who has been single for 2 lifetimes, my principle is to destroy what I can't have, to inflict damage upon my 2 lifetimes of being a single dog." As Zheng Chongxiao ran, tears streamed down his face. "While the acceleration talisman is still in effect, I must hurry to Qingyang City's spiritual spring sect." Wherever he went, the crowd on both sides scattered. Zheng Chongxiao ran swiftly to Qingyang City, the 4 sect masters also wanting to escape the fate of being single dogs. At the Qingyang City Yamen, a soldier was on guard. Zheng Chongxiao rushed over and stopped in front of the soldier, panting as he said, "Brother guard, please inform the city lord that the sect master of the Immortal Sect has come to visit and to claim the bounty for exterminating the Black Wind Fortress." The soldier handed Zheng Chongxiao a piece of paper. "Get in line, this is your number." Zheng Chongxiao was shocked and stammered, Get in line," the soldier said coldly. He pointed to the side. "Many people have claimed to have exterminated the Black Wind Fortress." He turned around and behind him were many people waiting at the entrance just like him. Zheng Chongxiao shouted angrily, "A bunch of nobodies dare to claim the bounty." A loud roar came from inside. "Get lost!" The people present were sent flying by the pressure of the roar. The rest quickly fled, leaving only Zheng Chongxiao standing there. He thought, just a roar has such power. This city lord's strength is even higher than the Kangshan sect's elder. Zheng Chongxiao took a breath and gathered his strength. He shouted at the door, "The sect master of the Immortal Sect, Zheng Chongxiao, requests an audience with the city lord." The man's voice came from inside the room. "A month ago I heard of Sect Master Zhen's great name at the 100 Sect Recruitment Assembly. Unfortunately, I was in seclusion at the time and couldn't invite you over as a guest. What a pity." City Lord Shay stroked his beard, a smile on his lips. He called out, "Please come in." The door was made of light brown wood. Zheng Chongxiao stepped over the threshold. He walked into the room and stood opposite the city lord. The city lord sat on a chair. He had the confident posture of a family head. Seeing is believing indeed. Sect Master Zhen is a talented young man. City Lord Shia's expression suddenly changed, his eyes sharp as he asked, "But you just said you came to claim the bounty." Zheng Chongxiao smiled. "That's right. I am the one who exterminated the Black Wind Fortress." Wei Yinu immediately retorted, "With your meager strength you dare to claim to have exterminated the Black Wind Fortress? How absurd." Wei Yishi, sitting beside him, also mocked. "In my opinion, Sect Master Zhen is probably short on cash, which is why he dared to come here to swindle the bounty." Zheng Chongxiao was rendered speechless by the two's words. He asked City Lord Shay, "Who are these 2 sharp-tongued people?" City Lord Shay smiled and introduced, "These 2 are elders of the spiritual spring sect. The one on the left is Wei Yinu and the one on the right is Wei Yishi." Zheng Chongxiao's eyelids drooped slightly as he thought, Spiritual Spring Sect, it seems I've run into my enemies unexpectedly. City Lord Xie put on a stern face and asked Zheng Chongxiao, Sect Master Zheng, what evidence do you have to prove that you exterminated the Black Wind Fortress? Zheng Chongxiao had one hand in his pocket, a confident smile still on his lips. I went up the mountain alone. I personally killed the leader of the Black Wind Fortress and more than 200 bandits. Unfortunately, there were no witnesses at the time. City Lord Xie frowned, his eyes losing patience. Another one of these old tricks. Don't let him get any angrier. Zheng Chongxiao immediately interjected, City Lord, don't be hasty. The good news is I anticipated this situation and deliberately left some evidence. Zheng Chongxiao inserted a sharp object into the ground. City Lord Xia's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized it. This is Zhou Tinba's weapon. Wei Yixi's face was filled with fear. He stammered, unable to speak. The Azure Great Blade stood imposingly before Zheng Chongxiao. Its name was the Azure Dragon Great Blade. Zheng Chongxiao pondered, recalling how he had accidentally broken this blade. Luckily the system had repaired it, and it only cost a few contribution points. Wei Yinu and Wei Yishi were stunned. He looked at the blade and muttered to himself, This Azure Dragon blade is identical to the one we previously got from the Black Wind Fortress. Could he really be the one who exterminated the Black Wind Fortress? Impossible. There must be something else going on here. City Lord Xie looked at Zheng Chongxiao and asked with a polite smile, Sect Master Zheng, this blade is proof enough that you are the one who exterminated the Black Wind Fortress. I wonder if you could tell me about the process at that time. The system screen suddenly appeared, activating a side quest. Have City Lord Xie acknowledged the host as the person who exterminated the Black Wind Fortress. The task was shown as incomplete. Zheng Chongxiao smiled smugly. A spit and tell quest, this is perfect for me. It seems that one of the essential skills for a sect master is the art of bluffing. Zheng Chongxiao thought confidently. Then he turned to City Lord Xie and explained, City Lord Xie, if I had relied solely on myself, I would not have been able to pacify the Black Wind Fortress. City Lord Xie responded, So you had help? Zheng Chongxiao smiled mysteriously, not a person but a spirit. He continued to boast, or more accurately, the heroic spirits of the immortal sect. Zheng Chongxiao explained enthusiastically, as an ancient sect, although we no longer have our former glory, the heroic spirits of our predecessors still exist. Zheng Chongxiao fabricated an unbelievable story at a critical moment. The predecessors possessed me and granted me absolute power. His eyes were sharp, and he thought to himself, I'm just a rookie at the Meridian Opening Realm. Claiming I pacified the Black Wind Fortress is too much of a stretch, so I'll play the heroic spirit card. This kind of claim can't be verified, so it's absolutely fine. Wei Yinu and Wei Yishi couldn't stand Zheng Chongxiao's vague statements. They stood up and shouted, Nonsense, you're misleading the public with fallacies. He shouted loudly, trying to stop him. City Lord Xie, don't believe him. City Lord Xie remained silent, his thoughts unknown. Perhaps he too did not believe Zheng Chongxiao's absurd story. He frowned slightly and continued, Then I wonder if Sect Master Zheng could demonstrate a spiritual possession to prove it. Wei Yishi stood up and volunteered. City Lord, I am willing to go to the training ground to personally witness the power of Sect Master Zheng's spiritual possession. His eyes were full of provocation. The two of us are merely martial disciples in strength. I assume Sect Master Zheng won't refuse because of this? Zheng Chongxiao asked the system. System, how much time is left on the acceleration talisman? The system replied, 20 minutes. He smiled smugly and whispered to the system, Good. After I'm done with these two, there will still be enough time to run back to the sect. The sky was clear in Qingyang City. A whip with a purple cloth wrapped around its tip struck the ground. Wei Yishi and Wei Yinu stood on the martial arts stage smiling mockingly. Sect Master Zheng, blades and swords have no eyes, are you ready? A cunning glint flashed in Wei Yixi's eyes as he plotted, Since the Black Wind Fortress didn't want your life or the lives of those 30 disciples, then let me take them. City Lord Xie stood below the stage and spoke, Sect Master Zheng, since you have summoned the heroic spirit, shall we begin? Zheng Chongxiao held the Azure Dragon Great Blade. He said, Let's begin. Wei Yishi rushed over with his whip, a ferocious expression on his face inspiring fear. I don't care who you are, you're going to die. The ground beneath Zheng Chongxiao's feet cracked under the pressure of his stance. His name was Quickdraw. In less than a second, Zheng Chongxiao had decapitated Wei Yishi. While his introduction continued, the flash. Zheng Chongxiao's gaze was ice cold, filled with killing intent. He turned to look at Wei Yixi's severed head and body. Elder Wei, you scum colluded with the Black Wind Fortress, murdering and robbing, harming the common people. Did you ever think this day would come? City Lord Xie was shocked and blurted out. So fast. Wei Yinu was also trembling, his face turning pale. Zheng Chongxiao had already appeared swiftly behind him. He suddenly appeared behind Wei Yinu, catching him completely off guard. He slashed at him and blood sprayed from Wei Yinu's body. Zheng Chongxiao said, Whoever wants to kill me has only one path. His eyes filled with killing intent. Death. One of Wei Yinu's arms had already flown off his body. Zheng Chongxiao called out, City Lord Xie. He turned and left, leaving a large pool of blood on the martial arts stage. I'll trouble you to send someone to clean up the site. A gold ingot was tossed into the air, glittering as it flew, a truly impressive sight. Zheng Chongxiao caught the gold ingot with one hand, a smile on his face. City Lord, then I'll gladly accept these 1,000 taels. His gaze sharpened and he narrowed his eyes, starting to think. My storage ring contains all the wealth from the Black Wind Fortress. With this bounty added, I suppose I can be considered a newly rich man. City Lord Xie clasped his hands together, a gesture expressing his sincerity. Today, on behalf of the common people of Qingyang Prefecture, I thank Sect Master Jun for exterminating the Black Wind Fortress and bringing peace to everyone. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, earning 10 sect contribution points. Jun Changxiao showed a sly smile. It's nothing. As the model youth representative of Qingyang Prefecture, it's my duty to eliminate public menaces. He paused and then reminded Jun Changxiao, however, Sectmaster Jun, by killing 2 elders of the spiritual spring sect, you have made a mortal enemy. He narrowed his eyes, looking sharply at the other party. Firmly and decisively, even if I were to take a step back, they would not let this go. City Lord Xie stood up straight, his expression serious. Sectmaster Jun, they are backed by the Holy Spring Sect. They will definitely not reason with you. Jun Changxiao turned to leave, waving his hand lightly as if in farewell. Don't worry, I am not the type to be afraid of trouble. If they dare to provoke me again, he continued on his way, his gaze sharp, then they had better consider the consequences of having their sect annihilated. A subordinate knelt on the ground, reporting to City Lord Xie, who stood with his hands behind his back. Sir, based on that incredibly fast footwork just now, it is highly likely he really did exterminate the Black Wind Fortress. After hearing his subordinate's report, he said, I know he didn't want to reveal his true strength, which is why he put on that heroic spirit possession act. He then revealed a cunning, shrewd smile. Does he really think I'm a 3-year-old? That being said, he looks really young, City Lord Xie then commented seriously. However, his movement technique is so miraculous. Perhaps the immortal sect really is an ancient sect after all. Meanwhile, Jun Changxiao walked down the street, muttering to himself and calculating. Forget it. In any case, he is a decisive and ruthless person. We must find a way to build a good relationship with him and not make an enemy of him. Then he showed a very boyish smile, as happy as if he had won the lottery. Damn, I have a total of 50,000 taels of silver on me now. That's a huge sum. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. A little girl was rushing towards Jun Changxiao, who was stretching his back. What should I do now? Go to the Star Moon Pavilion for a meal and then find a brothel. The little girl in red crashed into his back with a loud thud. My precious back. Jun Changxiao turned around, rubbing his back and roaring angrily. Who dares to hurt my back? Can you afford to pay for it? He was surprised to see clearly who had bumped into him. A girl was kneeling on the ground crying with her hands on her head. It hurt so much. With tears in her eyes, the girl asked, Are you Sect Master Jun? As soon as she finished speaking, many people suddenly chased after her from behind. The girl immediately grew tense, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Little girl, let's see where you can run now, the man in the lead roared angrily, eating a free meal and then cursing the chef. Just as he was about to charge forward, he saw Jun Changxiao blocking the way with his blade. He was terrified, his mouth wide open. The blade got closer and closer to his face, making him tremble and break out in a cold sweat. You able-bodied men bullying a little girl, that's not very nice, is it? The leader's attitude changed instantly. He turned to the people behind him and said, Of course it's not nice, you all went too far. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, holy crap, he changed his tune so fast. He held up 3 fingers. All right, I'll count to 3 and you all. Both Jun Changxiao and the little girl in red were stunned. Before he could finish speaking, the group of people vanished without a trace. Unbelievably fast, how fast as lightning. The little girl quickly clasped her hands together in front of her forehead. Thank you, Sect Master Jun, for saving me. Jun Changxiao stood there and said casually to the little girl, Little sister, I'm heading back to my sect. You should go home too. Suddenly, the little girl rushed up and hugged Jun Changxiao, catching him off guard. Can you let me join the immortal sect? The little girl immediately put on a super cute lowly appearance, her round eyes sparkling. Sect Master Jun, my name is Lu Wanner, my nickname is Dudu, I'm very well behaved, please take me in. Jun Changxiao gently pushed her head away and refused. No, the sect is not accepting new disciples for now. Lu Wanner's eyes immediately welled up with tears and her loud cries echoed through the street. Jun Changxiao's face was now covered in tears, blurring his vision, his eyes and nose a mess, his voice choked with sobs. That, he blankly raised his hand to comfort her. Don't cry. Behind Jun Changxiao, he now looked as if he had just been through a sudden downpour. A group of 3 gathered, pointing and whispering without restraint. Isn't that Sect Master Jun? The child is crying so miserably, the sect master must have bullied her. That's just too much. In the end, Jun Changxiao seemed unable to withstand the unreasonable attacks and reluctantly agreed. Hey, stop crying, I agree. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanner instantly stopped as if petrified, her face glowing as if she had just eaten a 100-year-old spirit fruit. The little girl said smartly, Let's go. Wanner skipped along, waving her hands, looking extremely excited. She chattered nonstop like a sparrow released from its cage. Sect Master, I'm hungry. I want to eat the fried cuttlefish balls from the Star Moon Pavilion. Wanner's requests became increasingly unusual. She listed dishes as she walked, as if reciting the menu of a heavenly banquet. Honey-glazed roasted meat, braised beef, red date pudding, beggar's chicken. Jun Changxiao's mouth was wide open, his teeth sharp as saws, his face contorted with anger. He roared, Is our sect a branch of the Dian Society on the Starfall continent? We even have someone ordering dishes now. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanner looked at him pitifully. Her eyes watery like a lake just before a storm, he said weakly in a low, lifeless voice, I was wrong. The scene changed to the Daewee house, where a sudden gasp of amazement was heard. The table was now filled with earthly delicacies, all the dishes emitting an alluring aroma. Another gasp of amazement was heard, this time more excited than the last. Jun Changxiao picked up a piece of food and put it in his mouth, his eyes narrowed, a smug smile on his lips. He sighed in satisfaction. A delicacy of the mortal world. Then right beside his ear, Jun Chongxiao heard Wanner expertly critiquing the dishes like a master chef descending from the mountains. The fried cuttlefish balls were overcooked. The taro and chicken stew didn't have enough salt. The dumplings were taken out of the water too early. He couldn't help but mock her. You ate more than I did and you still have the nerve to criticize the chef? The little girl smiled playfully and replied, you were starving to death, so of course you wouldn't care about the quality of the food. He glanced at the little girl, teasing her with a smile, as if you know how to cook. Wanner replied calmly, I don't know how to cook. As she spoke, the little girl suddenly transformed into a true imperial chef. I only know how to prepare cuisine. The little girl enthusiastically listed techniques, for example. Stir-frying, deep-frying, stewing, braising, steaming, flash-frying, boiling, and roasting. The little girl winked playfully, her face full of confidence. If cooking also had grades, then I would definitely be divine grade. Jun Chongxiao's gaze turned dark, filled with suspicion, and his voice was low. Little one, are you really that good? Faced with his suspicious gaze, Wanner remained unfazed, her smile brilliant. She placed her hands on her hips, full of confidence, and with a brilliant smile she narrowed her eyes. If the sect master doesn't believe me, after we return to the sect I will show you my skills and let you know what a true delicacy of the mortal world is. The scene changed. A feather floated in the air like the opening of a light-hearted story. It turned out to be a chicken feather which was now sitting peacefully on Jun Chongxiao's head. The rooster flapped its wings energetically, sending feathers flying everywhere. Wanner turned around, her voice crisp. Besides the bowls, chopsticks, pots, pans, vegetables, and meat that are bought from the market, sect must also have a vegetable garden, a fish pond, and a livestock farm. Jun Chongxiao held a chicken in his hand, his head covered in chicken feathers and an indescribable brown liquid, his face expressionless. Don't say it all at once. The inner courtyard can be built with these things for you. As if sensing something, Jun Chongxiao silently raised his head. From his hair an unknown brown liquid, but everyone knew what it was slowly trickling down. A faint crack sound was heard in the azure sky. Afterwards, on a quiet road, a large pile of goods was being moved, accompanied by a few heart-wrenching groans. Jun Chongxiao bent over exhaustedly, his face grim, carrying a huge bundle on his back that seemed to contain the agricultural products of the entire universe. Wanner walked leisurely beside him, enthusiastically encouraging him. Go, Sect Master. Jun Chongxiao was trembling all over now, shouting for his disciples, you brats, hurry out and move this stuff. Then he suddenly frowned, realizing something was wrong. Who was this person? Standing at the entrance of his iron-boned sect was the figure of a stranger. Xiao Mo ran out happily to greet him. Sect Master, you're back. Jun Chongxiao handed over the large pile of heavy goods to his two disciples. He turned his head and glanced at the stranger outside the gate. Who is this person? Is he here to cause trouble? Hearing the sect master's question, Xiao Mo immediately froze and answered with cold sweat trickling down. Sect Master, he said his name is Ma Yangning, a wandering swordsman, and he wants to come here and spar with you. Jun Chongxiao calmly judged. Here to die? Xiao Mo added. He's been standing there motionless for 4 hours. Behind him, the corner of Jun Chongxiao's mouth tilted up slightly. 4 hours, it seems his strength is quite impressive. In the kitchen, a low voice was heard, belonging to a person wearing an old chef's hat. Is Dudu really capable of cooking at such a young age? This was Qingyang. He was proving his culinary skills to Jun Chongxiao, saying, no matter what, my royal clear water noodles are still invincible, second to none. Jun Chongxiao wouldn't hear of it. He glanced at Qingyang and said bluntly, what's there to show off? Isn't it just noodles with a few scallions? Jun Chongxiao added another cold remark, extinguishing Qingyang's fantasy. This is true culinary art. Qingyang was dumbfounded, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out, unable to believe what was happening before him. In front of him, Wanner was performing a godlike carrot slicing skill. The wok was tossed fiercely, sending the ingredients inside flying into the air in a clear arc. Puffs of aromatic smoke wafted over, the smell alone making one's stomach rumble. In the spacious main hall, cheers rose and fell, filled with excitement. Dinner's ready. The dining table was now filled with a dazzling array of delicious food. Each dish was arranged neatly, clean and tempting. So delicious, the disciples were all seated. Some feasted heartily, their chopsticks flying. Some held their bowls and gobbled down their food as if it were their last day on earth. A delicacy of the mortal world. In another corner, Jun Chongxiao and Qingyang were also burying their heads and eating heartily. As he ate, Jun Chongxiao praised, her skills are indeed much better than the chefs at the Star Moon Pavilion. Beside him, Qingyang was slurping his noodles, tears streaming down his face. I have to admit, my noodles are absolute garbage. Wanner puffed out her chest and said, the chefs at Star Moon Pavilion are just average. How can they be compared to a high-class chef like me? Once I comprehend a higher realm, the food I make will definitely be able to help everyone improve their strength. Jun Chongxiao, still chewing on a chicken leg, said, oh, you can level up by eating? That's amazing. Wanner happily raised her head and asked, her small face full of hope, Sect Master, can I join the immortal sect now? Jun Chongxiao also replied with a smile, a few crumbs of food still stuck to the corner of his mouth. Of course, I was even considering going on a hunger strike if you didn't join. A crescent moon hung quietly in the night sky, its gentle light sprinkling on the rooftop, casting a layer of tranquility. Qianqin was curled up on the roof, hugging her knees, quietly gazing into the distance. She rested her chin on her sleeve, thinking to herself, another full moon night. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. Jun Chongxiao was standing there at some point. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? Where will you get the energy for tomorrow's quest? He walked to her side, sat down relaxedly, propped his hands on the roof looking like he was leisurely enjoying the moon, and slowly began to speak. I think if you have something on your mind. He turned his head to look at her, his eyes twinkling with a gentle light. Letting it go and sharing it with someone will make you feel much better. Qianqin remained in her knee-hugging posture and replied coldly, "What's on my mind? I'm just enjoying the moon." Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao blurted out, "Like hell I believe that." The atmosphere started to become awkward. Both fell silent, neither looking at the other. Qianqin took the initiative to speak. "Sect Master Lu Wanner is not simple," she then explained. "As far as I know, only the Yang family of Tianyu Royal City can make food that can improve one's strength." Zhen Changxiao tilted his head slightly, his eyes lowered, a hint of confusion on his face. "Tianyu Royal City sounds quite extraordinary," he said calmly. "But Dudu's surname isn't Yang." Qianqin, expressionless, responded slowly with a simple and irrefutable logic. Names can be changed and surnames can be changed too. It was unclear what Zhen Changxiao was feeling, but the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "Hiding one's name and identity, just like you." It seemed his words had inadvertently touched a sore spot in Qianqin's heart. She said nothing more and turned to leave. "I'm going back to my room." Zhen Changxiao did not stop Qianqin from leaving. He just gently reminded her, "Qianqin, you only need to know one thing." Zhen Changxiao raised his head to the night sky, the moonlight gently casting on his face, making his words clearer and firmer. "You are the head senior sister of the immortal sect, and you always will be. So if you've experienced something in the past, whatever grudges you have, you must keep a clear head and not do anything foolish." Qianqin remained silent. Zhen Changxiao still sat there leisurely, his back to her, his voice sounding clearly. "I will back you up." Hearing him say this, Qianqin was a bit surprised. Sternness on her face gradually melted, her voice trembling slightly beyond words. Zhen Changxiao looked up at the sky, sighed softly, and a gentle sigh echoed in the silent air. "The moon is beautiful tonight." The sky was as clear as if it had been washed. The sun shone brightly and the scene within the sect was exceptionally peaceful. A clear singing voice rang out. "Little bee, buzz buzz buzz, where are you flying to? Where are you flying to?" Zhen Changxiao was humming a familiar children's song with great interest. Zhen Changxiao walked slowly, passing by the sect gate, muttering softly to himself, "The new rooster." Suddenly, the door was slammed open with a bang like a firecracker. Without warning, he let out a cry of alarm. A powerful step landed on the threshold of the slammed-open door and a figure appeared. It was an imposing man, arms crossed, his voice echoing in the hall. "My Yangning, a wandering swordsman, has come to seek guidance from the immortal sect's master." Zhen Changxiao roared from inside, his voice full of anger. "Are you awake? But why did you have to break down my door?" Yangning remained calm and composed, replying peacefully, "I have a habit. My temper is very bad after I wake up." Zhen Changxiao's eyes were dull, as if his patience had been drained, and he cursed inwardly. "Bad temper, my ass." He slowly placed his hand on his sword hilt and wisps of red electric light emanated from the scabbard. Coincidentally, his whole body was shrouded in darkness, only his eyes glowing red like a demon that had just woken up. "I just woke up too, my temper is bad and I want to kill someone." Yangning gently pushed his bamboo hat. His eyes lit up as if a switch had been flipped, the corner of his mouth curving up, making eye contact. "You are the one I must challenge." Faced with Yangning's casual attitude, Zhen Changxiao angrily pointed his sword at him. "Challenge my ass? How dare you stir my pure untouched virgin heart?" Not to be outdone, Yangning shot up like an arrow released from a bow, his cloak flying violently like unfurled wings. The two rushed towards each other like two arrows released from a bow, imposing and unyielding, both with a sense of determination. Yangning raised an eyebrow, his gaze as sharp as a blade, his voice full of provocation. "Oh, your realm hasn't even reached martial disciple. I've challenged over 30 sects in a row, and you are definitely the weakest sect master among them." Zhen Changxiao was silent, his face ashen. Without arguing or refuting, Zhen Changxiao just smiled slightly and quietly made his move. 9 forms of overlapping waves sword. First form. A crimson sword light cut through space, drawing a powerful, sharp, and decisive arc. The blade carried a terrifying pressure, forcing Yangning to retreat instinctively. His cloak flew, his heels digging into the ground to maintain balance. He used all his strength to block the blow, his face changing drastically, his teeth clenched. This power, the sword light cut through all obstacles, forming a cold cutting line. Then Yangning's eyes widened. As he stared in amazement at the blade in his hand, which had broken in two, Zhen Changxiao stood there, sheathed his sword lightly, and said leisurely, "To me, realm is just a cheap form embedded in a martial artist's consciousness. The mind is what's most important. Your strength is determined by how much your mind breaks through." Zhen Changxiao's gaze was serious, his tone calm as he looked directly at his opponent and said softly, "When you understand my words, come back and challenge me then." Yangning was still kneeling on the ground, his face pale, stammering, Sect Master Zhen." Zhen Changxiao had just turned and taken a few steps when he suddenly remembered something, and immediately turned his head, his expression serious with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Ah, right, pay me back for that door. If you don't have money, stand guard to work off the debt. Don't even think about running away, you can't escape." The scene smoothly transitioned to a cozy indoor space, a corner of the room elegantly decorated with a yellow lantern and exquisitely carved wooden window frames. Zhen Changxiao plopped down, slammed the armrest of his chair and complained with a long face, "Seriously, dealing with this kind of thing so early in the morning?" Just then a mechanical voice sounded. "The host currently has 86 contribution points. You can buy some items to relieve your frustration." Zhen Changxiao's eyes lit up as if he had suddenly realized some great truth. He grinned slyly. "Makes sense. I'm going to be a shopaholic today." The sky was clear and gentle sunlight fell on the red-tiled roof. The peaceful scene was suddenly broken by an excited voice from inside. He shouted excitedly, "This is great, this is exactly what I need, what the hell is this?" Zhen Chongxiao stood there, his gaze firm, tightly holding a faintly glowing talisman. In the end, he chose 2 trump cards to save his own skin. A sparkling introduction panel appeared in the air. Strength Enhancement Talisman Primary. Upon use, it instantly increases base strength 5-fold. Duration 60 minutes. Drawback: requires the user to have a very strong body, otherwise muscles and bones will be severely damaged after the effect wears off. Price: 20 contribution points. Zhen Chongxiao frowned, a look of confusion on his face, muttering and calculating seriously. My current strength is 2,000 jin. After a 5-fold increase, how much is that? 2 times 1 is 2. 2 times 2 is a total of 10,000. His gaze held a hint of seriousness and mystery. But the most important thing is this baby. A pistol appeared, seemingly made of a metal that shone with a dazzling golden light, reflecting a blinding glare. Zhen Chongxiao held his head high, his face full of pride and confidence. He said in a majestic tone, "Sir, the times have changed." The item information clearly appeared on the screen. Desert Eagle, original .357mm handgun. Modified to adapt to the martial arts world, using crystal cores as energy to condense bullets. Extremely fast, extremely high penetration, permanent use. Drawback: although modified, it still inherits the high recoil characteristic of a handgun, not suitable for long-range attacks. Price: 10 contribution points. Zhen Chongxiao silently picked up the handgun and removed the magazine. While fiddling with the magazine, he muttered softly, "So it doesn't use bullets but crystal cores, huh?" A slightly dejected look on his face, he raised the handgun and pouted, "But crystal cores are the core energy of fierce beasts. Even the lowest grade ones are worth 1,000 taels." Zhen Chongxiao's gaze suddenly flickered and a thought struck him. "Right, I think I saw it on the sect quest board." Just then, the system panel displayed a message. Qingyang Village villagers' quest to exterminate the Earthflame lizards on the side of Wolf Valley Mountain, incomplete. He frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Good thing the disciples have been diligent in completing quests recently. The sect contribution points have reached 70. I should get them some equipment to go grind monsters." The corner of Zhen Chongxiao's mouth lifted into a sly smile as he asked, "System, why can only disciples use sect contribution points? Can't I just take some for myself?" The system immediately replied, "No, the contribution points were earned through the disciples' hard work. They can't be used to feed a pig." The system didn't stop there and continued to advise host, "Don't say things like it's the disciples' repayment to the host. No means no." Zhen Chongxiao turned, clenched his fist and slammed it down. "If I can't, I can't, but you can't stop me from carefully picking the best equipment for them, can you?" From the depths of the quaint courtyard came a long call. "Qingyang," he glanced at Zuiji. "Qianqin, Qingyang." Xiao Mo stood in order in front of the room, then spoke solemnly. "Seeing as you are the most diligent in completing quests, I am specially rewarding each of you with a bottle of qi gathering powder." He held a white glass bottle and explained, "After using this, the speed of condensing spiritual energy will be twice as fast as usual." Zhen Chongxiao picked up the small bottle with Li Qingyang written on it and held it up. "The effect lasts for 12 hours. He was stunned, feeling flattered. "This kind of divine auxiliary medicine is only available in 5th-rate sects or higher. I didn't expect our sect master." His gaze swept across the neatly arranged glass bottles on the table as he ordered, "Qingyang, these are rewards for the disciples who completed quests. Distribute them according to the names on them." Suddenly, Zuiji stepped forward and said, "Sect Master, you don't need to give it to me." He clasped his hands and said sincerely, "I haven't opened my meridians yet, which means I can't absorb spiritual energy. This qi-gathering powder should go to a senior brother who needs it more." Zhen Chongxiao's tone was not displeased but very gentle. "I am fair in rewards and punishments. This is what you deserve. As for opening your meridians, I will think of a way." Hearing this, he immediately lowered his head and answered quickly, "Understood." He smiled slightly, holding 2 gleaming swords, and said, "Sushamo Qingyang, since you have performed outstandingly, I will reward you with something else." He picked up the sword glowing with a faint green light, held it up, and called out, "Qingyang, you've witnessed the power of this initial grade cold wind sword with your own eyes. I bestow it upon you." He was so excited he couldn't hide his joy, his voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, Sect Master." Zhen Chongxiao held a wooden sword and called out, "Xiao Mo, although you work hard, you're not reliable enough yet. I'll reward you with this wooden sword." Xiao Mo took the sword with both hands, his eyes filled with doubt as he stared at it, muttering to himself, "Thank you, Sect Master, but what can a wooden sword do?" Suddenly, as if he wanted to test it, he swung it forward. Just then, Zhen Chongxiao quickly reached out to stop him, shouting anxiously, "Wait!" But it was too late. The slash flew out at an extremely fast speed, cutting a nearby pillar in two. Witnessing what had just happened, Qianqin said, "I'm afraid the quality of this wooden sword is no less than a high-tier, low-grade weapon." He sighed softly, raised his hand to press his brow, and said softly with some helplessness, "That's why I said you're still not reliable." "Lu Qianqin, Li Qingyang, Sushamo, I now have a 3-star quest for you." Zhen Chongxiao's expression turned serious. He stepped forward and ordered, "On the hillside outside Qingyang village, there is an Earthflame wolf causing trouble and harming the village. The 3 of you will accompany me to subdue it." Hearing this, Qingyang's face grew tense. He said softly, "The Earthflame wolf is a fire-type fierce beast. Its strength is comparable to a martial disciple. This quest is a bit difficult." Zhen Chongxiao immediately comforted them with full confidence. "Don't worry, I will provide cover for you." Also, as he walked, he glanced at Xiao Mo and warned, "Xiao Mo, after we get back you must install a new pillar for me, or else I'll use you as a replacement. Wolf Valley. The hillside was steep, winding like a bow. At the foot of the mountain the trees were dense, and a small wooden cabin was hidden in the forest. At the foot of the mountain an Earthflame Wolf was lying down, resting, its eyes closed and its breathing steady. From a distance, Qingyang's steps were slow and light on the green grass, trying not to make a sound. Suddenly he stopped, having discovered something, then quickly raised his hand to signal the people behind him, the three of them immediately. Qingyang and Xiao Mo approached stealthily, surrounding the Earthflame Wolf from all directions. The Earthflame Wolf seemed to sense something was wrong. It frowned slightly, its body moved, and its breathing began to quicken. Suddenly Zhun Chongxiao's cheering voice came from up high, "Go for it." Hearing this, both Qingyang and Xiao Mo grew tense, sweat breaking out on their foreheads, their eyes filled with anxiety while he kept encouraging them, "You'll succeed." Just then the Earthflame Wolf's eyes snapped open, its red pupils filled with killing intent. It let out a ferocious roar. Its massive body stood up and the roar shook the entire forest. Facing the situation, he shouted in panic, "Sect Master, you're hiding up there. It's fine if you don't help, but why are you sabotaging your disciples?" Zhun Chongxiao stood steadily on a high branch of a nearby tree and replied with a calm smile, "You fool, this beast discovered you long ago. If I hadn't shouted, who knows who the prey would have been." Qingyang quickly dodged to the side to avoid the red flames spat by the Earthflame Wolf, saying anxiously, "Quick, get moving." A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he loudly signaled everyone to run around it. Seeing the chaotic scene from a distance, Zhun Chongxiao couldn't help but sigh and mutter to himself, "See, its skill cooldown is over." He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "You bunch of fools, cooperate? Don't you know what a team fight is?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qianqin suddenly stop, and he seemed to understand the problem. It's one thing not to have a tank, but now there isn't even a healer. At this moment, Qianqin's eyes darkened, her hands clenched into fists, and the words he had just said replayed in her mind. Not even a healer, not a healer, not a healer, not one. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Zhun Chongxiao couldn't help but speak excitedly. "Xiao Mo, stop awing and make a move." Just then a sound was heard. The branch he was standing on was cut, and his whole body swayed in the wind as if he could fall at any moment. Qianqin gripped her sword, her eyes cold, her voice like a blade. "Shut up." Zhun Chongxiao panicked and hugged the tree trunk, sweating profusely as he stammered, "Yes, boss lady, my mistake. I'll shut up." She turned her head, stared at the sword in her hand, and gave a decisive order, "Continue." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed towards the Earthflame Wolf without hesitation. Qianqin swung her sword straight at its neck. From a distance, Zhun Chongxiao watched with rapt attention, thinking to himself, as expected, Qianqin has extraordinary movement techniques. They're high grade, maybe even supreme grade. The Earthflame Wolf let out a painful howl, its head jerking back. At the same time, Xiao Mo gripped the wooden sword with both hands and shouted to muster his courage. As if cheering himself on, he rushed forward, got close to the Earthflame Wolf, and struck hard at its mouth. Xiao Mo's hands holding the sword were trembling, sweat covered his forehead, and he was panting, yet he still managed to exclaim, "So tough." Suddenly, the sound of the Earthflame Wolf's roar came from behind, spitting hot air. Instantly, flames shot out of its mouth. Xiao Mo jumped in fright and cursed, "Damn it, I didn't even hit you. Stop spitting fire at me." Panicked, Xiao Mo shouted as he ran, "Run ahead, senior sister, help!" Qingyang rushed down from behind, a fierce slash aimed directly at the Earthflame Wolf's neck. He looked at the two slash marks on the Earthflame Wolf's body, deep in thought. As expected, the cuts aren't deep enough. His brow furrowed slightly, a flash of determination in his eyes, and he shouted, "Senior sister!" Hearing the call, Qianqin immediately charged into the fray. Her figure swept past like the wind. She leaped into the air, coordinating with Qingyang on the ground. One high, one low, they attacked the enemy directly. The Earthflame Wolf sensed the imminent danger and was about to unleash its next attack. But it was too late. In an instant, two flashes of sword light struck its body and blood splattered. Two sharp slashes pierced its throat. The Earthflame Wolf collapsed, its huge head falling onto the green grass and rolling a few times. Zhun Chongxiao slowly approached and reached out to touch the Earthflame Wolf's head. In the palm of his hand, a red object appeared. He spoke with a hint of joy in his voice. "A crystal core, nice luck." Xiao Mo slowly walked over from behind and asked expectantly, "Sect Master, how did we do?" He raised his head, hands in his pockets, and replied calmly, "Your coordination was pretty good at the end. It's also thanks to the divine weapon the Sect Master bestowed, which is why it went so smoothly this time." Xiao Mo's clothes were covered in scorch marks. He said aggrievedly, "That beast kept spitting fire only at me. Now I feel like I'm constantly on fire." Zhun Chongxiao's eyes narrowed slightly as if he sensed something was off, and he asked, "It can't be, can it?" An invisible force spread out, and the air seemed to freeze. From the dense bushes, a huge black shadow quietly appeared. He spoke softly, "It's not an illusion. There's more than one here." The air seemed to stagnate. Suddenly a gust of wind blew, sweeping a green leaf into the air. But before it could land, the leaf suddenly burst into flames. Red flames instantly consumed it. Amidst the swirling white smoke, heavy footsteps sounded. A huge paw with sharp claws stepped onto the ground, and its entire ferocious figure was gradually revealed. It let out a roar that shook the entire forest. Its sharp teeth glinted coldly, ferocious and bloodthirsty. Xiao Mo stared, eyes wide, sweat beading on his forehead, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, this one is huge, and the flames from its body are much hotter." Qingyang frowned uncomfortably. "An Earthflame Wolf King." Qianqin remained calm and said slowly, "That second-grade wolf just now is nothing compared to this one. A 7th-grade fierce beast equivalent to a 7th-grade martial disciple." A heavy thought flashed through her mind. "I'm afraid we're in deep trouble this time." The flames reflected in its eyes, its pupils as red as roiling magma. Qingyang gripped his sword hilt tightly, the blade trembling slightly in the air as he brandished it. The tip of his sword pointed straight at the Wolf King, his tone resolute. "I'll hold it off. Everyone retreat first." Then he spoke anxiously, "Sect Master, please tell my father for me." Qing Yang. Before he could finish, Zhen Chongxiao stepped forward, suddenly covered his face with his hand, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Get lost, move aside. Who told you to steal my monster? He stepped forward, his straight back not retreating an inch, and instructed. Remember, the primary principle of our immortal sect is. As he got closer, Zhen Chongxiao raised his head, looked directly into the Wolf King's blood-red eyes, and said in a deep, resonant voice, "Face death as if returning home. If you're not convinced, let's fight." He stopped, reached behind him, and drew a pistol from his waist. Qing Yang and Xiao Mo could only stand there, their eyes following his back, a back ready to brave the winds and waves. Suddenly, Xiao Mo turned his head, his expression unusually serious, and asked, "Senior brother, did the sect master leave a will naming senior sister Qianqin as the next sect master?" Qing Yang was slightly taken aback, then turned his head and replied, "I'm not sure about that either." Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but roar in anger. "You ungrateful brats, I'm not dead yet." He slowly drew his pistol, standing proudly like a war god about to pronounce a death sentence. "These past few days I have spent countless hours practicing my ultimate reloading technique." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Chongxiao removed the magazine from the pistol, holding a dazzling red crystal core in his other hand. The crystal core slowly seeped into the magazine. A vertical line gradually appeared in the middle of the magazine, and red lights lit up one by one. The character for 7 shone in the center of the magazine. He stared at the number, thinking to himself, 7 bullets. The magazine was slowly reinserted into the pistol in his hand. Zhen Chongxiao raised his hand and aimed, his eyes cold as he said, "Beast, farewell forever." He pulled the trigger with his index finger, making a crisp click. But strangely, no bullet came out. At the same time, the Earthflame Wolf King opened its mouth and spat fire. He scrambled to dodge, shouting, "Holy shit, system, are you messing with me? Why won't it shoot?" The system suddenly reminded him. "The host hasn't chambered a round." Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao abruptly stopped, gripped the pistol with one hand, and forcefully pulled the slide with the other to chamber a round. He took an aiming stance. His whole body tensed like a drawn bowstring. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, shouting, "Go to hell." Before the bullet could even leave the barrel, another wave of flames from the Wolf King surged towards him, and he turned and ran in fright. Seeing this, Xiao Mo pouted, a look of confusion on his face. "The sect master is holding a hidden weapon. Why isn't he throwing it yet?" Qing Yang stood beside him, arms crossed, and replied with a grave expression. According to the sect master's way of speaking, his ultimate move probably got stuck. The system continued to remind him, "The host hasn't turned off the safety. How can you shoot?" Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown in displeasure. "There's that too." Without hesitation, he leapt up, flipped a few times in the air, and shouted, "If it still doesn't work this time, I'm formatting you when I get back." In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of the Wolf King. He said, "Hey Wolf, you spat way too much fire at me just now." His eyes shone with absolute confidence as he said, "See you later, not farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, a red bullet shot out, tearing through the wind with astonishing power, rushing towards the Wolf King like a bolt of lightning heralding its end. The muzzle flashed with red light. The bullet shot out with immense rotational force. In an instant, the bullet struck the Wolf King's head, while Zhen Chongxiao was sent tumbling backward by the powerful recoil. Its massive body crashed to the ground, shaking the entire forest. A large smoking hole was blown through the top of its head. Witnessing this, Qing Yang asked with some confusion, "To be able to kill a 7th-grade martial disciple level beast in one shot, what kind of hidden weapon is that?" Xiao Mo stood beside him, looking around blankly. "Why do I only see the Wolf King? Where's the sect master?" Qianqin suddenly turned around because a familiar voice came from a distance. Don't just stand there like fools." Not far away, Zhen Chongxiao was leaning against a tree trunk, shouting, "Hurry and get the Wolf King's crystal core, then help me up." He was still in the pose of holding the gun, muttering in pain. "I can't move." He looked ahead and sighed. "Damn it, the recoil on this gun is too strong." Qianqin sat down beside him and gently touched his arm as if to check it. Zhen Chongxiao said gently, "If you guys had a healer, I'd be up and jumping around by now." Without hesitation, she gripped his hand and bent his arm at a 90-degree angle. The crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed in the silence. Zhen Chongxiao's pained scream echoed, startling the birds in the trees into flight. After a while, everyone returned to the courtyard. He plopped down on a chair, his arm in a cast, trembling, his voice full of resentment. "System, you have to give me justice today." He looked at the pistol on the table, pouted, and sighed. "This gun wounds the enemy 8,000 but hurts myself 800. If I had missed, wouldn't I have just been waiting to die?" The system sounded, "Stop complaining. It's just because the host body is too weak." Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao's eyes widened and he cursed. "Damn it, a pistol with the power of a mortar, and you're blaming me for being weak." The system continued to report. "This Desert Eagle, enhanced by the crystal cores of this martial world, naturally won't have the same recoil as an ordinary firearm." Immediately after, the system provided another message. "Coincidentally, there is a suitable item for the host in the store. This is the training room. In the front are 3 huge doors, and on both sides are 2 very sturdy-looking side doors." Zhen Chongxiao walked into the room and asked doubtfully, "This is the muscle training room you tricked me into spending 20 points on?" He stopped and looked at the room before him. "This is a tent. A tent, will this work?" The system immediately said in a flat tone, "Don't judge by its appearance. The value lies in its quality." A chair appeared inside the tent. The system immediately notified, "If the host doesn't believe it, you can go in and try." He narrowed his eyes, bent down to look inside, and exclaimed in surprise, "How, a massage chair?" Zhen Chongxiao walked in without hesitation, plopped down on the chair, placed his hands on the armrests, and looked around, thinking, "The space around here seems interesting. Could it be that it automatically strengthens my body during the massage? Just as he was still smiling, the curtain was suddenly drawn. The sound of a lock clicked coldly. The front of the tent displayed an activation time of 2 hours. He said, full of anticipation, "Let's begin. Let's see how it massages when it's all soft cushions around here." Suddenly several straps shot out from the chair and wrapped around his wrists. Before he could react, his legs were also locked tightly. Following that, his back, waist, and chest were also tightly strapped to the chair. Jun Chongxiao's face froze, terror gradually filling his eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind. "I'm tied up tight. I have a bad feeling about this." From behind, a sudden heavy punch landed hard on his cheek. His face twisted in pain, his body went limp, and he stammered, what the hell is going on?" Before he could collect his thoughts, another heavy punch slammed into his abdomen. Just then, the system's voice sounded, "Host, please imagine that the physical body is merely a vessel. Only through 1,000 trials and tribulations can it become steel. This is precisely how the muscle forging room works." Jun Chongxiao's face was swollen and he moaned, "What kind of bullshit principle is this? Let me out, I'm still a patient." The system's voice sounded, "I'm very sorry." It then continued to notify him, "Once the muscle forging room is activated, it must run for 2 hours." As soon as the words were spoken, a flurry of fists rained down on Jun Chongxiao's entire body. He could no longer tell left from right, and only his pain screams echoed throughout the training area. "System, that's 30 hits already." Inside the tent in the training room, a continuous and violent sound was heard. Finally, the 2 hours were up. Jun Chongxiao reached out and pulled open the curtain. He staggered out, his face swollen, and pointed a trembling finger at the tent, his voice still choked with tears. "A deceptive tent, a deceptive system." The system suddenly issued a notification. "Those who bear great responsibilities must first endure great tribulations." He immediately turned his head, threw a punch at the sandbag beside him, and roared, "Shut up, I'm the one getting beaten, not you." The sandbag suddenly flashed, then displayed the words, "Phone." Jun Chongxiao paused slightly, a little surprised. "I remember hitting 1850 Jin yesterday. After being beaten for 2 hours today, I actually gained 50 Jin. The effect is that fast." Suddenly, a strange noise came from outside. He frowned and turned to look at the door. The sunlight in the front yard fell on the roof tiles, reflecting the green trees swaying in the wind. Zuiji clenched his fist and slammed it into a tree trunk, as if to vent all the pent-up frustration in his heart. His face twisted, whether from physical pain or the anger churning deep inside him. Jun Chongxiao approached from behind and said, "Zuiji, why have you come here to practice? Are you not having success cultivating the Yi Jin Jing?" Without turning back, he raised a hand to rub his eyes and replied, "I have already comprehended the Yi Jin Jing, but after days of trying to absorb it, I haven't gained a single bit of spiritual energy." Tears streamed down his cheeks as he said, trembling, "Even a divine-grade cultivation technique, perhaps in this life I can no longer cultivate. It's as if my fate has already been sealed." But at that moment, Jun Chongxiao's hand rested on Zuji's shoulder and he comforted him softly. "Don't be sad, I have gone to great lengths to find a new path of cultivation for you, called the special body tempering method." He was slightly startled, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" When his gaze fell on his bruised face, his eyes widened and he asked with concern, "Sect Master, were you bullied by someone?" He revealed a sly smile. "You'll know soon enough." Time passed from 3 hours and 59 minutes, then to 2 hours and 33 minutes, then to 1 hour and 40 minutes, and finally it ended. During this time, pain screams echoed continuously. Jun Chongxiao squatted beside him, reached out to pat his head, and asked, "Zuiji, how do you feel?" He collapsed on the ground, panting as he replied, "Sect Master, are you trying to punish me for being so downcast? But in fact, I really am useless. I can't condense spiritual energy at all." He smiled slightly and encouraged, "Don't be so quick to dismiss yourself. Try to feel your strength." Zuiji bit his lip, pushed himself up with his hands, and slowly stood up, muttering, "Strength? I can't even beat a child at the first layer of the meridian opening realm now." Unexpectedly, he suddenly clenched his fist, slammed it into the ground, and shouted, "No way!" Zuiji was stunned and slowly stood up, his eyes beginning to waver. He was panicked and pushed directly into the tent by Jun Chongxiao. When he sat on the chair, Zuiji immediately broke into a wide smile, unable to hide his joy. Sect Master. My strength has actually improved. I can really cultivate." Jun Chongxiao stood in front of the tent, looked inside, and said softly, "This room, this muscle-forging tent can help you train your body." But the corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he said, "You must stay in here for 8 hours a day. You still have 6 hours left. Continue." Zuiji couldn't help but plead in terror, "Sect Master, let me catch my breath." "Sect Master, no." Jun Chongxiao walked out, whistling as he thought to himself with his hands behind his back, "It seems I need to buy another muscle tent for myself." A few days later, Jun Chongxiao and Zuiji, both covered in bruises, were happily eating together, attracting stares from passers-by. Xiao Mo's body couldn't help but tremble as a continuous sound came from the training room. In the room, Zuiji gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms clearly visible. He raised his hand and slammed a punch into the sandbag, which then displayed the number 300. Xiao Mo stood behind him, covering his mouth with both hands, stunned. "Heavens, junior brother, even though you have no spiritual energy, the power of that punch has already surpassed many martial artists at the second layer of the meridian opening realm." Qingyang held his hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Could it be you have innate divine strength?" Zuiji quickly shook his head and replied, "No, it's the Sect Master's special training plan that has increased my strength so much." But he looked at Jun Chongxiao, who was cultivating cross-legged, his face as calm as a statue. Zuiji spoke up, "The Sect Master said there would be an even greater harvest that day." At that moment Zhun Chongxiao's eyes suddenly snapped open. A mist-like spiritual energy emanated from his body, and then he smiled and said softly, "Done. System notification. Congratulations to the host, you have cleared all 12 meridians." Zhun Chongxiao read the notification and couldn't help but be surprised. This meets the requirements to start an epic quest. System screen displayed the epic quest. In 10 days, Qingyang Prefecture will hold its biennial youth martial sect competition. The host must lead 5 disciples to participate. Quest condition. A disciple must enter the top 3. Quest failure. Failure to participate within the specified time, or a disciple being eliminated in the first round. Quest reward. To be determined based on the host's completion of the quest. He silently repeated in his mind, to be determined based on the host's completion of the quest. Zhun Chongxiao seemed very interested. If a disciple enters the top 3, does that mean the reward will also be very generous? The system praised. The host's analytical ability is superb, but I must also remind the host that the penalty for failing an epic quest is also very severe. The screen issued a warning, penalty for quest failure. Unable to break through to a higher realm for 10 years. This shocked Zhun Chongxiao. 10 years, I'd probably have been blown to smithereens by the bomb in the ring and transmigrated again long before then. He immediately shouted, "Qianqin, Qingyang, Su Xiaomo, Tian Qi, Xiao Zuiji, come to the training room to see me at the Iron Bone Sect." Zhun Chongxiao said while chewing, "The day after tomorrow, Qingyang Prefecture will hold a sect competition. You all know about it, right?" Qingyang, covered in bruises, replied, "Sect Master, that's a sect competition. All the sects will send their most outstanding disciples to participate. Their strength is much greater than that of martial disciples." The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. "Seeing you all like this, I know you've been working hard in the training room. For this sect competition, not only will I be participating." Zhun Chongxiao looked at Qingyang with ambition, "But I also want you to enter the top 3. The disciples were all astonished. Qianqin spoke up, "That's very difficult." Zhun Chongxiao immediately summoned a demon and said, "It's the difficulty that makes it a challenge. I will put you through 10 days of hellish training." He said this is a spiritual energy formation. This spiritual energy formation has double the spiritual energy. In an instant the flags in the bottle flew out and plunged into the brick ground, forming a Bagua formation. He said to Qianqin, "You will cultivate here for 10 days. Qingyang, Xiao Mo, Tian Qi, you will cultivate here and also in the training room." Qingyang and Xiao Mo looked very embarrassed. Zhun Chongxiao continued, "I will build 2 more rooms for you." Zuiji also looked at the other disciples in confusion. He then mentioned Zuiji. "As for Zuiji, this competition will be held in Liang City." Zhun Chongxiao narrowed his eyes. "That's your home and also the place where you suffered endless humiliation." He looked at Zuiji and instructed, "So for the next few days, apart from eating and sleeping, you must stay in the training room." He shouted, "Sect Master," he said with passion. "This disciple only needs to eat 1 meal a day. For the rest of the time I will not leave the training room for even half a step." Zhun Chongxiao praised. "Ambitious," he continued to instruct. "Within 10 days you must become strong and prove to them with your strength. Even without a spiritual root, without cultivation." Zuiji listened intently to Zhun Chongxiao's words. "You, Xiao Zuiji, are still the genius that Liang City has not seen in 1,000 years. The scribe wrote down the sect's name, Iron Bone Sect. Without looking up he asked, "How old are the participating disciples?" Zhun Chongxiao replied, "Lu Qianqin is 16, Li Qingyang is 17, Su Xiaomo is 16, Tian Qi is 18, and Xiao Zuiji is 17. The hand holding the brush paused. "Xiao Zuiji," he looked up and asked, "Is that the trash who was driven out by the Xiao family?" He widened his eyes and threatened, "If you want to die, try saying that again." A chill ran down his spine and he broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly handed over the card and said, "On the day of the competition, be sure to bring this card to the martial arts arena. Otherwise you will lose your eligibility to participate." Zhun Chongxiao looked at the card in his hand and said, "A direct descendant of the Xiao family, my disciple doesn't need that anymore." He wiped away the words Xiao family with his hand and said, "From now on." Zhun Chongxiao focused on the words on the card, "He is only a disciple of my Iron Bone Sect." At the Xiao residence an arm was rotating, held by the family head. "Someone wants to step on the face of the Xiao family." He sat in the darkness and said, "A piece of trash who was expelled from the family actually joined an inferior 9th-rate sect and even signed up for the competition." He gritted his teeth. "If I had known this, I should have listened to the first elder's suggestion and given that trash a cup of poisoned wine, sending him to the underworld to be reunited with his parents." Zuiji was currently training desperately. He stepped out of the tent, and Zuiji let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly his body began to spin. Zuiji slammed his fist into the nearby sandbag. A stream of air continuously emanated from his arm. Zhun Chongxiao observed from a distance, thinking, if aptitude is not enough, then make up for it with hard work. He thought to himself with satisfaction, "This kid is really seizing every second, constantly getting stronger. Excellent. I'm really looking forward to you venting all the grievances and humiliation you once suffered in the competition." Zhun Chongxiao's gaze became resolute. "Rest assured, if those old geezers from the Xiao family try any tricks, this sect master will deal with them for you." At the sect, the system notification sounded. Li Tianwen has completed the quest carrying 20 buckets of water. Sect achievement points 100,100. Sect construction has reached level 2. Sect member limit 500. Sect contribution point limit 500. Sect achievement point limit 500. Pill pavilion unlocked. Zhen Chongxiao sat in front of the pill furnace thinking, I know you didn't give me this pill pavilion just for decoration. You want me to spend contribution points to refine anything, right? He asked. I understand the medicinal herbs, but what the hell is a fire seed? The system screen displayed healing pill initial grade efficacy, effective for Meridian Opening, Martial Disciple and Martial Master realms. As long as there is a breath left, one can recover after taking it. Medicinal herbs, green leaf grass 03, red lotus leaf 03, earth spirit fruit 01, fire seed not yet refined. The system continued to report, to refine pills one must have a fire seed. Fire seeds are scattered throughout the Starfall continent, but their temperatures vary. If the host doesn't want to search for them, you can also purchase them from the store. Zhen Chongxiao pondered, muttering to himself, in the end it's still about tempting me to spend contribution points. He slammed his fist into his other palm. Zhen Chongxiao shouted, then if I have two kinds of fire seeds, can I fuse them to use the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus? The system replied, host stop daydreaming. That's an exclusive product of Battle Through the Heavens, the system continued, but don't worry, many fire seeds in the store are now deeply discounted. I'd like to recommend one to the host. A fireball appeared before him, and the system said, exquisite fire, a superior grade fire seed priced at only 50 contribution points. Zhen Chongxiao immediately bargained, system, I only have 62 points now, can you give me another discount? Suddenly the system issued a warning, a side quest has been triggered. The screen displayed the quest, deal with the assassins attempting to assassinate the host 03 elite quest. Filled with killing intent, he took out his pistol and loaded it. Zhen Chongxiao's gaze swept around. Where are you hiding? A clicking sound attracted his attention. Zhen Chongxiao looked up at the ceiling and instantly shot through a person's body. The force of the bullet even pierced through the ceiling, not to be underestimated. The remaining two immediately sensed that something was wrong. Since they were discovered, they jumped down to the floor and confronted Zhen Chongxiao directly. One man brandished 8 blades between his fingers and roared, die. At the same time, the other person was shot in the head. The man with the blades began to tremble, looking at him. The gunshot was a bit loud just now, I didn't hear you clearly. Zhen Chongxiao pointed his gun at him and said in a deep voice, you're not wrong, I was talking about you. Now repeat what your companion's last words were. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face from fear. Xiao Mo and Qingyang opened the door and rushed in. Qingyang asked anxiously, Sect Master, what happened? There was a gunshot just now, you. Before him was the scene of his master pointing a gun at the assassin's head. What's going on? Zhen Chongxiao ordered. Sit down, hands on your head. No sudden movements. Cooperate with this sect master and you will be treated leniently, he continued. Actually, even if you don't tell me, I know who sent you to kill me. It was the spiritual spring sect, right? The assassin seemed to have been hit where it hurt and couldn't help but jump in fright. Zhen Chongxiao looked at him and thought, this guy's reaction confirmed my guess. No wonder the spiritual spring sect hasn't made a move for so many days. So they hired assassins. He inwardly sneered, fine, after the competition this sect master will personally deal with you bunch of cats and dogs. Zhen Chongxiao lamented, truly the tree desires to be still, but the wind will not cease. System notification, resolved the assassins attempting to assassinate the host 3-3 elite quest, reward 30 sect contribution points. He rolled his shoulders in annoyance. These 30 points were a godsend. It's a good thing I've been diligently training in the tent recently, otherwise the recoil from those 2 shots would have half crippled me. Zhen Chongxiao smiled to himself. Then the system reported, host has consumed 50 contribution points and obtained 1 top-grade fire seed, the exquisite fire. He breathed fire into the furnace and shouted, pill refining. Zhen Chongxiao reached out and tapped the screen. To be on the safe side, he refined a few more healing pills and body sculpting pills for emergencies. He couldn't help but complain, for the sake of these disciples I haven't done this in 10 years, it's truly exhausting. The sky had darkened. Tonight's moon was not full and the wind was still. Zhen Chongxiao quietly opened Zuji's tent especially for this little fellow. He placed the pill into the young man's mouth. You've really caused this sect master a lot of trouble. The system displayed Iron Bone Sect Body Sculpting Pill Initial Grade Efficacy. Strengthens the physical body. 10 days later in Liang City, people slowly walked into the competition grounds. Zhen Chongxiao and his group of disciples also blended into the crowd. Zhang Tu saw him and insulted him. Oh, isn't that the trash from the Shao family? The person next to him also mocked. A piece of trash came to compete too. Whoever gets him in the first round is really lucky, he continued to sneer. But maybe being bullied is his hobby. Suddenly, Xiao Mo appeared in front of the two. How dare you insult my junior brother? He didn't hesitate to slap them. I'll beat the hell out of you, so fast. Before the buck-toothed man could finish speaking, he was slapped again. Zhen Chongxiao praised the dumbfounded crowd. Well hit, one person in the crowd said. With such speed he must be an elite disciple of a sect. Perhaps he is, he slowly finished. Qingyang City's #1 genius, Li Qingyang. Xiao Mo sneezed because someone mentioned his name. Elder Shangguan said hair. This Li Qingyang has powerful movement techniques and extraordinary strength. If you encounter him in the competition, you must not be careless. Another person replied with a smug smile. Elder, we are all geniuses, who's afraid of whom? He stepped forward. He was a direct descendant of the Shao family. Shao Linye, isn't this cousin Shao Zuiji? I worked so hard to go to the Valley of Absolute Sound to become the Grand Elder's personal disciple. As soon as I returned to the city, I heard about you. Linye glanced at Zuiji. The Valley of Absolute Sound is a 6th-rate sect, unlike your 9th-rate one. Zhen Chongxiao stood between them, eating watermelon, listening to Linye's boasting. Cousin, it turns out that the family's efforts to cultivate you back then were truly a mistake. He leaned close to Zuji's face, boasting to the extreme. Linye, I am the future of the Shao family. Oh, by the way, speaking of which, I have to thank you, cousin, for helping me step into the first layer of the Meridian opening realm. Xiao Mo scolded indignantly but was stopped by Zhen Chongxiao. Zuiji calmly called his name, Linye. He placed his hand on Linai's shoulder and continued, remember, I am your brother and I always will be, rendering him unable to move. No, I can't move. Linye suddenly knelt on the ground, unable to bear the strength in Zuji's arm. Zuiji looked at him calmly. Even if I no longer possess a spiritual root, no longer have cultivation. He tried to pry Zuji's hand off his shoulder with his other hand. Zuiji looked directly at Linye and replied word for word, you will only live in my shadow for the rest of your life. Zhen Chongxiao gave a thumbs up from behind, praising his disciple. Awesome. Inside Liang City, cheers rang out. All sects were asked to proceed to the martial arts arena where the disciples were sitting and waiting for the groupings. Everyone sat together in the stands. Zuiji lined up with everyone else. The Shao family's grand elder Shao Huang watched from a distance and said, a piece of trash shouldn't be here, nor should he exist in this world, bringing shame to the Shao family. He looked in Zhen Chongxiao's direction and asked with confusion, is that the trash's sect master? Zhen Chongxiao then made a gun gesture with his hand. Don't play any tricks on my disciple or I'll shoot you. Xiao Huang glared at Zhen Chongxiao, thinking that gesture, is he trying to say he has a problem with his brain? No wonder he took in that trash, he's a fool too. The referee announced loudly, there are a total of 200 participants in this competition. To avoid disciples from the same sect facing each other, the competition will be divided into 4 groups. A, B, C, and D. The competition began. The referee announced, first round, Tian Qi from the Ironbone sect versus Sun Kai from the Dahong sect. In front of Tian Qi stood a muscular man 3 times his height. He exclaimed, so tall. Elder Lu appeared from nowhere and said to Zhen Chongxiao, Sect Master Zhen, it seems today is a good day for my Dahong sect. He looked at Zhen Chongxiao and continued, although Sun Kai is at the 12th layer of Meridian opening, he knows how to hold back. Sect Master Zhen doesn't need to worry. Zhen Chongxiao gave a thumbs up and replied, then I'll thank Elder Lu in advance. The referee shouted, begin. As soon as the whistle blew, a gust of wind blew across his face. Tian Qi and his opponent rushed forward and attacked each other. The opponent was immediately punched and his body crashed into the wall behind him due to inertia. Elder Lu was startled while Zhen Chongxiao smiled calmly. Tian Qi maintained his punching posture and thought, oops, he didn't block it. Is this 12th layer guy that weak? The Sect Master even told us to pretend to be weak to confuse the enemy. He asked cautiously, is Sect Master Zhen pinning all his hopes on one disciple? Zhen Chongxiao replied, just trying my luck. Zhen Chongxiao said, children make some noise. Xiao Mo elbowed his opponent's chin. The referee shouted, first round 31st match, Su Xiaomo versus Song Ha. Elder Shangguan stared at the match and began to worry. That astonishing speed, this person is actually not Li Qingying. The referee continued to shout, first round 20th match, Li Qingying versus Hu Yao. He has already defeated his opponent, and Qianqin also gave her opponent a palm strike. First round, 30th match, Lu Qianqin versus Zhang Le. The system displayed. 5 disciples have entered the second round. Epic quest completion progress 10. Host has obtained 20 contribution points. A smile formed at the corner of Zhen Chongxiao's mouth. Contribution points are awarded based on quest completion. This epic quest is indeed user-friendly, but he looked around. The biggest problem now is that elder from the Shao family. Zhen Chongxiao looked at Xiao Huang opposite him. He had been frowning ever since Zuiji injured his opponent. This old man's killing intent is getting stronger and stronger. I must prepare in advance. Elder Lu, who was next to him, saw Zhen Chongxiao holding the gun and asked, why is Sect Master Zhen playing with a toy? Aren't you concerned about your disciple's match? He continued. Although Tian Qi defeated my disciple, I have to admit this kid is indeed impressive. Elder Lu watched Tian Qi's match intently. He hasn't used a single bit of spiritual energy yet. Tian Qi's opponent gritted his teeth and said, you coward, you only defend and don't attack. He was both worried and curious. Every palm strike from this Qingling sect disciple has at least 1500 jin. How can Tian Qi win without using spiritual energy for defense? Tian Qi counterattacked, forcing his opponent to retreat and defend. He said, it seems I can't win without using martial arts, you turtle shell. The opponent used the bewildering track palm and fiercely struck at him, the force carrying heat as it attacked Tian Qi. As the palm force came, Tian Qi dodged to the side. His expression changed rapidly. Tian Qi grabbed his opponent's wrist with his backhand, his tone full of mockery. Compared to a turtle, he broke the opponent's hand and then said, it's more appropriate for you to call me a rabbit. The referee shouted, Ironbone sect, Tian Qi wins. The opponent knelt on one knee, unable to bear the force of Tian Qi breaking his hand. After the match, the second round stage, the system reported 5 disciples have entered the third round. Epic quest completion progress 20. Host has obtained 20 contribution points. Elder Lu praised profusely. Sect Master Zhen is truly amazing at teaching disciples. Even Xiao Zuiji can become so strong. Zhen Chongxiao replied, a genius is a genius. Even without a spiritual root, he is not someone ordinary people can compare to. The people from the Shao family didn't look too good. At this moment the Shao family elder's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Huang thought furiously, this trash may have tempered his body, but the human body has its limits. He was lucky to win the first 2 rounds. He revealed a sinister smile. The opponent in this round is not someone you can defeat with just your physical body. Zuiji stood on the stage looking at his opponent with a grave expression. Third round, second match. Xiao Zuiji versus Ai Dun, whose fingertips were wrapped in purple flames. Ai Dun looked at him and said, Genius Xiao is quite good too to actually make it to the third round, but I wonder if your body can withstand this purple lightning. Xiao Huang was extremely pleased. Xiao Zuji's fire-type martial artist is his natural enemy. This elder will wait to see you fall into the abyss again. Zhang Changxiao watched with a telescope, thinking, is Ai Dun that rich kid whose face I kicked? Elder Lu asked about his thing again, curious. Sect Master Zhang really loves to play. Why did you bring a toy again? Zhang Changxiao replied, this is not a toy, but a new treasure I just bought. The system displayed the information for the modified telescope. 6x magnification telescopic mode can track and observe distant targets, suitable for long-range shooting. Efficacy can assist in shooting, improving accuracy. When activated, it automatically locks onto targets within range. Purchase probability 0.1. Ai Dun threatened Zuiji. Although you were a genius back then, I am no longer the weakling I once was to be bullied by others. He struck a palm at Zuiji and shouted, die. Zuiji stood opposite, showing no intention of moving. He neutralized Ai Dun's attack with just one hand. Ai Dun's eyes turned red with anger, and he shouted, the fire has dispersed, Zuiji said calmly. The Sect Master said many things I didn't understand. He said that as long as my punches are fast enough to create air pressure or a vacuum or something. His gaze gradually sharpened. Zuiji said, then no one can resist. Ai Dun was still unconvinced. Impossible. He immediately gathered spiritual energy into his arm. Since that's the case. Balls of flame surrounded him, and Ai Dun shouted madly, let's see how you withstand the blazing heavens. Zuiji took a defensive stance. He continuously threw punches into the air. Ai Dun was hit by Zuiji's terrifying fist power and stood motionless. Zuiji glanced at him. Back then you oppressed the villagers and I beat you until you cried. Now I have nothing but these 2 fists are still here. At this moment his power seemed to explode. Zuiji jumped up, preparing to teach Ai Dun a lesson. He hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Wait, I surrender. His heart-wrenching cries echoed through the stands. The crowd discussed. I can't bear to watch, it's too brutal. Zhang Changxiao was a bit puzzled. I don't need to worry about Zuiji anymore. He recalled Qianqin's match. In the first 2 rounds, Qianqin showed abundant spiritual energy and was able to directly defeat an opponent at the 12th layer of the Meridian Opening realm. He raised an eyebrow and thought, she must have broken through to the martial disciple realm. In that case, am I, the Sect Master, the weakest in the sect? Zhang Changxiao was depressed because of his own realm. I must cultivate. I need to cultivate even harder. The more outstanding the disciples are, the greater the pressure on me. He looked at his disciples, a happy smile on his face. The further you go in the competition, the stronger your opponents will be. Qingyang was improving more and more, and Qianqin was also constantly improving her realm. Xiao Mo was always in a dominant position during his matches. Zhang Changxiao was secretly happy. Come on, show your strength and put even more pressure on me. Zuiji always knew how to use his strength to make up for his weaknesses. He smiled and thought, very good, the system reported. 5 disciples have entered the 5th round. Epic quest completion progress. Host has gained 20 contribution points. The girl in the stands couldn't help but be surprised. The 5th round was already halfway through, and not a single disciple from the Ironbone sect had been eliminated. The person next to her replied, and we still can't guess their true cultivation level. Maybe their opponents aren't strong enough yet. The 2 looked at the happy Zhang Changxiao and said, how can a 9th-rate sect cultivate so many outstanding disciples? A pair of crossed arms smiling said, laugh, go on and laugh. It was Xiao Huang who kept slandering Zhang Changxiao. Soon the stain on the Xiao family will be ended by the pride of the Xiao family. The referee spoke. 5th round, 7th match, Xiao Linye versus Xiao Zuiji. Xiao Huang said confidently, Linye has been training in the Valley of Absolute Sound for the past few months, which is enough to win. Linye walked onto the stage with a powerful presence. One person in the audience said, this Xiao Linye's aptitude is also not bad, it's just that he was always suppressed by Xiao Zuiji before. Isn't that right? He relied on his own efforts. Only by turning his cousin into a piece of trash could he rise to prominence. Linye heard the discussions behind him, his eyes red with anger. Linye's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, cousin, I will defeat you in front of the whole world so that everyone knows my name is Xiao Linye, not Xiao Zuji's cousin. Zuiji suddenly said, you can't. He replied sarcastically, you haven't even opened your meridians, while I am already a martial disciple. What right do you have? Linye immediately unleashed his power. What right do you have to deny me? Xiao Huang observed and said, he has always lived in Xiao Zuji's shadow. Linye is a bit out of control now, but as long as he defeats Xiao Zuiji, Xiao Linye is sure to continue breaking through steadily. At this moment, Linye had already made a move, shouting, thousand hands Guanyin Palm, as if he was using all his strength to charge at Xiao Zuiji. His power was infused into his feet, causing the arena floor to crack. I've already told you that you can't. Linye had already rushed up to Xiao Zuiji, and the power of the 2 of them was about to destroy everything around them. Xiao Zuiji still stood there as if nothing had happened and said calmly, you just can't. At this moment, the palm strike from Linye had torn the clothes on Xiao Zuji's left shoulder. The man with black clothes and red hair in the stands couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw the situation below. The Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm is a common grade mid-tier martial art. Brother Yu, are any of your disciples able to take this palm strike without getting injured? Look carefully. Not only is he unscathed, he hasn't even moved a single inch. If a person like this is called trash, then aren't we just a pile of garbage? Seeing that his attack had done a little damage to Xiao Zuiji, Linye became even more smug. I knew your body was strong, but I didn't expect that even 2,500 Jin couldn't break through your defense. He began to laugh wildly, making a creepy sound. If one palm isn't enough, then two. If two palms aren't enough, then 1,000, 10,000. I will definitely defeat you. As soon as his voice fell, Linye immediately unleashed a second palm strike, causing the ground to shake. After the previous attack, Xiao Zuiji raised his right hand to block, but his whole body didn't move at all. Seeing this, Linye glanced over and thought to himself, still hasn't moved. As expected, only the ground under Xiao Zuiji's feet shattered. Linye slid sideways behind Xiao Zuiji and said provocatively, if my dear cousin is unwilling to make a move. Then he clasped his hands together and raised them high, preparing to strike down, frightening Xiao Zuiji into turning his head abruptly. Then I'll kill you on the spot. With a loud boom, a huge explosion occurred on the martial arts stage. Despite seeing Xiao Zuiji successfully dodge his attack, Linye still laughed. You have your day too, you finally dodged my attack. Then he stretched his hands out to both sides, condensing the powerful red light into one hand, and then immediately launched the attack directly at Xiao Zuiji. But Xiao Zuiji could still easily block that attack with both hands and said provocatively, Dear cousin, it seems your combat awareness is still there. Linye suddenly showed a sinister smile. Perhaps that smile made Xiao Zuiji sense that something was wrong. As expected, Linye's other hand immediately struck Xiao Zuiji's abdomen, but he was nothing more than an ignorant sandbag. Looking at Linye's angry expression, Xiao Zuiji still spoke calmly. The right side is 300 Jin heavier than the left, but I remember that you, Linye, are left-handed. Xiao Zuiji added with a firm gaze. Hearing this, Linye became even angrier and immediately unleashed 10,000 palm strikes from both hands. What nonsense are you talking about? Then he launched a move, forming a huge stream of red energy. Suddenly, Xiao Zuiji's hand grabbed Linye's hand. He grabbed Linye's hand and said, You can't use your left hand. It must be an injury from overtraining. Unexpectedly, Linye's other hand swept across Xiao Zuiji's face and Xiao Zuiji immediately threw him away forcefully. Linye retreated into the distance and cursed in frustration. Damn it! Now Xiao Zuiji's figure was already close to him, and then he punched and hit Linye's right arm. Linye was caught off guard and had to plant his feet firmly on the ground to maintain his balance, his face also constantly sweating due to losing his composure. Then Linye also fought back without showing any weakness, continuously counterattacking, but was still blocked by Xiao Zuiji one by one. Xiao Huang witnessed this match and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He can actually keep up with the speed of the Thousand Hands Guanyin Palm with just his physical body. On the stage, Xiao Zuiji fiercely punched Linye's left side. That blow sent him flying far away. Linye trembled as he clutched his arm, his face full of anger. Damn it, you're just a piece of trash. Then he painstakingly squeezed out word by word, Your cultivation has been crippled. You've fallen to rock bottom. You are just a dog abandoned by the Xiao family. But Xiao Zuiji's face was calm, looking down from a high place, listening to Linye's shouts. But why can I still not surpass you? Why are you still a genius? The sound of the verdict declaring Xiao Zuiji's victory rang out, and he still stood there listening to Linye's unwilling whispers, making people feel desperate. On the other hand, Xiao Huang looked angrily at Linye, who was now kneeling in front of Xiao Zuiji, constantly muttering to himself, I lost, and Xiao Zuiji just glanced contemptuously at the people in the stands. Grand Elder, is this the genius you painstakingly cultivated? Hearing this, he flew into a rage and roared, Do you want to die? Suddenly, a bullet came from nowhere and pierced through Xiao Huang's hair, scaring him into a cold sweat and instantly freezing him. Zhen Chongxiao blew a breath, dispersing the smoke coming from the muzzle. He sat there proudly with his legs crossed, the people around him looking at him in surprise, and he showed a threatening smile. What are you getting up for? Sit down for me. Xiao Huang trembled before the dark muzzle of Zhen Chongxiao's gun, and Zhen Chongxiao warned, otherwise the next shot will hit your glabella. At this moment, the scene on the stage had completely changed. On the stage, two forces were clashing fiercely. The opponent raised his hand, condensing his power in his hand, and then prepared to strike the opposite side. Li Qingyang also rushed forward without showing any weakness, his elbows striking upwards from below, hitting the opponent's chin. Just as the opponent staggered and fell backward, the prompt tone also sounded. First match of the quarterfinals, Li Qingyang wins. Elder Lu broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the gloomy-faced Zhen Chongxiao beside him, and asked cautiously, Sect Master Zhen, I remember that Li Qingyang was only at the 10th layer of Meridian opening 2 months ago. How is he a first-rank martial disciple now? And he beat a first-rank martial disciple Huo Yuanming so badly. What kind of pills or elixirs does your iron-boned sect have? Seeing his face covered in sweat, Elder Lu, who knew nothing, asked curiously, Why is Sect Master Zhen sweating so much? Heaven knows Zhen Chongxiao was crying in his heart. Li Qingyang's cultivation is also higher than mine. I, the great sect master, can barely make it into the top 3 in the sect, and they do whatever they want just because they have good aptitude. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself again. System, is there anything I can use? I must become stronger. The system replied, The reward for the epic quest will satisfy you. The host kept issuing notices. Second match of the quarterfinals, Su Xiaomo wins. Third match of the quarterfinals, Lu Qianqin wins. The host stood in the center of the stage and announced loudly. Fourth match, Xiao Zuiji vs Tian Qi. In the stands, a red-haired man discussed with the person next to him. The Ironbone sect has taken all 4 spots in the top 4, the person next to him also said, but their internal struggle is also very interesting to watch. For all the other disciples couldn't make them use their full strength. The scene switched back to the stage. Xiao Zuiji and Tian Qi stood opposite each other. Tian Qi clasped his hands and said, "Junior brother, senior brother will not hold back." Xiao Zuiji put his hands on his hips and replied with a smile, "If I defeat you, senior brother, don't let it hurt your pride." The moment the host announced the start of the match, the two of them immediately flew out of their original positions like a gust of wind, and they could only be seen moving at an incredible speed, stirring up a cloud of dust. The audience in the stands kept cheering excitedly. This is their true speed. This match will definitely be intense. Then the two quickly approached each other, both in a stance ready to make a move. Tian Qi condensed power in his hand, preparing to punch. And Xiao Zuiji also showed no weakness, also getting his fist ready, and then one of them threw scissors and the other threw paper, playing rock, paper, scissors. Tian Qi was immediately stunned by this situation. "Didn't we agree on paper?" But Xiao Zuiji just smiled contemptuously, then pointed at the person opposite him and boasted, "Senior brother, I guessed your thoughts too. Admit defeat, I win." Everyone present was immediately speechless. The audience in the stands also immediately began to shout angrily, "Do you two take us for fools? If we weren't forbidden from cursing during the competition, we would definitely curse you until you bleed." Zhang Changxiao silently commented on their foolish actions in his heart. These two kids don't even understand the deeper meaning behind these words. The acting is too fake and the lines are no good. It seems the Ironbone sect must open a class on sincere performance. Zhang Changxiao was observing the system screen when the host's clear voice sounded in his ear. 4 disciples have entered the quarterfinals, meeting the conditions. At this moment, the system screen displayed Epic Quest completed. Completion, 150. Host has obtained 200 contribution points. He frowned and thought, including the rewards from the previous rounds, my contribution points have exceeded 300. The system displayed again. The host has exceeded the Epic Quest, obtaining 1 seal of the 2nd seal and some experience points. Zhang Changxiao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the light gradually converging on his body. Experience points? Could it be? Immediately, a stream of blue energy gradually condensed in his dantian. With this energy, the experience points increased bit by bit. Experience 1, experience 1, experience 1, experience 1, experience 1, experience 1. His power grew so quickly that he sat in place, the energy still affecting his surroundings. Zhang Changxiao gritted his teeth, white smoke coming from his mouth, and the veins on his forehead bulged as he tried to resist the surging internal force in his body. Sweat kept pouring down his face and he gritted his teeth and said, "System, you gave a bit too much this time." The system reported again, "Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 5th rank martial disciple." Hearing this, Zhang Changxiao immediately burst out laughing. "5th rank, I will defend my position as the number 1 in the sect." Elder Lu thought he was happy because of the match result, so he spoke up, startling Zhang Changxiao into silence. "Hey, are you this excited just because your disciple won?" Sect Master Zhang was so happy he even broke through. The scene then switched to a distant rooftop and then focused on the area below the stage. The host coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention, and announced, "Well everyone, the top 4 are Xiao Zuiji, Su Xiaomo, Li Qingyang and Lu Qianqin." They were standing in front of the competition host. She asked loudly, "Do you still want to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the top 4? Su Xiaomo replied sarcastically, "How could we? That would take away the pressure of battle." Then he glanced at Li Qingyang with a playful smile, planning something. "So we decided." Suddenly, with a swoosh sound, someone took a stance ready to attack. Xiao Zuji's eyes lit up, his hand raised again. And with a swoosh, the 4 figures on the stage rushed to the 4 corners of the stage running. Lu Qianqin was the first to jump off the stage. She glanced over and said, "I'm the first to leave the stage." With a sharp gaze, "I'm 4th. Li Qingyang also landed at the same time. He turned and said, "As expected of senior sister, then I'm 3rd. And Su Xiaomo sat on the stone steps of the stage and said with a smile, "Then I'm the runner-up. Junior brother Xiao, you're too slow, so you can only be the champion." At this moment, Xiao Zuiji stood in the gradually dissipating smoke with his back to everyone, listening to everything. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was very moved. "Thank you, everyone." In the stands, the audience kept breaking out in cold sweats as they witnessed this nonsensical scene of vying for the championship. They began to stand up and leave helplessly. "Let's go, I've had enough, whether human or demon. They're all so outstanding. Only we fools get beaten." Under the azure sky, white clouds floated, green trees provided shade, and gentle sunlight shone through the leaves, creating a peaceful scene. A gloating voice sounded, breaking the tranquility. "When we get back, we'll ask Dudu to throw a grand party to celebrate." Zhang Changxiao proudly raised the bag containing the precious prize in his hand and said, "Not only has the sect's fame spread throughout the world, the reward is a set of common-grade high-tier martial arts and a crystal stone worth 1,000,000 taels of silver." His 3 male disciples wore bright red sashes like those of beauty pageant winners. Personally designed by Zhang Changxiao, not daring to have any objections. But Lu Qianqin couldn't stand its gaudiness and directly cut it with her sword. Li Qingying said helplessly, "Sect Master, do we really have to wear this back to the sect? It's too ugly." Hearing this, he pouted and said, "Nonsense, what a great honor this is, or are you doubting my aesthetic taste?" Zhang Changxiao asked with a smile, "Since it's such a celebratory occasion, why don't you let your demonic disciples come and celebrate too?" he asked curiously. Demonic disciples? Zhang Changxiao didn't answer but turned his head to look at the treetop and said, "They were surrounded and ambushed the moment we left the city. Thank you for your hard work. Is it the Shao family or the Spiritual Spring Sect?" Hearing this, the ambushers were immediately startled because they had been discovered. Zhang Changxiao said provocatively, "Thank you all for coming to be my test subjects after I broke through." The tall ancient tree was hit by a violent impact and a few leaves fell. Zhang Changxiao waved his hand fiercely, using the 9 forms of overlapping wave sword chi, sending several masked assassins flying after that wave. 3 assassins fainted on the ground, scattered on all sides, and his foot was on another assassin while the other 2 assassins were approached by him and retreated in fear. Zhang Changxiao put his hands in his pockets and said mockingly, "Let me see which family sent you." At this moment a beautiful golden token fell from the masked assassin's body. Suddenly, Su Xiaomo unexpectedly raised his hand and waved behind him, "Sect Master," and then he pointed at the masked assassin who had fainted against the tree trunk. "The ones you just defeated all took poison and committed suicide." Hearing this, Zhang Changxiao was shocked and turned his head, completely ignoring the 2 remaining assassins who were still alive. Poison, a suicide squad. While he was distracted, the 2 rushed up to launch a sneak attack. But they couldn't succeed under Zhang Changxiao's sharp gaze. "Have you ever seen an assassin on a suicide mission carrying an identity token? But even if I threatened and bribed these guys, they would rather die than reveal who was behind this." Suddenly he pointed his 2 fingers down, his tone icy. A red aura immediately appeared. "In that case, this master will use your lives as a warning to the mastermind behind this." A moment later, blood splattered from the men. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Changxiao fell into silent contemplation. "With my current strength as a 5th-rank martial disciple, these 1st and 2nd-rank lackeys are like small fries, far too easy to kill. No wonder the system suddenly issued a side quest." His eyes suddenly grew sharp, his brow furrowed in thought. "It seems the system also anticipated this outcome, which is why it encouraged me, the supposedly weak one, to take on the strong. The Shao family, the Spiritual Spring Sect, or even the Holy Spring Sect." The moment the last thought flashed through his mind, countless bolts of lightning struck the ground. "Come on, let the storm rage more fiercely." It was powerful enough to crack the earth, sending fragments flying everywhere. Then a torrential downpour began, drowning everything. A desolate figure sat beside a tree that had been split in 2 by lightning. His face was covered in water, his teeth clenched, making a chilling sound. Then the body struggled to its feet, complaining, "This foolish boy going up the mountain to chop firewood in such a heavy storm. Doesn't he know trees attract lightning? It's no injustice to be struck dead by lightning." One of his eyes gleamed as he spoke in a cold voice. "However, your greatest misfortune is my greatest luck. A soul imprisoned for thousands of years. Today, this emperor is finally reborn." Now my spirit revealed a pair of blood-red eyes filled with hatred. "Zhang Zhao, I treated you as my confidant, yet you assassinated me for the Taishuan true scripture. Just you wait. When this master recovers his strength, I will seek you out to avenge this blood debt." Suddenly his head throbbed with pain and he hurriedly touched his head. This memory was, in his unique pinkish-purple eyes, a hint of sharpness was faintly visible. How could this be? That woman who shattered the void and was revered by the world as the first female emperor of the ages. The spirit's entire body emitted an angry black aura, along with words of hatred. No matter, I am the head of the 10 great martial emperors from thousands of years ago. The Night Emperor. With the Taishuan true scripture in hand, it will only take me a few decades to break through and return to the realm of martial emperor." His face suddenly relaxed and the rain stopped, as if there were 2 different personalities. The spirit once again showed excitement. "Even the heavens dare not blind my eyes." He pointed at the gradually clearing sky and made a solemn vow. "One day I, Yi Xingqian, will stomp that bitch, the female emperor of the ages, into hell." In the air a ball of light suddenly appeared, rapidly rushing towards the spirit. But he was oblivious, still excited, roaring wildly. "This emperor has the Taishuan true scripture, a technique that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. From today onwards I, Yi Xingqian, will make it so that no one in this world dares to defy my will." Before he could finish speaking, the spirit was struck directly in the face by that ball of light. "If the heavens are not convinced, then I will defy the heavens." 2 hurried voices suddenly came from the forest. "Sect Master, this is bad. Your kick just now hit a civilian." "A civilian? Are you kidding me? Where would anyone be in this desolate place?" The 2 of them walked forward and saw the person in front of them with a black eye and a bloody nose. Feeling puzzled, "This master just kicked a ball. Don't blame me, blame his bad luck." Xiao Mo played the part of a young man who didn't want to get involved in Zhang Changxiao's mess. "Let's just go back and pretend this has nothing to do with us." "Xiao Mo, you can't be like this. How can you be so heartless?" Back in the day when the great sage patriarch Sun Wukong was escorting Monk Tang on his journey to the west, he also encountered someone who had fainted by the roadside. The patriarch saw it was a demon, but Monk Tang, being kind-hearted and ignorant of the truth, drove the patriarch away. He picked up the motionless spirit, a sly smile suddenly appearing on his face, and almost ended up being eaten by the demon. "I'm different. I don't want to repeat that mistake," the 2 continued to argue. So the sect master wants us to dig a hole and bury the body. To destroy the evidence, Xiao Mo, I've discovered you're not only heartless, but your mind is also quite twisted. Hurry and save him. Take him back to the sect. After speaking, he placed one foot on the soccer ball. This is the ball used in the final of the China-Brazil men's soccer match. Team China won. The spirit's eyes grew sharp. Ah, Yi Xingqian. He suddenly recalled his majestic appearance back then, a martial emperor who had dominated the continent. Now the spirit was in tattered clothes, his mouth gagged horizontally, and he had been knocked out by a hidden weapon. He looked up and quietly guessed. It seems I've been saved by someone else. Then he restlessly tried to prop himself up. No, I must leave this place quickly, find a blessed land, gather spiritual energy and hurry to cultivate so I can return to the martial emperor realm sooner. Suddenly, a ball accidentally hit the spirit's face. The pass prompted a complaint. Li Fei, what kind of pass was that? The spirit now had the same look in his eyes as before, but what was more surprising was that there was an extra hint of purple in his eyes. Yi Xingqian was once a martial emperor who dominated the continent, and was hit by a hidden weapon again. After a few seconds of bewilderment, his mind fell into confusion and blankness. I feel like I've had this internal monologue once before, not wanting to linger here. The spirit staggered to his feet and looked at the closed door. The most important thing now is to find a blessed land, gather spiritual energy and hurry to cultivate so I can return to the martial emperor realm sooner. Wait, why does this sentence sound so familiar? Just then, Zhen Chongxiao suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in, the door panel smashing directly into his bruised face. Hey handsome, are you awake? The head that had been violently struck involuntarily tilted to one side. Awake my ass, you bastard. Only then did Zhen Chongxiao see the person lying motionless on the ground, a little worried. Oops, I didn't mean to. Why was he standing right by the door? The spirit continued his dazed lines with a weather-beaten face. Yi Xingqian was once, no, now I want to kill someone. The handsome Zhen Chongxiao grinned slightly, revealing a brilliant smile. Little brother, we were practicing passing and you trespassed and got knocked out by the ball. Thanks to everyone's careful care, you've finally woken up. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Zhen Chongxiao, the sect master of the Immortal Sect. The spirit sat in a chair opposite him and replied resentfully, Immortal Sect? Never heard of it, and the name is too tacky. It definitely isn't some major sect. This angered Zhen Chongxiao a little, but he still managed to force a proud expression. Little brother, you've got quite a mouth on you. May I ask where you're from? The question hit home for the spirit, who immediately said smugly with his bruised face, You only need to remember that I am an existence you cannot afford to provoke. Immediately after, he brought his face close to the others and threatened, From now on, don't provoke me, or else I will. Before he could finish his sentence or fully strike his cool pose, he was hit by the ball again. Sorry, I slipped. Zhen Chongxiao looked down at the staggering figure on the ground. Does this kid have a talent for blocking balls with his face? Every kick lands on his face. By now, Xiao Mo had already run outside and shouted, Sect Master, could you please kick the ball back to us? In an instant a thought flashed across his calm face. I've observed carefully. His eyes are filled with vicissitude and hatred, a kind of hatred that shouldn't appear at his age. Could it be that besides Xiao Zuiji, who had his meridians crippled and engagement broken, I've run into another protagonist-style character? The spirit had woken up by now, but his mind was still a bit hazy. Spirit. Seeing him move a little, Zhen Chongxiao quickly reached out to cover his mouth and reminded him softly, Don't move. He smiled slyly, placed a hand on the other's shoulder and gently persuaded, Handsome, have you thought it over? Joining our sect will bring you benefits beyond your imagination. Faced with Zhen Chongxiao's invitation, he refused without hesitation. Join your sect? Are you worthy of having me join? In your dreams, knowing that sweet talk wouldn't work, Zhen Chongxiao immediately changed his tone and provoked, You are a martial emperor and you're not worthy enough, just kidding. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider, otherwise this master won't be so polite. His meaningful words made the spirit clench his teeth instantly. Are you threatening me? Suddenly his whole body was filled with powerful energy. Since ancient times no one has ever been able to threaten me, Yi Xingqian. After a while the spirit's face was beaten black and blue and he had no choice but to compromise. I've thought it over, joining you is also a good choice. Hearing this the man was a bit surprised. Really? Are those words from your heart? He was tied to a chair, continuously enduring being kicked by soccer balls. Unable to bear it, he shouted helplessly. This emperor's heart is burning with passion, willing to go through fire and water for the Immortal Sect. After making the solemn vow he turned his head in panic and begged Zhen Chongxiao for mercy. Sect Master, can you untie me now? Xiao Mo thought with some regret. So the soccer practice ends just like that. A moment later the spirit clutched his bruised body and cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'll let you ride on my head for now. Once this emperor finishes recultivating the Taishuan true scripture, you'll be the first to lose your head. Zhen Chongxiao, unaware of this, was filled with joy, humming a little tune as he stamped a seal. Good, good, you are the 102nd disciple of the Immortal Sect. This is the entry-level heart technique. Take it and cultivate. Remember, you must not pass it on to others. With these words, he casually handed the Yi Jin Jing to him. At night, the courtyard was empty and silent. The book from the daytime was now ruthlessly thrown onto a mat. The spirit sat cross-legged to the side, thinking contemptuously. Just some trashy heart technique from a 9th-rate sect, how could it be worthy of this emperor's notice? Although he said this, the spirit was also a bit curious and casually flipped through a few pages of the book. I'll just take a look for now. I'd better not be clueless when he checks my cultivation progress or this emperor will be dead for sure. After reading a few pages his face suddenly froze. He roared furiously into the night, "This accursed supreme-grade body-tempering heart technique!" Because of the spirit's ignorant big mouth his face was kicked again. "Quiet, what are you screaming about in the middle of the night? Are you trying to keep people from sleeping? Blue sky, white clouds, bright sunshine. Listen up. The so-called assassin," a bald man appeared on a high place looking down, "kills one person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. The man moved as lightly as a feather, leaped down and hid behind Jun Chongxiao, only revealing his killing intent when he struck. Then he rushed towards Jun Chongxiao, smugly thinking, this is the self-cultivation of a gold medal assassin like me, flawless." 17 prepared for a fatal strike to finish off Jun Chongxiao. "The Grim Reaper has come for you." A sudden force hit the bamboo slip. He immediately frowned, tense. "This thing is too hard, even with my full strength it's completely unscathed." But what 17 had hit was no ordinary object. It was the self-cultivation of a sect master, a collection of thick-faced, black-hearted studies, monarchism and other knowledge. It was the secret to a sect master's success, a masterpiece to be passed down through generations. The book had been processed to be even harder. He immediately flew away swiftly. He thought to himself, if the first strike fails I must retreat. Only then did Jun Chongxiao glance sideways and comment, "This assassin is a bit interesting. He got close to me before I noticed," then his eyes glinted sharply. "But if you think you can leave my iron-boned sect so easily, I'm afraid you don't have what it takes." Seeing the man about to fly over the wall, he continued, "I'm afraid you don't have what it takes." 17 was about to slip away, but he didn't expect a blue curtain to be in front of him. So he crashed into it without hesitation. 17 stammered, "A barrier." After speaking, he fell into a free fall and landed on the ground inside the wall. Seeing this, Jun Chongxiao was somewhat mocking. "Sending an assassin once is enough, yet you dare to send another?" That blue curtain was the initial grade sect protection grand array, which could block outsiders from invading and withstand attacks at the martial ancestor level. Price, 50 contribution points. Note, after the array is set up it consumes 1 contribution point per day. When he saw the back of the man's head again, Jun Chongxiao immediately recognized it. "Why is there a barcode on his head?" He couldn't help but ask, "Could your name be 47? The other party immediately replied, "I underestimated you to be able to find out the code name of a gold medal assassin. It seems you've indeed found out some secrets about our GU Pavilion. Then you must also know about the invincible strength of our GU Pavilion, right?" Hearing this, he frowned slightly and snorted coldly, "GU Pavilion? The two of you don't get along at all, constantly arguing. What's that? First time hearing about it. Don't tell me you even found out my codename. How could you not know about GU Pavilion?" "I was just guessing." 17's face was covered in tears and snot. "To think I could get information out of a 4th-rank martial disciple gold medal assassin. 47, an assassin who has completed 264 missions. I must be wary of you." But Jun Chongxiao remained extremely calm, pondering. "To be able to hire a professional assassin of this level, it seems," he continued, "the spiritual spring sect must have spent quite a bit, right? At least 5,000 taels," he retorted angrily. 5,000 taels isn't enough. Their bounty is already 10,000 taels. As soon as he said this, 17 unintentionally revealed something he shouldn't have. 17 was suddenly startled, beads of sweat covering his bald head. A moment later he was ruthlessly dragged away by Jun Chongxiao. "With a mouth this big, don't be an assassin. You have no future. Go to our prison and plan your career." And 17 could only complain with 2 streams of tears, "You liar, I'm a professional assassin." At the spiritual spring sect a sturdy arm was lifting something heavy. Wei Yinu shouted breathlessly, "Second brother and third brother both died at the hands of that trash big brother. Brother, tell me, why is that trash sect master so hard to kill?" After a while the pool was silent. The spiritual spring sect master Wei Yishi slowly replied, "Fourth brother, Jun Chongxiao, killed second brother and third brother with his own hands. Do you still think he's trash? That's why I hired a gold medal assassin from the GU Pavilion this time. They are very professional. Jun Chongxiao is a dead man." Hearing this, he spoke again. "The 4 of us joined the Holy Spring sect together, then came down the mountain to establish our own sect. Now we even have to hire others to get revenge." As he spoke, he stood behind and continued, "After the GU Pavilion's assassin kills Jun Chongxiao, we will personally go to the Iron-Bone sect." One of Yixi's half-blind eyes narrowed, filled with disgust. He would use the blood of the Iron-Bone sect's disciples to commemorate his second and third brothers. Suddenly another person walked over, remarking, "What are you two talking about so lively?" This voice made the old man let out an, "Oh." Yishi slowly turned his head and said, "Why does Alliance leader Qin have the time to come here?" "That's the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, Qin Horan." He lowered his head and said in a small voice, "Brother Wei has met with misfortune. It is due to my poor management. I've come especially to admit my fault. The 100 Sect Alliance has produced another bloodthirsty Iron-Bone sect." Horan's brows were tightly knitted, his eyes bloodshot. "Whether it's crippling or killing, this alliance leader will definitely give you two a satisfactory answer and also give the Holy Spring sect an explanation." He leaned his arm on something, sneering with a contemptuous tone, "Is this the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance?" The figure standing on a high place continued to speak. "Since I became Sect Master, I have yet to pay a personal visit. I didn't expect our first meeting to witness such a historic moment." As soon as his voice fell, Horan glanced over lightly and revealed, "I already noticed Sect Master Jun's arrival. I wonder what brings you here." Also, what historic moment requires this alliance leader's witness? Zhen Chongxiao arrogantly raised his face to witness the annihilation of the spiritual spring sect. At this, Yinu said loudly in anger, "Kid, you killed my second and third brothers, and you still dare to come and tear down my spiritual spring sect sign? Are you tired of living?" But he was immediately reminded by Yishi, fourth brother. "Calm down. For this kid to appear here, it means that gold medal assassin has already failed. That assassin was also a fourth-rank martial disciple." Suddenly, white smoke emerged from the sign. He lifted the sign, struck a pose and said, "Using this sign as a coffin is the most I can do. Alliance leader Qin, this is a grudge between me and the spiritual spring sect. Please do not interfere." Zhen Chongxiao frowned slightly, then continued, "I also don't wish for the 100 Sect Alliance to disband over this." Horan looked up and said mockingly, "To think of annihilating the spiritual spring sect in front of me. You're quite arrogant." He then threw the sign out with force without hesitation, accompanied by a reminder, "Alliance leader Qin, don't make the wrong choice." When the sign flew in front of those people, they let out a low growl and commented, "With this force and speed, he must be a high-rank martial disciple." Suddenly, the sign was swiftly caught by a hand covered in bulging veins. Horan tossed it aside in annoyance and said, "I can feel your aura, but it's only around a 5th-rank martial disciple, yet your strength is above 7th rank. His mouth didn't open wide, but his voice still echoed. "Although I don't know why you can obtain such power that surpasses your realm, I happen to be a 7th-rank martial disciple." His eyes suddenly turned blood red. "Today, with me here, Sect Master Jun should just apologize to the spiritual spring sect." As soon as his voice fell, something suddenly flew in front of Horan. He was still able to easily dodge it by turning sideways. At this moment, Horan took a few breaths and asked, "Is this hidden weapon the trump card that gives you the courage to provoke me here?" But once a hidden weapon is exposed, it's no longer a threat to me, however. A tragic scream caught his attention. "Fourth brother?" Horan looked back and saw Yishi trembling as he held a blood-covered Yinu. Zhen Chongxiao still held his shooting posture and said coldly, "It seems a 9th-rank martial disciple's speed can dodge this gun's attack." This act made Horan very angry, and he berated him sternly. "Are you planning to annihilate the entire spiritual spring sect? Has your conflict reached this point? Why can't you reconcile? Do you know that if you anger the Holy Spring Sect, our 100 Sect Alliance will also be instantly annihilated?" At the same time, the gun in his hand gradually disappeared. Zhen Chongxiao slowly accused, "The spiritual spring sect colluded with bandits, murdered my disciples, and then hired assassins from the Jiu Pavilion to assassinate me multiple times." He frowned, his eyes filled with killing intent. "And Alliance leader Qin wants me to make peace. Then after I annihilate the spiritual spring sect, I'll propose peace to the Holy Spring Sect. Wouldn't that solve it?" At this point, Yishi was so angry that black smoke was rising from him, and he shouted loudly, "I have already sent a disciple to request the Holy Spring Sect to come and uphold justice. Your Ironbone Sect will not have a good end." He threw his head back and roared, "I will wait for you in hell to atone for the sins against my 3 junior brothers." But the only response he received was the other party's cold words, "The first rule of my Ironbone Sect is that whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them. Your dog-like barking is so fierce, you're not worthy of this master wasting a bullet." Zhen Chongxiao announced with a face full of anger, "Go to hell and wait for your Holy Spring Sect." Hearing this, Horan's muscles bulged. Tearing his clothes, he rushed over at the speed of light. "This old man cannot let you act so recklessly." And the person opposite him also simultaneously thrust his sword forward. The tip of the sword aimed at Yishi was blocked by Horan's palm. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao curled his lip in disdain. Blocking a sword with his bare hand, I don't know if I should call him strong or stupid. Without another word, he pierced through with his sword and blood splattered. At this moment his face was filled with panic and he was covered in sweat. "My martial art actually can't stop him." Afterwards, Zhen Chongxiao swept his sword horizontally. Horan's blood flew through the air, his eyes blood red, and he solemnly declared, "Today the spiritual spring sect will disappear from the 100 Sect Alliance." He looked at his reflection in the bloodstain. Zhen Chongxiao continued, "And my Ironbone Sect officially withdraws from the alliance. An alliance leader like you is not worthy of being in an alliance with this master." Horan's face was filled with tension as he spoke. "City Lord, you must not show mercy to this kind of evil sect annihilator." But contrary to him, the other party was exceptionally calm. If Zhen Chongxiao had done something utterly unconscionable, this City Lord would have acted long ago without needing you to report it. "A mere martial disciple is not a threat." City Lord Xie sat on a chair holding a teacup and continued, regarding the matter between Zhen Chongxiao and the spiritual spring sect. "At most it's just a rat-like power doing evil." The tea was still steaming. Horan's voice sounded, "Then what about the spiritual spring sect?" Hearing this, City Lord Xia's brows furrowed tightly, and he said loudly, "They colluded with bandits, murdered and plundered in the past, and now they even dared to bring people from the Jiu Pavilion to Qingyang City without authorization." This made Horan break out in a cold sweat. "I really want to ask who gave them the guts to do such a thing." His feet also unconsciously kicked each other. "Alliance leader Qin, I know you've always wanted to curry favor with the Holy Spring Sect." At this point, City Lord Xie had already stood up. He said with his hands behind his back, his presence imposing, "But you must also remember, this Qingyang City's surname is Xie." His face was grim as he issued a warning, "If anyone dares to use despicable means against the people of Qingyang City, then don't blame me, Xie Guangkun, for being merciless." Blue sky, white clouds, brilliant sunshine in a desolate land. A noisy sound came from the loudspeaker. Little tiger loves to dance. Wherever the music went, the spirit and those people seemed to be controlled, constantly dancing along. Obedient little white rabbit pulling up radishes. Jun Chongxiao found it very grating and said, I didn't expect the system to come up with such a shameless item again. As soon as his voice fell, the system displayed a detailed introduction of the item. Radio, suitable for the sect disciples' morning exercises. The sound it emits can stimulate excitement. Hidden function. Within a 100-meter range, the host's locked target will be brainwashed and unconsciously dance along with the music. He lowered his head slightly and thought, if this hidden function is used properly, it's simply miraculous. As he thought of something unpleasant, Jun Chongxiao was lost in thought, imagining himself fighting a boss. Turn on the radio and the boss suddenly becomes like a fool. Immediately after, he himself felt disgusted. Pa. No, it wasn't this disgusting scene, but the spirit was constantly dancing, looking at the other party and sneering. Is this sect master insane? He complained inwardly as he danced. I, a great emperor of a bygone era, have become a dancer performing this sissy dance. Where is my dignity? How will I establish myself in this world in the future? After a while, an unexpected notification sound was heard. The morning exercise was over. The spirit lay on the ground drenched in sweat. He said with dazed eyes and a pout, just kill me, I beg you. My dignity is completely gone. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared beside him, and the dark figure suddenly spoke. Yi Xingchen, do you have time for a chat? He covered half his face with his hands and agreed, all right. In an empty pavilion, which seemed to be a collective training ground, a voice sounded. Your eyes tell me you're a person with a story. The person with platinum blonde hair continued. Actually, I'm quite envious of people like you who have a story. Jun Chongxiao said something that made the spirit choke on his water. Unlike me, I don't have any deep-seated hatred, and I transmigrated to become a sect master. Just thinking about it feels boring. After speaking, he turned his head and glanced at that cunning face. Have you been trying to find a way to leave this place these past few days? But the person next to him remained silent, only a trace of fear flashing across his face. His hand also trembled slightly, and that voice still echoed. Perhaps you have a love-hate relationship with the immortal sect. The person who uses this muscle tent already knows it's beneficial for your body and cultivation. His face also turned grim. He was still talking nonstop. Even after finishing that shameful morning exercise, you feel refreshed, which relieves the fatigue of cultivation. Leaving here is equivalent to losing many miraculous cultivation resources you can't even imagine, and it also means your path of revenge will be much slower. At this, the veins around the spirit's eyes bulged. Jun Chongxiao thought to himself, as expected, I was right. He's also a person with deep hatred, just like Qianqin. On the other hand, he still chatted with a deadpan face. This master doesn't know about your past, but since you've already joined our immortal sect. He put his hands in his pockets and stood opposite the spirit. Your path to becoming a powerhouse is bound to be limitless. You will be the one to write the ending of your old story. Hearing this, he broke into a bit of a sweat and asked, Can you help me break through and return to being a martial emperor? After speaking, he immediately laughed. Martial Emperor is just the beginning. This master believes there are even higher realms, and I will personally take you beyond the Martial Emperor realm. After hearing these confident promises, the spirit stretched and then said softly, The Yi Jin Jing and the muscle tent, these things have already proven you're not a liar. I'll accept this disciple identity for now. He put his hands behind his head and glanced lightly at Jun Chongxiao. But I can see that your spiritual root is nothing special, even quite ordinary. Even with some miraculous cultivation methods, your realm will eventually be limited. As soon as his voice fell, he conjured a fireball and praised, Good eyes, Yi Xingchen is indeed extraordinary. Inside it was a bottle being heated by the fire, and Jun Chongxiao's teeth were clenched tightly. But you're wrong, my trump cards will forever be beyond your imagination. The flames gradually dispersed, revealing its shape. Hammer after hammer, bang bang bang, struck the gate of the Ironbone sect. That wasn't the sound of someone breaking down the door, but a carpenter working diligently. Seeing the carpenter engrossed in his work, hammering and chiseling, lost in his craft, onlookers couldn't help but envy his passion for his work, while also secretly feeling sorry for the door. What grudge did it hold to be tormented like this? Finally, with the last strike of the hammer, the carpenter looked at his work, panting but with a voice full of joy. It's finally repaired. Then, as if recharged, that person rushed out at top speed, a happy smile on his face, proudly declaring, I, the swordsman Ma Yangning, would rather continue to roam the world. Farewell, we'll meet again in the martial world. Suddenly, a thump 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 sound came from a distance, as if someone was dribbling a ball. This sound would have been ordinary, but for someone fleeing in panic it was like the roar of an impending heavenly tribulation. He looked at the end of the road, gathered all his strength to rush over, and shouted loudly to encourage himself, Just one more step and I'll be free from the fate of a carpenter. Unexpectedly, from behind, a ball cut through the air, flying like Sect Master Jun's death summons. The ball's trajectory accurately hit a pillar in the front hall, then bounced back, smashing into the face of Ma Yangning, the part-time swordsman, shattering his dream and his face together. At this moment the carpenter fell, the light in his eyes dimming. Before everything went dark, only one thought floated before his eyes. Farewell, my humble dream of being a swordsman. The owner of the ball that shattered the small dream walked over without a hint of remorse, still complaining. My door was so beautiful you turned it into a Picasso's work and you think you can just leave? You have no sense of responsibility at all. Zhen Changxiao calmly walked past the helpless carpenter and his signature work, adding, if the door isn't fixed by the time I get back today, then the position of gatekeeper will be yours forever. Walking out of the sect gate, he was in high spirits today, strolling through Huyang City. As far as the eye could see, there were bustling streets. Enthusiastic hawking sounds came from all over and calls for discounts and promotions were endless. Our pharmacy is a century-old brand. We just got a new batch of medicinal herbs today, including linglaw grass and 3-year-aged tiger bone wine which strengthens the body. Come on. The lively scene before him immersed Zhen Changxiao, who couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Huyang City truly deserved its reputation as the city of medicinal herbs. After strolling for just half an hour, he had purchased nearly 30 sets of ingredients for healing pills, body sculpting pills, and qi gathering powders. He had even bought 2 sets of ingredients for the full qi pill. Looking at the vast and bustling city and then considering his own needs, Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. But this is still far from enough. It seems I'll have to make a trip over there. He leisurely walked through a few streets and finally arrived at his destination. He looked up at the magnificent sign of the I family pharmacy and sighed in admiration. How grand, as expected, of the largest pharmacy in Huyang City. Luckily I have some history with this family. After beating up their young master and their elder, he walked into the shop where the round-faced and auspicious-looking manager Ma warmly greeted him. Welcome, sir. What medicinal herbs would you like to buy? Sect Master Zhen leaned casually against the counter and made his request in earnest. Shopkeeper, I have a big deal for you. Quickly call out your person in charge to discuss it. Seeing that the person before him might be a distinguished guest, Manager Ma politely and carefully inquired, a big deal? May I ask for your esteemed name, sir? He calmly announced his title. Sect Master of the Immortal Sect, Zhen Changxiao. The speaker was calm, but the listener was startled. The shopkeeper had clearly heard of this name before, and seeing him now, he was both flattered and terrified, stammering in his reply, You're the one who injured our young master and elder? Sect Master Zhen's fame has spread far and wide, truly living up to your reputation. Manager Ma hurriedly commanded the shop assistants as if welcoming his own parents. What are you standing there for? Go and get people. Seeing the enthusiastic attitude of everyone in the shop, Zhen Changxiao thought with a dark expression. It seems they're calling for people to take revenge, right? Fine, I knew that showing up to talk business after beating someone up wouldn't be that simple. However, all of Sect Master Zhen's preparations were met with a sense of disappointment upon seeing the warm reception. He was ceremoniously promoted to a high-class customer. Zhen Changxiao awkwardly held a cup of fragrant guanyin tea and caught the rich scent of baked cakes. He asked, a bit embarrassed, Shopkeeper, when you said you were calling for people, did you mean to prepare tea and snacks for me? Faced with the distinguished guest's strange question, the shopkeeper replied with warmth yet a hint of politeness. Of course, we I family are in business. When we meet a major client, we naturally have to offer warm hospitality. Sect Master Zhen was deeply impressed by the shopkeeper's eloquence, so when he heard a new voice he didn't rush to look, waiting to see who would greet him this time. But unexpectedly, it was an old acquaintance at the door. The elder walked in happily to greet him as if welcoming a long-lost relative. Sect Master Zhen, long time no see. Zhen Changxiao was a bit surprised by this attitude, but he quickly reacted and without any reservation praised him politely. Elder, I was worried that because of our past conflict you wouldn't be willing to make money with me. Hearing his overly direct words, the old man could only force a helpless bitter smile and play along. Sect Master is truly fond of joking. With a broad smile on his face, he perfectly fit the mold of a great merchant. Elder, I looked at the person before him feeling a sense of dread. The news had already spread everywhere. You single-handedly annihilated the spiritual spring sect and crushed the 9th-rank martial disciple alliance leader Qin. With such strength you must be at least a martial master. Who would dare to cross you? With such a glorious battle record, the old man was very sensible and naturally knew how to act. He didn't hesitate to say with a smile, we became acquainted through our fight. Knowing that his visitor had business to discuss, Elder I wasted no more time. He sat down next to Zhen Changxiao and quickly got to the point. I wonder what business Sect Master Zhen has to discuss. At that moment he took out a piece of paper from his robes on which were written all sorts of pill-refining ingredients. Whatever amount of the medicinal herbs on this list the I family has, this Sect Master will buy. The old man took the paper and looked at it, then turned his head thoughtfully and said, Sect Master Zhen, the I family can provide all these herbs, but the price will not be low. For example, this most precious emperor flower leaf, our I family only dares to stock a little over 200 plants. Elder I's answer completely exceeded Zhen Changxiao's expectations, but he just remained silent and appreciated it quietly. The emperor flower leaf is the key ingredient for refining the full qi pill. A little over 200 plants meant over 200 full qi pills. As expected, the I family is ridiculously wealthy. Seeing this as a good business deal and an opportunity to build a connection, the old man proposed to sell at a friendship price. Sect Master Zhen, I've given you a discount on these medicinal herbs, but it will still cost 100,000 taels. Of course, hearing this price, Zhen Changxiao smiled with satisfaction. Money is not an issue after robbing the bandits. This Sect Master is not short of money. Satisfying the customer is the way of business. After reaching an agreement, Elder I quickly sent someone to make arrangements. Then I will have someone pack them up and deliver them to your esteemed sect immediately. Looking at these herbs, I'll take the liberty of asking, is Sect Master Jun proficient in the art of alchemy? Jun Chongxiao seized the opportunity to make money and said humbly, I know a thing or two. Coincidentally, I have a pill I refined right here. He took out an emerald green sparkling pill with clear patterns surrounded by a faint layer of spiritual energy. He introduced it. A healing pill. I wonder if the I family is interested in purchasing some. Looking at the ordinary pill before him, the old man explained apologetically, Sect Master Jun, forgive my bluntness, but healing pills are the most common type of pill, so their profit margin is extremely low. Before the old man could finish his tactful words, Manager Ma, who was beside him, was suddenly punched in front of Elder I. The punch was so fast and vicious that it sent the man flying to the end of the hall, spitting blood. As Manager Ma was spitting blood, Jun Chongxiao also flicked a pill into his mouth, while the old man was shocked by his actions. The old man roared in anger, Sect Master Jun, I have treated you with kindness and respect. Why would you lay a deadly hand on my man? Before he could finish, Manager Ma had already stood up with ease, stammering, Elder I think I'm fine. A chill ran down his spine and cold sweat dripped down. Elder I could hardly believe what he was seeing. He murmured to himself, your sternum was clearly shattered just now. As if to prove he wasn't dreaming or mistaken, Elder I personally reached out to touch Manager Ma's now healed wound. The old man stared wide-eyed at the tear in the clothes, the only evidence of what had just happened, and then said to himself, that punch clearly shattered your sternum, yet it healed in an instant. Is this a healing pill? This is clearly an immortal pill. Keenly sensing that this was a quality product and a chance to make a profit, Elder I turned to Jun Chongxiao and urgently discussed, Sect Master Jun, however many of these healing pills you have, our I family will buy them all. Seeing that the promotional effect had reached his expectations, his experience from his past life as a pyramid schemer resurfaced. He quoted a price. Refining this divine medicine is not easy, so the price is a bit high. This sect master will set it at 10,000. The old man quickly demonstrated his business acumen. The old man quickly finalized the price, 10,000 a pill, deal, no problem. Then he turned and ordered Manager Ma, quick, go to the bank and withdraw 100,000 taels of silver as a deposit. Salesman Jun Chongxiao was stunned when he heard this price and couldn't help but thank his slow tongue for earning him another large sum of money. He was both moved and silently cursed himself. Damn it, I was just about to say 10,000 taels a bottle. Walking out of the pharmacy, he was still feeling lightheaded, sighing, good thing he was faster than me. Well, a profit is a profit. The I family's efficiency was indeed remarkable. Before long, a space ring was presented neatly and respectfully before Jun Chongxiao. Sect Master Jun, the medicinal herbs you require are all in this space ring, a total of 100,000 taels worth of herbs. Elder I also very sincerely saw his distinguished guest to the door, not forgetting a gift of gratitude. Please consider this ring a gift from the I family, a token of our sincerity for our first collaboration. Jun Chongxiao was also generous, directly handing a bottle of healing pills to the elder as payment. I only brought 10 healing pills today, just enough for the 100,000 taels worth of herbs. Taking the pills, the old man was also very satisfied with this cooperation opportunity. A pleasure doing business with you. From now on, the I family is willing to purchase any pills refined by Sect Master Jun at a high price. Hearing Elder I's words, Jun Chongxiao's system once again sounded with a familiar prompt along with a super value reward that shocked its master. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, spend money like water, rewarding 20 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, spend a fortune, rewarding 50 contribution points. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, spend a fortune. Activating hidden reward, obtained aptitude transformation liquid double. Hearing the series of dreamlike rewards, he couldn't help but bid a hasty farewell, taking the opportunity to enjoy these treasures. I'll definitely work with you again next time. Goodbye, I'm in a hurry. The moment he turned around, Manager Ma was as happy as if he had already gotten the gold, congratulating loudly, Elder, this kind of life-reviving pill we could easily sell for 30,000 apiece. He congratulated the elder on closing a big deal, but the old man waved his hand dismissively. 30,000, Manager Ma, your vision is too narrow. Immediately, Elder I issued a series of commands with fluid grace to drive up the price of this high-end product. Go and prepare an auction for me. Also publicize it well. This divine medicine must start at no less than 50,000 taels. Sect Master Jun is truly the god of wealth for our I family. Although he was already far away and couldn't hear these words, the god of wealth, who was in high spirits, couldn't help but sneeze from being praised. Because of this slight bodily anomaly, god of wealth Jun, who had just finished drinking 2 doses of the aptitude transformation liquid, mistakenly thought it was a side effect and muttered to himself in confusion. Damn it, why is my nose running after drinking 2 bottles of aptitude transformation liquid? I rushed out of the city for nothing. System, don't tell me your medicine is fake. As Jun Chongxiao muttered, he leisurely walked back to his sect, but suddenly felt that something was strange around him. Suddenly, with every step he took, a rich golden-yellow spiritual energy appeared from nowhere and swirled around him. Stopping in shock, Jun Chongxiao found that layers of spiritual energy were surging towards him like a tide endlessly. This explosive sense of satisfaction was something he had never experienced before. Zhen Changxiao was shocked as he experienced the joy before him, unable to resist the urge to shout, "This spiritual energy, is this what it's like for a supreme-grade spiritual root to sense the world?" This sudden surge of spiritual energy made him want to sit down and enjoy it immediately. "Since you're all so enthusiastic and proactive, then this sect master won't be polite." Focusing on absorbing the spiritual energy and circulating it throughout his body, he unexpectedly broke through right then and there. He went from one surprise to another as the system loudly announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 6th rank martial disciple. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the 7th rank martial disciple." Soaring into the air, experiencing the wondrous changes in his body and its connection to the world, Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but lament his past. A supreme-grade spiritual root is truly extraordinary. It actually gives me a feeling of being in control of this world. No wonder Qingyang's progress is comparable to a Ferrari. Exploring the subsequent changes with curiosity, he smiled with anticipation and said, "If a supreme-grade spiritual root is like this, I can't imagine how terrifying a divine-grade spiritual root would be. I'm really looking forward to it." After the initial shock and adapting to his new cultivation speed, Zhen Changxiao now walked forward calmly, contemplating the situation of the other geniuses in the sect. "In the end, I guess I can be considered a genius like Qingyang. And Qianqin's aptitude is even better than Qingyang's. I wonder what kind of spiritual root she has." The scene shifted to the Ironbone sect. At this moment he was painfully pressing the button on the pill furnace, watching the pills fly out of the furnace one by one. Looking at his swollen fingers, Zhen Changxiao complained wearily to the system, "System, I have a suggestion. Can you change it from pressing one by one to just holding it down? My hand is about to cramp up." Luckily, I was a single dog for 30 years in my past life and developed godlike hand speed. Otherwise I really couldn't have held on. An hour later, looking at his fingers which had swollen to twice their size and the pill statistics sheet, it was all thanks to the one young finger. He let out a sigh of relief, finally finished pressing for 100,000 portions of medicinal herbs. "My poor delicate hands." He stretched his back and did a few movements to relieve the soreness in his knees, hands and feet. Zhen Changxiao was excited and proud. "I'll distribute these to the disciples tomorrow morning. With this pile of pills, our cultivation progress can take another huge leap forward." Looking at the sky, he realized how much time had passed and thought to himself, "Is it already night, right after all this torment? All right, I'll refresh the store before bed. Maybe I'll get some useful items." With that, Zhen Changxiao calmly opened the system interface. Looking at the shopping page, his eyes suddenly widened and he was so startled his sleepiness vanished. He stammered, This is," then, as if he had discovered a treasure, Zhen Changxiao roared with excitement, Bye, I have to get this." The system received the command so quickly that it confirmed again, "This will consume 100 contribution points. Is the host sure?" Without hesitation, who could miss such a good thing? He confirmed again with excitement, "Of course, with a 0.1 appearance rate, how could I miss it?" After receiving the command, the system unlocked and immediately transferred the item to the buyer. Then congratulations to the host for obtaining. Any modern person would know it. So Zhen Changxiao's feelings at this moment, hearing the system announce divine grade QBU-88 sniper rifle, were indescribable. His eyes were filled with desire as he held the gun in his hand. He was so excited he wanted to shout and show it off. What is the dream of a strong man? This is it. The system also displayed a detailed introduction panel. Divine grade QBU-88 sniper rifle, original Chinese military sniper rifle, modified to adapt to the high martial world. The bullet component has been replaced with a crystal core. Advantages: fast firing rate, long range, strong destructive power. Zhen Changxiao was as excited as a child who had just received a gift, eagerly installing the scope onto the rifle. He bent down, looking at the weapon he had dreamed of even in his past life, and said in an excited whisper, "A sniper rifle with an 8x scope, perfect." Just as the equipment was installed, the system spoke again. "The gun and barrel are one. It is recommended that the host activate the 8x scope's enhanced mode." The system's prompt made him even more curious, and he quickly urged, "Enhanced mode, where is it? Quick, open it and let me see." Upon receiving the command, the system immediately activated. Congratulations to the host for consuming 5 contribution points and successfully activating the 8x scope's enhanced mode. After the money-burning system finished its report, its master was a bit stunned and cursed angrily. "This costs money too, system, you?" Before he could finish cursing, Zhen Changxiao suddenly saw a miracle before his eyes. He wished he could widen his eyes as much as possible to prove he was awake. The entire structure of the Ironbone sect was clearly displayed before his eyes. Looking at the high-definition, multi-dimensional map, Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "System, you call this enhanced mode? This is clearly a see-through hack." Suddenly, as he was admiring the results of his new prize, he happened to hear some incomprehensible whispers. "This immortal sect is a bit strange. To rescue 47 we must be extra careful. The time limit given by the Pavilion Master is only 1 day left. How about we use the divine artifact to penetrate their sect protection array today, make a quick strike and get out? Run." Sect Master Zhen Changxiao turned the scope, searching for the source of the voice, and then muttered to himself, "There are enemies." Through the scope, 2 suspicious figures were hiding outside the wall of the disciples' dormitory. The image was as clear as a live TV broadcast. Zooming in on the two figures again, their words could be heard clearly, as if whispered in his ear. 47's assassination skills are no worse than ours. What method did this ninth-rate sect use to capture him? But with the two of us brothers working together, we can definitely take Zhen Changxiao's head. This experience of seeing and hearing with his own eyes and ears was a genuine surprise for the buyer. Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but grin, feeling he had gotten a great bargain. An enhanced mode that could both eavesdrop and see through things was an absolute steal for just 5 points. On the other hand, having learned the two intruders' plan, Zhen Changxiao aimed the muzzle at them while feigning sympathy, taking money to solve someone's problems. I can understand this principle, but that's all. He placed his hand on the trigger, looked at the two, and Sect Master Zhen made his decision. But you of the GU Pavilion have made one mistake, and that is provoking someone you shouldn't have. Then he adopted the standard sniper pose he had seen countless times on TV in his previous life. He gently pulled the trigger for a soul-piercing shot. The bullet, carrying a mysterious power, somehow penetrated layers of walls and tore through the night sky. The two unusual intruders suddenly sensed something was wrong and quickly turned their heads, whispering, "There's killing intent. We've been exposed." The speed of a hasty response could never match the speed of a bullet, so in the blink of an eye, the two assassins from the GU Pavilion were headshot, sacrificing their lives before they could do anything. After confirming the result, Zhen Changxiao sneered coldly, "Assassins and snipers, two different styles of operation. A pity you had no chance of winning this duel. As the old saying goes, you must pull out the roots when you cut the weeds. It seems this GU Pavilion," his eyes were filled with thought, yet he coldly decided the fate of many, should no longer exist in this world. At that moment the system's mechanical voice sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for eliminating 2 gold medal assassins, killing 2 birds with 1 stone and obtaining a special reward. The sect martial art My Slash. With this high-level martial art," the system further explained its origin and historical development. The immortal sect's My Slash was originally only half a martial art technique. After being modified by the all-powerful system, it became a complete, easy-to-learn martial art. It can gather the surrounding spiritual energy into the palm, forming a crescent-shaped stream of light slash. Its power is extremely strong, but its spiritual power consumption is very small. It is suitable for long-range combat and is a mid-grade initial-tier skill that can only be cultivated at the martial disciple realm. After reading this introduction, Zhen Changxiao fell into deep thought. A sect martial art, which means the disciples can also cultivate it. But its mid-grade quality seems a bit too ordinary. I just don't know how low the spiritual power consumption actually is. As if suddenly remembering something, a crafty smile appeared on the corner of Zhen Changxiao's mouth, and he thought to himself, "I'll find someone to test it on tomorrow morning." I happen to have a perfect test subject. The next morning the sky was clear and cloudless, a perfect day for some fun. On the sect's training ground, a surprised yet somewhat arrogant voice rang out. "You want to spar with me using blades? The last time I lost to you was only because of that sword of yours." It was the swordsman/carpenter Ma Yongning who had spoken. But Ma Yongning's hands were born to wield a blade. "Come on, Sect Master Zhen." His energetic and imposing face suddenly froze as if his pressure points had been hit. Then a huge explosion erupted, shaking the entire building and making the whole sect tremble. On the training ground, amidst the spreading dust, Sect Master Zhen raised his hand and exclaimed in shock. As expected of something modified by the all-powerful system, this isn't low consumption, it's practically zero consumption. Not far away, shrouded in dust, a blurry figure spoke weakly. Sect Master Zhen, once the dust settles." The swordsman Ma Yongning, in a strange and mysterious posture, having perfectly dodged countless slashes, carefully finished what he hadn't said earlier. "I want to become your disciple," Sect Master Zhen asked in surprise. "What, weren't you trying to run away just yesterday?" To show his sincerity, the swordsman knelt down without hesitation and sincerely pleaded, "Today I had the honor of witnessing your magnificent and free-spirited swordsmanship, and only then did I realize how trash my own skills are. Also, it's a bit embarrassing. If he hadn't mentioned it, it would be one thing, but he was drooling with craving and pleaded, "After tasting Dudu's cooking yesterday, I made up my mind. I want to dedicate my youth as a swordsman to the immortal sect." Seeing Ma Yongning's gluttonous appearance, Sect Master Zhen Changxiao couldn't help but roar, "Damn it, that's the main reason, isn't it?" However, as an extraordinary and free-spirited sect master, he still agreed to take him in. "Forget it, Dudu still needs a dishwasher. If you want to stay, you can take the job." Hearing this, as if a great weight had been lifted, Ma Yongning stood up happily and excitedly declared, Ma Yongning's hands were born to wash dishes. "You can rest assured, Sect Master." Zhen Changxiao looked at the enthusiastic young man before him and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Such thick skin, he sincerely encouraged him, and the sect master trustingly handed the responsibility to his new disciple. "You are the talent that my Ironbone sect has been missing." The life of cultivation continued on peacefully. 3 days later, in the bustling Huyang city, eye-catching red banners with strange content were posted everywhere. Here it said, "Are you still attached to this mortal world?" Elsewhere was another line, "Are you still unwilling to let go of your last breath?" On this street corner was the I family's sacred medicine for healing. "As long as there is one breath left, eat one pill and life will shine again." On that street corner was, "Nourish your kidneys and strengthen your yang, you'll be strong and she'll be happy." The entire Huyang city became exceptionally lively because of this promotional event. In a spacious courtyard, many people sat side by side. The attendees were enthusiastically discussing. Someone said the I family was auctioning 9 sacred healing pills today, wondering if they were as miraculous as advertised. Another person chimed in. I've seen enough to know the I family isn't foolish enough to ruin their own reputation. I'm afraid there's really something groundbreaking. As he spoke, he looked down. He frowned slightly, a hint of surprise in his tone. Oh, isn't that the Song family's second young master? He looked down and saw a person in a wheelchair. Someone came from somewhere to inquire and clicked their tongue in wonder upon seeing the situation. What a pity. Back then he left Qingyang Prefecture with Xiao Zuiji for training. Just 2 days in, he was ambushed by a fierce beast. Though he was lucky to survive, his whole body was paralyzed. The one in the wheelchair was indeed the Song family's second young master. He looked tired and dejected. The person next to him also echoed pitifully. This is truly a case of not being able to die and not being able to live. It's been 2 or 3 years since this happened, right? Suddenly they stuffed a green pill into his mouth. In the audience, a bald old man saw the pill being taken by the Song family's second young master and said disdainfully, "What is the I family up to? Do they want us to witness this kid recover instantly?" Absurd, but the Song family's second young master suddenly made an unusual movement. Something a paralyzed person couldn't do. His hand kept slapping the armrest of the chair. The person who had just been speaking rudely was now stunned upon seeing this scene and blurted out unconsciously. "Just 1 pill and he can move a little. How many would he have to eat to stand up and walk? 10 bottles?" A powerful energy emanated from his body. The Song family's second young master's eyes snapped open, his pupils shrinking to the size of beans. His hands felt as if they were electrocuted, and his whole body was pierced by a force temporarily uncontrollable. In an instant he suddenly stood up, shattering the wheelchair, and shouted with renewed vigor, "I can finally move." He then touched his body and shouted loudly, my cultivation hasn't disappeared." The person, as if not believing their eyes, immediately retorted, "Impossible," a spectator suddenly exclaimed, their face filled with surprise. "I am miracle." That person's eyes widened and they stammered, "This isn't medicine, this is clearly giving someone a second life." Seeing that his medicine's effect was so outstanding, Shinki couldn't help but feel smug. He then introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the healing effect of the sacred medicine is plain for all to see. This medicine is effective for the meridian opening and martial disciple realms. Now the auction officially begins." As soon as his voice fell, the audience below started calling out different prices. 35,000, 40,000, 55,000, 60,000 taels, someone from a higher floor shouted loudly. 75,000, 80,000. Following that, Qingyang and Jun Chongxiao, cloaked in black, were observing silently. Seeing the scene, he turned his head and asked, "Sect Master, didn't you say 10,000 a pill was a huge profit? You even told us to be humble and not act rich. Now they're being auctioned for 8 or 9 times that price." Being questioned, he could only be speechless, regretting his misjudgment, with 2 streams of tears flowing down his face. "Sure enough, I'm still an inexperienced young sect master." The people below were still bidding fiercely, and the value of the pill was getting higher and higher. "Sold for 100,000 taels." Looking at the lively scene, Jun Chongxiao became even more worried, crying inwardly, "I'm crying," sighing as the silver flowed far away. After a long while the two walked elsewhere. As soon as they arrived, he broke down and slapped a pillar with his palm, making a loud sound. Jun Chongxiao trembled all over and stammered, "Now every step I take feels like a knife twisting in my heart. I only sold it for 10,000. Seeing this, Qingyang could only listen to his complaints blankly. "And they actually auctioned it for 100,000, and the last one even sold for 120,000. Just as he was feeling upset, a call suddenly came from behind. "Sect Master Jun, please wait." It was Shinki, he said with a smile. "I saw you in the stands just now." Being exposed, he took off his cloak and replied politely, "I brought a few disciples into the city today to apply for promotion to an 8th-rate sect. I didn't expect your auction to be so popular." Shinki was even more pleased. "This is all thanks to Sect Master Jun's divine medicine that we have this scene of competitive bidding. This is the commission from the auction. Please accept it, Sect Master Jun." After speaking, the old man handed Jun Chongxiao a small bag and added some tempting words. "I hope you will also let our I family handle your future pills. Here's to a long and happy cooperation." With his nose in the air, he replied, "No problem." Jun Chongxiao took out a pill bottle and then named his price. "These are 10 new healing pills I've refined, but the price is a bit different this time. I want 50,000 apiece." Before he could finish, the old man interrupted him, trying to negotiate. 1 million, Sect Master Jun. Today is just the beginning. Once the buyers spread the word about the pill's effect, the next auction won't just have people from Qingyang Prefecture. At that time, the price. Hearing this, he was stunned for a long time and silently blamed himself. "Damn, I really have a peasant mentality. Good thing I didn't say it out loud yet." 1 million apiece. Outside the magnificent auction house, Qingyang walked and asked, "So, Sect Master, you mean you had already discussed this commission split with the I family?" Jun Chongxiao replied with a clueless face, "Of course, this sect master had long expected the healing pills to be very popular. How could I possibly ask for a mere 100,000 taels?" He continued to ask, then every step is a step of pawn. Before he could finish asking, Jun Chongxiao turned around and stopped him, warning, "Qingyang, you must immediately change your blunt nature, or one day you won't even know how you died." As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Mo called from behind, Sect Master, we're here. The sect certification hall. Following his finger, the two looked and saw an exquisite and magnificent building, solemn and majestic. After Jun Chongxiao's group went in, they saw the person drink the water in the cup in one gulp and could only stand there stunned. Then the person placed the empty cup heavily on the table and started making things difficult. Sect Master Jun, applying for promotion to an 8th-rate sect is not easy. The file information does not meet the requirements. Hearing this, he asked in confusion, how does it not meet the requirements? Doesn't an 8th-rate sect require 5 or more martial disciples? My disciples took the top 4 spots in the martial arts competition, which is enough to prove their strength has reached the martial disciple level. Plus me, that's a full 5 people. However, the person remained seated in his chair and replied lazily, I have also heard about the matter of the martial arts competition. Although I am sure your disciples have reached the martial disciple realm without proof from the government office, there's nothing I can do. Jun Chongxiao suppressed his anger and asked, then how can I obtain proof from the government office? The person slowly picked up the cup and took another sip of water, then gently instructed on the procedure. First, please return to the village where your sect was registered and established and find the village head and the party branch secretary. Author's note. Village party branch secretary sounds too modern, but I really can't think of a suitable replacement. If anyone knows, please help me out in the comments section. Xiao Mo bent down and whispered in his ear, the village head and the secretary. That's simple. Uncle Wang and Sister Wang can handle it for us. But Jun Chongxiao cut him off with a grim face. You're too naive. Seeing that he was still clueless, he continued to explain in detail. You need the village head to write a draft of the certificate, then get it approved by the village party secretary and then submit it to the town's guard captain. He will conduct a preliminary review of your disciples. After a comprehensive and detailed review, he will give you a strength assessment form. Hearing these somewhat tedious requirements, Jun Chongxiao frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I can't believe I'm experiencing the inefficient bureaucracy of Earth in this world. At that time, the man was still patiently instructing, then submit the form to the town mayor. The town mayor will convene a meeting of the town committee members to vote. After it's passed, the form will be sent to the city's guard unit. Of course, if the vote doesn't pass, it means the information is incomplete. For example, if a disciple's household registration is not in the town. Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao's head felt like it was about to explode. He asked with a wry smile, is there a simpler process? The man also replied helplessly, I really don't know any other way. These are the regulations. There are no shortcuts. Just then, another voice came from behind. The strength of the immortal sect is plain for all to see. I think we should just use the special circumstances procedure. He was suddenly startled and turned around, somewhat surprised by the person's appearance. Elder Ma. Elder Ma also responded enthusiastically, I came here for some business today and didn't expect to run into Sect Master Jun. Then he stepped forward to plead on Jun Chongxiao's behalf. Officer Zhao Ai Ma should have some face, right? Seeing Elder Ma's intention to help, Jun Chongxiao also thanked him politely. Thank you, Elder Ma. But the man said he was just following procedure and shouldn't be making things difficult. Before he could finish, Jun Chongxiao heard the sound of a stamp. Immediately after, the man hurriedly stood up, his attitude respectful, a complete contrast to his previous coldness. Sect Master Jun, your application for promotion to an 8th-rate sect has been approved. You just need to have a certificate photo taken in a moment. He was so shocked by how quickly the man's attitude changed that he almost choked. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Elder Ma grinned. Jun Chongxiao still hadn't recovered, cursing inwardly, you're fucking something else. The next second, someone reminded him, Sect Master Jun, please push your hair back to show your face clearly. Sorry, it's a requirement for the certificate photo. He also hurriedly reached up and pushed his hair back. Then, one after another, reminders came. This part of your hair needs to be trimmed too. You need to show both ears. So Jun Chongxiao forcefully slicked back his bangs. Then someone else helped him adjust his posture, telling him to sit up straight for the photo. Your head is a bit tilted. Lean a little to the left. Don't smile. Okay, 1, 2. After a series of swift photo-taking procedures, someone finally said it was done. Jun Chongxiao looked at the unflattering photo that didn't look like him. His appearance even looked as if he had just been through 10 rounds of torture. Jun Chongxiao trembled with anger. His entire being seemed to be shrouded in negative energy. Jun Chongxiao tore the newly taken photo in half, but he still didn't forget to thank Elder Ma. Elder Ma, I've suffered too great a blow today. I will definitely visit the Kangshan sect in person another day to make my apologies. Seeing that Jun Chongxiao was unhappy, he didn't want to press the matter. It's alright, Sect Master Jun, please feel free. Just then, the immortal sect system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host sect for being promoted to 8th rate, earning 100 achievement points, 200 contribution points. Sect achievement points 100,500, sect contribution points 355,500, one thing after another. He wept bitterly in his heart. System, do you know how much I've sacrificed? The scene changed to the outside of someone's house. It turned out that Zuiji was still relentlessly hammering a sandbag inside. Suddenly, Jun Chongxiao stood at the door and called out, Zuiji, I have something for you. He took a bag and upon opening it, found it was full of sparkling crystal cores. Zuiji cheered with delight. Sect Master, why are there so many crystal cores? This amount must be worth tens of thousands of taels, but he immediately corrected himself. A total of 170,000 taels. This is also an opportunity for you to choose your next path of cultivation. Jun Chongxiao looked at his body and continued to assess. Your strength has reached 4,600 Jin, but your physical body is also nearing its limit. Seeing that Zui Ji was still stunned, Jun Chongxiao continued, however, besides a powerful physical body, a martial artist can improve in many other areas such as weapons and equipment. He immediately took out a long rifle and proposed a condition. If your body can withstand it, this sniper rifle is yours. Jun Chongxiao's eyes were serious as he smiled and instructed, come follow me to the back mountain to test the gun. The scene changed to a steep and precipitous mountain. Looking at the target, Jun Chongxiao still didn't forget to remind him, remember what I just told you. Target position, bullet velocity, and wind speed will all affect accuracy. You can shoot once you turn off the safety. Zui Ji lay on the ground, got into position, and prepared to aim. Jun Chongxiao continued to guide him. Once you've aimed, pull the trigger. After he accurately locked onto the position, he held his position and silently pulled the trigger. Who knew the power of the sniper rifle's bullet would be so immense? Just one shot and the entire area around the target was directly blown apart. Looking at the scene before him, Jun Chongxiao then remembered. I forgot to remind him just now. He glanced at Zui Ji and said with a wry smile, the recoil on this thing is extremely strong. The scene was a mess. The ancient trees were also blasted into disarray with only neat bare stumps left standing. Jun Chongxiao turned and left that shot just now. You were basically a bullet yourself. Bent down to take a look, then commented, but judging from this recoil, I think your physical body. Jun Chongxiao stood on the path the bullet had just swept through, facing Zui Ji, who had been messily thrown into a pile of rubble. He added, still has a lot of room for development. Seeing him fall into the ruins in such a sorry state, Jun Chongxiao praised, also you have a talent for guns. To be thrown so far and still hit the target. Zui Ji came to his senses and smiled at Jun Chongxiao. He lowered his voice full of determination. Sect Master, this disciple must have this gun. The scene changed to the next day. Xiao Mo and a group of people were holding a thick log, pushing it forward with all their might while shouting loudly. It turned out this group was using the log to push against Zui Ji, helping him with his strength training. Due to the excessive force, Zui Ji's feet slid on the ground. The training was very arduous, and he was panting from exhaustion. But the thought of the sniper rifle made Zui Ji's eyes become firm again. He shouted, continue. Jun Chongxiao and Qingyang stood outside watching this scene and couldn't help but feel a little daunted. Zui Ji seems to be a bit too hard on himself. He stood up and expressed his opinion. Junior brother Xiao's desire to become stronger is too intense. Although the martial arts tournament just now proved his strength, he still wants to surpass that woman who was once his fiancée. Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao was also suddenly reminded of this matter. Jun Chongxiao glanced over and asked gossipily, I remember Zui Ji's fiancée is named Murong Xin. Is she very strong? Qingyang hurriedly replied. As far as this disciple knows, Murong Xin is a direct descendant of the Murong family. The Murong family is one of the 4 great families in Tianhai Prefecture. The strength of the Murong family is no less than that of the 5th-rate sect, the Kangshan sect. He continued to tell Jun Chongxiao everything he knew. Most importantly, Murong Xin possesses a supreme-grade spiritual root and was accepted as a personal disciple by 11 elders of the Bihei sacred sect. Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao suddenly stood up, clenched his fists, and said excitedly, a second-rate sect, this sounds very familiar. A genius like her would shine even brighter in a second-rate sect. It's no surprise she broke off the engagement with Zui Ji. Jun Chongxiao's rash actions made Qingyang, who was beside him, constantly question and feel puzzled. He looked at Zui Ji over there and silently assessed, sweating inwardly. For my disciple to want to surpass the woman who abandoned him, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. While the two were gossiping, Zui Ji was still training desperately. His eyes bloodshot and filled with determination. Zui Ji was still being continuously and violently attacked by the log, to the point that outsiders couldn't even see the log's specific position. But even if he was exhausted and his body was broken, once he made up his mind he would press forward without hesitation. Looking at the sweat-drenched Zui Ji, Jun Chongxiao asked himself in his heart, so what if it's a 5th-rate family? So what if she's the disciple of a second-rate sect's elder? He curled his lip, feeling a hint of interest. It's only difficult if it's a challenge. Murong Xin, just you wait for my disciple to teach you the meaning of regret. A few days later, on the same mountain where he had practiced with Jun Chongxiao, Zui Ji held a crystal core near the barrel of the gun and muttered to himself, using a 5th-grade crystal core, the recoil should be much smaller than a 7th-grade one. Then he held out a finger to feel the wind direction and deduced, the wind is east-northeast with a speed of about 3 to 4. After all preparations were complete, Zui Ji got into a shooting position and finished calculating the target's movement speed. Then he counted down the seconds. 2. At this time the barrel was already aimed at a small deer in the forest. 1. Suddenly a woman's figure appeared in his scope. Zui Ji abruptly raised his head, his eyes wide with shock, and then roared in his heart. That figure, at the same time a pair of feet, had stepped before the gate of the immortal sect. Murong Xin held her long blade, raised her eyes and looked around, assessing. So this is the immortal sect? It's not as run down as the rumors say. The sudden arrival made her gasp, her eyes widening in shock as she looked ahead, crying out in her heart. It's him. A man's figure strode out from inside. Murong Xin cried out in her heart. It's him. Zui Ji looked at her calmly and asked, what are you doing here? He recalled the scene from 5 years ago when Murong Xin tried to personally meet and talk with him. That day she had inadvertently said the words, "I'm here today to break off the engagement," and it was for this reason that Zuiji was mocked and scorned by countless people. A piece of trash was publicly rejected. The Shao family has lost all its face today. Shameless, get out of the Shao family. At that time, he was still very young and could only bite his lip, silently enduring the vicious words, telling himself, "I can accept going from a genius to a piece of trash. I can also accept being driven out of the family." Zuiji had also found an excuse to comfort himself. "This marriage was decided by our parents and I have no feelings for her, but for her to humiliate me in public and cause my parents to be ridiculed." The more he thought about the past, the more resentful he became, and his tone grew even harsher. "State your purpose or don't blame my bullets for being merciless," Murong Xin said in a confident tone. A direct descendant of the Murong family, no matter which sect in Qingyang Prefecture I go to, the high-level leaders will welcome me warmly. She had been blinded by false prosperity for too long, so she raised her head arrogantly and asked, "Isn't your sect master going to come out and personally welcome this young lady?" Zuiji already disliked Murong Xin, and seeing her still arrogant attitude he immediately pulled the gate shut, intending to ignore her. Murong Xin hurriedly shouted, "Hey," he just said calmly, "come in if you want, I'm closing the gate if you don't." Hearing this, although she was very angry, she could only clench her fists. She strode past Zuiji complaining, "Just a small 9th-rate sect and you think you're so great?" It wasn't until she reached the tower of the immortal sect that she was stunned by its grand scale. Seeing this, Murong Xin began to break out in a cold sweat, then sighed. "It's quite impressive." Zuiji seemed to have gotten used to her rapid changes in attitude. He just brushed past her and explained, "First, we are now an 8th-rate sect. Second, the sect master has entrusted the head senior brother with rebuilding the entire sect. Ironbone sect, I will forge ahead." Murong Xin glanced at the disciples of the immortal sect training in the courtyard, then clicked her tongue and commented, "But the disciples' cultivation levels are too low and their aptitude is average. It's useless no matter how magnificently the sect is built." At this, his face immediately showed displeasure. He gritted his teeth and explained to her, "Average aptitude, these disciples have only been cultivating for a few months." His words stunned Murong Xin, who glanced over in surprise. With just one look, she discovered that many of them were already at the 10th layer of meridian opening. Although she thought this in her heart, on the surface she still stubbornly asked Zuiji, "But you still haven't opened your meridians, right?" She looked at the scene under the eaves and explained the old matter. "Back then I really didn't know your spiritual root and cultivation had regressed, nor did I know you had been driven out of the Shao family." Murong Xin looked ahead and continued to state, "I just didn't want to marry someone I knew nothing about, so I secretly came to break off the engagement. It's been 5 years and the world thinks it was because of your cultivation." But he seemed to no longer care about the past and immediately interrupted her. "The past is the past, there's no need to bring it up again. Besides, I've found my own path now." On the other side, Jun Chongxiao was gulping down water. Qingyang was hiding behind a pillar, eavesdropping. Jun Chongxiao commented, "Zuji's fiancé has quite the presence," but Zuji's response was too blunt, and he, standing behind, asked for his opinion somewhat awkwardly. "Sect Master, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to eavesdrop like this?" Murong Xin took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Zuiji, seemingly wanting to sincerely make up for her past mistakes. "Here are 10 meridian opening pills. They can increase the chance of successfully opening your meridians. Consider it compensation for my impulsive youth back then." But in return, he seemed to feel his pride had been violated, so he refused her good intentions. "Are you pitying me? A piece of trash like me is not worthy of young Lady Murong's compensation. Please take these meridian opening pills back." Just as his voice fell, a water kettle suddenly fell from the sky, smashing directly onto Zuji's head, accompanied by a rebuke. "Who's a piece of trash? Stand up straight for me." He was soaked to the bone like a drowned rat, but he was still determined to defend his dignity. "Murong Xin, one day I will go to the Bihei sacred sect and take back my dignity." The two stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly a wooden board flew out with the words, "Give a deadline" written on it. Zuiji was furious and said, "Within 10 years. The board flew out again, this time with too long, bro. He had no choice but to shorten the time. 8 years. The last wooden board flew over, reading, "You can only succeed if you are brave." At this point, Zuiji was about to go mad. He turned around and shouted at Jun Chongxiao's group, who were sneakily writing on the boards behind a pillar, "Sect Master, stop fooling around." Taking advantage of the distraction, Jun Chongxiao went back and took the pill bottle from Murong Xin's hand and flew away like a gust of wind, leaving only a single sentence behind. "I'll take the meridian opening pills." Zuji's face was filled with determination as he said word for word so she could hear him clearly, "In 3 years I, Shao Zuiji, will step into the Bihei sacred sect openly and honorably." Looking at Zuiji, Murong Xin's face suddenly turned red with shyness, as if she had been struck by Cupid's arrow, but the next second she turned to leave and agreed, "All right, I'll wait for you at the Bihei sacred sect." Watching Murong Xin's departing figure, he remained silent. However, Zuiji clutched the pill bottle in his hand and asked Jun Chongxiao, "Sect Master, you said I have nothing to do with her anymore. Is it still necessary to go and make a scene at the Bihei sacred sect in 3 years?" Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao analyzed the situation as if he had seen through the vanities of the world. "Zuiji, I'm not telling you to go to the Bihei sacred sect to lose face. I want you to resolve your inner demons. Zhang Changxiao clasped his hands and explained his motivation clearly. Only by becoming a king and erasing all the grievances of your past can you regain your confidence and self-esteem. At that moment, Zuiji suddenly felt unwell and stood motionless, staring ahead. Zhang Changxiao appeared with 4 wooden boards on his back on which were written in order. I knew about Zuiji and Xinxin's feelings long ago. Xinxin flies in the sky, Zuiji chases from behind. I ship Zuiji and Xinxin. Zuiji, you've lost weight, you must take good care of yourself. And Xinxin, seeing Zhang Changxiao meddling in other people's business when he had nothing better to do, Zuiji was so angry he almost drew his sword to strike him. But Zhang Changxiao had already slipped away. Qingyang also rushed over to hold Zuiji back and prevent him from doing something rash. Senior brother, don't stop me, I must kill the sect master. The scene switched to a tower in the immortal sect. Zhang Changxiao held the pill bottle, examining it closely as he asked, "System, are you saying you can analyze the components of this pill and then write out the recipe?" Zhang Changxiao looked at the system notification screen and said happily, "Then the disciples' chances of opening their meridians will increase again in the future." Suddenly, he began to think seriously. But the most pressing matter now is to solve the problem of Zuiji's regressed spiritual root. Just then, the system issued another notification. Ding, the host has consumed 50 contribution points to purchase the aptitude transformation liquid. Zhang Changxiao held the newly purchased liquid and smiled, calculating. I'll upgrade his spiritual root first and see where the problem lies. Zuiji looked at the bottle of liquid and asked curiously, "Sect Master, can this bottle help me get my spiritual root back?" Zhang Changxiao stood opposite him and replied, "It's hard to say if it can restore a supreme-grade spiritual root, but restoring part of your aptitude won't be a problem." Zuiji immediately took the liquid and drank it all in one gulp. After finishing it, Zuiji smacked his lips and commented, "It tastes like malt sugar." Zhang Changxiao sighed helplessly. "You even have an opinion on the taste." The next second, Zhang Changxiao suddenly became serious and instructed, "Now just wait for the aptitude transformation." As soon as his voice fell, Zuiji began to feel a strange change in his body. Zuiji's eyes lit up, the veins on his face bulged, and he let out a loud roar. Then a large amount of black gas swirled around his body. Watching Zuiji's pained expression, Zhang Changxiao panicked and asked the system, "System, why is there black smoke? I didn't buy this before." Zuiji became more and more frantic, his eyes turning blood red, and the skin on his face began to crack, looking extremely terrifying. At this moment, only the sound of the system notification echoed in the space, not a malfunction. Xiao Zuiji has been poisoned. The aptitude transformation liquid is helping him purge the toxins. Immediately after, a stream of black gas suddenly wrapped around Zuiji's wrist. Zhang Changxiao, watching the entire process, blurted out in surprise, "He condensed the first layer of meridian opening just by purging a portion of the toxins." Zhang Changxiao gritted his teeth, his expression very tense. But who was the poisoner? Was it that elder from the Shao family, or the people who stopped us outside the city, or is there someone else pulling the strings? Seeing the black gas begin to gradually dissipate, Zhang Changxiao finally relaxed. The toxins are dissipating. It seems they're almost cleared out at this moment. The black gas around Zuiji's wrist gradually turned white. Zhang Changxiao blurted out in surprise, "He's already reached the 4th layer of meridian opening." When the detoxification was finally complete, Zuiji coughed up a puff of black gas. After his body returned to normal, Zuiji looked at the white bands of light around his wrists. Sect Master, I can feel spiritual energy. I've opened my meridians." The next second, he hurriedly knelt on the ground, clasped his hands and kowtowed respectfully. "I can never repay such a kindness. From now on, this life belongs to the Sect Master." Seeing Zuiji's decisiveness, Zhang Changxiao stepped forward and quickly helped him up by the hand. Zhang Changxiao simply ordered, "Use your strength to reclaim the dignity of the Iron-Boned sect." Zhang Changxiao continued to analyze with his head held high. "I don't need you to kneel, I just need you to stand up. Go back and focus on your cultivation." These words completely broke down Zuiji's defenses. He lowered his head and replied, weeping, "Yes." The scene switched to a moment later in Zhang Changxiao's main hall. Zhang Changxiao stroked his chin, puzzled. "System, there's one thing I'm still confused about." Zhang Changxiao pointed at the screen and analyzed in detail. Zuiji's cultivation being sealed and his spiritual root regressing seemed to be caused by the poison just now. The poison has been purged, so why has he only recovered to the 4th layer of meridian opening? Zhang Changxiao began to study it seriously again. "I've never heard of a poison that can suppress both cultivation and spiritual root at the same time. Even if there were, it shouldn't still be effective after being purged." However, at this moment, Zhang Changxiao's eyes suddenly lit up as if he had a sudden enlightenment. Then the most likely possibility is, Zhang Changxiao could only think of one possibility, that Zuiji has at least 2 types of poison in his body. The aptitude transformation liquid can only purge the poison that suppresses cultivation. Thinking of this, Zhang Changxiao's headache grew worse and he sighed, "This is getting more and more complicated. My brain can't keep up. Now I can't even be sure if these 2 poisons were administered by the same person." He felt like his head was about to explode. He asked inwardly in frustration, "System, is there any medicine that can help with intelligence?" But the system could only reply helplessly, "According to records, there is no medicine that can cure idiocy." After a painful round of thinking, he still couldn't come up with a solution. Zhang Changxiao cursed angrily, "Damn it, I'll figure you out sooner or later." Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen was comfortably lying on the roof, sunbathing and muttering the words, "Bihei sacred sect." His eyes were filled with ambition, deep and unfathomable. When this emperor dominated the continent, they were merely a fifth-rate sect. Yi Xingchen frowned in thought and then continued, "But this Taishuan true scripture is really strange. It's taken this long just to comprehend the 7th layer. If it weren't for the Yi Jin Jing, I wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th layer of meridian opening by now with just the Taishuan true scripture." Instantly he jumped down while pondering, "As I thought, cultivating like this won't work. It's too slow." In less than a second, Yi Xingchen had landed at the entrance of Zhen Chongxiao's main hall. He turned and reported to the back, "Sect Master, I must go to a place with fierce beasts to cultivate tomorrow." Hearing this from inside, Zhen Chongxiao agreed, "Since you started cultivating, your cultivation has grown quite a bit. You do need a more solid cultivation method." Then Zhen Chongxiao began to expose the fact that Yi Xingchen had been eavesdropping on the roof. "But you were eavesdropping on the roof for so long just now. You must be clear about senior brother Xiao's situation too." Zhen Chongxiao's firm words made Yi Xingchen's heart tremble, as he had hit a sore spot. Having grasped Yi Xingchen's weakness, Zhen Chongxiao continued to instruct, "Tomorrow you'll go with senior brother Xiao. Zuiji also needs to recover his spiritual power. Going together, you can help each other." Thinking of Yi Xingchen, Zhen Chongxiao chuckled to himself again. A reborn expert, and then there's Zuiji, whom he himself would describe as a genius turned trash. He felt excited about having them go together. This combination is quite interesting. Zhen Chongxiao stretched, looking a bit lazy. I was also planning to go to Huyang City to buy some things and check on how the Ai family is preparing for the second auction. The scene switched to Huyang City. As soon as he stepped into Huyang City, Zhen Chongxiao saw two people standing on the side of the road discussing something. One covered his mouth and said in a low voice, "The Ai family's sacred medicine is truly divine." The other person replied, "Goes without saying. I heard you recover immediately after taking it." As Zhen Chongxiao walked by, he could only hear the two voices echoing behind him. "I heard several big families and sects have come in advance to wait for the auction. We poor and lowly people definitely can't compete with them." Seeing the auction become the talk of the town, Zhen Chongxiao smiled proudly, feeling very happy. "Ever since I entered the city, many people have been talking about the auction. It seems I'm going to make a fortune again this time." But his expression immediately turned gloomy as he thought in frustration. "But the thought of spending hundreds of thousands on herbs before the money even warms my hands makes my heart ache, so I'm just a slave to money after all." Zhen Chongxiao walked on, scratching his head and calculating, "It seems I need to build a medicinal garden for the sect as soon as possible. But who will be in charge of planting?" After walking for a while, he arrived at a medical hall where he saw a person standing outside shouting, "Why is your master so shameless?" Manager Ma hurriedly held a broom and kept shooing the person away. "Go away, go away, go away! My Ai family won't take in a big shot like you." Zhen Chongxiao stood behind, watching the scene, and called out, "Manager Ma." Zhen Chongxiao asked seriously, "What happened? Why are you so angry?" When Manager Ma saw someone approach, he turned to greet him, then replied, "Sect Master Zhen, it's this old man. He came to apply for a job, but he's driving me mad." Old Man Wei cried out aggrievedly, "I am a third-rank pharmacy apprentice. My demands aren't excessive." Hearing this, Manager Ma picked up the broom again and beat Old Man Wei fiercely, scolding, "I can't take it anymore. You think a third-rank pharmacy apprentice is the same as the third layer of meridian opening? Where do you get your confidence?" Zhen Chongxiao quickly stepped in to mediate. "Manager Ma, let me hear his demands." Old Man Wei had a black eye from the beating, but he still gritted his teeth and replied through the pain, "I Wei am only making demands based on my abilities. A monthly salary of 5,000 taels will suffice." Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao whispered to Manager Ma, "It's just a high price. Why did you have to hit him?" Manager Ma also turned around and replied, "Sect Master Zhen, just listen to the rest." Old Man Wei held up 3 fingers and explained his working conditions. "I cannot work overtime and I want to work freely, coming and going as I please. No one can interfere with my management of the medicinal herbs, not even the Ai family head. I can advance my salary at will. As long as I ask, you must pay me immediately." Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao finally understood the reason and agreed. "Wait a moment, lend me the broom." But as if the demands weren't enough, Old Man Wei laughed and added, "It would be best if you could also arrange a few maids for me, because I only have a few." But before he could finish, both Manager Ma and Zhen Chongxiao raised their brooms to the sky and shouted angrily, "Old man, if you don't want a series of kicks, then shut up and get lost." Zhen Chongxiao struck a displeased pose and commented, "With demands like yours, only a fool would hire you." Hearing this, Old Man Wei could only shake his head repeatedly and then sighed, "Another bunch of blind fools." Old Man Wei said confidently, "It's a pity, but without me." As he turned to leave, he said with regret, "This pile of medicinal herbs will be wasted." Manager Ma was fuming and didn't believe in Old Man Wei's abilities. He shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about, old man? These are all high-grade medicinal herbs from my Ai family." Old Man Wei only glanced back and then said, "The medicinal herbs are indeed extraordinary, but the people handling them are too muddle-headed. What a waste of good herbs." Manager Ma raised his broom, intending to swing it to drive Old Man Wei away. "Get lost. These were all handled by 7th and 8th rank pharmacy apprentices. Do you know how much stronger they are than you?" But just then, Jun Chongxiao picked up a broom and swung it at Manager Ma. At this critical moment the system displayed a friendly reminder to the host he is not lying with this guidance. Jun Chongxiao smiled and stopped Manager Ma. Manager Ma, I am very curious, why don't we let him explain in detail? In front of them was a basket full of rare medicinal herbs. The three of them walked over to inspect them. Manager Ma spoke first. This rotten leaf grass is fine. The quality is definitely top-notch. A hand touched a leaf and the herb suddenly emitted a wave of spiritual energy. Rotten leaf grass can condense spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy the leaves emit, the more it will dissipate if touched with bare hands, and the herb's effect will be greatly reduced. Old Man Wei held the leaf up to eye level and continued to explain. Whenever I see medicinal herbs nourished by heaven and earth being damaged, my heart aches. Fortunately, it's not too late now. The lost efficacy can be recovered. The leaf was held up glowing brightly, its veins clearly visible, emitting even more green spiritual energy. Immediately after, the system suddenly sounded, "Ding, a mysterious power has been detected. The efficacy of the rotten leaf grass has increased by 300. But Manager Ma just curled his lip disdainfully and said contemptuously, "You say the herb lost its efficacy and it's lost. You say you can get it back and you can get it back. This is all just nonsense you're making up." Contrary to Manager Ma's attitude, Jun Chongxiao smiled and began to flatter. "Elder Wei, I agree to hire you. The salary will be 10,000 taels and I agree to all your demands. I only hope that Elder Wei can cultivate high-quality medicinal herbs for my sect." This left the nearby Manager Ma dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. A sea of question marks. Hearing this, Old Man Wei repeated in surprise. 10,000 taels? He then bowed with his hands clasped and replied, "If Sect Master Jun's invitation is sincere, then allow this old man to go home and hand over my work, and then I will accompany the Sect Master to the Ironbone Sect." The system then displayed another notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully inviting Old Man Wei, completing the hidden quest and obtaining 50 contribution points." He immediately beamed, secretly delighted. "Old Man Wei actually triggered a hidden quest. It seems I've found a treasure. What a huge gain." An old wooden door marked with the scratches of time let out a creaky, muffled sound as it slowly opened. The playful children immediately swarmed out, their crisp laughter echoing in the air, their bright eyes shining. They stretched out their small hands, waving excitedly at Old Man Wei, and shouted cheerfully in unison, "Grandpa's back?" Jun Chongxiao stood to the side, silently watching this heartwarming scene, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Old Man Wei is blessed with so many children and grandchildren. What good fortune. Old Man Wei spread his thin yet steady hands and embraced the children, a gentle smile on his face, his eyes filled with love as he said softly, "Children, these are all orphans I've adopted." The wrinkles on my face smoothed out, and my tone was filled with warmth. "I know that in this world where the strong are revered, doing such things might seem a bit ridiculous, but some things just have to be done." Jun Chongxiao tilted his head slightly, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "Is this the reason why Old Man Wei wants to leave work at will? I'm starting to feel more and more that hiring Old Man Wei was a wise decision." He stood up straight, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, and said nonchalantly, "Old Man Wei can bring these children to the sect. The sect happens to be under construction recently, so we can build a place for the children." As he spoke, Jun Chongxiao waved his hand in the air and a gust of wind blew past, sending banknotes fluttering. He laughed loudly, his eyes filled with pride as he watched the other's stiff expression. Jun Chongxiao continued, "I've made some money recently, so I like to squander it." Old Man Wei just smiled, but his eyes were filled with contemplation. "Indeed, I wouldn't be at ease leaving these children behind. Thank you, Sect Master." He paused, his tone calm and serious. This old man knows that many sects adopt orphans to turn them into loyal followers or even suicide soldiers. But this old man hopes that these children can decide their own future. Hearing this, he nodded, a smile flashing across his face. "Old Man Wei, rest assured I will never force these children to join." Jun Chongxiao continued, "But I'll make a bet with you, Old Man Wei. They will definitely choose to join our sect in the future," he said softly. "When we return to the sect, I'll send disciples to pick up the children." The scene shifted to the heavens, and Old Man Wei's voice suddenly filled with worry. "The seeds and saplings must be transported with care. Don't press them too hard." Jun Chongxiao took heavy steps, his back bent under the weight of a long bundle of seeds. "Old Man Wei, are you afraid these seeds will be crushed?" He frowned, panting as he said, "Aren't you afraid this sect master will be crushed to death? Sooner or later I'll find a space ring that can hold living things." Old Man Wei stood with his hands on his hips, frowning at Jun Chongxiao. "If it weren't for this old man's advanced age, I could also help the sect master share the burden." He glanced over and saw Old Man Wei suddenly cough violently and said coldly without a change of expression, "Old Man Wei, you're faking illness again. That's going too far. For those 3 hours in the market buying medicinal herbs, you didn't rest for a single second." The scene shifted again to the back mountain. A dense forest covered the mountains, and in the distance majestic peaks were shrouded in morning mist. An axe fell with a sharp thud, followed by a tired voice. "Sect Master," a young man frowned and complained unhappily. "I said I didn't want to be a farmer, that's why I came to our sect to cultivate." The people around also stopped what they were doing, their shouts rising one after another. "Can you explain this complicated feeling I'm having?" Old Man Wei suddenly widened his eyes, his imposing manner erupting, silencing everyone instantly. "It's just over an acre of land to clear. Hurry up, any more delay and we'll miss the auspicious time for sowing." Hearing this, everyone was so frightened that they quickly nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Under the scorching sun, a group of people were diligently tilling the land, sharp axes cut deep into the ground, sending broken stones flying. After finishing their work, everyone collapsed on the ground, exhausted, drenched in sweat, their bodies aching. Old Man Wei walked over, looked around, and Erlong said, "Good work. This old man can start sowing now." The young man wiped his sweat and said fawningly, "All right then, we'll help you sow." Old Man Wei smiled kindly and explained gently, "To plant medicinal herbs one must have a sincere heart to cultivate herbs that contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You little rascals are too reckless, it's better to let this old man do it." The spiritual energy, like a white mist, danced with Old Man Wei's steps. As soon as the medicinal herbs touched the ground, the spiritual energy spread like smoke winding in the wind, creating a mysterious and magical scene. Old Man Wei stood in the center of the formation like a god, each step landing softly on the ground. And with each step, a marvelous white halo spread out. Zhen Changxiao stood on a cliff, his robes fluttering in the wind, his gaze fixed. Old Man Wei's sewing technique is not simple either. It's even more magical than ordinary sewing methods. During the sewing process, even the spiritual energy has become more abundant. Old Man Wei is truly a mysterious treasure. Beside him, Qingying saw the dry land suddenly sprout tender green seedlings, growing at an astonishing speed. He couldn't help but tremble slightly and exclaimed, "As expected, the Sect Master has a discerning eye. By the way, Sect Master, while you were out we received a letter." A letter white as snow lay quietly in Zhen Changxiao's palm, exuding a refined and mysterious aura. The paper was thick, its edges meticulously folded. In the center of the envelope a bright red seal was as eye-catching as a drop of blood. "Holy Spring Sect, it seems they're getting restless too." He frowned as he read the contents of the letter. "In 3 days, Sect Master Zhen Changxiao of the Iron-Boned Sect is invited to the Spiritual Spring Sect for a one-on-one duel. Signed, Mo Shangfei, inner disciple of the Holy Spring Sect." Zhen Changxiao's face turned livid as he thought, "Sending an inner disciple, it seems I'm being underestimated." Qingying quickly explained, "Sect Master, it's not like that," he spoke. "To become an inner disciple of the Holy Spring Sect, one's aptitude and strength must be outstanding. At the very least, their talent must be comparable to mine." Zhen Changxiao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Suddenly feels like he's showing off a bit, doesn't it?" He secretly smiled. "Since it's a challenge from their disciple, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to personally intervene." With a wave of his right hand, 2 ancient secret manuals emitting a blood-red light with the words "Explosive Fist" and "My Slash" on them floated in the air. Then he ordered, "Qingyang, you go and accept the challenge. I will sponsor you with a few secret manuals." Last rays of the setting sun dyed the eaves red, and a gentle autumn wind blew. The yellowed pages in Qingyang's hands rustled as he focused his gaze, murmuring, "Explosive Fist, my slash." Zhen Changxiao's expression was calm, his eyes sharp. With one hand behind his back, he tossed a small cloth bag to Qingyang with the other. "I won some spirit stones in the last competition. I'll give you 3 more along with 10 chi gathering pills. For the next 2 days, just focus on your cultivation and don't worry about anything else." Qingyang caught the bag, his fingers tightening around it, feeling the abundant spiritual energy inside. A confident light ignited in his eyes, and a resolute smile touched his lips. "With spirit stones and the spirit gathering array, I should be able to break through to the 4th rank martial disciple in these 2 days. Rest assured, Sect Master, I, Qingyang, will do my utmost." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. He slowly stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly. "This battle concerns the honor of the sect, so even if you have to be smashed to pieces, you must win it for me." The scene shifted to 3 days later at the ruins of the Spiritual Spring Sect. A fierce wind kicked up dust which swirled among the rubble. Witnessing the scene before him, Zhen Changxiao's originally calm face suddenly turned pale. His eyes widened, revealing a hint of terror, his breathing shallow as if he were suffocating. His voice became weak and filled with worry. "Qingyang, our sect is known for being thick-skinned. It's alright if you lose, just remember to act within your limits and stay alive." At the same time, a repressive and terrifying atmosphere filled the Holy Spring Sect. 3 figures sat in the center of the main hall. The dim light was not enough to penetrate the heavy darkness obscuring their faces. The 5th elder, 3rd elder, and 4th elder of the Holy Spring Sect. They all seemed to have one thing in common, eyes as sharp as blades. 3 martial ancestor experts sat silently on stone benches in the dim main hall of the Holy Spring Sect, like 3 eerie statues carved from the darkness. Not a sound, not a breath, only a deathly silence enveloped everything. His cheeks were pale, cold sweat soaking his forehead. Zhen Changxiao's eyes narrowed at the terrifying aura emanating from the 3 elders of the Holy Spring Sect. The pressure before him felt like facing the god of death. Zhen Changxiao choked out, even though the opponent is a 5th-rate sect. "This imposing aura is a bit too much." Just then, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly burst into laughter, a cold and slightly mad laughter. "I can lose to a person, but I will absolutely not lose this battle." A piercing sound of wind breaking the air was heard, followed by several flashes of emerald green lightning that coiled around Zhen Changxiao's arm like angry fire dragons. The surrounding air began to vibrate, and the spiritual energy became chaotic, forming sharp vortexes that emitted crackle sounds. He sat in a majestic chair and spoke in a low voice, "I am Zhen Changxiao, Sect Master of the Immortal Sect, here to accept the challenge from the Holy Spring Sect." Horan sneered, his tone filled with sarcasm. "HMPH, you don't know your own limits. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th elders of the Holy Spring Sect are all here, yet you still dare to be so arrogant." The suffocating silence continued. The third elder of the Holy Spring Sect crossed his arms, his slender fingers lightly covering his mouth. His eyes were as cold as iron, but his tone carried a hint of admiration. To face 3 martial ancestor experts without being servile or overbearing, indeed, Sect Master Jun has some courage, however. A strong killing intent suddenly erupted, like a blood dragon tearing through space, accompanied by the third elder's terrifying voice. "Are you the one who annihilated the spiritual spring sect?" Jun Chongxiao put on a nonchalant expression. "Tisk tisk, playing the intimidation game again. You're the third elder, right? It's already obvious, yet you're still feigning ignorance." He once again curled his lips into a smile, his tone full of mockery. "Stop with the long-winded act. Bring out your disciple named Mo Shangfei. Let's get this over with quickly. My disciples still have to go back and farm." The city lord's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration, the corners of his mouth turning up slightly. He watched Jun Chongxiao stand proudly in the hall, unafraid of the Holy Spring Sect's pressure, and a surge of indescribable momentum welled up in his heart. Brother Jun is as arrogant as ever, isn't he? Horan stood beside him, letting out a soft cold laugh, his arms crossed over his chest, his eyes as sharp as blades. "Jun Chongxiao, you are courting death." The third elder's eyes were wide with anger. The fourth elder propped up his chin, his eyes half closed, his tone icy. "Just an 8th-rate sect dares to be so arrogant. No wonder he dared to kill Wei Yishi and his group. What is your relationship with our Holy Spring Sect?" The third elder suddenly burst into laughter, but there was no joy in it. Instead, it sounded like the roar of a wild beast before tearing its prey apart. "Gutsy, I like it. Mo Shangfei, someone has called you out by name." A deep, thunderous voice came from the direction of the Holy Spring Sect. "Since that's the case, why haven't you gone to accept the challenge yet?" A heavy hand suddenly slammed down on a soldier's shoulder. Bang, what a nuisance! The soldier was caught off guard and almost fell. He only had time to glance back, and before he could see who it was, he felt an icy, killing intent emanating from the person, rendering him unable to move. Mo Shangfei walked up from behind and said through gritted teeth, "Aside from your sect master, I don't think any of your disciples can withstand a single blow from me." He continued to walk forward. Seeing this, Qingyang spoke coldly, each word a declaration of war. "Li Qingyang of the Immortal Sect, 4th-rank martial disciple, please advise." Behind him was Jun Chongxiao's enthusiastic encouragement. Hearing this, the man sneered. "4th rank?" He stretched out his hands, which had sharp black nails like steel claws, and Mo Shangfei's aura became even more terrifying. "Mo Shangfei of the Holy Spring Sect, 8th-rank martial disciple. Remember it well, because it's the last name you'll ever hear." But he showed no fear, only frowning, his eyes turning cold. Mo Shangfei pushed off the ground and flew forward, leaving a deep crater in the earth. As rubble scattered, he charged forward, a triumphant grin revealing his sharp teeth. Seeing this, Qingyang quickly unleashed his power, raising his hand to block the attack. With a loud bang, he was easily sent flying. Qingyang was shocked, spitting out blood, and thought to himself, "This power is just physical strength, yet it's reached 10,000 jin. Even a 9th-rank martial disciple can only muster a punch of 10,000 jin." As expected of an inner disciple, by then he had been sent flying behind Jun Chongxiao. Seeing this, Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but feel that things were not looking good. Qingyang's speed and strength were completely suppressed. Cold sweat dripped down his face, while Mo Shangfei felt bored. He looked at his fist, feeling unchallenged, then he smugly pointed at Jun Chongxiao, whose face was livid. "Your disciple is useless. Is it your turn to fight now, Sect Master?" Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao's face remained calm and he said nothing. At this moment, Qianqin moved closer and said in a low voice, "Sect Master, let me do it." Qingyang is too stupid. Hearing this, he sneered dismissively, his eyes filled with contempt. "A woman, it's a pity I'm not the type to show mercy to women. I hope you're better than that last guy." Unexpectedly, a voice came from the smoke at that moment. "It's not over yet. The disciples of the Immortal Sect are not so weak as to be unable to withstand a single punch." Hearing this, he was startled and frowned. Qingyang slowly walked out, rubbing his shoulder as he announced, "Let's continue." Seeing this, the disciples of the sect cheered, "Go second senior brother, go second senior brother." At this moment, Jun Chongxiao glanced in another direction. In the distance, someone was signaling to Jun Chongxiao with a telescope. Deep in the forest, the barrel of a gun poked out from the bushes. Tian Qi was camouflaging himself with leaves, observing the situation through his scope. The opponent's strength was indeed extraordinary. Fortunately, the sect master was brilliant and had arranged for us to ambush them here long ago. Yi Xingchen, sitting nearby, heard this and sneered in disdain. "This foolish boy, if I hadn't used the Taishuan true scripture to cover our tracks, those martial ancestors would have discovered us long ago at this distance." Back on the battlefield, Mo Shangfei frowned when he saw Qingyang could still stand. His expression turned serious. To take a punch from me and remain unfazed, he reassessed his opponent. His physical defense was quite decent, but he attacked Qingyang with explosive force again. "How many of my attacks can you withstand?" Qingyang still raised his hand to block just as before, but this time he wasn't knocked back. He said confidently, "I've adapted to your strength now." At this, Mo Shangfei still sneered smugly. "So what?" he shouted. Gale fist. Mo Shangfei once again focused his power around his arm. This time, Qingyang was knocked back again, but unlike before, he managed to plant his feet and stand firm. Mo Shangfei flew over, launching a continuous barrage of attacks. When he could no longer take it, Qingyang's eyes turned red as if he had resolved to do something. Qingyang shouted, "Explosive fist!" While concentrating all his strength into his fist, he pitted his small fist against Mo Shangfei's enormous one. A scene like an egg striking a stone. When the two fists collided, a massive explosion erupted, sending both of them flying. Unexpectedly, the recoil snapped the tendons in Mo Shangfei's hand, causing them to bulge and tear his clothes. He looked at his own bloody arm, breaking out in a cold sweat. My strength can reach 20,000 Jin in Gale Fist form, yet I was still at a disadvantage. He carefully re-examined his opponent, secretly assessing, this explosive fist technique is by no means simple. At this moment the power on Qingyang's fist had not completely dissipated. He took a deep breath, once again gathering power in his arm, and then transformed it into blade-sharp spiritual energy. Qingyang shot this spiritual energy at his opponent. Mo Shangfei was shocked by this scene and stared at it, frozen. He struggled to dodge the spiritual energy while shouting, This is, at this moment, Horan's eyes also widened in surprise, and the city lord was no exception. Suddenly someone exclaimed, a martial art that manifests spiritual energy. The three elders sitting in their chairs were also shocked by this. One of them sighed, this is a martial art that can only be comprehended by those at the martial master realm or above, and Qingyang accepted these evaluations with confidence. Not only that, but Yi Xingqian sitting in a tree also sighed. This is truly unexpected, he pondered. Martial arts that manifest spiritual energy consume a great deal of spiritual energy. He was secretly astonished. That's why only those at the martial master realm or above can use them. Yet Qingyang just casually unleashed 3 slashes. He smiled, his gaze distant. I thought the Ironbone sect was already extremely lucky to have the Yi Jinjing, but I didn't expect the explosive fist and my slash to be so extraordinary. Yi Xingqian observed the battle while thinking, it seems the small sect has many hidden depths, far more than I imagined. Back on the battlefield, Qingyang once again used the manifested spiritual energy martial art, forcing Mo Shangfei to jump up to dodge. Seeing Mo Shangfei jump, he unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks, making it impossible for Mo Shangfei to evade. At this moment, Mo Shangfei was wretchedly dodging the spiritual energy, which made him shout in anger, if I can't dodge, I'll just take it head on. He fiercely punched and dispersed a powerful stream of spiritual energy. He secretly rejoiced. Good, my body can still take it. Qingyang rushed forward, which surprised Mo Shangfei slightly. Mo Shangfei also quickly threw a punch at him, shouting provocatively, don't think I'm afraid of you in close combat. Qingyang dodged the attack and threw a punch at his face. When the fist hit his cheek, Mo Shangfei immediately shouted, explosive fist. At this moment he was covered in sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it, the power erupted, sending him flying. At this moment the third elder was watching the match and also felt anxious. Not good. Mo Shangfei's aura has already begun to fluctuate. At this moment Mo Shangfei lay in the ruins, half of his face disfigured. But this did not make him give up. He made a last-ditch effort, using his final move, Gale Storm. At first it was just an ordinary punch, but a moment later 9 identical fists appeared in front of Qingyang, accompanied by the words, die. But Qingyang still stood calmly in place. Horan saw Qingyang standing still and smiled smugly. Haha, Li Qingyang just used 6 martial arts techniques. His spiritual energy must be depleted. Zhen Chongxiao, prepare to collect your disciple's corpse. Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao retorted threateningly, not to be outdone. Alliance leader Qin, if you don't want your other arm to be crippled too, then shut your mouth for me. This frightened him into silence. At this moment Qingyang calmly raised his hand and shouted with confidence in his eyes, my slash. Then he waved his hand and countless rays of light slashed towards Mo Shangfei. He was utterly defeated and wailed, didn't you say he was only a 4th-rank martial disciple? How can he have an endless supply of spiritual energy? In the end he fell to the ground, disheartenedly accepting his defeat. Ah, a complete and utter loss. Zhen Chongxiao sat in his chair, a smile playing on his lips, thinking, luckily Qingyang's spiritual energy isn't strong enough, otherwise this Mo Shangfei would have been smashed to pieces long ago. Lu Qianqin, standing beside him, also thought to herself, when we get back I'll practice my slash too. He quickly stood up and said with a smug taunt, oops, fists and feet have no eyes. I'm so sorry for beating up your esteemed sect's disciple like this. The third elder did not hold back his praise. Sect Master Zhen's disciple is truly a prodigy. And he stood up and said with a provocative smile, however, after witnessing your disciple's performance, I suddenly have a bold idea. Then he jumped in front of Zhen Chongxiao, the disdain in his eyes unconcealed, and slowly challenged, how about we two have a little spar? Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao hesitated slightly, but his eyes remained sharp, even carrying a hint of a smile. Zhen Chongxiao had no choice but to close his eyes and secretly ask, system, check his realm and strength for me. The system quickly sent the information, 1st-rank martial ancestor, strength cannot be measured accurately, but it is estimated to be over 200,000 Jin. He frowned and sighed, damn it, my full power is only 25,000 Jin. Even with a strength talisman too, it would just be tickling him, therefore he decided to refuse. Can I refuse? Hearing this, Horan tried to provoke him. What, isn't Sect Master Zhen always so domineering? The master of a sect actually refusing a challenge from another sect's elder. If word of this gets out, I'm afraid it will become a laughingstock for the world. Zhen Chongxiao shot him a cold, sharp glance and warned, Alliance leader Qin, you are nothing but a dog of the Holy Spring sect. Can't you see I'm chatting with your master? It's not your turn to bark. Shut up. Hearing this, he shouted angrily, you don't go too far. At that moment a beam of light suddenly shot towards where he was standing, scaring him so much that his eyes widened in terror. The third elder and the other 2 elders were also surprised by this, while he felt like he had survived a catastrophe, collapsing to the ground, panting as he looked at the deep crater created by the beam of light. The third elder immediately looked in the direction the beam came from. He thought in surprise, that beam of light just now. Even I almost didn't recognize it as a hidden weapon. At this moment, he had already seen the 2 disciples ambushing in the forest. At this moment, Zhen Chongxiao added, No need to guess, it's Dragon Group 141 from our Iron-Boned Sect Secret Guard team. That weapon is called the Divine Might Musket, exclusive to the Dragon Group. The third elder frowned in alarm, thinking to himself, this weapon isn't enough to worry me. As long as I protect myself with my spiritual energy, it will be difficult to injure me. The problem is the person leaning against the pine tree with the weapon. At this moment he felt as if a pair of blood-red eyes were staring fixedly at him. He gives me a sense of unease, like prey being watched by a hunter. He suddenly smiled and said, but Sect Master Jun. The third elder immediately released his pressure and threatened, do you think I'm the kind of person who can be threatened? Seeing this situation, Jun Changxiao thought, since it has come to this I can only pretend. He smiled smugly, raised his hand to attack and shouted at the same time, let me see what you've got. As he assumed a defensive stance, he calculated, am I going to have to use contribution points to summon the nanoblade? How many talismans can I buy with these few points? Suddenly he remembered something. A hint of cunning flashed in Jun Changxiao's eyes, and his smile became a bit mischievous. Right, there's also that toy, hee. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. At that moment a dark figure suddenly rushed over, shouting, stop, an elder at the martial ancestor realm challenging a martial disciple, isn't that a bit too shameful? After confirming who was speaking, the third elder immediately shouted in anger, Ma Yuntang Yu, the Kangshan sect dares to interfere in this matter, are you looking to be annihilated? But Elder Ma was not afraid at all and continued to approach. Suddenly a sweet singing voice sounded, my hand is trembling but you keep pouring wine, if you don't give me face I won't drink this cup. Elder Ma also covered his face with his hands in surprise and explained, I have also heard about the matter of the spiritual spring sect, but he was puzzled by his own actions. The singing continued. Let's have a few more drinks. How many times in life can one get drunk? This made the third elder roar in anger. Ma Yuntang, what kind of sorcery did you use just now? Why did I suddenly make such a shameful move? The fourth elder was equally angry. It has nothing to do with me. Didn't you see I was dancing too? They quickly followed the sound of the music and had a few more drinks, because it's rare for brothers to get together again. When they found out who was behind it, they shouted in unison, Jun Changxiao. He shyly closed his eyes and turned off the radio. Aha, Elder Ma, sorry, friendly fire, just friendly fire, alright? After the music stopped, Elder Ma panted as he persuaded, Third Elder, I Ma have a clear understanding of the grudge between the two sects, it's just a bunch of despicable people, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. But at this moment his face was extremely grim. Veins on his face bulged and he roared, shut up, I can let go of the past, but that dance just now, I have never been so humiliated in all my years. In the end he exploded and ordered, Fourth, fifth, come with me and annihilate this bunch of bastards. He and the two elders immediately rushed towards Jun Changxiao, shouting at the same time, anyone who dares to insult the Holy Spring Sect die. But he remained very calm and pressed the radio button again. The three of you please calm down. When his finger pressed down, the sweet singing voice sounded again. Let's have a few more drinks. How many times in life can one get drunk? Let's have a few more drinks, because it's rare for brothers to get together again. 1 2 3 4 2 3 1. He seems to be saying he's drunk. The three elders immediately began to sway with the music. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao burst out laughing. Hee, so it's a freestyle dance, you're all dancing more and more seductively. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. Turn off the music. He immediately turned around abruptly and replied unhappily, I know the music is a group attack skill, but it's a rare opportunity to see several martial ancestors dancing wildly, so just bear with it. Qingying explained helplessly as he twisted with the music. Sect Master, it's not us who are asking, it's big. He looked at Qianqin in confusion. With the music the world was spinning. Where was he? Had his heart changed? Qianqin was dancing an extremely sexy dance which made his nose bleed. She warned in disgust, close your eyes, if you look for one more second I will definitely gouge out your eyes. He didn't care that his nose was still bleeding and immediately turned his head and said, calm down, I'll turn it off right away. But the radio was still playing music. Stop talking, let's drink. At this moment his face turned livid, cold sweat dripping down, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, I'm screwed, why can't I turn it off? Suddenly Qianqin, her face red, slowly approached and said, Jun Xiaochu, you are with the lyrics, he seems to say he loves me. She slowly walked opposite him, and under his terrified and worried gaze she declared, I will surely die with the lyrics. One kiss can topple the world, one kiss can save a life. Qianqin slowly approached Jun Changxiao. He was very much looking forward to what would happen next and even closed his eyes in preparation. Qianqin, don't pity me just because I am a delicate flower. Suddenly a loud shout came, Sect Master, move! At this moment Qingyang suddenly rushed over, pushed Qianqin away and supported him at the same time. In Qianqin's surprised gaze the two of them kissed, which made Jun Changxiao's eyes widen and his face turn ashen. He couldn't bear it anymore and unleashed his power, sending Qingyang flying, but this power was too strong, and even the ground beneath his feet cracked because of it. He shouted angrily, my grandfather's first kiss. Qianqin, who was next to him, had already covered her mouth, trying hard to hold back her laughter. Hearing this, Jun Changxiao immediately turned around and said angrily, Qianqin, no laughing. At this moment he suddenly saw a scene that shocked him. Along with the melodious singing, this plastic love affair was constantly changing. She kissed him, he kissed her, he kissed him, he kissed her. The third elder was holding Elder Ma, and the fifth and sixth elders were kissing each other. Afterwards he pretended to cough and then quickly negotiated, I didn't want this to happen either. How about we just drop the matter of the spiritual spring sect? The third elder and Elder Ma immediately cast him looks full of love, but he couldn't ignore them, and instead became even more determined to take revenge. HMPHIC have never suffered such humiliation since I was born. Even so, when he saw that he was holding the radio again, the two of them immediately shouted in panic, all right, this matter ends here. My Holy Spring Sect will not pursue it. Sect Master Jun, calm down, calm down. After a while, the storm subsided, and the third elder had no choice but to reconcile. This time I have also witnessed Sect Master Jun's skills. My Holy Spring Sect will remember this lesson. At the same time, he did not forget to glare and warn, I hope that next time Sect Master Jun will still be able to gain the upper hand like this. Then he turned and ordered, let's go. At that moment a voice suddenly rang out. 1 year, he quickly turned around. He stood before the third elder and confidently declared, in 1 year, this sect master will personally lead the sect's disciples to the Holy Spring Sect for a sparring exchange. Hearing this, he was pleased and did not forget to promise, good, it's a deal. This master will wait to personally crush your head. A moment later, Jun Chongxiao gazed at the high mountains and rivers, sighing inwardly. He had finally made them leave, he thought with fear. I've angered so many people at once, the radio's battery is almost dead. I don't know if that Nanchu blade can deal with 3 martial ancestor experts at the same time. Then he turned his head and glanced at Elder Ma, who was diligently brushing his teeth. Seeing this, he didn't forget to show a mischievous smile. Thank you for coming to support me this time, Elder Ma. Elder Ma pouted and looked at him sideways. Don't mention it, Sect Master Jun, I was of no help at all. On the contrary, I lost quite a bit of face. He suddenly raised his hand to his chest. Elder Ma, you are mistaken. Then he bowed his head respectfully in thanks for standing firmly on the side of the Ironbone sect despite facing a 5th-rate sect. I, Jun, will remember today's help. If Elder Ma ever needs the Ironbone sect in the future, we will definitely do our utmost. Elder Ma sighed with emotion. With your word, Sect Master Jun, this trip has not been in vain. However, there's one thing I would like to ask. His gaze became serious. The matter of the Spiritual Spring Sect is already settled. Why did Sect Master Jun impulsively make a 1-year agreement? Jun Chongxiao answered truthfully, after what just happened, it's impossible for the Ironbone sect and the Holy Spring sect to reconcile. Since that's the case, it's better to make an agreement to give our sect a year of peace. Then his gaze sharpened as he declared, in 1 year my Ironbone sect will definitely surpass the Holy Spring sect. At this moment, on the other side of the mountain range, the group from the Holy Spring sect was on their way back. The third elder, leading the way, continued to speak with contempt. So what if we let them live for another year? How can a messy 8th-rate sect possibly turn things around? He was certain that although that demonic sound was very strange, it definitely had its limits. Otherwise, why didn't he take the opportunity to kill the 3 of us? Then he shouted in embarrassment, why are you blushing? A real man only becomes more of a man by experiencing more things. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Elder C, please wait. At that moment, a figure jumped out of the bushes. This person immediately knelt down and introduced himself. I am a surviving disciple of the Spiritual Spring Sect. This person quickly stated his purpose. Please, Elder C, take me into the Holy Spring Sect. I want to crush Jun Chongxiao with my own hands. Suddenly, a hand violently slapped a piece of paper onto the wall. The disciples present immediately widened their eyes, looking on with curiosity. A portrait of Jun Chongxiao was drawn on the notice with the words, good news, this young master's sect is officially establishing an inner sect. Inner sect disciples will enjoy more generous benefits. Everyone began to whisper, reading the notice aloud. There will be a strength assessment once a month, a small disciple competition every 3 months, and a grand disciple competition once a year. The champion of the annual Grand Disciple competition will become an inner sect disciple. I will definitely reward the top 9, they asked each other in confusion. The reward for inner sect disciples is aptitude transformation liquid? The flat-topped man asked in confusion. What's aptitude transformation liquid? 2 disciples with birthmarks under their eyes immediately replied, never heard of it, but the inner sect reward must be extraordinary. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind them. Everyone saw a rocket soaring into the sky and shouted excitedly, it's from the training grounds. Then they sped up, jumped over the wall, and ran to the training grounds, telling each other that several powerful auras had suddenly appeared. The disciples looked at the 3 people standing in the center of the martial arts stage, emanating powerful spiritual energy, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, this aura is that of a martial disciple. Seeing so many people gather around, Jun Chongxiao spoke with great interest. Everyone come and bear witness to the first batch of inner disciples of the Ironbone sect. He quickly introduced them one by one. Su Xiaomo, Tian Qi, Li Fei. The 3 of them have abundant spiritual energy and a powerful presence. They are not to be underestimated. Jun Chongxiao continued with a smile. And Lu Qianqin, Li Qingyang, Xiao Zuiji, and Yi Xingchen, this sect master will treat you all equally. Work hard to become inner sect disciples, he added excitedly. The aptitude transformation liquid can directly improve your spiritual roots. Aptitude will no longer be your constraint, and your future will be immeasurable. Hearing Jun Chongxiao's words, the surrounding disciples' morale soared, and they shouted, The sect master is mighty. I want to become an inner sect disciple. Sometime later, in a dense jungle, a lion was tearing at the flesh of its prey with relish. Suddenly, the sound of cautious footsteps came from a distance. The lion seemed to have noticed, pricked up its ears, and immediately pounced fiercely at Yi Xingchen, letting out a low roar, but he simply slapped it and shouted, "How dare you kick a soccer ball in my face?" Seeing the lion trying to struggle and escape, Yi Xingchen quickly rushed forward and stood beside it. He gathered all his strength, clenched his fist, and shouted angrily, "How dare you force me to do that embarrassing dance?" As soon as his voice fell, Yi Xingchen threw a heavy punch at the lion, tearing its body in half. Then he clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. A first-grade crystal core. At this moment a voice came from beside Yi Xingchen. "Junior brother Yi, your etiquette towards the sect master seems a bit excessive." That person took out a large gun, preparing to pull the trigger. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen spoke in a panic. Hey, it was just a few harsh words, no need to be so tense, right?" But he ignored Yi Xingchen. The gunshot had already wrung out, its power immense. But the bullet wasn't aimed at Yi Xingchen but at a lion ambushing him from behind. The lion was headshot on the spot. Yi Xingchen glanced back and thought, "Careless, I didn't expect there to be another one." He stood there silently, calculating in his mind, "I must improve this body's spiritual root as soon as possible. I don't want to die from a petty trick due to a moment of carelessness. Who knows how long the next rebirth will take? A few thousand years or tens of thousands of years." After a while, a small flame had been lit, providing warmth and light to the forest. Yi Xingchen looked at Zuiji sitting by the fire and thought to himself, "Although Zuji's strength is weaker, his vigilance is very reassuring." He closed his eyes and thought, "This way I can cultivate in peace. In these few days I've also comprehended the second layer of the Taishuan true scripture. Today I'll improve my spiritual root." The next second, Yi Xingchen began to concentrate his power at the center of his brow. At this moment he was already surrounded by a powerful fiery spiritual energy. The veins on his hands bulged and Yi Xingchen seemed unable to control himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Zuiji called out worriedly, "Junior brother Yi," he comforted him with a trembling voice. It's all right." Yi Xingchen panted heavily, his face pained yet unusually excited. "I've done it, although it was painful. My spiritual root has indeed entered a grade." He widened his eyes warily, but Yi Xingchen's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He asked himself in confusion, "Why does it feel so discordant when I use a common grade spiritual root to activate the Taishuan true scripture?" Yi Xingchen's gaze unconsciously drifted into the distance. "This direction is," he was a bit surprised. A location appeared in his mind, the Iron Bone Sect. Zhang Chongxiao's voice, full of suspicion, rang out. "What do you mean?" He tapped on the table and asked with confusion. "We're being targeted again," Qingying quickly confirmed. "That's right, as soon as we posted the new disciple recruitment notice, Alliance leader Qin's Haoqi sect announced that they would crush our Iron Bone sect within half a year." Hearing this, Zhang Chongxiao nodded, thinking, "No wonder, now that our sect is holding a championship competition and has annihilated the spiritual spring sect, and stood up to the holy spring sect, our fame is soaring, yet no disciples have come to apply." His gaze suddenly sharpened. "Then let's use the Haoqi sect for the disciples' training." Zhang Chongxiao's face was grim as he slammed the table and said angrily, "Perfect, with the motivation of the inner sect, a disciple's strength is undergoing a new leap forward." But the next second he suddenly changed his attitude and stood up to watch the show. "Someone's here." In the distance, a pair of feet slowly approached. It was a handsome, tall man dressed in dark brown robes. He introduced himself clearly. "Sect Master Zhun, my name is Long Xiang. I have long admired the Iron Bone sect and have come especially to join." Hearing this, Zhang Chongxiao was stunned. He began to gesture wildly with his hands and right, while the man still bowed his head respectfully. Qingying was also sweating from being mistaken for the sect master. Zhang Chongxiao stuck a note that read, "I am the sect master," on Qingying's face. Qingying pointed in Zhang Chongxiao's direction for Xiang to see. Outside the window the sky was blue with white clouds and paper cranes fluttered. Zhang Chongxiao lay on the table with tears streaming down his face, asking aggrievely, "Qingying, is my sect master aura still not strong enough?" As his tears were about to burst forth, a voice sounded, "Hello, I want to join the Iron Bone sect." A burly man in simple clothes walked over, greeting with a smile. "My name is Yang Yuha, 15 years old, third layer of meridian opening." Qingying was surprised and secretly assessed, "So strong at only 15? Zhang Chongxiao didn't think much of it, and immediately ordered, "Qingying, urgently order an extra-large sect uniform." He replied with shining eyes, "It's already been arranged." The next morning, at the Iron Bone sect, he sat there analyzing the situation, feeling nervous. "This move by the Haoqi sect has also affected my recruitment. This can't go on. It will affect the speed of the system's upgrade. Speak of the devil and he shall appear." The system suddenly sounded with a notification, "Sect members 104,500, sect contribution points 303,500. Suddenly, a sharp and arrogant shout rang out. "The 7th-rate Xingyun sect of the 100 Sect Alliance has come to the Iron Bone sect for a sparring exchange." Hearing this, Zhang Chongxiao smiled with interest. "Exchange? Alliance leader Qin, didn't you say you were going to deal with my Iron Bone sect in half a year? So now you're sending other sects to cause trouble." At this moment the system kept reminding him, "Side quest. Defeat the 7th Elder of the Xingyun Sect, Song Kai Elite Quest, Side Quest, Disciples brutally beat Xingyun Sect Disciples 05, he gritted his teeth and threatened, if you're not careful don't blame me for being ruthless. A series of notifications appeared again, Disciples brutally beat Xingyun Sect Disciples 15, Disciples brutally beat Xingyun Sect Disciples 25, Disciples brutally beat Xingyun Sect Disciples 35, Disciples brutally beat Xingyun Sect Disciples 45. Seeing this, Zhang Chongxiao asked himself in confusion, what's going on? I haven't even gone out yet, and the mission is already completed? At this moment, outside the sect, the injured were already lying scattered on the ground. At this time, a hand was choking a disciple of the Xingyun sect. That person asked through gritted teeth, with just this little strength you dare to come and cause trouble? Zuiji threatened with a dark face. If I wasn't a bit tired from just coming back from training in the wild, the 5 of you together couldn't take 3 of my moves. The 7th Elder looked at the tragic scene before him, so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He exclaimed in horror, what's going on? 1 5th rank martial disciple, 1 4th rank martial disciple, and 3 3rd rank martial disciples were actually powerless to resist? The 7th Elder said to himself in fear. Didn't Alliance leader Qin say their sect only had 2 first-rank martial disciples? He infused spiritual energy into his blade and secretly resolved, no, if I don't make a move the Xingyun sect will lose all its face. Thinking of this, the 7th Elder accelerated and rushed towards him, shouting angrily, arrogant brat, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect master. Suddenly a serious voice rang out. Old man, he was stunned, unable to move, that voice still echoing in his ears. A martial master sneak attacking someone in the Meridian opening realm. Do you still want your old face? The 7th Elder glanced back and asked himself inwardly, who is it? Why does he make me feel like I've fallen into an ice cellar? The 7th Elder trembled, his hand unable to hold the blade steady. A terrifying figure appeared behind him and said sarcastically, you can't even hold your blade steady, you should just go back and retire. Hearing this, the 7th Elder was so scared that he foamed at the mouth. This sect, he thought to himself, is full of monsters, and then he fell to the ground. At the same time the system sounded with a notification, defeated the 7th Elder of the Xingyun sect, Song Kai Elite Quest, Side Quest completed. Host has obtained 100 contribution points. Zhang Chongxiao contemplated the system. He asked softly via voice transmission, did you sense an aura from Yi Xingqian just now, and his strength should still be far from a martial master? How could he suppress Elder Song? The system immediately replied, this is the power of the soul, which he calls Overlord Qi. His palm opened gently in the air, his mouth full of praise, well done, well done. The corner of Zhang Chongxiao's mouth curled up, his gaze profound. Your training this time has not disappointed me. He held 2 long bottles of red potion in his hand and continued, these 2 bottles of aptitude transformation liquid are your reward. After taking them, you can immediately raise the grade of your spiritual root. So while Yi Xingqian was still dazed, the person next to him had already gulped it down. Seeing this, Zhang Chongxiao immediately smacked his lips. Tisk, I didn't expect this sect master to be a seller of fake medicine. Watching Yi Xingqian spit out a mouthful of blood, this thought appeared in his mind. When I was a martial emperor in my past life, I had never heard of a way to improve one's spiritual root. In this life, even with the help of the Taishuan true scripture, I must endure all hardships to improve my aptitude. Suddenly, Zuiji clenched his fists, his whole body emitting a golden light, and said through gritted teeth, Sect Master, I have advanced to a mid-grade spiritual root and my realm has also improved. As soon as his voice fell, Yi Xingqian seemed to be in disbelief, his body drenched in sweat. It only took this little time to advance his spiritual root. Is that all? Then what about when I was bleeding from all 7 orifices, enduring humiliation and suffering? Was I just torturing myself? At this moment, Zhang Chongxiao calmly called out, Yi Xingqian, what you have is a low-grade aptitude transformation liquid, just right for upgrading your low-grade spiritual root to a common grade 1. Yi Xingqian's hand holding the potion bottle trembled slightly as he stammered, that, then he handed it to Zhang Chongxiao without hesitation, his face brightening. Sect Master, I accidentally filled out the entry form wrong. I actually have a common grade spiritual root, so the low-grade transformation liquid is useless to me. Zhang Chongxiao also quickly took it, pursed his lips and said in a low voice, then I'll switch it for a common grade transformation liquid for you. Our sect has plenty of potions. After speaking, Yi Xingqian tilted his head back and drank the liquid in one gulp. Immediately after, his body seemed to undergo a transformation, with countless streams of golden energy swirling around him. Yi Xingqian's eyes widened, his brow furrowed slightly. As expected, he had upgraded to a mid-grade spiritual root, and his cultivation had also risen to the 12th layer of meridian opening, and there was not a trace of pain, not even a single sensation. He stood before Zhang Chongxiao, his expression unusually serious. The effect of this medicine was simply a miracle. Yi Xingqian thought of the crack appearing in the purple space. Could it be an immortal medicine from the upper realm? Only a martial emperor is qualified to tear through the void? A giant palm and eye seemed to want to swallow that white-haired figure. Even though I was an expert who dominated the continent in my past life, here, I am just an ant. Returning to reality, Yi Xingqian remained silent, looking intently at the man high above, thinking to himself, an immortal medicine from the upper realm. For Zhang Chongxiao to be able to give it to his disciples so casually, he is definitely not a simple person. The scene shifted to an ancient-style pavilion. Someone pointed at the screen in the air and suddenly asked, accidentally filled out the wrong spiritual root grade. As soon as his voice fell, Jun Chongxiao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with mockery. Does this kid really think I'm a fool? System, what do you think? The system immediately displayed several lines of text. According to my search of the Starfall continent, there is no method in this world to forcibly upgrade one's spiritual root grade except for heart techniques above divine grade. Seeing this, Jun Chongxiao's face turned pale, and he asked expressionlessly, isn't divine grade the highest? There are even higher grade heart techniques above divine grade. The types of martial arts on the Starfall continent are numerous, and people classify them by grade, but some martial arts seize the fortune of heaven and earth and cannot be simply classified by grade. Jun Chongxiao couldn't help but ask softly, then system, have you ever collected information on this type of martial art? Tens of thousands of years ago, a peerless expert appeared on the Starfall continent, calling himself the Taishuan Elder. He created two types of heart techniques which were known as peerless treasures. One of them is the Taishuan Ice Heart Art, and the second is the Taishuan True Scripture. At this moment, Jun Chongxiao's eyes grew even sharper. System, I remember there's a first-rate sect called the Taishuan Sacred Sect. That's right, the founder of the Taishuan Sacred Sect, by a stroke of luck, obtained a fragment of the Taishuan Ice Heart Art. But with just this fragment, he was able to support a first-rate sect which has stood for tens of thousands of years. As for the Taishuan True Scripture, besides brief mentions in the history books, there are no other clues. Countless martial saints and martial emperors have spent their entire lives searching for it, but they were never able to obtain it. In my opinion, besides a protagonist with heaven-defying luck, no one could encounter this kind of divine-grade heart technique. A cunning smile appeared on Jun Chongxiao's face as he continued, I remember very clearly that Yi Xingqian had a low-grade spiritual root when he joined the sect, so the improvement of his spiritual root is because he cultivated a super divine-grade heart technique. As soon as his voice fell, the system issued a definitive conclusion. In that case, it is 70 to 80% certain. A rich, true energy emanated from his eyes. One might even say the Taishuan True Scripture was in his mind. On the other side, Yi Xingqian was circulating his power with both hands, and countless streams of energy continuously poured out. At the same time, another notification came from the system. How about it? Has the host ever thought of tricking this kid out of that super divine grade heart technique? Yi Xingqian seemed to sense that someone was talking about him and suddenly sneezed violently. After hearing the system's question, Jun Chongxiao quickly crossed his arms and objected, Host, do you want to trick Yi Xingqian out of that heaven-defying heart technique? How could I, the sect master, steal a disciple's treasure? Besides, wouldn't it be embarrassing if I couldn't even win? His index finger was still slightly bent. Jun Chongxiao lowered his eyes and said, With the system in hand, the world is mine. Getting a divine weapon is just a matter of minutes. He reached out and took out a pair of glasses called Zhongguang sunglasses, whose function was to enable a mind-powered see-through function after wearing them, and quickly analyzed spiritual root-grade cultivation, strength, weapons, and protective equipment. The price was 50 contribution points. After putting them on, Jun Chongxiao was extremely excited, a lewd smile on his face as he shouted, Wow, I can see through people's attributes in an instant. Suddenly, Jun Chongxiao's eyes seemed to have discovered something. Huh? He looked at the miniature castle in his hand and judged. There are 5 peak martial apprentices who have been lurking around the sect. He crossed his fingers and said softly, It seems the Jiu Pavilion hasn't given up yet. The eyes behind his sunglasses narrowed slightly, and he continued coldly, For the safety of the sect's disciples, I must make a move against the Jiu Pavilion as soon as possible. First, I'll go gather information on the Jiu Pavilion. The scene switched to a few drops of water falling on the ground, and the full view of the warehouse gradually came into sight. A thought unconsciously flashed through his mind. The so-called assassin must be cautious in word and deed at all times and in all places. 17 rested his elbows on his knees, saying nothing, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. He secretly warned himself, I must be on strict guard and never violate my principles because of temptation. He frowned tightly, imagining 2 sexy women beside him, sweat trickling down his cheeks. The principle of an assassin is that even when faced with the temptation of beauty, and then the image of mountains of gold and silver faintly appeared behind him, or when faced with money, my heart is like a rock. At this moment, 17's eyes and brows grew even tighter. Even when faced with the threat of death, my expression will not change. The first half of this sentence is on page 14, the second half on page 15. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly shouted, Brother 47, it's time to eat? So he hurriedly ran over to respond, Just smelling it makes it seem so fragrant. What delicious food did Dudu make today? The other person immediately replied with a happy face, I just came up with a new dish. Brother 47, help me try it. The chopsticks were stuck into a plate of fragrant curry fried rice. Dudu stood on her tiptoes and requested, Every dish and every bowl of rice Dudu makes is filled with my feelings. You must eat it all. You can't waste a single bit. 17 promised while eating, I will definitely eat it all. Dudu, only when I eat your delicious food do I feel happy. Suddenly, a pair of feet unexpectedly walked over, and a commanding voice said, Give me the location of the Jiu Pavilion headquarters and you can feel this happiness every day. Jun Chongxiao brandished a sharp longsword surrounded by blue true energy. If not, then this is your final meal. As soon as he saw the person, the squatting Dudu turned her head and cheered, Brother Sect Master is here. The tip of the sword was thrust into the stone in front of 17. After speaking, he replied directly without hesitation, There's nothing to say. But this time Dudu touched him with her fingertip and gently persuaded, "Must an assassin always hide in dark corners where the sun never shines? No, brother 47, aren't you lonely hiding in the darkness all day?" Her eyes suddenly widened, her pupils shining. "Why don't you join our sect and come be my kitchen helper? Dudu likes having brother 47 taste my food." However, these words still failed to shake 17's loyalty. "Sorry Dudu, I am an assassin with principles. I will not betray the Jiu Pavilion." So Jun Changxiao showed a cunning expression and said coldly, "Since you are courting death, there's nothing I can do. Don't blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, he immediately stretched out his hand. Jun Changxiao picked up the full food plate, a cruel expression on his face. "Dudu's delicious food is only for our sect members to enjoy. This child's hard work will be for nothing." The soup tilted, gradually flowing towards the edge of the plate. This act made Dudu cry her eyes out. She couldn't help but say, "Woo-woo, Dudu worked so hard to make all this." And 17 hurriedly turned his head away, unable to bear watching, but a feeling of pity suddenly arose in him. And 17 couldn't help but shout, "Stop, not a single bit of Dudu's food can be wasted." He had no choice but to agree to the demands of the people before him. "I agree to join, and I will also tell you the location of the Jiu Pavilion headquarters." 17 knelt on the ground and said to Jun Changxiao in a low voice, "But it must be made clear first. I am not joining your Ironbone sect but Dudu's kitchen. Even if I die, I will stay in the Ironbone sect for the rest of my life to serve and take care of Dudu." After hearing this, Jun Changxiao quickly came to a conclusion. This assassin is too cold-hearted. Dudu's innocence is the one-of-a-kind magic weapon, specifically for saving sinful souls. Jun Changxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Then next, the scene switched to the forest outside the back mountain. A person was panting, drenched in sweat, quickly circling around towering trees. After a while, this person stopped, seemingly hiding from something. "Someone actually dares to come to the Jiu Pavilion headquarters and go on a killing spree?" Suddenly a hand stretched out from behind, scaring young Yuha so much that his face turned pale and he broke out in a cold sweat. He was immediately sent spinning by the blow. The one who struck was Jun Changxiao. He stopped and glanced coldly at the other person, saying calmly, "Those who kill will always be killed." But then Jun Changxiao's step slowed, accompanied by a low voice. "What surprises me more is he turned his back to me, waved his hand casually, looking composed." Jun Changxiao left behind a taunt, unhesitatingly using his companion as bait, luring me into an encirclement. "You are indeed professional assassins of the Jiu Pavilion." But those words just now infuriated Black Eagle. His tone was full of challenge. "To silently annihilate 2 of our patrol teams, what's a bronze medal assassin to deal with a strong enemy like you?" His gaze was as sharp as a blade, without a trace of fear. Jun Changxiao proudly issued a challenge. "A guest is a guest. For you to look down on a guest from so high up is very impolite. My neck is getting sore." The corners of his mouth turned up, his face full of confidence. "So let's change the venue." After speaking, Jun Changxiao waved his hand and dealt with all the surrounding trees. In an instant, all the trees were cut down. Wind and sand filled the air. The ground shook violently, followed by the sound of trees crashing down. He stood tall in the dust, ready to face his opponents. After finishing, Jun Changxiao asked happily, "See, isn't a place like this much more spacious?" In an instant the surroundings were in ruins, and he said in a teasing tone, "This way we can have a good chat." Jun Changxiao's face was stern as he said with killing intent, "Ace Assassin Black Eagle." In the dilapidated scene under the Pavilion Master, the Jiu Pavilion also had 4 ace assassins, all possessing the strength of a martial master. Gold medal assassins like me can't even compare. Immediately after, a face with distinct features appeared. It was the strongest scorpion. Then a woman with sharp, venomous and unfathomable eyes appeared. It was Viper. After that, a cold and ruthless man who was best at lurking and assassinating Lynx. Finally, his words revealed a strange figure, and also the most cruel, Black Eagle. Immediately after, he appeared in a dazzling purple light. Black Eagle sneered contemptuously. "I didn't expect you to know my name. It seems there's a traitor in the Jiu Pavilion." Black Eagle's smile was strange, his eyes as if they could kill anyone who came near. "Then I'll have one more heart for my collection." He laughed confidently, his tone full of provocation. "I don't know if you're confident or foolish. By removing all the cover, are you planning to fight dozens of us assassins head-on?" Hearing this, Jun Changxiao showed no worry and replied calmly, "When it comes to using cover and hiding, I definitely can't compare to you." He clenched his hands and spiritual energy rose like flames. "So I plan to have a fight between trapped beasts." However, as soon as his voice fell, Jun Changxiao's palm gathered power. Suddenly he waved his hand and unleashed the explosive fist, shaking the earth. The assassins' faces turned pale with fear as the world shook, and then the surrounding protruding rocks sent the assassins flying far away. Jun Changxiao looked at them happily, clasped his hands and exclaimed in amazement, "These trapped beasts are you!" They were all startled and asked themselves in a daze, what is this?" Then they shouted in fear, "An earth prison." Jun Changxiao clapped his hands as if watching a play and requested, "Assassins, please be quiet." Jun Changxiao shouted confidently, "Now I very regretfully announce that you are surrounded." Suddenly the shadow of a bird flew over his head. Black Eagle stretched out his sharp claws and swooped down, taunting confidently, "A mere martial apprentice just bluffing. Now I'll dig out that heart of yours." He showed a lewd expression and taunted Black Eagle contemptuously, "Didn't your Pavilion Master teach you how to be an assassin?" In an instant Jun Changxiao's eyes grew sharp as if victory was already in his grasp. Only a living target would jump so high. A strong light appeared and he unleashed a continuous barrage of attacks. My ultimate/technique white/. Jun Chongxiao's face grew solemn. The Jiu Pavilion actually had such a cruel mutation. By annihilating the Jiu Pavilion I am also enforcing justice for heaven. 17 frowned, his face thoughtful. He recalled, actually the Jiu Pavilion wasn't like this before. Although it has always been an assassin organization, they would investigate their targets and not kill indiscriminately. Thinking of the person who now held power in the Jiu Pavilion, 17 continued, but since the Pavilion Master went into seclusion and handed power to Scorpion, everything changed. Black Eagle and Lynx have sworn allegiance to him. Only Viper has yet to declare her position. After hearing 17's words, Jun Chongxiao looked at him and asked, "So the mission to assassinate me was arranged by Scorpion?" But he immediately put on a cynical expression again. "Your Pavilion Master is something else. He's already 70 or 80 years old. Isn't he afraid of dying in the middle of his seclusion? Look at how much trouble you've caused me." 17 was surprised by Jun Chongxiao's attitude. He broke out in a cold sweat and nodded repeatedly. Night fell upon the mountain peaks. As soon as his voice fell, Jun Chongxiao raised one hand, struck out with a palm and announced loudly, "Let me save your Jiu Pavilion." Jun Chongxiao struck Black Eagle into the ground with one blow. He smiled smugly. Ace assassins are nothing special. Suddenly Jun Chongxiao sensed something. He immediately sat down, dodging the other's attack. Jun Chongxiao's eyes were cold. He glanced at Black Eagle, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Even a feigned death sneak attack is full of flaws. A fierce kick pierced through Black Eagle's body, making him cry out in pain. Jun Chongxiao sent him flying with another punch, a final blow behind him. A group of black-clad subordinates were jumping up, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Jun Chongxiao moved his feet slightly, then stomped heavily. The ground instantly shattered, and his face was as terrifying as Yama, the king of hell. A glint flashed in Jun Chongxiao's eyes. He gritted his teeth and attacked. The black-clad men were sent flying by Jun Chongxiao's blow. He smiled smugly. "Shameless, I'll strip you of your clothes." Another group of people rushed over from behind. The leader ordered, "Continue, don't give him a chance to breathe." Jun Chongxiao grabbed two people's heads with both hands, catching them off guard, and threw them backward, sending them rolling on the ground. Jun Chongxiao jumped up and continued to fight. He fought with great passion, the light of his technique surrounding him. Suddenly, two hands emerged from the ground and grabbed Jun Chongxiao's feet. Four subordinates held him down, each grabbing a hand or a leg, shouting, "Lord Black Eagle, kill him quickly." Black Eagle seized this opportunity, preparing to rush over and deal with Jun Chongxiao. He used all his strength and quickly rushed towards the besieged Jun Chongxiao. At this moment, Jun Chongxiao showed another strange smile. "Hey, you're all so united, it makes things difficult for me, makes me look like a villain." The few people around him heard his words and began to tremble all over. Their eyes turned cold and their faces became serious. "But it wasn't until you made a move that I realized." He unleashed his power, sending the people clinging to him flying, breaking free from the siege. He shouted, "I'm not just a villain." Black Eagle's claws shattered the moment they touched Jun Chongxiao's collar. He grabbed Black Eagle's head and roared at him, "I'm the boss." Jun Chongxiao smiled faintly, flames erupting from his hands. "You like to steal people's hearts like this. May you be a player in your next life." As he spoke, he created a huge explosion, and the surrounding rocks instantly shattered. The assassins around saw that the situation was not good and immediately ran for their lives, quickly escaping over the fragments. Jun Chongxiao shook his hands and muttered, "What? I accidentally broke the prison. Now that these assassins have hidden in the forest, it will be difficult to catch them." 3 bullets were fired from somewhere and 3 assassins were hit as they fled. A shooter lay on the mountaintop. Tian Qi made a sound and killed the 3. He continued to observe to see if anyone had escaped. Scorpion and Lynx stood on the mountaintop looking down. Lynx reported, "We have lost more than 30 members and we don't even know who the enemy is." There was not a trace of expression on Scorpion's face. He cursed, "Black Eagle is also a piece of trash." He was annihilated before he could even send out any intelligence. He knelt on one knee and reported, "Lord Scorpion, I have examined the bodies of several members." Lynx's face was filled with thoughtful seriousness. A few of them were pierced by some kind of power, possibly a specially made yin energy, very similar to the divine might musket that the Iron-Boned Sect brought out before. Scorpion was surprised to hear this name. The Iron-Boned Sect, a piece of meat on the chopping block, actually fought back? Then he gave an order that made the other's face turn pale with fear. "Lynx, it's your turn to act. Don't disappoint me." Lynx dared not say another word and immediately accepted the order. This subordinate will definitely bring back their heads to report. He immediately acted at the other's urging. "Go." He jumped down from the mountaintop and set off on his mission. On the other hand, Scorpion was still arrogant. "Let them know who the king of this forest is." Suddenly, something streaked through the forest at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that people could only see its aura passing by, but not the figure itself. Jun Chongxiao walked leisurely on a forest path. Suddenly he sensed something strange and his face became guarded. Jun Chongxiao quickly blocked with his hand, muttering, "It's getting harder and harder to find gold or silver medal assassins these days." He threw Zuiji to the ground with a thud and stomped his foot in anger, causing Zuiji to struggle to give him the middle finger. "At this rate, when will I ever finish them all off?" Jun Chongxiao raised his head and ordered, "Zuiji, you stand on high ground. Do you see any movement anywhere?" Zuiji obeyed and immediately jumped onto a tree branch. He reported, "Sect Master observing through the 8x scope. There are signs of activity in the southwest valley." Suddenly, Lynx's figure flashed past Zuiji from behind. A sound made Zuiji jump in surprise. "Very brave." His eyes were cold as he said with disdain, Just 2 people dare to trespass into the GU pavilion. Zuiji sensed it and immediately turned his head. Before the other was ready, Lynx launched a sneak attack from behind, punching Zuiji in the face. The blow sent Zuiji falling from the tree to the ground. Jun Chongxiao saw this too. He immediately ran quickly towards Zuiji. Jun Chongxiao caught him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Jun Chongxiao was angry at the other's sneak attack. His face was stern, but he still cared for his disciple. Zuiji, how are you? Are you badly hurt? Did you see how many enemies there were? At this moment an attack was about to strike Jun Chongxiao directly. Without hesitation he immediately dodged the attack. So it was Lynx wearing Zuiji's cloak. He smiled smugly, took off the fur coat and provoked with a mix of praise and contempt. Good reaction to be able to dodge at such a close distance. No wonder you could annihilate that trash black eagle. Lynx put on an arrogant expression again. He smiled smugly. A bit better than that kid whose neck I broke. His words completely infuriated Jun Chongxiao. His eyes were filled with killing intent. As fast as the wind he rushed towards Lynx with his fists raised, shouting, "You deserve to die." Jun Chongxiao's speed surprised the other a little. So fast, the more it was like this, the more Lynx showed a playful smile. He attacked Jun Chongxiao without mercy. Jun Chongxiao's forward momentum suddenly stopped. He was sent flying by Lynx. His combat reaction is indeed not bad, but then Jun Chongxiao recovered. His face was grim as he secretly assessed the situation. This guy is a bit tricky. His face completely lost its previous smugness. Jun Chongxiao found the system. The system reported, "Host, that thing worth 100 contribution points you mentioned yesterday. I want to buy it now." A scratch had already appeared on his face. Jun Chongxiao smiled. The system reported, "Is the host sure? You need to comprehend this thing after buying it. Where do you have the time to comprehend it carefully now?" Then his eyes turned cold and a hint of interest flashed in them. Jun Chongxiao said to the system, "You buy me some time." At this critical moment, where did Zuiji appear from? His landing cracked the ground. Zuiji rubbed his neck and looked at Lynx, asking, "Was it you who broke my neck?" Lynx stepped forward and said smugly in front of everyone, "With the strength I used just now, it would be more than enough to break a towering tree. I underestimated the muscle strength of you, boy." He smiled, turned to look at Zuiji and began to lecture. "Ever since I became an assassin, not a single target I've aimed for has survived. I'll take care of you first and let your sect master live a little longer." Jun Chongxiao stood to the side, gently gesturing. His face was filled with determination. He gestured with his hands, an idea in his mind. "Don't attack proactively, just hold him for 15 minutes, leave the rest to me." When Zuiji saw this, he immediately understood something and thought in surprise. The sect master is making hand signals. He thought proudly of his idea. Understood, it means don't say anything unnecessary. He stood to the side and Jun Chongxiao was still trying hard to gesture. Hearing this, he tore off his clothes, revealing his strong muscles, and didn't forget to shout, "I guarantee the completion of the mission." Then he swung his fist and quickly rushed forward, shouting, "Get down, old man." Jun Chongxiao saw this scene and was speechless. A voice sounded in his ear. "I bet 5 cents he didn't understand what you meant." On this side, the two were still fighting non-stop. Jun Chongxiao saw that he could no longer sit by and do nothing. He immediately stretched out his hand, revealing a glowing token. "Then I can't let Zuiji take the risk alone." Then the token emitted a golden light that surrounded the area. Divine Sword Art. The screen displayed information about the token. Divine Grade Advanced Sword Art, created by a certain sword emperor. It has 3 forms in total. 1-word Fast Art, 2-word Power Art, and 3-word Chi Transformation Art. If a martial artist can cultivate it, both their martial arts and sword art's cultivation will improve and its power will increase accordingly. But the sword art is the main focus, and it requires 100 contribution points to comprehend. On the other hand, Lynx was still fighting with Zuiji. Zuiji threw a powerful punch at Lynx, but Lynx quickly dodged it. At that moment, a sharp blade was tied to Lynx's foot. He quickly kicked at Zuiji's neck. Zuiji didn't have time to react. The next scene left Lynx stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. At this moment, the blade upon meeting Zuiji's skin had completely shattered. He thought in panic, "Is this guy made of steel?" Then he quickly jumped back, preparing to strike another pose. Lynx didn't forget to praise. "So what if your defense is strong?" As he spoke, a very malicious and smug smile appeared on his face. He said, "You still can't beat me. You're just a punching bag." A rope immediately wrapped around Zuiji's neck, startling him. Before he could understand what was happening, the rope dragged him along the ground for a long distance. Lynx had completely hung Zuiji from a tree, as if he wanted to tighten the noose around his neck. He spoke smugly and with relish. "If I couldn't break your neck the first time." Then he turned his head, not forgetting to smile mockingly. "Then I've decided I must break your neck by pulling it. This can be considered a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder for assassins like me." Zuiji was not flustered by this. He held the rope tightly, trying to regain his composure. Then he quickly turned around, intending to rush towards the tree trunk and use it to free himself from the restraint around his neck. He was not flustered, very calm, and acted quickly step by step. He held on tightly, and the huge tree trunk I was hanging from completely broke. When Lynx saw this, he was speechless and stood there in a panic. "Is this still a human?" Watching Zuiji stand domineeringly, knocking down all the giant trees, he shouted in panic. "This is a humanoid beast." Suddenly he raised his head and let out a loud, very puzzling shout. Then he fiercely threw a tree in front of Lynx, startling him and making him react immediately. Soon there were many different cuts on the tree. Cutting the giant tree into 4 sections, he stood there, looking smugly at Zuiji and said, "If I can't kill you in a short time, Then he immediately rushed towards Jun Chongxiao, who was standing there, and made a move. Then I'll have to kill your sect master first and then deal with you slowly. Seeing this, Zuiji anxiously shouted at Jun Chongxiao. The sect master saw that he was still standing motionless. He seemed a little surprised and smiled mockingly. Cultivating in the midst of a battle, you're quite bold. Suddenly, a very puzzled smile appeared on his face. He slowly said to the other party, just in time, one word fast art. When Link saw this, he showed no fear. He just shouted smugly and then rushed towards Jun Chongxiao. Too late. Jun Chongxiao paid no attention to these words. He closed his eyes and then said, it seems a sword being too fast is not good either. Then a very terrifying smile appeared on his face again, and he didn't forget to announce, the enemy has already fallen for the trap and doesn't even know it. As expected, Lynx wouldn't give up until he saw the coffin. He even smiled smugly and teased, what nonsense are you talking about? Suddenly he was startled and realized something in a panic. No, at this moment the ground had been cut in half. He held his head in panic, filled with fear. Jun Chongxiao's voice still rang out with a smile. You felt it too, didn't you? He looked with a very sharp gaze, not forgetting to threaten a bone-chilling coldness. The leaves were slowly falling to the ground. Jun Chongxiao's voice sounded. The killing power of this sword art is truly extraordinary. He pointed at the slowly falling leaves, not forgetting to narrate everything. Just by comprehending the first form, I can kill a martial master. As he said this, his face was terrifyingly cold. He slowly tore Lynx's body apart. An instant kill. His eyes had become so cold that anyone who saw them would be afraid. In a flash, Zuiji, Sect Master, I have just comprehended a ultimate move. After defeating these people, he smiled domineeringly and walked forward with his weapon. Let's just crush our way through. Soon the scene shifted to a large cave. A subordinate ran over quickly, reporting anxiously, Lord Scorpion, this is bad. Then he quickly knelt at Scorpion's feet and reported everything he knew. Lord Lynx's body was nailed to a tree in front of the headquarters, and his body was even arranged in a strange posture. Hearing this, Scorpion turned his head and looked at his subordinate angrily. At this moment, Lynx's body had been split in two and then pieced back together with some very strange words written on the tree trunk. Witnessing all this, Scorpion let out a vicious laugh, unable to hide the anger in his heart. Don't stop, this is a mockery of us. Are our attacks still not enough? His face could not bear such humiliation. He immediately ordered, all gold medal assassins, listen to my command. His voice echoed non-stop, giving orders to the subordinates behind him. Dismember the intruder's corpse, then raise the iron-boned sect to the ground. Hearing this, the subordinates hurriedly bowed their heads, leapt over, and quickly carried out the task Scorpion had assigned. Soon they all ran outside, preparing for the next move. At this moment, Scorpion's gaze sensed something. He immediately turned his head to look in another direction and said smugly, caught you. Immediately after, he sped across the ground, disregarding everything around him. He rushed out at an extremely fast speed, an extremely vicious smile on his face. His feet quickly leapt into the air, preparing to find his target. Soon he walked smugly up to Zuiji, startling him. His voice rang out, to easily expose your own position just to kill a few pieces of trash. He held out his hand, pointed at this power, and then said, Scorpion tail poison gas. Immediately after, Zuiji suddenly turned into a bomb, leaving Scorpion a bit dazed and confused. The bomb immediately made a strange sound and underwent a huge change. Then a loud bang occurred and white gas spewed out continuously. Seeing that the situation was not good, Scorpion hurriedly covered his face. He quickly crouched down, finally calmed down and understood everything. He raised his head, smiled at the front and said mockingly, if this bomb is your last trump card, then you can bid farewell to this world. Jun Chongxiao slowly walked up to him and leisurely announced, no, this is not a bomb. His face was full of smugness, and he didn't forget to lecture him. This is a tear gas bomb. He still didn't know what was happening. He didn't forget to stand up and order the subordinates behind him. With my skills in using poison, even if this thing is poison gas, it will have no effect. Everyone obeyed the order. Suddenly, Scorpion felt a little unwell. He immediately began to tremble all over and kept giving orders. Listen to my command, charge up together. Seeing this scene, the subordinates behind him asked in a panic, Lord Scorpion, what's wrong with you? He immediately turned around, crying non-stop and wailing in despair. I'm having such a hard time. Introduction to this top-tier item, dark version of a tear gas bomb. After use, it will form a large area of negative smoke. A man does not cry easily, only because he has not yet encountered a tear gas bomb. Duration 10 minutes. Jun Chongxiao stood to the side, witnessed all this, and thought in a panic, is the pressure on an assassin leader this great? Scorpion still sat there, hugging his head and crying, utterly powerless. You bunch of trash, not a single one of you can fight. Even if I'm a king, I can't carry you all. All you know how to do all day is humbly amass wealth to expand the business of the GU Pavilion. I'm having such a hard time. Seeing this, the other subordinates hurried forward to comfort him. Soon these subordinates were also moved to tears and kept comforting him. Seeing Lord Scorpion cry like this makes my heart ache too. I also feel my nose getting stuffy. In less than 10 seconds, everyone here had turned into a children's camp. They cried out like children non-stop. Does crocodile have no heart or lungs? Titan, don't give up halfway. Jin, you're so miserable. All the employees at the distillery are fake liquor. Jun Chongxiao witnessed all this and was speechless. He didn't know how to deal with this group of children in front of him. a true display of emotion with distinct layers, crushing any pretense of delicacy. He sighed for some unknown reason, then walked towards this group of endlessly crying miserable people. I originally planned to use the tear gas to control the scene, then lure you into a trap, and wipe you all out in one go. An extremely evil smile appeared on his face. He immediately thought of a plan. But now that I see you've all lost the ability to fight back, this master will reluctantly harvest some experience. Suddenly a few teardrops appeared on his face, which greatly surprised him. The tears flowed non-stop, making him even more confused. At this moment such thoughts kept flashing through his mind. Damn it, system, can't I be immune to the tear gas? Suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. When did you get the illusion that tear gas wouldn't make you cry like a fool? Zhang Chongxiao stood there, able to do nothing but clench his teeth tightly, trembling with tears. Damn it, at this moment he couldn't suppress his inner emotions and cried out in despair. I'm having such a hard time, a man for 2 lifetimes and still a single dog. There's always a time bomb tied to my side. I finally got a beautiful disciple, but she thinks about usurping my position all day. I'm having such a hard time. Both Scorpion and Zhang Chongxiao were crying non-stop. He raised his head and howled, it's too hard to be a man. On the other side, Scorpion and his men were telling everything, complaining about their fate. Being an assassin is even more bitter. Suddenly, Zuiji walked over in confusion. He glanced at Zhang Chongxiao in confusion, then asked in surprise, Sect Master, what are you crying about? Zhang Chongxiao looked at him, feeling a bit confused and that something was wrong. Seeing him safe and sound, he asked in surprise, Zuiji, you weren't affected by the tear gas? You didn't feel any negative emotions? Zuiji is truly an interesting person, his heart full of scars. He smiled and told everything, I've always been full of negative emotions, it's no different from usual. Hearing this, Zhang Chongxiao finally understood some things and looked at him in surprise. This mentality of steel has long been ingrained in his bones. Soon the scene shifted to the interior of a tall mountain. At this moment a heavy footstep slowly approached and a voice sounded. You came out of seclusion a bit hastily. Viper and Scorpion were in direct conflict, witnessing the group below crying non-stop, complaining about their fate. This masked blonde assassin saw this scene, and amidst his surprise didn't forget to sigh, to be able to see such a once-in-a-thousand-years scene. At this moment, Luo Chu slowly walked over, smiling as she voiced her thoughts. To be messed up like this by 2 kids, if this is all Scorpion is capable of, how dare he covet the Pavilion Master's position? Hearing this, the blonde assassin hurriedly turned his head to warn her. These 2 guys have some tricks up their sleeves. Pavilion Master shouldn't be careless either. These 2 guys have some tricks up their sleeves. Pavilion Master shouldn't be careless either. She completely ignored these warnings. An extremely terrifying smile appeared on her face. This time, I have emerged from seclusion as a 5th-rank martial master. I will use them to consolidate my dignity in the Jiu Pavilion. At this moment 10 minutes had passed. After a round of crying and complaining about fate, both sides finally stopped crying and wiped away their tears and snot. Both sides stood there quietly, not daring to look at each other, just staring at the ground with red faces, but the atmosphere was still a bit awkward. Zhang Chongxiao hurriedly turned his head, stretched out his hand to point at Zuiji and shouted, Stop muttering over there. Give me the sniper rifle quickly. Soon the gun was already aimed forward. Zhang Chongxiao smiled, looking at the target with his weapon, and smugly announced, Let the final battle begin. The thing that made me cry, just let it remain in your memories. Hearing these words, all the assassins immediately rushed forward, preparing to attack him, unleashing all their hidden weapons which didn't even pose a 50 threat. He still faced all this very calmly, without the slightest fear or trembling. At this moment an extremely smug smile appeared on Zhang Chongxiao's face, and then he said, That's because you haven't seen me with my hacks on. Suddenly he called out to the system, begin enhancement. Soon he gently used his weapon to easily take care of the targets one by one. One by one the assassins were knocked to the ground by his single blow, losing consciousness on the spot. While he wasn't paying attention, several other assassins immediately rushed towards him to attack. Seeing this, Zhang Chongxiao smiled in surprise, glanced at them, and then praised, Hiding in the back is a good idea too. Our protagonist pointed his gun at them domineeringly and said smugly, But unfortunately this master doesn't need to observe anymore. He used only the 2 sniper rifles in his hands to easily finish off an assassin. After finishing off these small fries, he breathed a sigh of relief and then said, This master doesn't want to go on a killing spree. For now I'll only injure, not kill. Otherwise this master can only become a Shira. Feeling that his time had come, an extremely smug smile appeared on Scorpion's face, and opening. Soon he rushed forward, not forgetting to loudly curse the subordinates who were quitting the game over there. Trash, get lost. He sped across the ground, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with Zhang Chongxiao. But Zhang Chongxiao was no slouch either. Soon he appeared behind Scorpion, catching him off guard and unable to react. Witnessing all this, Scorpion was speechless. Unable to suppress his inner emotions, he turned his head in surprise and asked him, The Jiu Pavilion's exclusive ghostly trail steps, how do you know it? How could you have mastered it? Hearing this, Zhang Chongxiao walked smugly in front of him. At this moment Scorpion heard Zhang Chongxiao's words and was a bit flustered. Dug it out from the hands of a dark assassin plus this master's talent. I mastered it step by step. He pointed the gun straight at Scorpion's head and said coldly, May you not have a gun in your next life. His face was full of confidence, ready to shoot the target without a trace of hesitation. Just then a dart flew over at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, just as Zhang Chongxiao fired, a dart blocked his bullet. Zhang Chongxiao witnessed all this and was stunned. The first time I've met someone who can block my bullet." At this moment there was a sudden movement behind him, startling him into quickly dodging to the side. He looked through the scope to observe, and his eyes widened in terror. This enemy. Then he aimed at Luo Chu's chest, his eyes widening in surprise. He looked in confusion at the beautiful woman playing with the dart in front of him, not forgetting to praise, "So perfectly round." When Scorpion saw Luo Chu appear, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and cried, "Pavilion Master." Jun Changxiao suddenly understood something. He smiled, not forgetting to look back at the beautiful woman before him, and praised, "I didn't expect the Pavilion Master of the GU Pavilion to be a woman." She completely ignored Jun Changxiao's words, and there was even a hint of confusion in her tone. "Sect Master Jun, let this little lady give you a word of advice. Offending an assassin organization is not a wise choice." She gently shot the dart in her hand, which rushed towards Jun Changxiao at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, our Jun Changxiao is lecherous but not stupid. He quickly used his gun to block her dart. At this moment, a trace of confusion flashed through his mind as he looked at the scene before him. This astonishing speed, flight path, and power. If I hadn't already activated auto-aim, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Luo Chu still stood there calmly, taking out more darts from her hand. She said some puzzling words. "Although the mission to assassinate Sect Master Jun was not accepted by me, Sect Master Jun has moved against my people, so this little lady can only return the favor." Immediately after, she directly and continuously shot these darts at Jun Changxiao to attack him. At this moment, Jun Changxiao also appeared very calm, gently using his pistol to dodge all these sharp darts. But these sharp darts flew in a brand new trajectory which slightly surprised him. He also understood that her attack this time was extremely vicious. This collision force can still open up new lines of attack. Soon he easily and quickly shot down the darts one by one. He looked at Luo Chu and smiled smugly. Truly an expert, but unfortunately this master is the one with the hacks. While he was still dodging these darts, Luo Chu immediately rushed towards Jun Changxiao, using the ghostly trail steps to attack. Soon she quickly rushed forward, using her soft and flexible body to attack him, but he also easily dodged. At this moment she already had a dart in her hand. She used her speed to attack him swiftly. Both sides attacked fiercely and relentlessly. Neither giving way, she attacked him. While he kept dodging, the two went back and forth attacking each other, leaving only Scorpion standing there silently. Jun Changxiao was slightly surprised, constantly dodging her attacks. These thoughts kept flashing through his mind. "I've fallen into a passive state. Her ghostly trail steps are also considered mastered. I can't pull away at close range. The gun is easily blocked." His eyes understood what fear was, and he even looked at Luo Chu in a bit of a panic. He didn't even have time to reload, with only one last shot left. On the other side, Scorpion still stood there quietly. A voice kept urging, "Fight, fight." A bold idea appeared in his mind. "It would be best if they both end up injured. Then I can seize power in the GU Pavilion." Thinking of this, an extremely vicious smile appeared on his face. Both sides were still attacking each other. Scorpion's strange attitude made Jun Changxiao a little puzzled. Luo Chu also stared at him in surprise. Soon the two turned around, no longer attacking each other, but immediately attacking Scorpion together, cursing loudly. What an awful laugh. Immediately after, both of them hit their mark, finishing him off on the spot. He fell to the ground, slowly bidding farewell to this game. The two of them also landed one after another. Changxiao's eyes clearly showed his anger. He glanced at her, indicating that next time it might be 15 rounds. Soon he suddenly let out a huge sound and a massive light appeared on the ground. 9-form wave stacking sword art. Just like that, this loud noise caused a huge tremor, affecting everything around them. Luo Chu was immediately affected by this and gradually lost consciousness. Her clothes were continuously being torn to shreds. Seeing this, Changxiao smiled calmly and smugly, saying, "The guilty must be punished. Prepare to retreat." He turned and gestured, "Take our captives with us." At this moment his voice rang out continuously. After he finished speaking, all the assassins looked at him blankly. Such a huge mountain peak was ultimately split in two by Changxiao with ease. His face was filled with anger. He vented his anger furiously, questioning them. "Who approves? Who objects?" Soon the scene switched to a spacious and magnificent hall. Inside the hall, a plaque read, "The Ironbone Sect is currently under expansion. We apologize for the inconvenience. Come and hit me." Over here, Qing Yang was constantly broadcasting to everyone with a loudspeaker. "Everyone put in more effort. With some overtime we can finally finish. We must complete this to report to the Sect Master." Suddenly a familiar voice rang in his ear. "Qing Yang, the deadline for your project has been shortened." Hearing this familiar voice, he turned around in surprise, asking happily yet confusedly, "Did the Sect Master raise the GU Pavilion to the ground so quickly?" Changxiao slowly walked over. Behind him followed Luo Chu, Zuiji and other assassins. He began to explain everything. "There's been a change of plans. I've brought their entire pavilion over to set up in a separate area." Hearing this, he was a bit dazed. He quickly turned around and shouted to his companion, "Foreman, come here. The architectural plans need to be redesigned." He smiled and explained to Luo Chu, who was beside him, "This is why I like Qing Yang. He's efficient, meticulous, and the best foreman in our sect." Qianqin also walked over slowly and said, "Bringing so many mouths to feed is quite a large expense." She stood on high ground, speaking to Changxiao, not forgetting to size up Luo Chu from head to toe, asking, "Could it be that the Sect Master can't bring himself to kill a beauty?" I can do it for you. Hearing this, he quickly explained his entire plan to her. This sect master is not that kind of person. I have my own arrangements. Qingyang, these people's spiritual veins have been sealed. Take them to the dungeon. Immediately after, Luo Chu and the others slowly walked forward. Luo Chu walked past Qianqin, not forgetting to taunt, "Little girl, you're quite jealous, aren't you? Crossing your arms like that isn't good for your development." Immediately after, Luo Chu stretched her body, showing off her chest and hips, which startled Qianqin. Just like that, Luo Chu walked in smugly, leaving Qianqin standing there in a daze. At this moment, Chang Xiao, seeing the situation wasn't good, walked up and gently placed a hand on her head, which surprised her a little. He smiled and walked inside, instructing her. "Brought them back to build our intelligence network. Who is more suitable to be an intelligence agent than an assassin?" Remembering something, he leaned closer to her and teased, "And don't worry, no one can steal the position of my sect master's wife." Hearing this, she blushed, her face full of shyness, not knowing what to say. Immediately after, Chang Xiao quickly ran ahead. She was left there alone, he thought excitedly. Teasing her and then running away is so thrilling. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet instantly turned to ice. Qianqin stood there quietly, controlling everything around her to turn to ice, making him slip involuntarily and slam his face into a wall. Her face was somewhat contemplative, various thoughts constantly surfacing in her mind. My state of mind fluctuated again just now. When will I be able to comprehend the third layer of the Taishuan ice heart art and achieve a heart as still as water? Soon, time passed. Chang Xiao's voice sounded. "May I ask for the pavilion master's esteemed name?" Luo Chu smiled and replied, "Li Luochu." Seeing this, Chang Xiao asked Luo Chu with some surprise, "Pavilion Master Li, are you satisfied with your stay in the dungeon?" Luo Chu smiled and explained everything. "I'm fine, but my subordinates..." Then Luo Chu glanced at the inside of the room. It was a bit cramped. Hearing this, Chang Xiao had a realization. He immediately stated his thoughts. The dungeon only has 2 or 3 cells. It's currently being expanded. In the future, they can have single rooms." Luo Chu seemed a bit puzzled after hearing this. She quickly asked, "From what Sect Master Jun is saying, do you intend for us to stay here long term?" His face was filled with smugness. "I won't beat around the bush. This Sect Master formally invites Miss Li to lead her subordinates and join the Ironbone sect. If Miss Li is willing to assist me, you will be the hall master of the Jiu Hall." Hearing this, her face immediately became stiff and confused. She quickly explained, "Sect Master Jun must be joking. Li Luochu is an assassin, used to being free and unrestrained. I'm not accustomed to joining any sect." He smiled, looking at her with surprise, not forgetting to tease, "An assassin, keeping company with the darkness, never seeing the light of day. Is this what you call being free and unrestrained?" At this moment his face became very serious. He expressed his thoughts to her. "The Jiu Pavilion has likely investigated me and should understand our temperament. From being unknown a few months ago, to now annihilating the Spiritual Spring Sect, repelling the Holy Spring Sect, and even inviting your entire pavilion here, you must be clear about our strength by now, and our sect is still in its early stages." His voice continued to ring out, forcing her to concentrate and listen silently to everything. "If Miss Li joins now with her subordinates, it would be like getting in on the ground floor. One day, the Ironbone sect will become the strongest sect to dominate the continent, and you will be a founding elder." Speaking of this, he gently spun the short rifle in his hand and also the benefits of being the first hall master of the Ironbone sect. He looked straight ahead smugly, revealing his entire plan. "Miss Li can use this divine might musket as you please. Furthermore, all the martial resources that allow us to level up quickly can be used by everyone in the Jiu Hall." At this moment his face became very serious. He looked back. "Today is the first and last time I will ask you. Please consider it carefully." Hearing this, Luo Chu was a bit curious. She asked, "If I become the hall master of the Ironbone sect, what privileges will we have?" His face showed no hint of worry. He just slowly answered everything. "You and your subordinates will not have your freedom restricted and can come and go as you please, and there is only one thing you need to do." Hearing this, she immediately guessed it was something very serious, killing people. Seeing her reaction, he quickly shook his head and continued to inform her. No, Miss Li's duty will be to help me gather intelligence. I'll give you 3 days to consider. I hope by then, miss." Before he could finish, she quickly replied, "I agree." Then she gently placed her hand on his short rifle and said, "Your sect's potential and prospects have indeed attracted me," and an enigmatic smile appeared on her face. "This pavilion master, no, this hall master." She gently picked up his short rifle, held it forward and stated her thoughts with great interest. "Has absolutely no resistance to Sect Master Jun's domineering ways. It begins with Qianqin kneeling on the ground, the high and mighty Sect Master sitting there, loudly reprimanding her. Lu Qianqin, as a personal disciple, you have disobeyed the sect rules and repeatedly committed unforgivable sins." His voice rang out continuously as if stabbing Qianqin's heart. "Today I will personally cripple your martial arts and expel you from the sect." A single cold sentence like a dagger plunged straight into her heart. "Do you have any grievances?" Hearing this, her expression turned grim. She explained coldly, "No grievances." Soon the scene switched to the outside. The sounds of birds and beasts constantly came from the forest outside. Other disciples stared at Qianqin in surprise, discussing non-stop. Oh my, I never thought Lu Qianqin would do something like this. If the Grand Elder hadn't always protected her while he was alive, how could she have become a personal disciple? Qianqin walked forward slowly, appearing very calm as if nothing had happened. Suddenly a voice came from behind, startling her slightly. Sister Qianqin, you've been expelled from the sect today, and the ice heart art is mine now, the junior sister behind her teased nonstop. To celebrate, I prepared this robe long ago. Does Sister Qianqin think it's pretty? Qianqin's gaze turned extremely cold. She glanced at her, not forgetting to taunt. No matter how beautiful the clothes are, they can't hide a filthy soul. Hearing this, she smiled smugly, seemingly not at all humiliated by her words. So what if you're pure of heart and as pristine as ice and jade? Weren't your martial arts also crippled? You were expelled from the sect and now you've become a pitiful homeless wanderer? She didn't deign to speak further with her, immediately brushing past her, then slowly said, I have a sacred grade spiritual root, you don't. I have the Taishuan ice heart physique, you don't. Even if I'm expelled from the sect, you will forever be nothing but trash in my eyes. She still refused to show weakness, not forgetting to touch a sore spot, saying, without the sect's heart technique, your Taishuan ice heart physique is also just trash. Qianqin didn't care about these words at all at this moment. She just walked forward slowly and coldly, then continued to speak, her tone resolute. The world outside is vast. There will always be a place for Lu Qianqin. A heavy snow was falling here, but Qianqin's figure still moved forward steadily. On that day, a great snow fell from the heavens, covering thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. She looked up at the tall mountain range before her, a myriad of thoughts in her mind. The villagers, seeing the unusual weather, called this day the day of the ice god's descent. In an instant, the scene switched to Qianqin. She sat alone in a high place, bored, watching everything. Her eyes were filled with sorrow, various thoughts constantly surfacing in her mind. Grand Elder, you must have anticipated that I would be expelled from the sect one day, which is why you passed the Taishuan ice heart art to me. A happy smile appeared on her face, then she glanced into the distance and said with a smile, but Grand Elder, rest assured, I have found a stable place to call home. I've found it. Changshao's figure appeared before her eyes, someone worthy of relying on. He revealed a perverted smile, glancing at her as if sizing something up. At this moment on the other side, Luo Chu's chest was heaving. She used his short rifle to quickly aim forward, shooting with great accuracy. He stood to the side, his nose bleeding, and praised seriously. Hallmaster Li, you have a talent for marksmanship. No, it's very good. Qianqin witnessed all this from a high place. She looked at him angrily, thinking, worthy of relying on my ass. Then she sighed, very confused. Grand Elder, don't misunderstand. He's still very reliable most of the time. He sat calmly at the table as if nothing had happened. The Ironbone sect is born facing the sun at this moment. Li Shangqian walked over and introduced himself with a smile. Sect Master Jun, I am Li Shangqian. I want to join the Ironbone sect to chase my dream. Hearing his words, Changxiao nodded with a smile and said, please state your dream. Then he very happily raised his hand, reached forward and told him his dream. I want to go to heaven. I want to become a towering, indomitable expert. Qianqin witnessed this scene, somewhat speechless. A thought appeared in her mind. A person with this level of intelligence. Only a fool would accept him. But Changxiao became very serious at this moment. He stared at Li Shangdian and quickly held a notice board in front of him. As an interesting person, I appreciate you. You're accepted. Grand Elder, he must have seen some hidden potential in him. He immediately notified him happily. The more I look, all of this made Qianqin even more confused, and she was beginning to doubt her decision. Grand Elder, he must have seen some hidden potential in him. Another man walked over happily and introduced himself. I'm Sima. Before he could finish, Changxiao loudly announced, accepted. Then he smugly held up a sign that read, I appreciate you. He smiled and announced to him, from now on I am your lord. Qianqin's face had already become stiff at this moment. She thought blankly, Grand Elder, just pretend I never said anything. Then she continued to watch Changxiao, trying hard to blow up a balloon, trying to understand his difficulties. But the sect master is also under a lot of pressure right now. Thinking of this, her face immediately became serious and she fell into deep thought. The righteous sects have already said they will punish the Iron-Boned sect, and only a few disciples have come to sign up. This is why he accepts everyone who comes. Suddenly at this moment, Changxiao also noticed her presence. He waved at her. Qianqin stopped looking so stern, then he smugly pretended to be a woman, smiled and teased her. Smile more. Seeing this, she stared at him even more angrily. Immediately after, she drew her greatsword, and then muttered to herself, Grand Elder, I am living very well. And there was another piece of good news just now. Immediately after, Lu Qianqin rushed towards Jun Changxiao to attack, completely ignoring his miserable cries. I want to be the sect master. After being beaten up by Lu Qianqin, Jun Changxiao stretched out his hand and announced to everyone, continuing the recruitment. Thinking of this, he announced with some smug excitement, just a few more recruits and the contribution points will be enough. The items I exchanged for in the shop to upgrade the sect weren't a waste after all. At this moment, a notification immediately appeared on the screen. Sect members 227,500, contribution points 225,500. This girl's name is Ling Yuanshui. She blushed and smiled, speaking all her thoughts. They always say women are inferior to men. I want to cultivate martial arts to prove those stinking men wrong. Ling Yuanshui suddenly remembered something was wrong. She hurriedly and shyly stretched out her hand to explain, I didn't mean the sect master is a stinking man. He still sat there very calmly and explained to her. In a world where men are revered and women are belittled, women's status is not high. You have ambition, and this sect master will give you the space to realize it. Another young man happily handed over a business card and introduced himself. I'm the pharmacist Sun Bukong. This is my business card. To clarify, please note that a pharmacist is not a pharmacy apprentice. It's a profession similar to a doctor. Jun Chongxiao picked up the business card in his hand on which only a few short words were written. Successor of the Medicine Emperor Sun Bukong. Jun Chongxiao seemed very surprised, unable to believe his eyes. He scrutinized him in confusion. Can I really recruit the successor of the Medicine Emperor just by randomly opening a sect and accepting disciples? A doctor? Isn't this kid from an urban novel? Let me check with my sunglasses. His attitude was strange. Sun Bukong hurriedly reached into his bag, fumbling for something, and then said, "This one won't do, I have many more here." Sect Master, see which one you prefer. At this time the table in front of him was filled with many different business cards. Jun Chongxiao stretched out his hand and nodded to him. He didn't forget to praise, "This kid is truly a talent." At this moment a person also walked over slowly, his expression cold. He walked up to Jun Chongxiao and said, "Sword cultivator, Zhou Hong." Seeing this scene, Jun Chongxiao's eyes widened in surprise, his face full of confusion. At this moment Zhou Hong's image became very mysterious. Jun Chongxiao couldn't see his cultivation, spiritual root or strength. A thought emerged in his mind. Another expert has arrived. Thinking of this, Jun Chongxiao looked at him with slight surprise. Could this guy be so strong that he's beyond statistics? At this moment, a system notification also appeared, explaining everything to Jun Chongxiao. The Zhongguang sunglasses can only observe martial artists. They cannot be used to observe sword cultivators. Therefore, it cannot be analyzed. Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao also understood something. So that's how it is. As the two were silent, Zhou Hong's stomach suddenly made a strange noise which confused Jun Chongxiao in front of him. Immediately after, Zhou Hong couldn't bear the hunger in his stomach and immediately collapsed to the ground. He didn't forget to speak. Jun Chongxiao sensed that the situation was not good and hurriedly shouted, signaling to his subordinates, "Qingyang, take him to the dining hall for emergency treatment." Time gradually passed and his voice still rang out non-stop. Next, still sat there silently. At this time no one else came to become a disciple. He sighed and muttered to himself in frustration, "I can't even get 5 people. When will I be able to upgrade the sect?" His gaze became very determined, staring fixedly ahead. His heart was still full of questions, but problems had to be solved one by one. He recalled the scene of Dudu kneeling before him and fell into thought. According to Dudu, the Jiu Pavilion sent 3 groups of assassins, but I encountered 5 groups of assassins before. At that time, Dudu looked up at him and immediately told him everything she knew. Reporting to the hallmaster, several major families also train assassins, such as the Bei and Shao families in Liang City and the Wang family in Shouyang City. An elder from the Shao family once disguised himself and went to the Jiu Pavilion to purchase methods for training assassins. Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao seemed a bit confused and turned back in surprise to ask him, "If an elder from the Shao family said that, could it be the Shao family that's trying to assassinate me?" His gaze became very sharp and he didn't forget to instruct Dudu. In addition, the Bei family is also a possibility. In Liang City, besides the Bei family's assassins, it could also be the work of the Bei family's enemies. At this moment he remembered something important and hurriedly reported to Dudu, "Dudu, send a few gold medal assassins to monitor the every move of the Bei and Shao families." Soon evening arrived in a spacious hall. Jun Chongxiao was angry for some unknown reason. Raising his fist high, a loud bang erupted here. He used all his strength to shatter the target in front of him. The machine didn't forget to clearly display his strength index. After seeing it, he pondered something important. "I've broken through to the 9th rank. My usual strength is already above the 9th rank martial apprentice level." Immediately after, he looked at the fist in front of him very calmly. Various different thoughts continuously surfaced in his mind. The next step is the peak martial apprentice. The progress is still not enough to advance to martial master. I must make my disciples stronger within a year, and then go to the Holy Spring sect for a sparring exchange. Thinking of this, he was a bit confused, not knowing what to do. But if I don't upgrade the sect, my reputation will be low, and I won't be able to recruit good disciples, which will hinder the upgrade progress. The Haoqi sect wants to punish my Iron Bone sect. He clenched his palm, looking very determined. "Then I'll let you have a taste of my power." Immediately after, he swung his fist again, his eyes very determined. "If the Holy Spring sect is the boss, the Haoqi sect is also an elite mob." Another loud bang erupted here. It has to be said, Jun Chongxiao is truly a king of destruction. As the dust and smoke gradually dispersed, Jun Chongxiao still stood there, showing his determination. "With the experience of cultivating Qinglong, I will raise the Haoqi sect in a month." Suddenly, at this moment, a huge stone fell on Qingyang's head. The other disciples widened their eyes, looking at him with confused faces. Qingyang still calmly took out a pen, recorded everything in a book, and didn't forget to list all the losses. "Maliciously damaging the training ground has increased the necessary expenses by 666 taels. Sect Master, please sign here. Also, all workers, please remember to wear safety helmets during construction. Love life, stay away from the Sect Master." Soon it was time for the assessment. A banner with the words "Iron Bone Sect's First Grand Assembly" was fluttering. Su Xiaomo quickly rushed forward, his speed astonishing. Qing Yang stood to the side waving a flag, shouting, "Su Xiaomo, 6,000 jin." After seeing this, he turned back and said with a smug smile, "Speed is power. Another person's cultivation strength is above their fist power." Qing Yang's voice continued to ring out, "Xiao Zuiji, 9,000 jin." After seeing this, Su Xiaomo stared at Xiao Zuiji in confusion, thinking, "I can't compare to senior brother Xiao. He wants to be a true piece of iron." Suddenly at this moment a loud noise came from behind, making him even more confused, his eyes wide with incomprehension. The dust and smoke gradually dispersed and Yi Xingqian still stood there, a smug smile on his face. Qing Yang also immediately read out the result. Yi Xingqian, 10,000 jin. After seeing this, Su Xiaomo was speechless and blamed himself. "I'm the real clown." At this moment a smug smile appeared on Yi Xingqian's face, his own calculations kept running through his mind. Cultivating both the Taishuan True Scripture and the Yi Jin Jing in parallel, the advantages have gradually become apparent. This emperor has broken through to the second-rank martial disciple. On the other side, Zhun Chongxiao was pondering something very important. He gently drew everyone's chart, then continued to calculate a plan that had emerged in his mind. Lu Qianqin is skilled at using spiritual energy. Zuji's physical body is very strong and Yi Xingqian's fists are hard enough. Su Xiaomo is good at maneuvering, and Li Fei and Tian Qi are not bad either. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something and said smugly, "I have tanks, ranged attackers and melee fighters. All that's missing is a healer, but there's still one person." At this moment, on the other side, a head of flowing long hair quickly appeared. The huge stone carved with a sword-shaped pattern was the assessment stone. This person slowly stretched out his long hands and then Zhou Hong held his sword preparing to attack. Soon he rushed past the huge stone in front of him, and immediately the stone seemed to change. Seeing this scene, Qing Ying was so panicked that he froze. He read out the power on this stone in astonishment. 50,000. Seeing this scene, Zhun Chongxiao was slightly pleased, clenching the wooden pen in his hand. "This kid is really strong." Yi Xingqian also walked up behind him and said in surprise, "His strength is probably no less than a sword master's." At this moment he became very pensive and spoke all the questions in his heart. "I can feel that he still retains the talent of a sword cultivator, and a superb aptitude for the way of the sword. If we don't want to waste it, it's better to let him focus on cultivating the sect's way of the sword." Hearing this, Zhun Chongxiao finally understood something. "What do you mean?" He continued to stand there and said, "My Iron-Bone sect cannot accommodate such a genius sword cultivator. Sword cultivators are 1 in 10,000, although my Iron-Bone sect has the explosive fist and my slash." His voice continued to ring out, "But without a sword art, staying here will only hold him back." Before he could finish speaking, Zhun Chongxiao had already stuffed a book into his mouth. He looked at the book Zhun Chongxiao handed over in surprise, and he didn't forget to instruct him to take this sword art and cultivate. Hearing this, a very terrifying smile appeared on his face, then he gently glanced at him, thinking non-stop, "With the aptitude of a common-grade spiritual root, he dares to be so arrogant. The sect master probably picked him up from some garbage dump. Only someone like him who has never seen the world would be treated as a treasure." It seems he is very interested in these things. He focused on reading the book he gave him, thinking, "The extremely strong sword art I initially cultivated. The 9 Immortals Breaking Clouds sword art can't even compare to this garbage sword art." Suddenly at this moment he stared at the book in some confusion. "Even the 9 Immortals Breaking Clouds sword is inferior." He immediately shouted in disbelief, "It's a divine-grade secret art." Zhun Chongxiao saw Yi Xingqian's strange attitude. He turned back in surprise and said to him, "Comprehend this sword art well, and when the time comes, go to the Haoqi sect and cause a ruckus, make them kneel and beg for mercy." And he appeared very confident. In response he just smiled and nodded in agreement. "A victory and a sword, 1 sword art. I alone can slaughter the Haoqi sect, that's enough." Seeing him so confident, he just gently stood up and sat down heavily on the chair, very confident. "It's just a 6th-rate sect bullying people with their numbers, you won't be able to stand it." Then he turned around and announced to everyone, "All inner sect disciples, listen to my command." His voice rang out non-stop. "Your bodies are basically set, having reached the limit of your cultivation realm. Next, focus mainly on spiritual energy. The spirit gathering array will be open 24 hours a day." Everyone listened to him with full concentration. He walked around greeting everyone. "Zuiji and Yi Xingqian each get a bottle of supreme-grade aptitude transformation liquid. You two are the main offense and main defense." He didn't forget to snatch the book back from Yi Xingqian's hand. At this moment his face was full of confidence, and he continued to issue commands to everyone. "This month this sect master will supply chi-gathering pills without limit." As expected, Zhun Chongxiao possesses both looks and wisdom. A grand plan emerged in his mind. "Time for the mortal world to see the power of my Iron-Bone sect has come. Children, let's cause a ruckus." His gaze immediately became firm. 1 month later, at this moment he walked forward very slowly, a rare determination in his eyes. "The world will no longer have a Haoqi sect." On the other side, Zhun Chongxiao was crying and begging for help. "Old Wei, you must help me." He immediately hugged Old Wei's leg, which slightly surprised the old man. He didn't forget to plead, "I've already bragged to my disciples that I would supply chi-gathering pills without limit. Old Wei won't just stand by and watch my prestige as a sect master be swept away, right?" After seeing this, the old man nodded in confusion and agreed. "Sect master, don't kneel. I will definitely do my best to grow these medicinal herbs for you." Suddenly at this moment the old man remembered something. He immediately turned back to look into the distance, not forgetting to remind Zhen Chongxiao, however, medicine has never been planted here before, so the first growth will be very slow. Once the spiritual energy gradually gathers, the growth cycle of the medicinal herbs will also be shortened a lot. By then it will only take 10 days to provide you with a new batch of medicinal herbs. But it seemed he didn't care much about these things. He immediately stood up and kept asking the old man happily, 10 days isn't too long, but it won't affect the efficacy of the medicine, right? The old man smiled and winked at him, also comforting his anxious heart. The sect master doesn't need to worry about the efficacy. The medicinal herbs grown by Wei will definitely far surpass the products on the market. Hearing old man Wei say this, Zhen Chongxiao happily nodded in agreement. That's good. I hope the disciples can have the best medicine before they go to attack the Haoqi sect. Soon time reached noon in a spacious hall. The sound of a guest arriving came from the room. As expected, Sect Master Zhen has an extraordinary presence, even more so than the last time we met. In the room, old Wei introduced our I family head Isekai'd to the guest in front of him. After hearing this, he smiled and nodded in greeting to Zhen Chongxiao. The great Sect Master Zhen has looked after the I family. It is thanks to your favor that the I family's auction shines like the midday sun. He didn't beat around the bush, stretching out his hand to tell him everything. Sect Master Zhen, regarding the reward you mentioned last time, you were looking to buy some rare medicinal herbs. I have mobilized all of the I family's resources and collected some. Please accept them. Hearing this, he smiled and took the ring, asking proudly, the I family is a real lifesaver. This Sect Master is indeed in urgent need. I just wonder about the price, he quickly replied. Sect Master Zhen, please don't mention money. Given the good relationship between our two families, please consider this a small token of the I family's goodwill. Seeing his generosity, he was surprised and said something puzzling to him. Then I must thank family head I, however, since the I family is so sincere, this Sect Master can't just take them for free. At that, Chongxiao took out the precious pill bottle in his hand and shared his idea. This is a new pill I created while recovering from an injury. I hope the I family can organize an auction for it. As for the split, you take 60% and I'll take 40%. Hearing this, Shanqi's heart leapt with joy and he quickly replied, thank you Sect Master Zhen. We were thinking it would be a 30-70 or even a 20-80 split. I didn't expect Sect Master Zhen to be so generous and give the I family the larger share. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding and then continued to announce, it's nothing. Actually, this Sect Master has one more request. I hope the I family will continue to help me collect these medicinal herbs and deliver them to the immortal sect once a month. Just then he suddenly remembered something and immediately handed Shanqi a red pill, introducing it. Oh right, this Sect Master has also developed a new type of pill. I hope we can have a long-term partnership. His voice rang out continuously as he spoke to the two people before him, the body sculpting pill. It instantly refines the muscles and bones, increasing one's strength. Hearing this, the two looked at each other and understood. Shanqi immediately praised, Sect Master Zhen is truly a man of miracles. Shanqi also immediately announced, rest assured the I family will definitely promote it with all our might. Following that, the sound of the two taking their leave echoed in the spacious hall. Then we won't keep you, Sect Master Zhen. I will go back and prepare for the auction right away. The two left, leaving only Chongxiao sitting there quietly, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly he said something puzzling. You were hiding too well just now. Come on out. He glanced at Luochu, who was standing there, and said, Hallmaster Li. Seeing that he had discovered her, she smiled and glanced at him, not forgetting to praise. Sect Master, you are truly unfathomable. The esteemed head of the I family was so respectful, even a bit fawning towards you. At this she became very interested and continued to state her thoughts. That divine pill that can heal injuries which caused a sensation throughout Qingyang Prefecture also came from the I family. Suddenly she remembered something. She hurriedly explained, the Jiu Hall was recently planning to steal the I family's pills. Fortunately, we haven't had a chance to act yet. Hearing these words, he was immediately speechless. Then he quickly coughed a few times and handed her the bag in front of him. Next time you must discuss this kind of action with me first. Otherwise, stealing your own things would be so embarrassing. I have already prepared healing pills and body sculpting pills for the Jiu Hall. Rest assured, when it comes to pills, this sect master will never treat you unfairly. Seeing this, Luochu immediately accepted it without hesitation. He didn't forget to praise, these healing pills alone are worth 60,000 taels and a body sculpting pill for everyone. You know this thing is priceless right now. Then she smiled and glanced at him, not forgetting to tease. Sect Master, you're spending money so lavishly. This hall master is so scared I can barely hold my blade steady. Suddenly a cough sounded, startling Chongxiao. The two turned their heads, and before they could understand what was happening, Lu Qianqin walked over slowly and said to them with an extremely cold gaze, Sect Master, I came to get today's qi gathering pills for the inner sect disciples. It seems I've interrupted you. He could only helplessly hand them to her. Before he could say more, she snatched the things from his hand and then shouted, Thank you, Sect Master, you two may continue. Seeing that Lu Qianqin didn't seem to be letting it go, he could only say helplessly, Hallmaster Li, you may leave. This sect master needs to focus quietly on refining pills. Soon 10 days passed and Chongxiao was constantly clicking the refining button. Old Wei walked over with a smile and told him everything. Sect Master, I have not failed my mission. All the medicinal herbs we talked about have matured and are ready for refining. By now, 3 of his fingers were already injured, he said helplessly to Old Wei. Just put them in the corner for now. This sect master has been staying up all night refining pills these past few days. I need to rest now and will refine these herbs tomorrow." Hearing this, Old Wei immediately became angry. He reprimanded loudly. "No, the medicinal herbs I've painstakingly and meticulously prepared have reached their peak potency. If we wait until tomorrow to refine them, their efficacy will be greatly reduced." This made Changxiao even more troubled. He quickly nodded in agreement with Old Wei. All right, I'll do it now. I guarantee I'll finish refining them by tomorrow, okay?" A long time later, Old Wei walked back step by step from his palace. He looked around as he walked, not forgetting to observe so many medicinal herbs. Even a high-level alchemist would need several days. For the sect master to refine them all in one night, he must be out of his mind. On the other side, Changxiao was constantly clicking the screen, saying proudly, "If Old Wei saw me refining pills, he'd probably be scared to death." Suddenly, he remembered something. He quickly asked the system, "By the way, system, why does it take longer to refine Old Wei's medicinal herbs than the ones from the Eye family?" The system answered his question without hesitation. "The quality of the medicinal herbs determines the quality of the pill. The higher the quality, the longer it takes to refine the pill." Hearing this, he understood something. He immediately placed the pill in front of him, and then asked the system in surprise, "In other words, Old Wei's herbs can be used to refine qi-gathering pills of a higher quality than mine. Let's give it a try." After speaking, he immediately put the pill into his mouth. Immediately after, his body underwent a change. He shouted in a daze, not understanding what was happening. "This spiritual energy absorption speed is at least 10 times faster." Following that, a golden power flashed in his eyes. He smiled and praised, "A man of miracles, my Old Wei." The system immediately replied to him, "How could someone under a great commander be a good-for-nothing like you, Sect Master?" On the other side, Luocho's call echoed in the spacious hall, "Sect Master." She stood before Changxiao with a smile, praising him non-stop. "Your pills are truly extraordinary. My internal body, meridians and flesh have all been significantly upgraded, and even my skin has become smoother." He just stood there in thought, saying nothing. Her voice continued to ring out, "If the entire GU Hall uses them, our overall strength will increase to an unimaginable degree." Hearing these praises, Changxiao was a bit proud. He crossed his arms and said with great interest, "Hallmaster Li, your vision is too small. Let me help you imagine it." At this moment, an idea had already appeared in his mind. A person quickly holding a short rifle. GU Hall. Following that was a legion of giant tanks providing support from the rear. This legion looked incredibly cool and domineering, a full-scale assault. Thinking of this, Changxiao's mouth opened wide with joy and he praised enthusiastically, "Now that's the perfect start to a war for supremacy." Remembering something, he immediately turned to remind her, "By the way, didn't Hallmaster Li say a few disciples have the aptitude for being assassins? I've brought them over." Hearing him say this, she smiled and nodded happily in agreement. "Excellent, my subordinates are very friendly to newcomers." Soon his disciples were stunned by the scene before them. Luocho's subordinates were not as friendly as she had said. They all looked extremely fierce and terrifying. Changxiao still walked leisurely, as if nothing was wrong. The disciples' voices shouted from inside, "Sect Master, I want to ascend to the heavens, not lie down on the ground." Time flew by, and soon it was 20 days later in a very spacious hall. Changxiao sat there wearing sunglasses, looking very domineering, his mind constantly running its own calculations. Qingyang is already a 7th rank martial apprentice. Su Xiaomo just advanced to 6th rank yesterday. He looked at the training grounds and the disciples in them, lost in thought. Li Fei and Tian Qi have insufficient spiritual roots and have only reached 6th rank martial apprentice. Zui Ji is now a 3rd rank martial disciple. This kid surprises me the most at this moment. He carefully noticed Yi Xingqian's figure sitting there, constantly concentrating. 6th rank martial disciple, he'll catch up to Qingyang soon. If this kid isn't cultivating a supreme grade heart technique, then something is seriously wrong. At this moment he stretched out his hand towards Changxiao, which made him a little puzzled. This kid needs something from me. Soon the two arrived at another spacious hall and chatted together. Yi Xingqian walked over happily with the martial arts book in his hand and reported everything to him. "Sect Master, I've taken a closer look at this sword art. It's really good, however." Then he immediately returned to normal and recounted everything he had read. "I've been practicing the sword art you gave me empty-handed all day. Several senior brothers have asked me if breaking through too quickly has affected my brain." After hearing this, Changxiao didn't know what to say. Suddenly he slapped his head and explained to him, "This sect master has always been clear about rewards and punishments. You can only be rewarded for meritorious service. You haven't accomplished anything since joining the sect, so I can't give you the Cold Wind Sword." Then he slowly turned and walked inside, saying to him, "But I have already given you the new Qi gathering pills. Seeing how fast you're breaking through, you already know how powerful those pills are." At this moment, he had become very dazed, strange thoughts constantly appearing in his mind. "The effect of that pill on enhancing spiritual power is truly insane. I've never experienced such a powerful pill, even in my past life." He stared at Changxiao's busy figure, thinking in surprise, "Past life, it must be a past life. Jun Changxiao must have obtained this magical heart technique, from sword skills to pills from a past life." Thinking of this, he immediately understood something, and his gaze became even more determined. "Is it because my death in my past life was too unjust that I encountered the Iron-Boned sect in this life, to help me avenge my deep-seated hatred?" A terrifying smile appeared on Yi Xingqian's face. Zhun Chongxiao must have a lot more things he hasn't taken out yet. Ling Xiao, just wait for this emperor. On the other side, Chongxiao's eyes lit up when he saw the item he was looking for, and he happily announced, found it. Then he enthusiastically handed a large wooden stick to Yi Xingchen and said proudly, you can practice your sword with this. He took the wooden sword, somewhat surprised. Not understanding what was happening, he quickly asked, this strange weapon, does it also carry the purity of grass and wood? Could it be a divine artifact as well? Then he was a bit curious. Seeing his curiosity, Chongxiao explained everything to him. This is a wooden stick I just found in the grass. You can use it to practice your sword. If anyone says anything to you, just hit them with the stick. Hearing this, he was even more speechless and broke the wooden sword with his bare hands. Chongxiao sat on a high place observing the situation and said with great interest, I'm truly considerate of my disciples. Then he took out a piece of paper and decided, it's time to check on the disciples' results. 2 lines of characters were written on the paper, letter of challenge. Yi Xingchen was still speechless about all this. Immediately after, Chongxiao domineeringly threw the letter aside. The city lord also immediately received the letter. His face suddenly became serious. Tomorrow at the appointed time. On the other side, Shanqi also received the letter from Chongxiao. The Iron-Boned Sect verses. After Horan finished reading the letter, he was immediately furious, but soon a very puzzling smile appeared on his face. He didn't forget to praise, I didn't expect this kid to actually dare to come. Immediately after, he slowly stretched out his hand, recalling everything at that time. In the last battle, because I underestimated the enemy, I only sent 2 9th-rank martial apprentice subordinates to fight, but they ended up injured. At this point his face had become very serious. This time his eyes seemed to reveal anger, and he immediately made an important decision. You are seeking your own death. A gust of wind blew past here. I'll set off now, tear down this place and set up shop elsewhere. The scene of Anman quickly shifted to a small city on a precipitous cliff. Haochi Sect. The place was packed with important figures from different places. Discussions rose and fell. I didn't expect the Iron-Boned Sect to dare to challenge the Haochi Sect. They must have made some preparations, right? I heard they beat the Xingyun Sect 6 times some time ago, even knocking out their elder. At this moment the man with a scar on his face proudly recounted everything, but our 100 Sect alliance is no paper tiger. Alliance leader Qin has already invited over 50 sects. Suddenly, a person recognized Shanqi's figure and asked others in surprise. His family head I also come to help the Haochi Sect? He also clicked his tongue in praise. With the debut of the healing pill, the I family's status is fully deserving of the title of the #1 medicinal herb family. Everyone saw him standing there and immediately gathered around, not forgetting to curry favor with him. Family head I, when is your auction? Can the body sculpting pill really strengthen the physical body and increase strength? We are all from Qingyang Prefecture. Can you give us some consideration? Family head I, could you sell me a healing pill? I am willing to pay. Hearing this, he just replied to everyone coldly. The I family is not doing business today. I'm just here to cheer. The crowd still surrounded him as if he were an object. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind him, making him turn his head sharply. Family head I, you honor our Haochi Sect with your presence. Horan proudly extended his hand and ordered his subordinate. Someone bring a seat for family head I. Hearing this, he just walked forward coldly and stated, no need, I'm fine standing. Seeing him like this, Horan was a bit disappointed. All right, although he appeared so calm, various thoughts were already swirling in his mind. I am Sect Master Jun's #1 supporter. How could I sit with you? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Brother I. The city lord walked over happily and said to him, I have an empty seat over here, come on over. Sitting beside him was Sect Master Jun's #2 supporter. Immediately after, Shanqi walked over and sat with the city lord. The two happily joked with each other. Witnessing this, Horan thought speechlessly, didn't he come to cheer for me? Not even a word of greeting. Suddenly a loud noise came from behind, startling everyone who didn't understand what was happening. A song was heard, commanding the winds and clouds I charge as I please for all to look up to. Seeing this, the two lords exchanged surprised glances. Why is there music coming from over there? I can't hear what they're singing, but it feels so exhilarating. The song continued to play. Commanding the winds and clouds, I care not for the future. Hearing these strange sounds, Horan immediately panicked, realizing something was wrong. Could this be that demonic sound system? The song continued to play, world shaking. At this moment a person adjusted his collar, listening intently, the sound seeming to penetrate everyone's hearts. World shaking, I swear to make my own laws. Hearing this, the city lord immediately became furious. He turned his head and shouted, Brother Jun actually brought that crazy sound system. Someone tie him up for me. But the song continued to play, his eyes flashing with fierce dominance. My spirit is speechless. I pull out the microphone and walk forward. Heaven lets me seek my joy. Seeing that the situation was not good, Horan, like a startled hedgehog, kept shouting at his subordinates, Haochi Sect disciples, all members on alert. The music continued to play. Arrogance is my nature, my words and actions are set. I have no home to return to. At this moment, very familiar footsteps slowly approached and the song continued, one figure after another. Chongxiao and his legion walked over imposingly, their presence extraordinary, their might shaking the world. Chongxiao walked up to everyone, then opened his mouth in surprise to greet them. Alliance leader Qin, my Iron-Boned Sect has come to crash the party. Seeing this, the others speechlessly whispered among themselves. The Ironbone Sect Master's attitude is a bit tense, but the presence of his 8 disciples is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Horan's subordinate, not knowing his place, loudly cursed at him. How dare a wet-behind-the-ears brat be so disrespectful to Alliance Leader Chin? This sect master will teach you a lesson. Hearing this, he glanced at the man with some confusion and asked in surprise, "You're the sect master of the Unsheathing Blade sect, right?" A contemptuous smile played on his lips, and he didn't forget to mock, "The master hasn't spoken yet, but the dog dares to bark first." Just then, 3 huge footsteps appeared here at the same time. Yi Xingchen stared at this subordinate, his eyes filled with anger. "If you don't like it, suck it up." Following his words, Su Xiaomo and Xiao Zuiji were both very angry. Seeing this, the subordinate was so scared that he fell backward, not knowing what to do. Perhaps because he was too afraid, this subordinate immediately foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Witnessing this humiliating scene, Horan was a bit angry and immediately struck the subordinate, cursing, "Useless." His eyes became extremely angry. He glanced at Changxiao and then said, "It's been a few days and Sect Master Jun is still the same as ever." Then he seemed to become another person, preparing to attack him. Arrogant. At this moment, the system displayed a notification, "Ding ding, first rank martial ancestor." Seeing that the situation was not good, Changxiao stepped forward to protect Lu Qianqin. He stared at him with some surprise, various thoughts flashing through his mind. Wasn't he a 9th rank martial disciple when I last saw him? In just over a month he actually became a martial ancestor. As if seeing through all his thoughts, a wicked smile appeared on his proud face, and he began to explain everything. "When we met that day, this alliance leader was using my sect's secret technique to suppress my cultivation in order to gather strength to break through to the martial ancestor realm. I didn't expect you to take advantage of my weakness." Hearing this, he finally understood something. He smiled in surprise and said, "It seems I'm not the only one who's had a lucky encounter. I've really underestimated the martial artists of this world, if the difficulty of this dungeon has already doubled." At this moment, he seemed to have become another person, extremely terrifying. A very puzzling smile appeared on his face, and he announced to everyone, "Then I should also use my real trump card." Seeing that Changxiao had made a move, the other subordinates were a bit scared, glanced at each other, and then signaled, "Alliance Leader Chin has broken through to martial ancestor. He's too strong." Horan said no more. He slowly walked towards Changxiao, not forgetting to curse, "Sect Master Jun, you have disrespected this old man many times, and today you want to fight as soon as you open your mouth. Extremely rude. Today this old man will teach you what etiquette is. Will you kneel yourself?" At this moment he had become extremely frantic, perhaps because his hatred made him not care about anything. "Or will this old man force you to kneel?" Feeling that the situation was gradually getting worse, Changxiao immediately had other ideas. "I must use my trump card." Just as he was about to make a move, a person quickly walked up. Then this man smiled and happily introduced himself. "Sect Master Jun, we meet again." Seeing this, he was a little surprised, seeing this man stop his fight. Although a bit angry, Horan still smiled and announced, "Family Head I know you are also angry at this arrogant fellow. This alliance leader invites you to watch next time. You don't need to make a move this time. I will teach him a lesson myself." Seeing this, he immediately responded to Horan's words. Sect Master Jun just brought his disciples here to learn and spar, for Alliance Leader Chin to oppress them with his status as a martial ancestor. Then he turned his head, his eyes extremely angry as he glanced at Horan and coldly commanded, "Truly a disgrace to the title of martial ancestor." Hearing these words, Horan couldn't help but immediately kneel on the ground. Witnessing all this, Changxiao was a bit surprised. At this moment the system kept displaying various notifications. "Warning, Peak Martial Master. Warning, Peak Martial Master." Shanqi also slowly walked up and told him everything. "Sect Master Jun, I came from Huyang City to help you, and I also invited my old friend." At this moment that strange man took off his cloak, revealing his face, not forgetting to introduce himself. "This old man has also heard a lot about Sect Master Ma Yunqing of the Kangshan sect, and today I have the pleasure of meeting you." It is indeed so. His face had grown old, but just by looking one could tell what a dangerous expert he was. This old man, Wang Donglin of the Kangshan sect. Seeing that he had made a move, Horan, who was standing to the side, widened his mouth, unable to believe his eyes. Wang Donglin, one of the 4 great elders of the Kangshan sect, a peak martial ancestor. All the heroes present were panicked by this scene, chattering and discussing among themselves, "Is Family Head I here to help this chaotic sect?" And an elder from the Kangshan sect. Seeing this, Changxiao whispered softly in Shanqi's ear, "Family Head I is truly amazing. All the experts are your old friends." He smiled and replied to everything. "For the sake of glory, I had to give him a thick red envelope." Suddenly at this moment a person walked up, surprising everyone and drawing their attention. "Brother I, that's not very kind of you. Are you treating me like I'm invisible?" The city lord smiled and walked up, interjecting into everyone's conversation. "Brother Jun, I hope you don't mind this martial ancestor. I'm here to help you too." Horan was at a loss from this scene, standing there dumbfounded, speechless. Changxiao smiled and stated his thoughts. "Alliance Leader Chin, this time I have brought my disciples to fight the Haoqi sect." Then he proudly turned his head to look at Horan, not forgetting to provoke him. "Now you can accept the challenge openly." At this moment it was as if he had 3 divine shield generals behind him. Seeing this scene, he immediately froze in panic. Then he gritted his teeth extremely angrily and made a decision. "My Haoqi sect accepts the challenge." True disciples come forward, then his disciples all walked forward with unyielding eyes. Changxiao was a bit panicked, and even though he was wearing sunglasses he couldn't hide his gradually worried face. The first is a first-rank martial master, the second is a peak martial disciple, the third is a 9th-rank martial disciple, and the fourth is an 8th-rank martial disciple. This sect is indeed powerful, but who is our protagonist? He still smiled and replied proudly to his words, "My Ironbone sect will send 7 disciples, and your Houchi sect will also send 7 disciples. The winner of 4 out of 7 battles wins, how about it?" Horan saw that it had come to this and could only ride the tiger. He immediately nodded in agreement. "Let it be so, let's go to the martial arts arena to compete." Soon the scene shifted to the Houchi sect's training grounds. Horan's voice echoed in the massive circular training ground. "My Houchi sect places the utmost importance on actual combat, so this training ground was built in the model of a mountain forest. Perhaps a small sect like Sect Master Jun's cannot imagine the sight of this training ground." Horan was very proud of this training ground. Changxiao, who was standing to the side, looked down in panic and exclaimed, "The scale of this training ground is too terrifying." Then he immediately turned around and signaled to Qingying beside him. "It's almost as big as our stables, let's get one too." He quickly nodded in agreement after hearing this. "Okay, I'll write it down." Hearing these words made Horan extremely angry, but he didn't show it, just coldly said a few puzzling words to him. "Sect Master Jun is also very arrogant. Let's add another condition this time. If my Houchi sect wins this time, then I'll ask Sect Master Jun to stay here and clean the stables for a year." Hearing this, he just smiled and praised, "Interesting. My condition is that if Alliance leader Qin loses, you'll go to my Ironbone sect and clean the latrines for a year." He was immediately frozen stiff by these words. Good, if anyone doesn't keep their promise they are the scum of the martial world, but his eyes showed no sign of backing down, as if he was determined to fight to the end. To be despised by all, hunted by all. Suddenly at this moment, Li Fei appeared, then said to Changxiao, "Sect Master, I have a suggestion. If Alliance leader Qin cleans the latrines, I'll be too nervous to use them." Hearing this, he replied somewhat speechlessly, "Li Fei, you need to improve your mental fortitude." Hearing these words on the side, he was completely enraged. He shouted loudly, "You reckless little brat, Sun Yi, come out and teach them a lesson." Then Horan jumped to a high place, preparing to enter the battle. Changxiao saw this scene, sighed, and suggested to Li Fei beside him, "Xiao Fei, this is all your fault for running your mouth and taking the topic too far. You'll fight the first match then." At this moment the man jumped down from a high place, cracking the ground. Perhaps because he used too much force, beads of sweat had already appeared on his face. He raised his head to look forward, stretched out his hand to introduce Sun Yi, 8th rank martial disciple specializing in close combat. "You just offended the sect master. I will make you fail completely in pain." Li Fei just calmly jumped down, landed lightly on the ground, and then introduced himself. "I am Li Fei, 5th rank martial disciple." He smiled, stepped on a large stone, and proudly announced, "I specialize in kicking soccer balls." All the onlookers couldn't help but comment to each other. The true disciples of the Houchi sect have all gone through various harsh trials, forging a body of muscle and bone. The man next to him also nodded in agreement with this view. "That's right, those pampered guys from the Ironbone sect will definitely be defeated in an instant." Below the stage, Sun Yi slowly stretched his hands and feet, preparing to enter the battle. He didn't forget to mock a 5th-rank little chick. "Today I'm going to." Then he fiercely rushed towards Li Fei, preparing to strike. "Pull out your tendons and break your bones." But soon he had already pulled his leg back, preparing to strike in an instant. His eyes were very calm, seizing the opportunity before him, instep shot. The next second, Li Fei decisively kicked Sun Yi in the face, giving him no time to react. Changxiao and his disciples, who were watching from the side, all covered their faces speechlessly, thinking, he applied kicking a soccer ball to kicking someone in the face. Feeling that he hadn't fully shown his strength, Li Fei immediately stretched out his hand to create a flame, then rushed forward. Flaming spin kick. Before he could react, he had already unleashed a continuous barrage of moves, giving him no time to react. His hand slammed onto the ground, preparing to meet his next attack. At this moment he had become extremely panicked, his face covered in blood from his nose, asking himself, "Damn it, how can he be so agile?" Suddenly at this moment, Li Fei leapt forward quickly, surprising Sun Yi a little. He still had that cold and ruthless face, preparing to make a move. Soccer secret manual. Following that was his ultimate move, the immortal shadowless kick. Hundreds of kicks continuously struck him, giving him no time to react. After easily subduing this guy, Li Fei turned and left dominantly, not forgetting to look back at Sun Yi's condition. "Should you change your clothes?" But never mind, his clothes were already torn to shreds. He won't be able to wear it. Let's briefly explain Li Fei's strange habit. After a soccer match, players often exchange jerseys as a sign of respect. The referee was stunned for a few seconds, then quickly announced loudly to everyone, "First match, Li Fei wins." Sun Yi still lay there motionlessly, his face filled with speechlessness. Witnessing this scene, Wang Donglin was extremely surprised and praised continuously. Although his cultivation is only at the 5th rank martial apprentice, this kid can actually unleash such a powerful kicking force. I don't know how Sect Master Jun trained him. Ashenki, who was standing to the side, also nodded and shared his thoughts. He must have used a body sculpting pill. Otherwise it would be difficult for a 5th rank martial apprentice to defeat a Houchi sect disciple, let alone such a complete victory. On the other side, Horan was still lost in his own thoughts. At this moment, he still believed he was the strongest and concluded that this kid Li Fei had undergone special training and his cultivation was at least at the 9th rank or higher. That's right, he must be using a strategy of deception, using the strong to fight the weak. When I send out a stronger disciple, he will send a weaker one to wear down my forces. Let's briefly explain the meaning of this phrase. Deceiving the heavens to cross the sea means to create a smokescreen so the opponent doesn't know your true intentions, causing them to lower their guard, thus achieving your own goal. He immediately glanced behind him, still harboring other malicious intentions, trying to sneak attack me. Big mistake. This alliance leader is not the kind of fool who bathes in the same river twice. Then he directly proposed to Jun Chongxiao, Sect Master Jun, for the sake of fairness, please have a disciple from your Iron-Bone sect come out first for the next match. Jun Chongxiao turned to look at his disciples, then gestured. Tian Qi, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, he immediately walked forward and nodded in agreement. Yes. Horan was still very confused by this scene. This kid must be putting on an act again. He was still lost in his own thoughts. Another 5th rank martial apprentice. I don't believe you can train all your disciples to fight above their level, but I can't let my guard down either. Then one of his disciples quickly entered the training ground and confronted Tian Qi. He smiled smugly, stared at him and announced, Tan Yangxing of the Haoqi sect 9th rank martial apprentice. As soon as he introduced himself, Tian Qi coldly threw a punch at his face which surprised him slightly. A loud bang erupted throughout the training ground. Everyone watched this match in astonishment. Yangxing blocked all his punches with a trembling hand, not forgetting to mock. Although you're only a 5th rank martial apprentice, your strength is not bad. However, this match must end here. At this moment, another fist appeared at his temple, giving him no time to react. In just an instant, Tian Qi completely defeated Yangxing, sending him flying with a single punch. His eyes became incredibly determined. He would not show mercy to any opponent. Then he continuously and fiercely struck his huge body, giving him no chance to fight back. Feeling that the situation was somewhat unfair, this bald man immediately pointed forward and shouted, not forgetting to curse angrily. I object. The immortal sect is shameless, using such despicable means to sneak attack the temple. Upon hearing this, Tian Qi immediately stopped. And he turned around, faced the bald man, and slowly raised his fist. A loud bang erupted, scaring the bald man into a state of terror. Just like that, he completely shattered the stone wall the bald man was standing on. He couldn't help but fall directly to the ground, truly refusing to give up until faced with grim reality. He screamed in terror and despair. Tian Qi said nothing more, punching with both hands at the same time, easily double-killing the two men. After he stopped, the referee immediately announced loudly, Tian Qi of the Immortal Sect has defeated Tan Yangxing. So he was just all talk. At this moment, Horan witnessed all this, gritting his teeth in anger. Seeing his frenzied attitude, Jun Chongxiao immediately smiled smugly and announced, Alliance Leader Tan, only 2 matches left. Then he immediately turned his head to look at him, not forgetting to mock. The latrine or the dog kennel? I wonder if Alliance Leader Tan has made his choice. Soon, the scene shifted to another match. Inside the ring, Su Xiaomo was running forward at full speed, not forgetting to shout a challenge at his opponent who was playing around behind him. Too slow, too slow. Then this opponent was suddenly startled to find that he had disappeared from his surroundings. He gritted his teeth in anger, not forgetting to curse loudly. Damn it, what are you running so fast for? If you have the guts, let's fight head on. Hearing this, he smiled in surprise, appeared before him, and then smiled smugly and nodded in agreement. Head on as you wish. He quickly stood before him, preparing to attack with a determined expression, not forgetting to stare ahead smugly and announce full power. Then Su Xiaomo quickly rushed towards his opponent, giving him no time to react. With just one move, he easily kicked his opponent into the air, but it seemed he didn't care about any of this at all. He smiled smugly and mocked. I blocked it. What? Full power? Completely useless. Suddenly he was startled, realizing something was wrong. Su Xiaomo was rushing forward at an astonishing speed unmatched by anyone. He had actually created a huge whirlwind in the training ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Donglin exclaimed in surprise. Although this kid's movement technique is ordinary, his speed is truly astonishingly fast. Ai Shanqi's eyes also lit up as he looked at him, not forgetting to praise. It must be the effect of the body sculpting pill again. I need to revise my promotional materials. Suddenly, at this moment in the ring, Su Xiaomo stopped and was no longer running. He stood there with a smug smile, happily announcing the home field performance is about to begin. At this time he had already created a sharp fake mountain. His opponent, dizzy and foaming at the mouth from the whirlwind he created, fell down without knowing what had happened. At this moment his body couldn't help but fall onto the sharp peak he had created. He didn't forget to mock with great interest, you want to go head on? Come on. Then the chrysanthemum slowly withered. Through the screen I also felt a sharp pain. The chrysanthemum has withered. Everyone was stunned by this scene, not knowing what to say. It hurts just looking at it. At this moment, Horan angrily turned to Jun Chongxiao on the side and cursed. Jun Chongxiao, your disciple's move is too much, he sighed in response to his words. Everyone heard it. He was the one who asked Xiaomo to get hard, so Xiaomo got hard. This is the first time in my life I've heard such a request. At this moment, he had become extremely angry. He immediately ordered his personal disciple to enter the ring. Hu Zheng, go and teach that disciple of the Iron-Bone sect a good lesson. One he will never forget. Seeing this, the other disciples continuously waved the flags they had prepared to cheer for him, not forgetting to narrate everything. Hu Zheng is a peak martial apprentice and also has a high-grade spiritual root. The Haoqi sect is about to get serious. Then this Hu Zheng smugly rushed forward to attack, not forgetting to teach a lesson. Wind and Thunder Fist, I don't believe you can still be unharmed after taking this punch. It must be said his lightning power is too strong. If this current were sent to a nuclear power plant, it could probably be used for a year. After he used this move, he was panting and exhausted, but he looked ahead smugly and announced, "The Wind and Thunder Fist is a high-level mid-grade martial art of the Haoqi sect with a force exceeding 10,000 jin. This time victory is certain." The dust and smoke gradually dispersed, which surprised and frightened him a little. Zuji's voice sounded and he walked up to him domineeringly, stretched out his hand and asked in surprise, "Is this your strongest move?" Hu Beng was so scared by this scene that he trembled and cried. Then he had no choice but to turn and flee, wailing loudly, "Monster, monster." Seeing this scene, Horan became extremely angry and shouted, "Get back here and fight, counterattack, counterattack." Seeing him so angry, Zhang Chongxiao smiled and asked in surprise, "Why is Alliance Leader Tan so agitated?" His voice rang out continuously, questioning him, "What, are you planning to make this battle the reason you become a hall master in my sect? Is that why you're so agitated?" After hearing these words, his forehead was covered in sweat. He immediately stretched out his hand, signaling his disciple to make a move. "Zuiji, beat him until he doubts his own existence." Upon hearing this, he immediately nodded in understanding. "Understood." Then he fiercely smashed the ground, creating a huge and terrifying crack. Zuji's power was truly domineering. The ground split in two and Hu Neng seemed to be frozen in place. He used his earth element power to create a circular shield, trapping him tightly inside. Then he decisively threw the rock that trapped Hu Meng into the air. Feeling that it wasn't enough, he jumped to a high place at an astonishing speed. At this moment, he was already standing in front of the huge rock that trapped Hu Meng. He clenched his fist and struck out decisively. This punch went straight to his face, sending several of his teeth flying into the sky. At this moment, Hu Meng had been sent flying into the sky by Zuiji. His weak voice didn't forget to howl in despair, "Goodbye, Sect Master, I will never come back." After hearing these words, Horan could only collapse helplessly on the ground, crying nonstop, blaming himself for being too smug. "I've lost, I've lost." Seeing his miserable state, Zhang Chongxiao immediately walked up, not forgetting to mock, "Alliance Leader Qin, I see your sect's plaque says righteous and extraordinary. It surely wasn't written by you, was it? But it doesn't matter. When you get to the Immortal Sect, you'll have plenty of opportunities to practice." At this moment, his face had become extremely serious, and he didn't forget to tease him smugly. "What's this about dancing barefoot in the rain, strolling on the beach at noon, wanting to hear snails sing and tell stories of the Immortal Sect? These are all good materials for you to practice your calligraphy after you've worked hard cleaning the latrines." After hearing these words, Horan could no longer contain the anger in his heart. He cursed in rage. "Zhang Chongxiao, don't push it too far." Then he was suddenly startled and froze in place. Zhang Chongxiao still stood there, hiding a smug smile on his face, not forgetting to mock him. "So scary, so scary." Behind him there were now two great experts as his backup. At this time, Wang Donglin also smiled and questioned him. "Is Alliance Leader Qin refusing to accept his loss and planning to kill to silence everyone?" The city lord also slowly turned to leave, not forgetting to smugly taunt Horan. "Elder Wang, you're overthinking it. He is a sect master and the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance. How could he do such a thing?" Seeing that the situation was not good, a great elder immediately stepped forward to mediate between the two sides. "Sect Master Jun, let's just treat the bet as a joke. We see each other all the time, there's no need to be so ruthless." Hearing this, Zhang Chongxiao laughed happily, extremely surprised, and immediately asked back, "A joke, old man, I'll ask you one more time." At this moment, the expression on his face had become extremely terrifying. He pointed directly at the old man's face and questioned loudly, "If it were the Immortal Sect that lost today, would you stand up and say these things?" Just then, the others hurriedly stepped forward to help Horan up, not forgetting to curse loudly. "You wouldn't, he wouldn't, none of you would." At this moment, Zhang Chongxiao's face became extremely angry. He loudly reprimanded the group of conspirators before him, "Because in your eyes, the weak are born to be trampled on by you. Born to be fish on a chopping block, to be slaughtered at your will. You speak of benevolence and righteousness, but your hearts are full of conspiracies. What right do you have to call yourselves righteous and full of integrity?" Remembering there was still something to do, he immediately turned and signaled to all his subordinates behind him, "Xiao Zuiji, hear my command. Go and shatter the Haoqi sect's plaque for me." Hearing that he had given the order, Zuiji immediately raised his gun and fired forward, preparing to attack. The expression on his face became extremely determined. After aiming at the target, he nodded in agreement. "For the sect master's order, this disciple will die trying." Then a loud bang erupted around them, scaring everyone into covering their ears. At this moment, the Haoqi sect's plaque had been completely shattered in an instant. Horan was stunned by this scene, standing there dumbfounded. At this moment, he could no longer bear this humiliation. He stood there angrily and cursed loudly. "Zhang Chongxiao, by destroying my sect's plaque you have trampled on the dignity of the Haoqi sect. This hatred is irreconcilable." Hearing this, Zuiji raised his gun and pointed it at him, then proposed something to Zhang Chongxiao. "Does Alliance Leader Tan think he can be faster than the divine fire musket in my hand? Come on, you can try once." Suddenly at this moment, Horan loudly commanded, "Haoqi sect disciples, all hear my command." His voice rang out continuously, ordering his scheming subordinates to kill. After he gave the order, hundreds of assassins rushed forward at the same time, preparing to attack. At this moment his disciples also tightly gripped the swords in their hands, preparing for a fight to the death. Li Fei, on the side, had already summoned a soccer ball, ready to easily defeat them all. No one could fight, so his spirit also immediately entered a state of readiness. Behind him, Zhou Hong also coldly joined the battle. At this moment, all his disciples had quickly stood around Zhun Chongxiao to protect him. He smiled coldly and questioned Horan. "This old man is here. If Captain Qin wants a fight, then I'll play with you." Hearing these words, he became even more furious. He cursed loudly and then ordered, kill them all." Suddenly at this moment a hand slowly covered his face, startling him. Wang Donglin's voice slowly sounded. "Alliance leader Qin, calm down." He smiled, lifted Horan up with his hand and then threatened smugly, "With you making such a scene, it seems you think this old man doesn't exist. Sect Master Jun destroyed your sect's plaque. That is indeed a bit excessive." Seeing this, Horan could only tremble in fear. At this moment he continued to put forward an idea of his own. His voice rang out continuously. "Both sides are at fault. How about this? The bet is off. What do you think? A plaque in exchange for a year of cleaning latrines." Alliance leader Qin is truly generous. Hearing these words, Horan was so scared he went stiff and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Everything will be arranged by Elder Wang." Seeing Wang Donglin step forward to help him, Chongxiao immediately bowed. "Thank you for stepping forward, Senior Wang." Then he slowly raised his head and stared at him. However, this sect master has another proposal. He continued to stare at Horan, who stood before him. He still continued to propose. "We had agreed on 7 matches but have only fought 4. This is indeed a bit against the rules of the martial world." Hearing this, he had become extremely angry, but he held back his fury. "Even if we win the next 3 matches in a row, we've still lost in the end. What's the point of fighting anymore?" Hearing this, he smiled, snapped his fingers. "That's easy." At this moment, he already had his own calculations in mind, and he immediately announced an extremely bold idea to him. "The first 4 matches don't count. Let's just consider them a warm-up. For the remaining 3 matches, as long as my iron-boned sect loses 1, it counts as a loss. How about it?" Chongxiao slowly stretched out his hand, proposing 10 million. With an extremely reliable smile on his face, he smiled and announced to Horan, "Let's settle these 3 matches with actual prize money. 10 million. As long as your disciple can win 1 match against me, you'll not only save face but also win 10 million. Perhaps he was very confident about this bet. He smiled smugly and taunted him. Alliance leader Qin, agree to it. You won't lose out on this deal. He had no other choice. He shouted helplessly and nodded in agreement. "Fine, my Haochi sect agrees to this prize money." This time it was Qingyang's turn to fight, and he slowly stretched out his hands. At this moment his opponent was standing before him, hands held high. He kept shouting at him, not forgetting to loudly summon a huge dragon. Tiger Roar Dragon chant palm. Immediately after, a huge dragon was summoned before Qingyang, but he was not afraid because of this. He just coldly stretched out his hand to counterattack. His opponent was stunned by this scene, his eyes wide as he stared ahead. One hand, then he angrily and continuously cursed loudly, "Stop underestimating people." But it seemed Qingyang was still very calm about this. No matter how many moves he threw, he still calmly countered every move with just one hand. He raised his head and asked him very calmly, "Tan Yangxing, right?" Feeling that too much time had passed, he immediately threw a decisive punch at his abdomen, ending it all. "Your strength is not bad, keep it coming." Witnessing all this, Horan immediately went crazy. He kept cursing loudly, truly worthy of someone who could defeat a disciple of the Holy Spring sect. Li Qingyang is indeed brave, and his fighting style and temperament are also extraordinary. At this moment Chongxiao blocked. He sighed in confusion. He stood next to him, constantly saying some irrelevant things, making him pay immediate attention. "Why haven't we cured Qingyang of this honorable and upright habit? If he's always so stylish, it will make us look very small, won't it?" After saying this, he sighed helplessly and cowered. Immediately after, the disciples behind him immediately glanced in another direction. At this moment, Horan's face had become extremely smug. He immediately squinted at him, questioning nonstop, "Sect Master Jun, now that your iron-boned sect's elite disciples are all done, can you still win against my next martial master disciple?" Hearing this, Yi Xingqian was slightly surprised. Yi Xingqian slowly walked forward, then opened his mouth to ask, "All the elites are done for, are you underestimating me?" At this moment he slowly walked into the next battle, his expression extremely cold and domineering. "Call out your strongest remnants as well." An extremely smug smile had already appeared on his face. He didn't forget to announce, "I see we've been going back and forth for so long, this old man's hands are itching and I've lost my patience." Soon the next match began immediately. The opponents from both sides jumped onto the ring preparing to fight. This man stood there, loudly introducing himself. "Strongest disciple of the Haochi sect, Pei Jun. I will definitely win this round." Immediately after, he was suddenly startled, looking at the scene before him. At this moment, Yi Xingqian was already staring at him with an extremely terrifying expression, making him think with slight panic, such strong killing intent. Suddenly, at this moment, he said some extremely puzzling words, pacing dragon steps. Then he fiercely rushed towards him to attack, the powerful force like a torrential flood. In just an instant, he had completely hit his vital point, giving him no time to react, not a single chance to breathe. His body was completely injured. Even though it was just a light graze from Yi Xingqian's attack, he was stunned by this scene, unable to say a word, thinking in panic, "Too fast, and I didn't expect this kick to actually make my spirit retreat." Feeling that he couldn't let everyone down, he immediately shouted and prepared to attack with his next move, Tiger Roar Dragon Chant Palm, but Yi Xingqian was not afraid of this at all. He even had an interested smile on his face, these thoughts constantly flashing through his mind. In my past life, this emperor cultivated thousands of martial arts and tens of thousands of techniques. The Wandering Dragon Steps isn't considered too amazing, but with my current realm it's just right to take it out and cultivate it again. Thinking of this, he had become extremely happy. He didn't forget to smugly prepare to counterattack. This emperor was once one of the 10 great martial emperors. In just an instant he had completely created a red dragon rushing straight towards his opponent for a decisive attack. In this world, who can do anything to me? Wang Donglan stood to the side witnessing all this. He couldn't hold back the surprise in his heart and spoke in panic. A martial apprentice can actually display such a profound movement technique? I can't imagine it. I really can't imagine it. Yi Xingqian's opponent still kept attacking with his hands, but it seemed to have no effect. How can I not hit him? At this moment he had become extremely panicked, because he was continuously hit by the attacks he sent out. Why can't I dodge his attacks? He became even more panicked, even angry. But what could anger do, besides getting beaten? I am a martial master, how can I be beaten to the point of mental collapse by a tiny martial apprentice? At this moment the red dragon's tail immediately struck him directly. Yi Xingqian's voice slowly sounded. He stood smugly on his giant dragon, not forgetting to torture him, mocking, "Do you feel despair?" Yi Xingqian's opponent panicked and slowly knelt on the ground. He couldn't believe it and spoke in panic. "This is the strongest disciple." Yi Xingqian seemed very calm about this. He just slowly walked forward step by step, then spoke smugly, "All trash." Changxiao saw that things were getting easier and easier, so he smiled smugly and glanced at Horan, who was standing there. Next, Alliance Leader Qin only has an 8th rank martial apprentice left, right? Immediately after, he immediately pointed at Qianqin behind him, and then introduced, "This match will be fought by our sect's beauty." Hearing this, a disciple angrily questioned him loudly, "Sending a woman to fight me? Are you deliberately humiliating my Haoqi sect?" Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck his body directly, freezing him on the spot. Even Horan, who was standing there, was panicked, not understanding what had happened. A small and elegant hand was slowly raised. Qianqin slowly lowered her hand, then announced coldly, "So noisy." Suddenly at this moment the system continuously displayed various different notifications, making Changxiao stare at the screen with wide eyes in panic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, achieving a complete victory, and obtaining 200 contribution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden quest, showing off your edge, obtaining 300 contribution points and activating a hidden reward. The purchase right for Supreme Grade Aptitude Transformation Liquid has been sent to the purchased items list. He still didn't understand what was happening. Immediately after, the system immediately displayed the next mission. Warning, a side quest has been activated. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, calling his name, Jun Changxiao. He turned to look at Horan, who had become extremely angry at this moment, and then questioned. The exchange between the disciples has ended. Next, the veins on his face had completely bulged. He didn't forget to challenge, "I will fight you." At the same time, the system also immediately displayed the mission, defeat the Haoqi Sect's Master Qin Horan Elite Quest. The City Lord slowly walked behind him. The City Lord didn't forget to help him out of the situation. Alliance Leader Qin, you, a martial ancestor, are challenging a martial apprentice. Aren't you a bit shameless? But it seemed Horan was not afraid of this at all. He didn't forget to smile smugly and mock. So Sect Master Jun has the guts to let his disciples fight, but doesn't have the guts to fight himself. At this moment he had become completely frantic. He shouted out a signal, and then said loudly to everyone present, "Since we came for an exchange and to discuss the Dao, a battle between sect masters is definitely essential. If Sect Master Jun is afraid and just admit defeat frankly, this alliance leader will spare you." Wang Donglan also slowly walked forward, stepping up on behalf of Changxiao. He immediately stated his thoughts and then reminded him, "Sect Master Jun, don't be agitated, refuse the challenge, take back the prize money. Returning to the Ironbone sect is the best policy. You can't imagine the power of a martial ancestor." He nodded in understanding upon hearing this, then stared ahead. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder Wang, I have my own sense of propriety." At this moment an extremely puzzling smile appeared on his face. Perhaps he already had his own calculations in mind. "Alliance Leader Qin, my Ironbone sect has nothing to be afraid of. If you want to fight, then let's fight." But he continued to glance at him with an extremely smug expression on his face. He didn't forget to suggest, "This sect master wants to use martial weapons to decide the winner. What do you think?" At this moment a gentle breeze blew by and small leaves kept floating into the air. Horan slowly walked forward, constantly saying some extremely puzzling things. "Judging by your aura I can see you're only a peak martial apprentice. But I didn't expect you to choose a more dangerous duel with martial weapons." He smugly summoned his own weapon in his hand, not forgetting to lecture. "It seems you've obtained a super powerful martial weapon and want to use it to close the chasm-like gap in strength between us." Speaking of this, Horan's face had become extremely smug, and then he announced loudly, "Your little trick is about to fail." His hand tightly gripped this weapon. Seeing something was wrong, everyone immediately shouted in panic and confusion, "A martial weapon forged by Master Fan." On the other side, Wang Donglan also immediately noticed that something was wrong. He looked at the weapon in Horan's hand in panic, commenting nonstop. Not good. This is the soul-snatching double maces. Master Fan only forged one high-grade initial stage blue mace in his life. It is an escape weapon forged by Master Fan using 1,000-year-old heavy iron. When spiritual energy is injected, it will produce vibrations. If you fight it directly, at best your martial weapon will shatter. At worst, your mind and spirit will be damaged. Hearing these words, Changxiao felt even more interested. He smiled and spoke in surprise. Master Fan again. Interesting, interesting. At this moment he slowly summoned the weapon in his hand in front of everyone. It's my weapon's turn. Immediately after, a huge dragon blade that had fought on the battlefield for 1,000 years was immediately summoned by him. He tightly gripped the weapon in his hand with an extremely smug expression on his face. Seeing this scene, Horan was slightly worried and spoke in surprise. Such strong killing intent. Changxiao tightly gripped the weapon in his hand. He didn't forget to challenge, have a taste of Second Master's Green Dragon Crescent Blade. At the same time, the system also displayed the item information about the dragon blade in his hand. Divinely modified Green Dragon Crescent Blade. The weapon used by the martial sage Guan Yu weighs 41 Jin, has slain countless military generals. Advantages. After divine modification, it is suitable for use in the martial arts world. The blade is tough and it is powerful and heavy. Disadvantages. Must take a body sculpting pill, otherwise it is difficult to use freely. Its power is determined by the level of one's realm. Special effect. Summon the soul of the martial sage. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown time 24 hours. Price 200 contribution points. Level unknown. It seems at this moment Changxiao is going to fight this person to the death. He didn't forget to challenge loudly. Villain, I will fight you for 300 rounds. Hearing this, Horan's eyes widened, unable to believe his ears. The two were at a standoff for 5 seconds. Their eyes met. But Changxiao couldn't lift this huge blade. He stood there in a panic, watching him hang on this huge blade but unable to lift it. He tried to lift the blade in many different ways but still failed. Feeling that something was wrong, he immediately cursed the system inwardly. System, you're playing me. I can't lift this blade. The system immediately came out to explain. Although the Green Dragon Crescent Blade does not have a usage level requirement, perhaps it has a strength requirement. Just then, Horan rushed straight towards Changxiao with his weapon, announcing loudly, "Take this." The system also immediately disappeared in front of him, not forgetting to remind host, "You're on your own." Seeing this, he instantly froze. He didn't know what to do next. Curses had already formed in his mind. "System, you bastard." Immediately after, the two weapons slowly rushed towards him to attack. Suddenly at this moment, the Bloodblade's eyes suddenly lit up unbelievably. A loud bang erupted, and the surrounding stones all flew up because of the fierce battle in front of the two. A huge sound was constantly being made. The two weapons were constantly fighting fiercely. Neither was willing to give in. Seeing this scene, Horan was slightly smug. He didn't forget to smile and mock. "Haha, look at Sect Master Jun's fierce expression. You must have been injured by the shock, right? How is it? Are your hands broken?" Suddenly his eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Jun Changxiao stood before him calmly, holding the massive dragon blade, and explained, "You're overthinking it. This blade is just too heavy. It has nothing to do with your little tricks." Immediately after, he used all his strength to push Horan back with the massive Green Dragon Crescent Blade. At that moment, Jun Changxiao remembered something, panting heavily and helplessly asked the system, "System, didn't you say the Green Dragon Crescent Blade weighs 82 Jin? Why does it feel as heavy as Monkey King's golden cudgel?" His voice echoed as he questioned the system. "Even with a 5-fold power boost, I can barely move it. My arms are already trembling just holding the weapon. This is so strange." The system immediately explained everything to him. "It is a divine weapon after all. It must have its extraordinary qualities." Following that, the system didn't forget to praise him. "The host's luck with women has been quite good lately." Hearing this, he looked at his system speechlessly. "What does my luck with women have to do with anything?" The system smiled and announced. "How could it not? A woman's yin energy is too strong and will affect the speed at which you draw your blade." On the other side, Horan wore an extremely smug smile. He didn't forget to comment on their earlier clash. "To be able to block one of my moves. It seems your long blade is of a decent grade, but my strength is superior to yours, so the advantage is still mine." Immediately after, he unleashed the Golden Radiance Myriad Techniques move. His weapon simultaneously glowed with a strange light. He swiftly brandished his weapon, launching a fierce attack on Jun Changxiao. At that moment he stood completely before him, attacking with an unchanging smile on his face. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wang Donglin hurriedly shouted, signaling to everyone, "Not good." Combining spiritual energy with the weapon and martial art, the power is at least 200,000 Jin. But Jun Changxiao showed no weakness and shouted back, "Weak, weak, I'll fight you to the death, Second Master. Save me." Then he used all his strength to unleash the Oath of the Peach Garden move with the blade. A loud bang was heard, but luckily Horan managed to block it with his own weapon just in time. Suddenly, his weapon immediately showed a crack when faced with the dragon blade, which was as hard as a dragon. Seeing the situation gradually improving, Jun Changxiao smiled smugly. Immediately after, he continued to brandish the huge blade, unleashing the Passing 5 Gates and Slaying 6 Generals move. At that moment he had used all his strength to swing the blade before him. An extremely smug smile appeared on his face. In less than a second he had completely shattered Horan's weapon. Still couldn't believe his eyes, staring blankly at the shattered weapon. How is this possible?" Before he could rest, Jun Changxiao continued to attack with the precious blade. but Horan quickly blocked with the remaining part of his weapon. Riding alone for 1,000 miles, seeing Horan at a growing disadvantage, Jun Changxiao smiled smugly, pressing down on his weapon with his hand. Feeling the time was right, he swiftly swung the dragon blade forward, using the single blade to the feast move to suppress him. In an instant, a loud bang erupted. The surrounding rocks immediately shattered from the force of their battle. Horan seemed stunned as he watched the two weapons in his hands shatter in an instant. In contrast to his weapon, Jun Changxiao's blade was still unharmed, as if nothing had happened. He held his blade smugly and walked towards Horan step by step, his demeanor extremely domineering. Immediately after, he used all his strength to raise the blade repeatedly, striking a proud pose. "Scoundrels, take my second master's final blow." Feeling that he hadn't fully showcased his abilities, Jun Changxiao continued with the righteousness pierces the heavens Guan Yun Chong combo. Horan was terrified by the sight. Dodging every one of Jun Changxiao's moves, a huge sound echoed continuously, and a horizontal slash from the blade instantly broke the entire city wall here. Not only that, but the surrounding mountains were also split in two by this single blow. Everything became even more dilapidated, with rocks constantly falling. At this moment, one of Horan's arms was completely injured. He still couldn't believe his eyes, stammering in a daze, "How is this possible?" Jun Changxiao slowly walked up to him, domineeringly slamming the dragon blade into the ground, causing a massive tremor. At this moment, he looked like an extremely powerful god, smiling at the defeated Horan and saying, "Thank you, Alliance Leader Qin. Can we start counting the silver now?" Horan had no choice at this moment. He handed over a silver note for 10 million taels, not forgetting to announce, "My Haoqi sect is wealthy and powerful." He suppressed the anger in his heart. "A mere 10 million taels is nothing in my eyes." Seeing this, Jun Changxiao smiled smugly, snatched the silver note from his hand and didn't forget to say, "Then let go." Immediately after, he effortlessly snatched the silver note from his hand without hesitation. Remembering he had something to say, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he continued, "Coming to your esteemed sect for an exchange today has been very fruitful for me, and my disciples' confidence has also greatly increased." Feeling that he had played enough for the day, he smiled and waved goodbye, then turned to leave. "We won't disturb you any longer, we'll be on our way, no need to see us out." Horan was so angry at this scene that he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "Jun Changxiao, my Haoqi sect will never rest until your iron-boned sect is destroyed." Suddenly, Jun Changxiao remembered something and immediately stopped. "Hey, Alliance Leader Qin, do you think waking up in the morning and by noon?" He didn't forget to turn back and mock Horan, his tone extremely smug. "The disciples were beaten like grandsons, you were beaten like a son, and you still have to hand over 10 million taels." His voice echoed nonstop, saying to Horan, "If you want to cry, just cry, don't hold it in." This time, Horan was not angry, his face filled with tears of extreme helplessness. He just cried there like a child. "Wah!" Jun Changxiao smiled smugly and turned to leave. "A man should cry. Crying is not a crime." The scene shifted to a dense forest. Jun Changxiao sat there exhausted, panting, looking incredibly helpless. He could only pant like a drowned rat. "Luckily I made it down the mountain. Those 5 slashes have completely drained the blood, spiritual energy and stamina in my chi. At this moment, the system also sent him a notification. "According to my calculations, the host needs to reach a strength of 75,000 jin, which is equivalent to 75,000 jin in Vietnamese, to barely use the green dragon crescent blade." He was still sitting there, lost in his own thoughts. If it's this powerful now, how domineering would the soul of the martial sage be? Suddenly, at that moment, a young man jumped out in front of him from nowhere, preparing to do something. Qing Yang immediately recognized the two strangers. He reported to Jun Changxiao, who was sitting there exhausted, "They are disciples of the Jiu Pavilion, and there's also the corpse of an assassin." The young man from this assassin's paradise slowly opened his mouth to introduce himself and recounted everything. "I am Jiu Pavilion Team Leader Little B, Sect Master. Since you came down the mountain, 6 assassins have been secretly following you." Although he was still sitting there exhausted, he seemed to have understood something and looked at him. "You clearly have the strength of a gold medal assassin, yet you only left one. It seems these assassins are quite skilled." Hearing this, he smiled in surprise and continued, "HMPH, if I don't let 5 of them go, how can I catch the big fish?" With just an earring, the few assassins hiding behind were immediately discovered. They ran forward in a panic, one of them not forgetting to report the situation to the person below. "Big brother, third brother was killed. I didn't expect them to have such strong reconnaissance abilities. No wonder the brothers sent before never returned." Hearing this, the big brother was furious, cursing loudly, his tone filled with despair. "Damn it, the Jiu Pavilion trained us assassins. They clearly said we had reached the level of professional assassins. How could we be discovered so easily?" On the other side, 2 assassins were standing on a tree observing something. Seeing them run forward quickly, the 2 assassins chatted with some disdain. "With this level, they dare to call themselves professional assassins? No choice. They are students from the Jiu Pavilion's crash course." They actually took a few words of encouragement seriously. At this moment, one of the assassins above sensed something and immediately voiced his guess. "The direction of their retreat perfectly matches one of our iron-boned sect's enemies." A disciple of the Jiu Pavilion immediately appeared and reported to his 2 companions, "It's the Shao family." Seeing this, the other assassin immediately looked up at him. "Captain," he continued to look at them, then recounted everything he knew. "Just received intel from the tracking brothers. On the day the sect master went to the Haoqi sect, the Shao family's grand elder disappeared for a while. At this point his gaze became extremely cold, and the last place he disappeared was a place he frequented. His voice echoed, "Qingye residence." The scene shifted to an extremely spacious hall. The assassins had arrived and B was standing there, reporting to all his companions. "Now that we've taken the body sculpting pills, it's time to test our strength. Everyone pull yourselves together. Don't let a single one get away." The moon gradually rose high in the sky, and everything here became even quieter. At this moment the figures of Jun Chongxiao and Zuiji quickly approached. Suddenly, Zuiji voiced the doubt in his heart. "Sect Master, I am of the Shao family bloodline after all. Why would the Shao family?" Jun Chongxiao still calmly explained everything to him. "Because they are foolish. They are so foolish that they expelled a descendant like you who they considered trash from the Shao family. But you have risen to prominence against all odds, which makes them feel that their foolishness has been seen by the whole world." At this point an extremely serious expression appeared on his face, and he didn't forget to lecture Zuiji. "In order not to appear foolish, they can only kill you to continue being foolish in their dreams. Zuiji, you must learn to accept reality. Blood ties are not necessarily the closest relatives." Hearing his words, Zuiji just silently pondered. "The Shao family's higher-ups have tried to take your life time and time again. How is that different from an enemy?" Jun Chongxiao walked forward resolutely. He didn't forget to remind Zuiji, "Today you will resolve this knot in your heart." The two gradually walked into the Qingye residence building before them. Soon the scene had shifted to the secret underground chamber of the Qingye residence. The other masked subordinates stood outside, constantly on guard, watching for any strange movements. At this moment a man furiously slammed the table and cursed loudly. "Butler Shao, are we just going to let it go after so many of our brothers have died?" Shanhai sat beside him, smiling as he soothed the agitated emotions. "We are only temporarily canceling all assassination plans. He is the grand butler of the Shao family, Shao Shanhai." At this point a chillingly calculating expression immediately appeared on his face. A plan was forming in his mind. "The family head and elders will not tolerate this thorn in their side forever. And I have already come up with a perfect plan." Shanhai sat to the side, smiling as he voiced the plan forming in his mind. "Even the Haochi sect can be beaten, and Alliance leader Qin was cut down. This Ironbone sect is indeed not to be trifled with." A smug smile appeared on his face and he gestured for his subordinate to slowly approach. "As long as we can hire the Jiu Pavilion to assassinate this bunch of trash. As long as we hire an ace assassin." Suddenly at that moment a voice came from outside, making the two of them immediately glance at each other angrily. Immediately after, the man with the scar on his face angrily cursed, "Who is it? Don't you know the rules?" Suddenly the next scene left him standing there blankly. "It's too quiet here." At this moment everyone was still quietly on guard and nothing had happened in front of him, which made him a little puzzled. In less than a second all the guards here were quickly knocked down, which left this subordinate a bit stunned. Luochu slowly walked over. She smiled and said, "I wanted to see if you would leak any more secrets." Behind her stood a group of extremely professional subordinates. Her voice sounded, "I didn't expect to be played by these two fools." Seeing Luochu appear, the two were immediately stunned, stammering as they asked, "The pavilion master of the Jiu Pavilion." Immediately after, Shanhai hurriedly explained everything to her. "Is there some misunderstanding? This humble one, Shao Shanhai, once accompanied the Grand Elder to your esteemed pavilion." The man with the scar on his face upon hearing this also placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "Pavilion Master, I am the most outstanding student of the third batch of the assassin training class. You even gave me a reward." Hearing this, Luochu just smiled, pointed the gun forward in surprise, and then asked, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the head of external affairs for the Shao family." She didn't make a move directly, just remembered something and then said, "But Butler Shao, I want to correct what you said." Hearing this, an extremely serious expression appeared on her face and she pointed at everyone. "My current identity is not the Pavilion Master of the Jiu Pavilion, but the Hall Master of the Ironbone Sect." Suddenly, at that moment, the man with the scar on his face tightly gripped the weapon in his hand. Immediately after, he threw the weapon at Luochu, not forgetting to instruct Shanhai, "Butler, you escaped through the secret passage quickly. I'll cover you." Immediately after, for some reason, both of them fell to the ground with bleeding noses. A very calm expression on Luochu's face. She didn't forget to say to them, "The Tang sect said to leave no one alive. Blame it on you meeting the wrong person." The scene shifted to another place, with flashes of light constantly falling from the sky. Zuiji and Jun Chongxiao had arrived preparing to go in. Zuiji still hesitated with the torch in his hand, not daring to do it. Seeing this, Jun Chongxiao suddenly said a few extremely puzzling words. "Zuiji, making you set the fire is to sever the karmic ties between you and the Shao family." After hearing these words, he decisively threw the torch in his hand towards the place, then announced loudly, "This disciple understands. From today on I, Shao Zuiji, am breaking all ties of gratitude and resentment with this family." The flames burned fiercely there, and Jun Chongxiao also turned and left, not forgetting to remind Zuiji, "Zuiji, from now on you have only one identity, and that is a disciple of the Ironbone sect." His voice echoed. "Let's go." He smiled and said to him, "Let's go home." At this time, the fire had completely engulfed the entire place. The voices of people around rang out, "Water, this place has been completely burned down." People shouted in panic, signaling to each other. "Qingye residence is on fire." Many people quickly ran forward, not forgetting to remind everyone, go to the front to fight the fire. The place had become extremely chaotic. The surrounding residents were constantly fighting the fire, not forgetting to curse, bring the water quickly, which fool spilled alcohol. Soon time had gradually turned to early morning. At this moment the sound of extremely angry footsteps stepped directly into this place. Xiao Huang walked over, angrily and loudly reprimanding his subordinate. Are you telling me this fire was an accident? With so many people dead, how could it be an accident? He didn't forget to order. Go investigate the cause of the fire immediately. Hearing this, the subordinate quickly ran forward. At this moment a person walked over and spoke. Grand Elder. The second elder of the Xiao family walked over tiredly and told him everything. There are bloodstains in the secret room, but we can't find the living or the dead. This person was the second elder of the Xiao family. He gritted his teeth after hearing this, incomparably furious. He didn't forget to speak and recount everything. There's no need to investigate to know. The assassins we painstakingly trained in Xiao Shanhai have all been killed. Who did this? Who dares to oppose our Xiao family? At this point his face had become extremely ugly. He didn't forget to speak and inform. This matter will have to wait for the family head to come out of seclusion before a decision is made, but I'm afraid the fire at Qingye residence is just the beginning. Soon, the scene had shifted to the front of a spacious hall. Zhen Changxiao was playing chess, his voice ringing out non-stop. Although the Xiao family is powerful, it's not impossible to eliminate them. He looked at the chess piece smugly, then at the chessboard before him, constantly announcing, according to the Jiyu Hall's intelligence, the Xiao family's main businesses are iron ore, pills, and medicinal herbs. After burning down Qingye residence, the Xiao family is like a tooth that has been pulled. Immediately after, he pressed down a chess piece, crushing the piece below it. Then the next step is, he didn't understand this man's domineering way of playing chess, not forgetting to mutter to himself. To snatch food from the tiger's mouth. Zhen Changxiao's voice sounded, today is another spending day. He reached out and clicked the confirm purchase button. Immediately after, 2 new weapons were in front of him, and he announced smugly, this is the reward for the 2 of you this time. Li Fei immediately took the sword he handed over, and Yi Xingchen beside him also happily accepted his. Yi Xingchen's eyes were filled with joy and he smiled smugly, thinking to himself, I can finally cultivate the divine sword art. Immediately after, he looked at the vast space outside and thought of a perfect practice partner. On the other side, Zhou Hong walked over in surprise, then opened his mouth to ask, Senior brother Yi also knows the sword. Yi Xingchen stood before him, smiled smugly and nodded to inform him. I know a little. Today I'll borrow you to practice some moves. Immediately after, a sword quickly stabbed forward. The two stood on the ring and immediately began to compete. At this moment, Zhou Hong blocked his attack. He still stood there quietly, constantly commenting with a very calm expression, 10 strikes in one breath, not bad. Hearing these words, he became even more interested, not forgetting to open his mouth. Just not bad, he's insane. Oh, his eyes widened as he looked forward, then he made a decision, then try this move. Immediately after, he turned around and prepared to stab forward with his sword, not forgetting to tell Zhou Hong everything, divine sword art. Next was his move, one word fast art, attacking him. Seeing this, he widened his eyes in slight surprise and looked forward. But soon Zhou Hong had regained his composure. He quickly dodged, avoiding his strike. At this moment he too had become incomparably determined, preparing to draw his own sword for a duel. A sword thrust forward quickly. The two stood opposite each other, attacking one another, neither giving an inch, not forgetting to smile. At this moment both of their eyes were filled with determination. He didn't forget to praise, Senior brother Yi, what's with your swordsmanship? In the blink of an eye you've improved to 24 strikes in one breath? Hearing this, he smiled smugly and replied, I thought you weren't interested in anything. This is the Ling sword god art taught by the sect master. Immediately after, Zhou Hong immediately became interested, his eyes shining, and he came up with a bold idea. I'll go see the sect master right now to learn this sword art. Yi Xingchen immediately smiled and explained everything. That's a pity. The day he gave me the sword, he left for Huyang City. Soon the scene had shifted to Huyang City. A flower was immediately handed forward. The beautiful young lady stood there shyly, stammering as she handed the flower to Zhen Changxiao. Sect Master Zhen, please accept this. Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao smiled and accepted the flower, not forgetting to instruct, thank you for you all, I will work even harder in the future. This young beauty's heart was completely captured by him, and she said with a blushing face, Sect Master is so gentle. Immediately after, Zhen Changxiao walked domineeringly through the crowd. Beautiful women gathered around, continuously praising, by leading his disciples to defeat the Haoqi sect, Sect Master Zhen is now the #1 person in our Qingyang prefecture. Sect Master Zhen, can you give me your autograph? Sect Master Zhen, can you give me your autograph? Sect Master Zhen is so dazzling, but this was all just a dream Zhen Changxiao was having as he sat there. The people on the street saw him in this state and discussed with concern, Sect Master Zhen's behavior is so crude. Why was he squatting on the road and laughing foolishly again just the other day? Perhaps he was so happy after defeating the Haoqi sect that he went crazy. Soon the scene had shifted to a spacious hall. Shanky's voice sounded, why does the sect master have time to come here in person? I was just about to arrange for someone to deliver the newly collected medicinal herbs to your esteemed sect. He smiled and walked forward and asked back in surprise, could it be that the sect master has developed a new pill again? Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao sighed and recounted everything. Sigh, don't mention it. I've had some troubles these past few days. After hearing this, he smiled and glanced at him. Let me guess. Is it the Shao family of Liang City? He nodded in understanding and pointed at him with his hand. Haha, I knew family head I would know too. At this point his face had become incomparably certain. He slowly recounted everything to him. We have also heard about the Shao family's business being burned down. As far as I know, this business is not simple. And as for those outstanding disciples under the sect master, the Shao family wishes they could kill them and dispose of them quickly. After hearing what he said, he already had different thoughts in his heart, secretly calculating. As expected of the top merchant in Huyang City, just based on some scattered information and my visit today, he can guess 80 to 90% of the truth. Suddenly at this moment he smiled, slowly glanced at him, and then recounted, this Shao family's strength is not even as good as a 7th-rate sect, yet they dare to offend your esteemed sect. They are truly seeking their own death, tired of living. Zhen Chongxiao didn't beat around the bush. He placed a bottle of medicinal herbs on the table and then continued to propose, I heard that family head I has some business dealings with the Shao family. This bottle of healing pills is a small token of my appreciation. Seeing this, he was slightly surprised. He immediately picked up the pill bottle in his hand, then smiled and responded to his words, Sect Master Zhen is too generous. This bottle of liquid is already worth several million on the market. He bowed to him in salute. Ha, I've troubled family head I with business, so it's only right for me to compensate you. Suddenly at this moment he remembered something. He didn't forget to turn his head to look at him and instruct, Sect Master Zhen, rest assured, you are the god of wealth for our I family. Tomorrow the I family will sever all business dealings with the Shao family. Hearing this, a smug smile appeared on Zhen Chongxiao's face. Family head I is brilliant. In that case, I will wait and see. On the other side, a pile of documents was continuously placed on Xiao Huang's desk. His voice cursed angrily. Second brother, what do you mean by this? Even with a 10-fold penalty for breach of contract, you still want to tear up our medicinal herb contract. The second elder panted helplessly, standing there and recounting everything. They didn't give a reason, they just sent a letter from family head I. Xiao Huang stared in panic at the paper with a few lines of words in front of him. From now on the I family will sever business dealings with the Shao family. At this moment he had become incomparably furious. His eyes gradually calming down, he looked forward, then sighed and muttered to himself, our Shao family has offended a powerful figure. To make the I family willing to pay 10-fold compensation, the person behind this is more capable than I imagined. Hearing this, the old man standing before him was surprised and immediately made a wild guess. Then who did we offend? Could it be the Iron-Boned sect? Hearing this, he shook his head in denial. Then he remembered something and voiced his doubt. Impossible. They might be able to use martial force, but their overall strength is only that of an 8th-rate sect. They absolutely don't have the qualifications and ability to sway the I family. At this moment his face immediately became tense. He voiced what he was thinking. With this kind of strength and a conflict with the Shao family, it should only be the Bei family in our Liang City. At this point he sighed in frustration, then continued to recount the things they were about to encounter. Losing the I family as a high-quality supplier, even if our Shao family can purchase medicinal herbs from other shops, we will definitely lose a lot of customers. Revenue will definitely drop significantly. Hearing this, the second elder smiled and hurriedly comforted him. Big brother doesn't need to worry too much. Don't we still have the mines? That's our main source of income. Suddenly at this moment, he sharply realized something was wrong with what the old man said. He immediately stretched out his hand forward and loudly commanded the old man, quick, send the family's main force to the mines immediately. We must protect our lifeline. Soon, the scene had shifted to the forest near the Shao family's mine. A group of tall, burly, and fierce-looking men walked over calmly with their staffs, discussing with each other. Hey, the Shao family is too much. We work so hard day and night and they only give us that little bit of money. Old Mo, just get to work, stop complaining. At this moment, a man walking behind hurriedly said to the group, not forgetting to instruct, be careful not to be heard by the Shao family, or it'll be another beating. Suddenly, at this moment, they threw their hammers to the ground in panic. The two men widened their eyes in panic and looked forward, then asked each other, did we take the wrong path? No, we didn't. At this moment, they had become incomparably panicked, looking at the empty cave entrance in front of them, and then spoke with concern, where's the mine? Soon they reacted in time. They hurriedly ran over and signaled to each other. Quick, inform the Shao family. All of this was seen by B, who was standing on a high place. An incomparably smug smile appeared on his face. Even with a mask on, it clearly showed that the plan to strike the Shao family had been completed. Soon time had turned to night. A heavy rain fell on the Shao family, accompanied by extremely dangerous lightning. The rain flowed continuously on the ground as if foreshadowing that something bad was about to happen. Xiao Huang still stood there quietly watching the downpour before him. At this moment the sound of anxious footsteps quickly ran forward. Immediately after, another subordinate ran over in the rain, pointed behind him, and recounted everything. Grand Elder, the mine has been razed to the ground. None of the people the Shao family sent survived, not even their bodies can be found. At this moment he had become completely furious, his face filled with unspeakable anger. He immediately voiced his grievances. First Qingye residence was burned, then the I family cut off business dealings with us. Now it's the mines. Are they trying to drive my Shao family to its death? He could only cry powerlessly like a child, howling non-stop. Who on earth is trying to harm our Shao family? How are we going to explain this to the family head who is in seclusion? Suddenly at this moment the subordinate remembered something. He immediately voiced all the doubts in his heart. Grand Elder, the organizations in the city have heard that the Bei family is acquiring our medicinal herb shops, and the Wang family is also inquiring about our iron ore clients. Hearing this, he clenched his hands, trembling. He angrily and loudly commanded, "Investigate this in detail for me. The reason for all our Shao family's disasters is that other families are profiting from our misfortune. Find out everything for me." The heavy rain still poured down and the lightning flashed non-stop as if foreshadowing that something terrible was happening here. At this moment, Luocho's voice sounded. "Sect Master, are you a devil?" She stood behind Jun Chongxiao in panic, voicing all the doubts in her heart. "The people from the Jiu Hall are spreading news all over Liang City. Almost all the major and minor families in Liang City have a motive for the crime, and now the finger is pointed at the powerful Bei family." He still listened to her speculations very calmly. An incomparably smug smile appeared on his face. He didn't forget to speak and explain. "The Shao family has been driven mad, biting everyone like a rabid dog. We don't need to put in any effort at all to make the Shao family create enemies everywhere." Then he reached out and signaled to her. "Hall Master Li, the actions against the Shao family are temporarily over. Just continue to monitor them." Hearing this, she immediately nodded in agreement. "Yes." Suddenly at this moment the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Immediately after, the system immediately displayed a new notification. The system detected that the member count is full, all disciples are in the sect, and the host has also promised to reach the peak of martial apprentice. With all requirements met, the grand quest is now activated. Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao suddenly fell into deep thought, saying nothing. Seeing this, Luochu approached him, a little puzzled, and asked in surprise, "Sect Master, why have you suddenly gone silent?" Without turning back, he just smiled and replied, "Hall Master Li, have you heard of Death Valley?" Luochu thought for a moment, then smiled and recounted everything she knew. "Death Valley is a forbidden land in Qingyang Prefecture. I've heard there are high-level fierce beasts comparable to martial sects everywhere." A terrifying scene slowly emerged, filled with many dangers. Even high-level martial artists would just be snacks for the fierce beasts inside. At this point she asked with some curiosity, "Sect Master, why do you ask about Death Valley?" Jun Chongxiao turned his head, revealing a strange smile, and answered her, "I can go there for a tour within 3 days." At the same time, the system also sent him a new notification. Quest 2 Quest details. Please lead your disciples to Death Valley for 7 days of training within 1 month. Quest conditions. Kill 1 fire dragon, 10 great apes, 100 swift-winged wolves, 500 poisonous spiders. Quest failure. Failure to arrive at the Valley of 100 beasts within the specified time. Failure to kill a sufficient number of fierce beasts during the training period. Quest reward. Jun Chongxiao still stood there silently, thinking it over and over, various ideas constantly appearing in his mind. Riding on the momentum from defeating the Haoqi sect, I did recruit many disciples. I thought it was a good thing, but I didn't expect it to activate such a deadly quest. He remained seated there, lost in long contemplation. Who on earth should I take? Suddenly a person walked up behind him. Without turning back, he knew the person behind him was Zhou Hong. He asked in surprise, "It seems you've already seen the power of the divine sword art." Suddenly, Zhou Hong knelt before him. Zhou Hong's eyes became incomparably resolute. Zhou Hong reported to Jun Chongxiao, "Sect Master, please teach me the divine sword art." Hearing this, he smiled, glanced at Zhou Hong, and didn't forget to tease, "If you want to learn you can, but you must make a contribution to the sect." Hearing this, Zhou Hong asked very calmly, "May I ask, Sect Master, how can I make a contribution?" Then Zhou Hong raised his head, looking at him with a very puzzled expression. "This sword art, I, Zhou Hong, must learn it even if I have to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire." Contrary to Zhou Hong's serious attitude, a smug smile appeared on Jun Chongxiao's face, and then he explained everything. "Soon I will be leading a group of disciples to a deadly land for training. You go with them. If you perform well, this divine sword art will be yours." Hearing this, Zhou Hong hesitated for a moment, pondering something. Zhou Hong immediately spoke his mind. What a sword cultivator needs in life is different. One is the sword, the other is the sword art. The sword is the flesh and blood, the art is the soul. Then Zhou Hong's eyes became incomparably resolute as he looked at him. "Even if it's a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, I, Zhou Hong, will definitely go." Soon, Zhou Hong turned and left, leaving only Jun Chongxiao sitting there pondering blankly. Damn, he saw right through me, and he understands it even more thoroughly than I do. At this moment he suddenly remembered something. He smiled and voiced his plan in his mind. "However, it's time to refine and upgrade some medicinal herbs for those kids. First, I'll go to Old Wei's place to get some herbs." Soon the scene shifted to the deep mountains where Old Wei was. Old Wei was gently digging up medicinal herbs, not forgetting to explain, "These are all high-grade medicinal herbs and their growth cycle is also quite long." At this point Old Wei became very happy, not forgetting to recount everything. "But their medicinal effects will naturally be stronger." Jun Chongxiao listened calmly to Old Wei's words from behind. He smiled smugly and said happily, "Excellent." As expected of Old Wei, he's unbeatable. Various thoughts constantly appeared in his mind. The first batch of pills refined had 10 times the spiritual energy. Isn't this batch too heaven-defying? At this moment he suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "By the way, Old Wei, without you, our sect's supply of medicinal herbs would definitely not be enough, so I've specially prepared a small gift to express my gratitude." Then he smugly handed Old Wei a pill he had refined, not forgetting to say with a smile, "Here's a body sculpting pill. It can enhance your physique. Please take it and use it." Seeing this, Old Wei happily put the pill in his mouth, then thanked him contentedly. "Haha, thank you, Sect Master, for still caring about this old man's body." Immediately after, Old Wei felt something strange happen inside his body. Soon, a huge light appeared, causing him to quickly jump to the side. Old Wei turned to look at Jun Chongxiao in surprise, not forgetting to praise, "You kid, your pill is too miraculous." At this moment he had become completely bewildered. He stared wide-eyed at him, not forgetting to ponder. Is it an illusion? Old Wei's body, his aura, seemed to instantly erupt with heaven-shattering power. Jun Chongxiao was stunned by this scene, not knowing what to do next. "System, haven't I just dug up a treasure? I've struck a gold mine. Old Wei is truly the treasure of a great family. The arrow is on the bowstring, it must be fired." He quickly bowed to Old Wei. "Old Wei, I solemnly invite you to be the Hall Master of the Ironbone Sect's Medicine Hall. I hope you will become a member of the Ironbone Sect, and not just hold the position." Old Wei turned and left, not forgetting to wave goodbye to him. "This old man is about to enter the grave. How could I think of joining a sect?" Old Wei's face became very contemplative. He looked ahead, then sighed. "Me? I have no dreams, no goals in life. Carefree." Hearing these words, Jun Chongxiao felt some sympathy. He nodded to Old Wei and said, "Since you are living in this world, you should continue to strive." "Old Wei, you are too pessimistic." Old Wei stood calmly before him, then slowly recounted everything. "Kid, when you've experienced more things, endured more pain, you will understand that in this life you can't help but be pessimistic." Hearing this, Jun Chongxiao's face immediately became serious. He directly asked Old Wei a crucial question. "Old Wei, I can see you've experienced a great blow, but as long as you're still here, this road will continue, won't it?" His voice rang out continuously. "In this life, too many people are just passers-by to me. No matter how much laughter there is on the road, there will always be times of heartache." He spoke words that might touch the depths of Old Wei's heart. "But this is not a reason for us to sink into despair. I only hope that Old Wei can stop closing himself off and live happily." After hearing these words, Old Wei smiled in surprise and replied, "How could it be because of myself? It was also because of the passing of my relatives and brothers." Feeling that the time was right, a strange smile appeared on his face. He continued to say to Old Wei, "Elder Wei, you have a thorough understanding of medicinal herbs. You must have worked very hard in your youth to achieve what you have today." Seeing this, Old Wei was startled. He glanced at him blankly, his eyes filled with disbelief. This tone, this demeanor. He extended his hand towards Old Wei, then continued to propose an idea. "Why not pull yourself together again with me?" At this moment, Old Wei's eyes were filled with tears, flowing down uncontrollably. He recalled a scene from his youth when someone had extended a hand to him, proposing they build a great enterprise together. At this moment, it was as if Old Wei had returned to his youth, shedding tears. He quickly nodded in agreement. All right. Old Wei stood there, wiped the tears from his face, and didn't forget to say to Jun Chongxiao, "Child, those last words you said, someone said them to me several hundred years ago." At this point, Old Wei's face was filled with happiness. He glanced at him. "I'll entrust these old bones of mine to the Ironbone Sect and contribute what little strength I have left. Child, tell me your great enterprise." Seeing his plan had succeeded, he smiled smugly and answered Old Wei's words, making sure he understood. "To make the Ironbone Sect the strongest sect and make its name known throughout the world." The scene shifted to the forest where Old Wei and Jun Chongxiao were talking. Old Wei's voice slowly sounded, "This great enterprise of yours is much bigger than his." Old Wei clenched his fist and smiled smugly, "But I'm very interested." And a smug smile appeared on Old Wei's face and he continued, "However, it's not enough for a sect to have only one pharmacist." Jun Chongxiao slowly walked towards him, then extended his hand and proposed an idea. "All right, I was just preparing to establish the medicine hall. Old Wei, you will be the hall master. You can select a few disciples from the sect who you think are suitable to be your apprentices and teach them the methods of growing medicinal herbs." Feeling that an important matter had been proposed, he turned to leave, not forgetting to bid Old Wei farewell. Then Hallmaster Wei, "It's decided. I will gather the disciples tomorrow." Old Wei just smiled and praised with great interest, "Young people are truly full of energy." Immediately after, Old Wei's face became serious, and he didn't forget to mutter to himself, "This old man, is this decision right or wrong?" Soon the scene shifted to a spacious and magnificent hall. Jun Chongxiao stood in the room happily calculating non-stop. With the armament hall and now the medicine hall, the sect is becoming more and more complete. Suddenly at this moment, the system immediately displayed a notification. Ding, the number of sect members has reached 500. Contribution points have reached 720, exceeding the limit by 220. If not used soon, they will be deducted. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Today's a good day." Then he happily reached out, looking at the system screen with great interest, ready to shop. Time for a spending spree again. The system opened the purchase interface. Soon, time shifted to the next day. In Jun Chongxiao's hall, he was quickly writing on paper with a brush. The ink flew in the air. Seeing this, a strange and smug smile appeared on his face. Then he looked at the plaque in front of him with great interest and said happily, "It's done." Seeing this, the disciples below praised continuously. "The sect master's calligraphy is full of domineering spirit." He happily and smugly explained, "Of course, my father taught me back when I was in Hawaii." At this moment a voice shouted, "Sect Master, watch out!" Immediately after, something flew over and hit him right in the face, causing him to blankly pull the opening ribbon in shock. Seeing this, the disciples were startled. Then they quickly ran to the back of the hall, not forgetting to remind each other. "The Sect Master has already pulled the opening ribbon, let's go inside and check out the missions." Jun Changxiao climbed up from the ground, crawled forward and then pleaded, "Wait, I still have to give the opening speech." Soon the scene shifted to the interior of the hall, where the mission board set up by Jun Changxiao was. The disciples looked at the scene, exclaiming to each other in amazement, "Wow, it's so big, the sect's mission board." At this moment Jun Changxiao walked over smugly and explained to everyone present, "This mission board can automatically arrange missions, and the disciples can accept them directly. The mission board will automatically refresh at a specific time every day." He didn't forget to look at the huge mission board in the center and announce, "And there are solo missions, team missions with different difficulties. It will also recommend missions based on cultivation level. And there's a mission leaderboard. The more missions you complete, the higher your rank, and the greater the rewards." Suddenly at this moment he remembered something. He quickly turned his head to look in another direction. "But before we activate the mission board, there's one more thing to do." Immediately after, Jun Changxiao angrily pointed at Li Fei, who was trying to leave, and then shouted loudly, "Li Fei, you sneak attacked the Sect Master and you still want to run?" Seeing this, Li Fei turned his head, trembling, and then explained, "I'm sorry, Sect Master, it was an accident." Hearing this, he became extremely furious. He prepared to kick a soccer ball at him. "Almost every disciple in the sect has been accidentally kicked by you, now you can experience it for yourself." After hearing this, the disciples immediately cheered angrily, "Sect Master, kick hard, avenge us!" He quickly used all his strength and kicked forward. At this moment his face had become extremely ferocious. Smiles stretched to his ears appeared on his face as his foot quickly kicked the ball. Seeing this, Li Fei was very calm. He didn't forget to comment with great interest, "The Sect Master's power is high, but his soccer skills are average. I guessed where it would land as soon as you lifted your foot." Immediately after, a soccer ball rushed towards him. Suddenly at this moment, Yuha reached out acting as a goalkeeper and blocked the ball. The force made his feet slide back a little. He was affected. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao praised in surprise, "You can actually catch my kick without flinching." Li Yuha used all his strength to block the soccer ball he kicked. Then he smiled while panting and explained everything. "The Sect Master's kicking power is too strong, I almost couldn't catch it." He watched the scene of Li Fei constantly praising Yuha and fell into thought. "To teach Li Fei a lesson, I used the power of a mid-rank martial apprentice for that kick." He just opened his meridians, yet he caught it without dodging or flinching. Thinking of this, a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. Li Yuha's physique is truly gifted. He thought of that forest full of terrifying monsters and various strange phenomena, pondering smugly. Death Valley is fraught with danger. With only Xiao Zuiji it would be impossible to fully protect all the disciples. Now things are better. At this moment he thought of Yuha and Xiao Zuiji with great smugness. Jun Changxiao stared at the innocent smile before him, having already found the best candidate for vice captain. Jun Changxiao walked while lost in his own thoughts. "My current level is suppressed. To clear the Death Valley dungeon I must do my best to raise the disciples' levels." At that moment Li Yuha's voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Sect Master, save me, I don't want to go into the muscle regeneration room." On the other side, Sushamo was trying hard to stuff him in, ordering the others, "Shove him in, Yuha is too strong, I need 2 more people." He could only think helplessly, "You've got your work cut out for you, Yuha." After they managed to stuff him inside, the other disciples panted and breathed a sigh of relief. Few finally got him in. Suddenly, Sushamo sensed that something was wrong. The scene shifted to the movement technique training room. The door slowly opened. Sushamo walked in to check the situation and praised in surprise, "It's quite spacious in here." Immediately after, the door slammed shut right in front of him. Then gun barrels slowly extended from dozens of windows. These barrels then transformed into massive cannons, all the cannons aimed at Sushamo preparing to fire. Seeing this, he froze on the spot, not knowing what to do. His face became very confused. He muttered to himself, "I'll bet $5 I'm just asking for a death wish." Immediately after, the guns fired in rapid succession. Inside, his voice echoed in despair, I'm fine, the Lord protects me, the Lord protects me." Jun Changxiao watched all this and immediately calmed down. An extremely smug smile appeared on his face. He smiled, looked ahead, and announced this movement technique training room. The members of the GU Hall can also use it to improve their agility, and with the mission board, contribution points are steadily increasing every day. Then he turned and left, not forgetting to comment that he could freely upgrade the sect's equipment these days. Soon the scene shifted to another spacious room of Jun Changxiao's. Standing in front of a strange wooden box, he said happily, "I'm such a spendthrift." Then he looked at the precious golden medicinal herbs in the box, calculating. Sushamo, Li Yuha, Ling Yuanshui, Tian Qi, and Li Fei will each get a bottle of their corresponding aptitude transformation liquid. At this moment a happy smug smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face, and he immediately stated his plan. Let's give Yuha 2 bottles and get him directly to mid-grade. With 2 bottles he should be able to reach level 20 of Meridian Opening, after all entering Death Valley. We'll need him to taunt and draw aggro. Then he continued to look at the valuable items in front of him, praising happily, "I've got contribution points now. It's time to get some new equipment for Hallmaster Li. I happen to draw a silencer which is perfect for her." Suddenly, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding, sect construction can be upgraded. Hearing this, he was stunned in surprise. Then he sighed, looking at the system screen with a miserable face. It wasn't easy, it's finally upgrading. At this moment, the system displayed a notification in front of him. Sect construction level 2 is upgrading. He immediately reached out and clicked the confirm screen in the room. The system's voice rang out non-stop, continuously congratulating Jun Changxiao. Ding, sect construction has been upgraded to level 3. Ding, sect member cap, contribution points and prestige value have been upgraded. Ding, foundry has been unlocked. After a period of upgrading, the system finally displayed a new notification. Sect members phone, sect contribution points phone, sect prestige value over 1,000. Seeing this, Jun Changxiao smiled smugly and said, ha ha ha. Member cap has reached 1,000. This is a team. Our sect will only grow stronger and stronger. Then he slowly pushed a small object forward. Let's try out this new foundry first. Immediately after, a huge furnace appeared before him. Seeing it, he smiled smugly, walked up to the furnace and muttered to himself, oh, I can only forge 3 types of weapons at the beginning. In the future, the Cold Wind Sword can be mass-produced. At this moment, new instructions appeared on the screen. Weapon Cold Wind Sword initial grade, materials 1 gin of cold iron, 1 bucket of ice water. Fire type, Linglong Fire. After reading these instructions, he was a bit curious and confused, but he had neither cold iron nor ice water. He continued to look at the information on the screen. Weapon, Overlord Spear initial grade, materials 1 gin of obsidian, fire type, Linglong Fire. Then he sighed with some regret. This one is too cool, but I don't have obsidian either. Suddenly, Jun Changxiao noticed a strange item. What's this? He looked at the item displayed on the screen and said excitedly. This appeared at just the right time. A brief introduction to this product. Weapon, Sturdy Iron Shield initial grade, materials 1 gin of iron ore, fire type, Linglong Fire. At this moment his face had become incomparably smug. He felt that nothing was a coincidence. The iron ore just snatched from the Shao family. The one thing I don't lack right now is iron ore. Immediately after, he happily held the silver notes in front of him and excitedly waved to the system. System, produce 1,000 sturdy iron shields for me directly. I'm not short on resources or money. Hearing this, the system immediately responded, please calm down, Comrade Zhao. After a series of checks, the system then issued a notification. Iron ore is an indispensable auxiliary ore for forging many pieces of equipment and weapons. It is recommended that the host Zhao use it sparingly. Hearing this, he was a little disappointed. Then he made a decision. Oh, then let's make 25 first to equip the people entering Death Valley. Jun Changxiao cheered excitedly in the main hall. Begin forging. Soon, 20 days later, Jun Changxiao's footsteps gradually moved forward. Behind him, the disciples had also prepared their flags. After a long period of training, of course, the familiar soccer ball used for attacks was not missing. He walked forward smugly, not forgetting to inform all the disciples, set out march into Death Valley. Jun Changxiao looked at Qingyang and Yi Xingchen in front of him with some pride. Qingyang and Yi Xingchen were now both 9th-rank martial apprentices. Then he continued to look at the mischievous trio behind him. Lost in his own thoughts and hesitation, Su Xiaomo, Li Fei and Tian Qi were all 8th rank, and of course the 2 works he had trained were not to be forgotten. Zuiji was 6th rank. Long Ziyang was 5th rank, and Li Yuha was 4th rank. At this moment he had become incomparably smug, a happy smile on his face. Most of the other disciples are 2nd and 3rd rank. For a 7th-rate sect to send out people, this is the best we can do. Immediately after, Lu Qianqin's figure appeared before his eyes. He was still in thought, but in this case the sect's defensive strength will be weakened. After all, I've offended so many people. He left with this group, not forgetting to instruct Luochu. Hallmaster Li, the sect is now in your hands to guard. She smiled and nodded in agreement. I will protect the sect well, but Death Valley is fraught with danger. I hope you can all return safely. She was holding a huge cannon in her hand. Soon the scene shifted to a forest. A fantastical beetle was eating grass with relish. Suddenly a loud noise made it turn its head in surprise. At that moment a gun was raised, aiming at this huge monster, but it seemed the bullet only tickled it. Immediately after, Su Xiaomo, holding his weapon, quickly rushed in front of this huge monster. He quickly swung the sword in his hand, giving the monster no time to react. With a few basic sword moves, he quickly shaved off all the hair on the monster's body, leaving it very confused. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Hong quickly rushed forward. Next, hundreds of swords stabbed towards this huge monster. With his superb swordsmanship, he completely dismembered and stripped the flesh from this huge monster. Tian Qi seized this golden opportunity and quickly rushed forward, his expression very calm. He tightly gripped the skewers in his hand. Then he decisively threw these skewers into the air with an astonishing level of skill. These meat skewers immediately pierced through the huge chunks of meat flying in the air. Feeling that his time to shine had arrived, Jun Changxiao smiled smugly and held his fire ability forward. Linglong's strange fire. Immediately after, these flames quickly cooked the meat skewers. The flavor was simply perfect in color, aroma, and taste. These skewers burned continuously at just the right temperature. He happily ate the skewers, savoring their deliciousness. Excellent. Yi Xingchen on the side questioned loudly in anger. You said you were going to teach the sect disciples teamwork. Was it just to make barbecue skewers? Immediately after, Jun Changxiao stuffed a skewer into his mouth, shutting him up. While savoring the delicious barbecue skewer, he kept putting forward an idea. Sect Master, I feel there are still some flaws in our coordination. We need to practice a few more times. Oh, he gently wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, then said with a smile, no amount of practice is as good as actual combat. At this moment he had become incomparably serious, looking at the strange, huge mountain range ahead. The dungeon officially begins. Although this place was fraught with danger, many martial artists still constantly flocked here at this moment. Sushamo asked Jun Chongxiao in surprise. Sect Master, Death Valley is a dark and dangerous place. Why are there so many people waiting at the entrance? He smiled and walked beside him, explaining, danger also brings corresponding rewards. These are all martial artists who aren't afraid of death. Then he slowly reached out his hand forward and commanded, Ironbone disciples, hear my command. Just like that, Jun Chongxiao domineeringly walked forward and announced, enter the valley. Seeing that Jun Chongxiao and all his people had gone inside, two people outside didn't forget to discuss with each other in surprise. Without a single martial master, the Ironbone sect is just looking for death by going in. Sect Master Jun was able to defeat the Haochi sect, and Qingyang and the others are no pushovers either. At this moment another person smiled smugly and mocked. Last year, Alliance leader Qin brought his disciples here for training, and didn't he still lose 10 people before escaping? His face had become extremely calculating. He slowly proposed a bold idea, but now that we have a shield to clear the way ahead, we can actually follow them for a trip. At this moment, everyone was still concentrating on walking forward. A creature also slowly approached, with sharp claws and flames under its feet. All of this was heard by Jun Chongxiao. He smiled smugly and immediately signaled to all the disciples, everyone prepare, form a shield. Hearing this, Zuiji immediately became serious and slowly stretched out his hand forward. Li Fei's foot also quickly appeared. Everyone entered a state of readiness for battle at any moment. Immediately after, a huge and terrifying monster slowly appeared. But who it's terrifying to is who it's terrifying to. It's ineffective against Jun Chongxiao. He smiled smugly and said, an old acquaintance. Then he continued to look at the approaching monster in front of him. A ground flame wolf. On the other side, the two assassins who were on the tall tree just now were observing everything. They didn't forget to chat with each other. Haha, it's just one ground flame wolf and they're being so dramatic, and at a glance they're a bunch of newbies. This kind of cannon fodder can't stop a fierce beast at all. They'll just get in the way. At this moment one person warned. They're here. This huge fire wolf also brought its companions. These wolves seem to be hunting together. Seeing this, Jun Chongxiao and his group, amidst their surprise, didn't forget to praise. A wolf pack is truly a fierce beast. Suddenly at this moment a series of extremely strange sounds came from the forest, as if urging this group of wolves on. After hesitating for a moment, the wolf pack quickly rushed forward, roaring and preparing to attack. Seeing this, the people outside turned and left in a panic, howling helplessly. One wolf is equivalent to a second-rank martial apprentice, and more than 100 of them appeared at once. Let them hold the wolves here, let's run. These wolves crazily and quickly rushed forward and were soon swiftly crushed and knocked down by two shields. Zuiji and Yuha said disdainfully, too weak. Seeing this scene, Jun Chongxiao was quite satisfied. He immediately ordered, inner sect disciples, draw your swords. Immediately after, Qingyang and the others holding their weapons walked forward with smug expressions. A smile appeared on Qingyang's face and he announced excitedly, senior brothers, sisters and junior brothers and sisters. Next will be a swift slaughter, killing these wolves in an instant. Coordinate with me. Lu Qianqin appeared very calm about this. She just coldly said, inner sect disciples, control a few of the second and third rank wolves. Let the outer sect disciples get some practice too. The wolf pack was continuously and quickly knocked down. In the blink of an eye, a large pile of wolves was knocked down at the same time. The wolf pack saw this scene and was immediately surprised and confused. These wolves themselves couldn't imagine what had happened. Immediately after, the wolf pack opened their mouths wide, preparing to attack with fire. A huge whirlwind of flame was created by their combined efforts. It must be said this flame was very terrifying, gradually burning everything here. On the other side, the two assassins ran forward crazily and quickly, not forgetting to turn back to observe the situation, then chatted with each other. Dozens of wolves breathing fire together. The Ironbone sect is going to be burned to skeletons this time. At this moment the forest here had gradually become barren. A protective shield immediately and quickly appeared, safely protecting everyone. Zuiji and Yuha protected everyone. He even taunted, trash. At this moment two huge wolves saw this scene and retreated with some fear. Seeing this, the other wolves immediately froze with expressions of extreme fear on their faces, not knowing whether to continue. Sushamo witnessed all this and stared forward with wide panicked eyes. Senior brother, why is that alpha wolf suddenly screaming like it's been plucked? That was really hard to listen to. At this moment Qingyang suddenly sensed something was wrong. Jun Chongxiao slowly walked over, then revealed a happy smile. He had completely knocked down a huge monster in front of him, not forgetting to ask everyone, what do you all think? Would grilled wolf meat or steamed wolf meat be tastier? Seeing this, Qingyang exclaimed happily in praise. Sect Master, you're amazing. Beside them, Sushamo excitedly shouted a suggestion. Grilled, I vote for grilled. Chongxiao noticed a giant python slithering on a tree and warned everyone, be careful, let's continue deeper into Death Valley. Following that, the group continued forward. At this moment, Yi Xingqian's steps gradually slowed down. He stood in place, watching everyone walk ahead. At this moment, he coldly said to the animal behind him, no wonder I'm always falling behind. His eyes became incomparably furious as he turned his head to look at the monster behind him. Is it because of you, you peak-level martial apprentice beast? There are so many fearless beasts. He looked at the huge monster before him with contempt. Such a crude common beast finished off with a single clean sweep of his sword after dealing with the monster blocking his path. Yi Xingchen sighed and sheathed his sword, 30 strikes in one breath. My comprehension of the one-word fast art has deepened. Immediately after, the bear collapsed to the ground, finished on the spot. Just then, a worried Su Xiaomo walked over and warned, "Junior brother Yi, be careful." Hearing this, Yi Xingchen smiled and explained, "It's just a small peak martial apprentice beast. I've already dealt with it, what's there to be careful about?" Immediately after, the huge beast instantly pinned Yi Xingchen to the ground in just a moment. Yi Xingchen used all his strength to crawl out from under the beast, which weighed several tons. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly coughed a few times to cover it up. Following that, he turned his head to look at the monster he had knocked down and cursed, "Common beast, a vulgar thing." Su Xiaomo witnessed all this from the side, somewhat speechless. Junior brother Yi really cares about his image. Even after being crushed like that, he gets up and continues to act cool. Soon, a campfire was lit in front of Changxiao. He sat there quietly, lost in his own thoughts. Junior brother Yi really cares about his image. Even after being crushed like that, he gets up and continues to act cool. Also, with my current strength, I can't just run rampant in Death Valley. Suddenly, some unusual movements in the forest caught his attention. He gently picked up his weapon, lost in thought. So it's best not to attract the attention of too many fierce beasts at once. He revealed a smug smile, took out his gun and decided to be a little more modest. Immediately after, he quickly fired his gun fiercely forward. Just then, the bullet shot towards a tree trunk, piercing through the massive tree. These bullets continuously shot towards the giant beast before him. But this giant beast was not to be outdone. It quickly used its agility to disappear in an instant. Seeing this, Changxiao's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did it dodge? Immediately after, he disappeared from his spot with extreme speed. He swiftly rushed towards the giant beast before him, lost in his thoughts. This fierce beast is so fast. If I let the disciples handle it, there will definitely be casualties. I'll take care of it myself. Just then, Zuiji was preparing to make a move but saw that Changxiao had already rushed forward. He smiled and gestured to him. "Zuiji, let me borrow the sniper rifle." The monster continuously dodged in the air, evading his attacks. He aimed with precision, continuing to fire forward, locking on to eliminate the target. Immediately after, a bullet shot fiercely towards the ground, but still missed the monster. Changxiao quickly and decisively jumped to the ground. He was somewhat surprised, unable to believe his eyes. He raised his head in confusion and looked ahead. Well, I'll be damned, it actually knows how to hide its strength. It didn't have this astonishing speed when it was dodging the handgun earlier. Just like that, the moon gradually rose high. Looking at the malevolent monster before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. A fierce beast of Death Valley indeed. This leopard is almost as cunning as a fox. Following that, he looked at the various monsters surrounding Changxiao. He also praised in surprise, "To think there are 2 more companions lying in ambush." At this moment his face had turned pale and ugly. He immediately asked the system, "I've underestimated Death Valley." "System, my friend, what now? 3 leopards can all dodge sniper bullets. How do I deal with them?" Luckily, the system wasn't asleep at this time. The system immediately began to explain to him. "If you have sincerely asked the question, I will mercifully tell you. In your spatial ring, you still have the core of the Groundflame Wolf King you just killed." Then the system revealed a shocking piece of information. The stronger the core of the sniper rifle, the more its firing power and speed will increase exponentially. Hearing this, he speechlessly put away his gun. At this moment, 3 ferocious giant bears charged at him simultaneously. A terrifying smile appeared on his face, and he didn't forget to announce it's loaded. Immediately after, a cannon appeared in his hands, and he quickly fired at these monsters. The monsters sensed that the situation was not good and immediately contorted their bodies to dodge. Suddenly, at this moment, no matter how they dodged, the immense power of the bullet made it impossible for them to evade. Just like that, the 3 giant beasts were completely pulverized in an instant. One giant bear was so scared that it foamed at the mouth, terrified. Seeing this, Changxiao asked the system in surprise, "System, you call this a sniper rifle?" He looked at it with some surprise as it sat there in a panic, crying and trembling non-stop. Changxiao looked at the gun in his hand in surprise, sighed and said to the system, "If you told me this was a Kamehameha, I would agree with both my hands and feet." His eyes showed a hint of worry, and he immediately voiced his thoughts, "But this one shot has already woken up quite a few fierce beasts." Just as he expected, something extremely dangerous seemed to be gradually emerging. His dejected voice came from afar, "Sai, I truly am a man who can't be modest." At this moment the scene shifts to the depths of the forest. A loud sound is heard, and a giant beast with a large palm slowly appears from the distance. Seeing this, Changxiao forced a twisted smile and said in surprise, "I know it's not good to be making a ruckus in the middle of the night. I probably woke up some thin-skinned fierce beast, but this gorilla in front of me is just too huge and terrifying." Seeing it, he was somewhat speechless. "This one seems a bit big." On the other side, the system immediately analyzed the gorilla and then notified him. "Giant gorilla, rock-type fierce beast, mid-5th grade. Temperamental, its combat power doubles when angered." Changxiao didn't know what to say. He responded to the system with even more surprise. "System, with this kind of description, were you set up by Professor Oak? But I remember, the great ape is one of the 4 fierce beasts I must kill." Speaking of this, an incomparably resolute expression appeared on his face as he looked ahead. "But with such a large body, its speed must be limited, but it's still too big." The bear at its side trembled in fear, not knowing what to do. The gorilla glanced at it. It just turned back in terror and fled in despair. At this moment the gorilla's giant hand shot forward. Immediately after, the hand tightly grabbed the leopard in the blink of an eye. The gorilla decisively put the leopard into its mouth and chewed non-stop. Following that, it immediately spat out a skeleton in front of him. Changxiao saw this and was stunned, not knowing what to say. He was frozen on the spot by the sight. He immediately asked the system, isn't it asking a bit too much for me to kill this guy? Standing before him was an extremely huge gorilla. It slowly walked forward and stared intently at the cannon in his hand. Its eyes had become extremely fierce and angry. It screamed and roared madly as if making a show of force. Seeing the situation was not good, Changxiao hurriedly aimed his gun forward, preparing to make a move. This is bad, it's already noticed that I woke it up. The next sight made him freeze on the spot, his eyes wide with surprise. When he turned his head back, the gorilla had completely disappeared. His weak voice sounded, "How did it vanish in the blink of an eye?" But soon he heard some new movements. Luckily his hearing was sharp. He quickly raised the cannon forward and then shouted upwards. Watching the giant gorilla now a kilometer away from him made him feel even more powerless. That leaping ability is too terrifying. Immediately after, he quickly fired the gun fiercely at it, continuously issuing a challenge. But even in the air you can't escape my muzzle. Seeing him fire the cannonball, the gorilla appeared incomparably calm. It just calmly lifted its tail slightly forward. Soon, in just the blink of an eye, it dodged easily and calmly. It was the first time Changxiao had encountered such an outrageously powerful animal. He speechlessly asked the system, Darwin's rolling in his grave, where did this gorilla come from? The gorilla immediately jumped from a high place to the ground, and the ground gradually shattered from its power. It was quickly searching for his figure, and he was shamelessly hiding behind a large rock waiting for a chance to sneak attack. Sensing the time was near, Changxiao quickly flew onto the rock and decided to use the ghostly track steps move. He also fiercely punched, aiming directly at the giant gorilla's face. Suddenly his face became even more confused as he looked at the scene before him. At that moment the rock in front of the gorilla had completely formed a layer of stone armor, leaving him no time to attack, and he seemed somewhat surprised. Stone armor. Immediately after, something rushed towards him, making him turn back quickly to react. Damn it, it's the tail. Soon the tail hit Changxiao, sending him flying backward. He fell backward in panic, commenting nonstop, "The force is not bad, but am I Changxiao, someone who gives up so easily?" He took a step back, preparing for the next attack, not forgetting to announce, "Then watch my performance next." Immediately after, the scene before him made his eyes widen in surprise. Changxiao had completely fallen into the giant gorilla's palm. Suddenly, strange snowflakes appeared before his eyes. Seeing this, Changxiao's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what was happening. It's snowing. A familiar small figure immediately appeared before his eyes. Changxiao looked in surprise at the falling snowflakes before him. It was snowing. At this moment the giant gorilla's palm had also been frozen solid like stone, stiffened in place. Qianqin's familiar small steps slowly appeared. She quickly walked up to him, not forgetting to remind him, "Sect Master, you're in a bit of a miserable state." Seeing her, Changxiao smiled and replied, "I was just playing with it. Didn't I tell you all not to come over? Why are you?" She sighed, looked at him in confusion, and then recounted everything. "You made such a huge commotion. Li Qingying and the others wanted to come help. I told them to stay put and protect the outer sect disciples." Hearing this, he smiled and glanced at her in surprise. "Haha, it seems you care about me a lot," she calmly explained to him. "I just came to see if you were dead or not." Immediately after, the giant gorilla clenched its palm, crushing the two of them in its hand. But these two are the male and female leads of this story. How could they be killed so easily? From within the palm the two quickly dropped to the ground. Seeing this, the gorilla was somewhat angry and madly attacked the two continuously. Qianqin calmly walked in front to protect Changxiao and then said, "Leave this fierce beast to me." Hearing these words made him even more confused. He looked at her with wide eyes. Qianqin. Immediately after, the monster opened its mouth wide, wanting to eat Qianqin. She extended her hand forward incomparably calmly, executing some kind of move. Soon, the giant gorilla like a little monkey fell to the ground. Following that, she extended a finger forward as if making some gesture. Thousands of sharp giant ice spikes pointed directly at the gorilla, scaring it so much that it stared with desperate wide eyes, not knowing what to do next. Qianqin still maintained her cold attitude, slowly manipulating these huge blocks of ice under her command. The huge blocks of ice slowly and quickly rushed towards the ground. Immediately after, these ice blocks tightly trapped the giant gorilla, making it unable to move. Witnessing all this, Changxiao also opened his eyes wide and said with great surprise, "She trapped the great ape in just 2 moves. It seems I still underestimated Qianqin's strength." Immediately after, he understood everything with a smug realization. Qianqin's ice ability is truly astonishing. No wonder she's so cold all day. Suddenly the gorilla struggled desperately. Qianqin walked up to it incomparably calmly and then lectured, "Stop struggling, your strength cannot shake my ice prison." She spoke coldly, preparing for the next attack. "Next you will receive the Taishuan Ice Heart Art." Her legs were incomparably firm as she stood her ground. Immediately after, thousands of sharp ice spikes shot straight towards the gorilla's head. She used the ice burial move, continuously attacking the giant gorilla. In less than 5 seconds, the giant gorilla was completely frozen and easily defeated. Changxiao witnessed all this, not knowing what to say. "System, even I find this move hard to take." The system immediately sent a notification. "Be more confident. You definitely can't take it. At the same time, Yi Xingchen was standing to the side also observing everything. He said in surprise, I didn't expect Elda's senior sister to be an ice type. Then he recalled all the memories from his past life and said with a smile, voicing his thoughts, the attributes on this continent are as common as ox hair. The number of ice spirit martial artists is neither many nor few. Then he glanced in another direction in surprise. The proportion of ice-type spiritual martial artists is quite high at this moment. Zhou Hong was sitting to the side and the sight before him was as rare as 1 in 10,000 among sword cultivators. He stared intently at Zhou Hong before him, once again lost in thought. To think that a small iron-boned sect could gather so many talented people. Immediately after, everything around them was enveloped in the cold aura emanating from Lu Qianqin. Zhen Chongxiao stood nearby, lost in surprised contemplation. This wasn't just an ordinary ice-type move, even the surrounding climate had changed with it. The system immediately displayed a notification. King killed Grade 8 110. Lu Qianqin also slowly walked up to him. He smiled and walked over to her, then called out, Qianqin. Immediately after, he questioned her. You froze this gorilla solid, how are we supposed to get its core? Its skin and bones are also treasures, that's all money. He didn't forget to scold, we haven't even completed the quest yet, going broke like this is acceptable. Suddenly a fist shot fiercely towards his face, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappeared behind the mountains, and at this moment Zhen Chongxiao's voice echoed. Did you all see that? Death Valley is filled with dangers, he held up a finger and warned. So you must be careful and protect yourselves. Don't be like this sect master who got injured by that gorilla in a moment of carelessness. A group of people stood in a line trying to maintain serious expressions, but they couldn't hide their urge to laugh. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao immediately showed a displeased expression. You like to laugh? This sect master is sharing survival experience. At the same time, the young lady opposite him also entered a state of alert. They had encountered so many fierce beasts just after entering. This Death Valley is truly as dangerous as the sect master said. Above her head, a large spider was quietly descending from a branch. Upon discovering the terrifying creature, the young lady screamed and simultaneously swung her palm. There's a spider. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but sigh. Since when have the female disciples of my iron-boned sect become so violent? He quickly stepped forward to comfort her. Calm down, little one, it's just a small spider. As he spoke, Zhen Chongxiao stared intently at the ground. And thanks to this spider I've decided on our next target. He looked at the spider with a strange expression. The mission board requires killing 500 small poisonous spiders, which is quite a large number. Immediately after, a notification came from the system. Host, a kind reminder, crushing a poisonous spider with your bare hands is a very foolish act. Following that, the surroundings were filled with rough yet exceptionally sturdy rock walls. As soon as Lu Qianqin appeared, she cursed. Aren't you a fool? She continuously scolded Zhen Chongxiao, always telling the disciples to be careful, yet he was always the one to fall into traps. He couldn't help but complain, isn't it just a little bit of poison? You've been nagging all the way, aren't you tired? At the same time, Su Xiaomo ran over with a tense expression. Sect Master, everyone found a spider nest over there. The group immediately moved towards the hillside and Zhen Chongxiao noticed a rock wall. So these are the small poisonous spiders, they're quite agile. His gaze focused on the spider. The poison shouldn't be weak, everyone remember to prepare antidotes. A cold smile appeared on Zhen Chongxiao's face and he said with pride, let this sect master start the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed towards the spider without hesitation. Just a bunch of small spiders. Watch this sect master stomp one to death with one foot. Just as Zhen Chongxiao's foot was about to land, it suddenly changed. Seeing this, he subconsciously stopped and sweat beaded on his forehead. In the blink of an eye, the spider had become incomparably huge. Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but shout, damn it system, you tricked me again, you call this a small spider? Immediately after, it spat out a pile of spider silk, and the spider instantly released a large amount of venom. A moment later, a dozen of its companions blocked Zhen Chongxiao's path. Zhen Chongxiao's group immediately came to the rescue. He turned his head and simultaneously ordered, Zuiji Yuha, you go lure some spiders over. This kind of weak monster must be eliminated in a large group at once to save time. The group immediately rushed out. Yes? Zhen Chongxiao watched them with satisfaction, thinking to himself, luring monsters. This is the standard tactic for clearing the Death Valley dungeon. His expression was a bit surprised. They're back so soon? The group rushed out with their super strong weapons. They stood in front of Zhen Chongxiao. Sect Master, this is our first time luring monsters. We don't have experience yet. We lured a few too many. A mocking light flashed in Zhen Chongxiao's eyes as if he were watching a comedy. What a bunch of newbies panicking like that, so embarrassing. Where? Let me see how many. As soon as he finished speaking, a swarm of giant spiders rushed towards them at an astonishing speed. A panicked and terrified expression immediately appeared on his face. Damn it, this isn't what I'd call some spiders. What did you guys do? Did you bring the entire nest over? Li Yuha honestly confessed. After entering the cave, senior brother Shao said something about an excellent shooting angle, then blew the head off that big crazy spider with one shot. Suddenly, Zhou Hong's voice sounded, Sect Master, can this battle be handed over to me? A peculiar power emanated from his body. Zhou Hong approached Zhen Chongxiao. I've just reached the minor mastery stage of the Ling Sword God Art and want to test its effects. Besides, seeing Elda's senior sister's display of power last night made my hands itch. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Sword cultivator Zhou Hong, I request a battle. Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but smile. At this moment the number of spiders had increased significantly, and they stared at the group of people. The Spider King among the swarm opened its large mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Zhou Hong immediately activated his Ling Shen mode. The sky was torn apart by light, and immediately after, he swiftly passed through the spider swarm. In the blink of an eye, they had been smashed to smithereens. Witnessing this scene, Zhen Chongxiao and his group were so shocked their jaws dropped. Sword art, his gaze couldn't move away from Zhou Hong. This is only the minor mastery stage of the Ling Sword God art. How awesome would the major mastery stage be? It's the same sword art. But in terms of spirit, you're just that cheap piece of trash that costs 9.99 with free shipping. Just then the system dinged. Ding. Eliminated 500,500 poisonous spiders. The host has completed the quota for one type of fierce beast. Quest completion is at an epic 20. The host has obtained 200 contribution points. Zhen Chongxiao couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Zhou Hong is truly an elite weapon, he calculated carefully. Adding the 400 points from killing the spiders just now, I have 1,000 points with 25 to spare. Zhen Chongxiao immediately started to act spoiled. Come Qianqin, give me the luck of a goddess. However, she had vanished into thin air. Oh my pride, I've been too indulgent. Cold sweat continuously beaded on his forehead. It seems this sect master is going to die again. Zhen Chongxiao's eyes widened in extreme surprise, as if he had seen something unexpected. A smile touched the corners of his mouth mixed with excitement and admiration. Qianqin, you truly are a lucky goddess to have refreshed such a divine artifact again. Immediately after, Zhen Chongxiao announced loudly, Ironbone Sect, all members listen to my command. A light as sharp as a blade flashed in his eyes. We must deal with the peak martial master level beast. At the same time, a strange character had been watching Zhen Chongxiao all along. It was a tiger with an extremely fierce appearance. Just then, Zhen Chongxiao suddenly appeared from behind. As expected of a peak martial master level fierce beast, truly impressive. Seeing him, it immediately showed its displeasure, simultaneously letting out a piercing roar. The little tiger stomped its foot fiercely, creating immense friction. It charged madly towards Zhen Chongxiao. At this moment, Zhen Chongxiao clenched his palm, thinking to himself, this cat has quite a bad temper. A series of violent sounds suddenly erupted in the barren mountain range. The little tiger was seen sitting quietly to the side, its face swollen. Zhen Chongxiao let out a long sigh. It just had to be beaten until it bled to listen. He lightly dusted off his hands. Good. Now the conditions for using this divine artifact are met. A peak martial master level tiger, just thinking about it is impressive. Following that, Zhen Chongxiao took out a strange object. The system really has everything, even the treasures of the G family. He excitedly held the Pokeball. Let it be this sect master's first amazing beast. That was the first item ball. Its purpose was to be thrown at a fierce beast for capture. Direct capture. Advantages. The captured fierce beast will become a contract beast and can be summoned immediately after being thrown out. Disadvantages. Can only be used by the sect master and can only capture low-level fierce beasts. Price 100 contribution points. Immediately after, Zhen Chongxiao stepped back. I've decided it's you. He decisively and fiercely threw the ball at the little tiger, which was immediately sent flying backward. Zhen Chongxiao looked confused and muttered, System, isn't it supposed to flash 3 times and then the capture is successful? Why did it just fly out? Are you sure this isn't a shot put? The system explained, the target's martial level is too high for a basic item ball to capture. Hearing this, he put his hands together in a prayer. Brother Tiger, I'm truly sorry. May you be blessed not to encounter this sect master in your next life. Following that, Zhen Chongxiao raised a question. So brother system, can this item ball be automatically retrieved? It replied with dissatisfaction. Do you really think I'm Professor Oak? You threw it, you go find it. Hearing this, his face darkened. In these vast mountains, where am I supposed to find it? At the same time, the system dinged. Capture successful. Zhen Chongxiao was a bit bewildered by this sudden notification. How did it succeed again? Did the item ball hit some weakling? I can't just waste it like this. This item ball is a limited purchase. I can't just waste it. He immediately ran quickly into the deep mountains. System, it's all your fault for not explaining clearly. You must compensate me with one. Immediately after, the little tiger was tightly biting the ball, its eyes wide, a fierce light emanating from their depths. Only Zhen Chongxiao was seen crying non-stop. At the same time, Zhen Chongxiao kicked the beast away. His face was calm without a trace of hesitation. This is the last great ape in the vicinity. A sharp light flashed in Zhen Chongxiao's eyes, but it also happened to complete the mission requirement. The system immediately notified, killed Great Ape 1010. It sent a series of messages. Host has completed the Fierce Beast quota. Mission completion is at an epic level. Host has obtained 200 contribution points. Suddenly, Su Xiaomo appeared holding a black stone. Sect Master, I found this ore in the Great Ape's nest. Looks like a good thing. According to the system, it was 10 Jin 5 kilograms of obsidian. Zhen Chongxiao revealed a satisfied smile. Excellent. This way, the materials needed to forge the initial Great Overlord Spear are sufficient. As he spoke, he quickly rushed into the mountains alone. Zhen Chongxiao's figure flickered in and out of sight as a lion-like beast fled for its life. A notification came from the system. Hunted Swiftwind Wolf 12-1. At this moment, Zhen Chongxiao appeared with a sharp spear in hand. I didn't expect this Overlord Spear to be able to use spiritual energy attacks. Truly, a spear strike is like a dragon. He decisively threw it to Su Xiaomo. Xiaomo, take this Overlord Spear and lure a group of Swiftwind Wolves over. He ran into the cave without hesitation. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Xiao Zuiji on the side couldn't help but feel confused. Sect Master, wasn't it always me and Li Yuha who lured monsters before? Why is it Xiaomo this time? Zheng Chongxiao patiently explained, the swift-wind wolves are too fast. Only this guy with oily feet who can take the most beatings is qualified for the job. At this moment, Su Xiaomo's miserable cry came from the depths of the cave. He immediately ran out quickly. Inside, wolves appeared one by one, roaring non-stop. Zheng Chongxiao immediately pulled the trigger. Zuiji, it's our turn. Just then the system didn't forget to remind, a friendly reminder to the host, your baby, no, your contract beast is close at hand. Hearing this, he immediately looked around where. Sensing something unusual, Zheng Chongxiao immediately looked up and saw an animal flying by. He looked at it blankly and confirmed at the same time, this is my contract beast. Isn't this the Peppa Pig Zheng Chongxiao was looking at carefully? It pressed close to his face as if sniffing its master's scent. Remembering his dream, he instantly broke down. My dream of riding a wolf, riding a tiger, riding a dragon. Xiao Zuiji peeked his head out. Sect Master, where did the little pig come from? Is it your mount? Zheng Chongxiao had long been defeated by reality. Riding a pig, he was seen raising the muzzle of his gun and pulling the trigger at the same time. Zheng Chongxiao decisively aimed the gun at the pig. I'm sorry for my last shred of dignity. I must send you on your way. The system immediately spoke up. Please reconsider, host. Haven't you noticed that since Pepper appeared, it has been constantly persuading those swift-wind wolves who have been acting restless but dare not come forward? As the system said, they really didn't dare to come forward. Suddenly, the pig was startled. It sharply turned its head to look at the wolf pack and roared at the same time. Immediately after, they all fled. Zheng Chongxiao tilted his head in confusion. The swift-wind wolves were scared just by that sound. Aside from being a bit cute, I don't see anything special. Immediately after, the pig roared, and an astonishing amount of heat emanated from its entire body. Zheng Chongxiao and his group subconsciously covered their ears. Now his view of it had gradually changed. He didn't expect its roar to be so powerful. Zheng Chongxiao glanced at the scattered swift-wind wolves, and this phantom image of a pig seemed to have overwhelmed everything. Its body continuously emitted heat, the system explained. Although the beasts of the Starfall continent are divided into fierce, spirit, and saint, there is actually another kind. Few people know of it. It's like an encyclopedia called the Codex of Worldly Beasts. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. Did this sect master just hit the jackpot and get a secret rare from a blind box? The round, innocent-looking little pig floated in the air, and the system immediately chimed in with a taunt. You see, the phantom image emanating from the little pig is like an illusionary soul. Zheng Chongxiao's eyes kept flickering, a cornered smile on his face. As he held the creature, he said, all right, stop bragging, let me study this. He turned his head and looked into the deep cave. Darkness shrouded the place. No wonder it could survive in the depths of Death Valley. It was truly extraordinary. The little pig in Zheng Chongxiao's hand suddenly became alert, and then the system sent an ominous message, warning of a 10th-rank fierce beast's appearance. A foot with long claws slammed onto the ground, and a whirlwind suddenly surrounded the area. Zheng Chongxiao looked up in a daze. This aura had at least surpassed that of Alliance leader Qin of the Haoqi sect. Amidst a thick fog, a majestic giant wolf slowly approached. In the distance, Zuiji held a modern firearm tightly, his eyes shining with a resolute light. The swift-wind Wolf King. Zuiji pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a bullet immediately flew toward the wolf. However, as soon as the bullet got close, it was destroyed. Witnessing this shocking scene, Zheng Chongxiao and the others didn't have time to blink, and the system desperately issued a warning. Whirlwind armor. This swift-wind Wolf King has reached the martial sect realm. The sniper rifle cannot harm it. You must have killed a lot of wolves earlier, alarming the Wolf King. In the tense atmosphere, the Wolf King's target was only. The swift-wind Wolf King roared, revealing sharp and powerful teeth. The little pig began to convulse all over. It suddenly unleashed its latent power, opened its mouth wide, and let out a roar. Then, a world-shaking explosion shattered the tranquility. At this moment, the swift-wind Wolf King was already on alert. Zheng Chongxiao saw its movements and gave a contemptuous smile. This martial sect-level Wolf King has truly gained intelligence. It suddenly raised its head high, its fur beginning to tremble. Then, streaks of shining white arcs cut through the air, easily shattering the defense created by the little pig. Couldn't believe its eyes, the sight was too shocking. Seeing the little pig unconscious, he cursed angrily. Damn it, system, don't tell me this pig just died. The system immediately consoled him. Don't worry, it's just a cub and very weak. Its illusionary soul was shattered, so it just fell into a coma. His eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to hide his inner surprise. Zheng Chongxiao looked around. The Wolf King leader at that moment appeared from behind, simultaneously sending Zuiji flying. Seeing this, Zheng Chongxiao immediately rushed toward the swift-wind Wolf King. How dare you bully my spirit beast and hurt my people? It had already opened its massive jaws behind him, and Zheng Chongxiao's steps came to a halt. He only had time to shout, damn it, this beast actually knows how to use the wind for a sneak attack. Zheng Chongxiao was sent flying, crashing directly into the opposite wall. A moment later, the swift-wind Wolf King slowly approached, letting out an extremely piercing roar. Zheng Chongxiao began to cast a spell. The power gap is too large. I have to use the green dragon crescent blade. He suddenly stopped, his gaze shifting behind him. Lu Qianqin was rushing towards the swift-wind Wolf King at high speed. Zheng Chongxiao shouted in surprise. Qianqin, Lu Qianqin then raised an ice wall as a defense. Cracks suddenly appeared in the ice and they began to spread. Sensing the critical situation, he immediately ran forward. This won't work. Zhen Chongxiao instantly blocked Lu Qianqin, protecting her with his own body. When the Swift-Wind Wolf King swiped its claws to attack, Zhen Chongxiao indifferently blocked it with a cultivation manual scroll. He said coldly, "With the system's enhancement, the Sect Master's own cultivation is indeed tough enough to withstand a martial sect level attack without harm." After blocking the blow, Zhen Chongxiao coldly leaped back, dodging the impact from the exploding scroll. As soon as he stabilized himself, he immediately summoned another cultivation manual. The Swift-Wind Wolf King rolled up its sleeves to generate more power, but Zhen Chongxiao just smiled and said, "Looks like it's necessary to let you feel the power of knowledge." At his most confident moment, he was suddenly startled by something. At some point, Zhou Hong had appeared coldly, his steps firm. He angrily placed the cold wind sword on the ground and silently issued a challenge. "Sect Master, besides the Ling sword god art, you have yet to see my other sword moves." Fearing Zhen Chongxiao wouldn't understand, Zhou Hong explained, "This sword move is exceptionally powerful. It can even harm fellow disciples." While he was acting very serious over there, Zhen Chongxiao looked foolish, shouting loudly, "Oh hey!" At that moment, behind the Swift-Wind Wolf King, Zhou Hong was violently channeling his spiritual energy, unleashing the startling swan sword move. When it turned its head to look, the Swift-Wind Wolf King broke out in a cold sweat. Because it was terrified of death, the Swift-Wind Wolf King also channeled its spiritual energy to attack the enemy. The two clashed, and the sound of their spiritual energies colliding made the air unusually heavy. But Zhou Hong was not flustered at all. In fact, his grip on the sword tightened. The attack was incredibly powerful, directly piercing through the Swift-Wind Wolf King. It didn't have time to understand what was happening, only staring coldly at Zhou Hong. While the Swift-Wind Wolf King was still in a daze, its body had been split by a straight line. After the shock, the Swift-Wind Wolf King also vanished into nothingness. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao exclaimed excitedly, "I already rated Zhou Hong very highly. Was it still not enough?" At the same time, he gently raised a jade slip to his eyes, his tone even more excited. "To think it could even leave a sword mark on this jade slip." After getting what he wanted, Zhen Chongxiao excitedly announced, "System, I've been kicked out of the #1 spot in my own sect again." But his happiness didn't last long and he started crying like a child. Seeing this, the system consoled him pitifully. "Host, don't cry. Once we upgrade your sword cultivator aptitude, we can also make cool moves." Hearing these words, Zhen Chongxiao retorted sadly, "I'm not crying, I'm just giving Peppa a bath." The system couldn't bear to see the host crying and generously said, "Then I'll tell you something to cheer you up." Before Zhen Chongxiao could understand, a ding sounded and the system issued several notifications. "Congratulations to the host for killing a hidden fierce beast. Quest completion rate is 180. You have obtained 200 contribution points. Contribution points, phone." After hearing these notifications, he jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, "There's even a hidden attribute. So is there a hidden reward?" At the same time, the system continued to issue notifications. "Congratulations to the host for activating a hidden reward." Hearing these notifications, Zhen Chongxiao's face turned pale, and he asked blankly, "What's this?" Seeing his confused look, the system took out a talisman and then issued a notification, "Obtained seal opening talisman ×1. Upon hearing this, he showed a world-weary expression and said, "A seal opening talisman, huh? This seal is hard to come by. This sect master is the strongest in the Iron-Bone sect again." Just after saying that, Zhen Chongxiao added, "My luck is booming today. My contribution points are overflowing. I'll go on a crazy shopping spree today. I'll definitely get a divine artifact." As soon as his confident words fell, the system used its spiritual energy to upgrade the item. But his luck was truly awful. The exquisite book turned into a tattered spiderweb-covered one. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao fell silent, his eyes cold as he lamented, "Why is my luck so hard to describe?" The system ignored the host's world-weary expression and continued to issue its own notification, 9 layers of ice seal palm. Introduction, created by a certain martial emperor who was proficient in ice-type martial arts. Effect, with each layer comprehended, one can condense ice-type spiritual energy to freeze a target. Upon comprehending the ultimate 9th layer, one can freeze all things in heaven and earth. Advantages, suitable for ice-type martial artists. If one possesses a special ice-type constitution, the comprehension speed is extremely fast. Disadvantages, cannot be cultivated by non-ice-type martial artists. Price, 100 contribution points. Level, divine grade, mid-level. Seeing this notification, Zhen Chongxiao crossed his arms in surprise and said, "A divine grade mid-level martial art created by the Ice Emperor, this must be for Qianqin." But when he looked at the book in his hand, he said with disgust, "A high-level fire control fist technique would be more suitable for me." After complaining, Zhen Chongxiao looked up at Lu Qianqin, a thought rising in his mind. Her ice wall was shattered by the Swift-Wind Wolf King in one blow just now. I wonder if it will affect her confidence. He was planning how to help her, and this divine-grade martial art was just the thing to boost her strength. When Lu Qianqin walked towards him like a robot, making Zhen Chongxiao wonder in confusion, why is she coming over? Putting on a superior air, Lu Qianqin loudly commanded, "My ice wall was shattered in one hit. Ice-type martial arts are still not good enough. Give me the divine-grade technique." Seeing her attitude, Zhen Chongxiao was startled and let out a small cry in his heart. Although a bit surprised, he still took out the item. But before he could finish saying "here," Lu Qianqin, not wanting to listen, fiercely snatched the technique and turned to leave. Zheng Chongxiao couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He muttered to himself in a daze. What kind of development is this? Does she think I'm a divine-grade technique wholesaler, and my whole dramatic bestowal process was just completely ignored? Just then, Lu Qianqin's voice suddenly sounded. She had overheard someone nearby mention Qianqin divine-grade ice type. So I came to get it myself. Hearing this, Zheng Chongxiao showed a puzzled expression and responded in a heavy tone, a divine-grade technique and you show no reaction at all? You're being too cold. Hearing this response, she replied silently, since joining the sect, there have been countless divine techniques, pills and weapons. Lu Qianqin suddenly turned around, revealing a gentle smile, and her crisp voice rang out, we're all family, so I won't be polite. Not expecting to see such an expression from her, Zheng Chongxiao stared blankly. A few days later, that fierce beast was beaten into a daze. After dealing with the fierce beast, a system immediately appeared and issued a notification. Ding, the host has killed a hidden fierce beast. Quest completion rate is 180, and you have obtained 200 contribution points. Upon hearing these notifications, Zheng Chongxiao smiled and lamented, I've consecutively eliminated 4 top-grade fierce beasts, and the completion rate is only 18. Still no notification of quest completion. It seems the extermination quest definitely won't be completed without eliminating the fire dragon beast, but he didn't need an answer. He looked around and said indifferently, it's probably over there. At the same time in the distance a volcano was about to erupt. As Zheng Chongxiao stood there silently watching, a call suddenly came from behind. Sect Master, we have a few things we'd like to discuss with you. Hearing these words, he turned around in surprise and casually replied, oh. At that moment the volcano trembled gently, as if breathing softly in a deep natural sleep. Beside the fiery red slope a huge creature was curled up fast asleep. That was the fire dragon beast. The legendary spirit beast was sleeping soundly, its breath mingling with the waves of heat rising from the mountain's belly. Just then the sound of steady footsteps came from behind. A figure slowly appeared in the hazy heat, walking while saying in a low voice, the fire dragon beast is high 5th grade. That person then picked up the crystal core and, channeling spiritual energy, said, it seems using the great ape's core for a shield will be enough. The person who had just walked in was Zuiji. His eyes were full of excitement as he shouted loudly at the fire dragon beast. Zuiji's voice was so loud that it even woke the sleeping fire dragon beast. After being awakened, it roared in annoyance, its eyes seeming to say, who dares to disturb my afternoon nap? It couldn't be bothered with reason, and opened its mouth to directly spit out a crimson fireball as if wanting to burn the entire world. Immediately after, a world-shaking explosion sounded. Then, as if it had vented its anger, it exhaled a few puffs of hot air, its face showing a relaxed and even somewhat pleasant expression. As if it had just finished a sauna. He thought he was done for this time, but as soon as the smoke cleared, Zuji's voice was heard again. As expected of a high 5th grade, one move used up a quarter of the Iron Shield's energy. Although he was attacked, he showed no worry or fear, only calmly remarking, this makes it challenging. After sighing, Zuiji quickly rushed forward and launched a decisive attack. However, no matter how fast he moved, he couldn't touch the fire dragon beast. The thick defensive layer, like fossilized lava, blocked all attacks as they approached it. Seeing his attacks nullified, he frowned and lamented, the Sect Master was right, I can't break your defense. If I don't break it, I can't draw all of your attention. At the same time, Su Xiaomo and Li Fei suddenly appeared right after Zuiji finished speaking. So I brought the 2 most annoying guys in the sect to settle the score together. After speaking, the 3 of them rushed forward to attack together without hesitation. The fire dragon beast was ambushed from multiple sides and couldn't react in time, only roaring in pain. In a furious rage it wildly swung its tail, sweeping the rocks on the ground as if to crush everything. Suddenly a deafening explosion sounded. The fire dragon beast's originally solid hot steel-like defensive layer began to crack, revealing faint fissures, as if it were the first sign of a real crisis. Seeing this, Zuiji exclaimed with joy, after this blow the shield's energy is only down to a quarter. She affirmed with unparalleled confidence, moreover we will surely remember this hatred. Hearing Zuji's arrogant words, the fire dragon beast roared angrily, its breath heavy as if waves of heat were about to incinerate the entire space. Unable to bear it any longer, it roared and charged forward like a hurricane. Suddenly it lowered its head fiercely, ramming into the spot where they stood with all its might. Dust flew everywhere, and the ground seemed to be torn apart by the immense force. Amidst the spreading dust and smoke, Zuiji coughed violently. Cough, cough. While speaking confidently, I, Xiao Zuiji, have no other strengths. He single-handedly endured the attack, loudly proclaiming, the Sect Master fell into an abyss for my sake, forging this iron-boned body. Because the fire dragon beast's power was too immense, Zuji's feet sank deep into the ground. He called out weakly to his sect master and senior brothers, his eyes incomparably resolute, as if he were ready for sacrifice. Zuiji said decisively, I am willing to use this broken body. After speaking, he charged forward without hesitation, landing a fierce punch on the fire dragon beast's face, as if to let his actions speak for him. As if one blow wasn't enough, Zuiji shouted, I will endure the thunder and lightning for everyone. Saying this, he clenched his fists, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, seeing Zuiji's critical situation from a distance, the system sighed with pity. In just 3 moves, Zuiji was already heavily injured. Host, it hesitated for a long time before asking, can you still hold back from making a move? Although he desperately wanted to act because he already had a plan, Chongxiao could only grit his teeth and reply, this is our decision. He suddenly recalled a few hours ago, before the battle, when Zuiji had come to discuss a few things with him. Sect Master, this disciple has something to discuss with you. Before he could refuse, Zuiji continued, since entering Death Valley, although we have fought many battles, you, Sect Master, have basically handled the most dangerous ones, whether it was the shadow leopards, the goblins, or the few martial sect-level fierce beasts later on, he continued with a determined expression. The disciples know that the Sect Master is worried about us getting injured. But Changxiao was surprised by his words. No matter how well a fledgling eagle is protected, it still needs to face the sky alone to truly become full-fledged. Regardless of the surprise on Changxiao's face, Zuiji continued to voice his thoughts. So this fire dragon beast, we want to try fighting it ourselves. I hope that unless it's absolutely necessary, the Sect Master will not intervene. After some thought, Changxiao softly agreed. Alright, back in the present, Zuiji was using all his strength trying to attack the fire dragon beast. The rocks around him shattered into pieces, swept up by the fierce airflow emanating from his body. Zuiji's power erupted as he clenched his fists, fiercely grabbing the fire dragon beast's head and slamming it to the ground, creating a deafeningly loud noise. However, although the fire dragon beast was knocked down, it refused to show weakness. It immediately opened its mouth, its spiritual energy surging, preparing to counterattack by spewing flames. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed by. Demonic power condensed into a dark stream in his palm, raised and ready to block for Zuiji. Yi Xingqian had appeared. He stood before him, his eyes resolute, his entire body radiating a majestic aura. He let out a low roar and unleashed his move, shifting heaven and earth. Just at that moment, the fire dragon beast spewed out ferocious flames. Fortunately, all the attacks were blocked by Yi Xingqian, forming a dazzling barrier between the flames and the destructive aura. However, because the fire dragon's power was too immense, Yi Xingqian spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring inwardly, "At my current realm, I still can't completely redirect the fire dragon beast's attack. Just 30% of the attack is enough to seriously injure me." While he was still thinking, the fire dragon beast was already preparing to launch a new attack. It opened its massive mouth and a stream of magma immediately surged from deep underground, breaking through the surface. Following that, it quickly charged towards Zuiji's group. Seeing this, Zuiji stood in front of everyone without hesitation and said, "Let me handle this." Witnessing his action, Yi Xingqian was incredibly surprised, exclaiming in his heart, "Zuiji just blocked a full power strike from the fire dragon beast, yet he can still stand in front of me." Zuiji immediately rushed forward, shielding the group, unhesitatingly taking all the attacks. The scorching magma surged forward, emitting astonishing heat, but he still didn't retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Qingyang quietly leapt into the air, the long sword in his hand emitting a faint green light. He raised his sword and roared like thunder. I slash! An extremely powerful sword chi erupted, carrying astonishing might as it slashed directly at the fire dragon beast's body. The moment the sword touched its outer skin, a chilling cracking sound was heard. The fire dragon beast's entire body suddenly trembled violently, and cracks spread across it like a spiderweb. A dazzling golden light burst from within, spilling out through the cracks as if something was desperately trying to break free. Upon seeing this, Qingyang frowned tightly and said, "As expected." The fire dragon beast was now completely enraged, its entire body burning with flames, forcing Qingyang to jump away to dodge. Seeing this, he said with satisfaction, "This fire dragon beast has finally entered its berserk state." He then took out a communication spirit stone and called out, "Senior sister." Zuiji also took out his communication spirit stone. Yi Xingqian, revealing a satisfied smile, said, "It's your turn to act." Even Li Fei sighed. Under our guidance. Hearing her companion's call, Qianqin appeared and coldly recited her incantation. 9 layers of ice seal palm. As soon as Qianqin's voice fell, countless huge blocks of ice suddenly descended from the sky, surrounding the fire dragon beast like lightning. Before it could resist, a bone-chilling cold had spread throughout its body, and a layer of ice began to form rapidly. The fire dragon beast only had time to let out a miserable howl, its voice echoing through the heavens and earth as if it wanted to tear the sky apart. A few minutes ago, despite the system's complaints, Changxiao remained confident in his plan. He said, "After the fire dragon beast becomes enraged, its body will erupt with flames, and its temperature will rise several times over." He continued to recount his plan. "Now add the ice seal," a supremely confident smile on his face. Changxiao then said, "This extreme heat and extreme cold are enough to seriously injure the fire dragon beast. Feel the power of 9 years of compulsory physics education." Back in the present, a few pieces of ice shattered and scattered. Just then, the fire dragon beast had been completely frozen, its body lying stiffly in the cold ice layer. However, fine cracks began to appear on the ice, spreading like a spiderweb. The powerful spiritual energy rebound affected the caster. Qianqin's body trembled slightly, her face a little pale, and her spiritual energy fluctuated. Seeing this, Qianqin frowned slightly and said, "I can only freeze the fire dragon beast for 5 breaths at most." She suddenly called out, "Zhou Hong." Zhou Hong immediately appeared upon hearing his name. Qianqin, unconcerned, asked coldly, "How much longer do you need to charge up this move?" He didn't answer immediately, only coldly reciting the sword art's incantation. Zhou Hong slowly opened his eyes and continued to recite the Annihilation incantation. As soon as his voice fell, a black light immediately enveloped the blade of Zhou Hong's sword. The cold light seemed to come from the abyss as the sword chi moved at extreme speed, tearing through the air and heading straight for its target. Before it could understand what was happening, Zhou Hong had already swung his sword and slashed at the huge block of ice with one decisive blow. He split the ice layer in two, aiming straight for the fire dragon beast trapped inside. The frozen fire dragon beast only had time to widen its eyes in terror, its gaze freezing in an instant as it stared at the descending sword chi. The moment the ice shattered, the fire dragon beast's body was also completely frozen, unable to move. The flames that once burned on its body had been extinguished at some unknown time. After the move was completed, Zhou Hong landed lightly on the ground, his longsword still in hand, emitting a faint cold aura. After regaining his composure, he sighed with difficulty. At my current cultivation level, using this move is still too much of a strain, but he didn't have time to be happy. A scene left Zhou Hong incomparably surprised. After waking up, the fire dragon beast was even more furious than before, making Zhou Hong shout in surprise. All their strategies and trump cards had been used, but the difference in strength was still too great. But Qianqin had no intention of giving up and retorted, "Not necessarily." She reached out and used her spiritual energy to check, then said, "I can feel that this fire dragon beast is already at the end of its rope." She created a giant ice hand, preparing to grab the fire dragon beast. Before it could dodge, it was quickly seized. Seeing this, Qianqin frowned slightly and said, "Although freezing a high-grade 5th-rank fierce beast consumed a lot of power, I can still hold on." Qingyang, Xiaomei, and Li Fei are all capable of fighting another round. Victory in this battle is within our grasp. Although imprisoned, the fire dragon beast still angrily opened its mouth to attack everyone. Suddenly, the rocks in the cave began to boil naturally, and a pair of horns also gradually emerged from below. Upon seeing this, Qingyang observed carefully, and then called out a reminder. Its aura was concealed by the rocks. I didn't even notice. Many small fire dragon beasts emerged from the magma, causing him to say blankly, "There are so many small fire dragon beasts in this volcano." As soon as they appeared, they let out threatening roars, panicking everyone. There were over 50 of them, with several high-level ones, all in a state of rage. A small fire dragon beast opened its mouth and roared fiercely. But before it could finish its cry, it was sent flying by a punch from Changxiao for being too noisy. He appeared coldly, then spoke in praise. "To be able to beat a high-grade 5th-rank fierce beast to the point of calling for backup, your performance was truly perfect. You are worthy of being disciples of my Ironbone sect." Afterwards, Changxiao played the chin while lamenting. "I was too protective of you all before, not caring about your growth. In the future, I can let you all display your talents freely." He spoke with extreme flair. "But there is one point I must emphasize." At the same time, Changxiao had already sent the group of small fire dragon beasts scattering. Simultaneously, he revealed a wicked smile and spoke words of a true gentleman. "I will always be your strongest backer. To dare to harm a disciple of my Ironbone sect." Hearing this, the fire dragon beast was scared out of its wits. Before it could struggle, it was sent to the afterlife, its body parts hacked into pieces. Changxiao, while skillfully wielding his sword, said, "You can be buried here with your fire dragon army." Changxiao continued to swing his sword, saying, "You scared my cute disciples." Seeing this, Sushamo praised, "Sect Master is so domineering, the serpent spear is so majestic." Just after he finished dealing with the group of fire dragon beasts, Sushamo continued to praise effusively. Solving over 50 fire dragon beasts with just a few slashes, the sect master's strength is unfathomable. Before he could show off for long, Changxiao stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing this, he panicked and called out to the sect master. Covered in sweat, he complained with difficulty, "Forcibly wielding that hard-to-master Dao weapon, it really is the same old method." Seeing Changxiao so weak, everyone had no choice but to wait for him to rest. 30 minutes later, just after Changxiao had recovered, the system appeared with a notification. All Fierce Beast Assassination missions have been completed, meeting the criteria. Epic Quest 2 is complete, with a 200 completion rate. The host has obtained 1,000 contribution points. Hearing this notification, he laughed proudly. "The mission is complete, and the bottleneck in my realm has been broken." Not only that, the system continued to notify. The host has overcompleted the epic quest, obtaining 1 mid-grade Pokeball, 1 high-grade strength-enhancing talisman, 1 supreme-grade aptitude transformation liquid, 1 ice bracelet, 1 seal-opening talisman, and 10,000 experience points. After the notification ended, Changxiao sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After a while, the system sounded with a congratulatory notification. "Congratulations to the host for breaking through to 4th-rank Martial Master." Hearing these words, Changxiao smiled with unparalleled confidence. As expected, overcompleting the epic quest yields such rich experience. He then suddenly called out, "Qianqin, come here for a moment." Changxiao suddenly took out a bracelet and handed it to her. Before Qianqin could say anything, Changxiao spoke first. "This ice bracelet is an ice-type treasure. When worn by an ice-type martial artist, it can increase the concentration of ice-type energy by 20. Hearing these words, Qianqin's face turned red with shyness. Just then, Qingyang and his group also appeared, shouting in unison. The scene of Changxiao handing the bracelet to Qianqin was like a male lead in a romance drama proposing to his fated female lead. Suddenly, Qianqin blushed and stammered, "This thing is beneficial to me, so I'll accept it." In a corner not far away, Sushamo cupped his chin and said with a knowing expression, "We call her senior sister now, but we might be calling her sect master's wife in the future." Hearing this, Qingyang lamented, "Senior sister, I didn't say anything." but unfortunately they had already been discovered by Qianqin, so she froze them all while she, blushing, shouted, "You're snickering," after a while. The wind began to blow. Qingying followed Changxiao to take notes. He loudly commanded, "Hi, organize the spoils from this trip." Hearing this, Qingying immediately jotted it down and replied, 1 high-grade 5th-rank crystal core, 4 supreme-grade crystal cores, over 30 mid-grade 5th-rank crystal cores, 500 jin of fire dragon stone and 600 jin of fire dragon bone. Sect Master, we also found a special item. He carried an egg to Changxiao and said, "A fire dragon egg. Because it's alive, it can't be put into the spatial ring, so we can only bring it back." Hearing these words, Changxiao teased, "Qingying, you've worked hard managing so many things since we entered Death Valley. This bottle of transformation liquid is your reward." Qingying retorted unconvinced, "But I already have a high-grade spiritual root, and besides, Zhou Hong and Zui Ji contributed more in this battle." Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Then let's raise your spiritual root by another grade. I've already made arrangements for everyone else." Then, before Qingying could say anything, Changxiao shouted loudly, "Zui Ji, let's share it together." After speaking, everyone drank the water he gave them. After drinking, everyone's spiritual energy grew wildly. Witnessing this magical scene, Yi Xingqian was surprised and thought to himself, "This spiritual energy fluctuation, 3 supreme-grade spiritual roots appeared at once." A few minutes later, the system sounded with a congratulatory notification. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to 5th-rank Martial Master. Hearing this notification, Changxiao revealed an extremely wicked smile and lamented, 5th-rank Martial Master, my strength must have reached over 80,000 jin. At the same time, Zui Ji clenched his hands, feeling the changes in his body. He said with immense joy, "I've reached supreme-grade spiritual root again. This is great, I can definitely go further." The only one who didn't try it was Yi Xingqian. He stared blankly at the people before him, resentment rising in his heart. Breaking through realms and upgrading spiritual roots one after another, isn't this too childish? Even the serious injuries caused by the fire dragon beast were healed by a few minor healing pills. I'm clearly the one cultivating a super divine grade technique. A few hours later, the sky had turned to night from the bushes. Changxiao said unhappily, "Although the mission is complete, but to be able to ride my pig with peace of mind, there's something I still can't figure out." As soon as he heard this, the system replied, "Then I can only say the host is possessed by the god of luck. Among the low-level fierce beasts in this valley, you will encounter an extremely rare lightning-type purple tiger cub." Looking at the tiger strolling nearby, Changxiao couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, "This thing is over 2 meters tall and it's a cub. If it grows up, won't it be 8 or 9 meters tall?" But he still stood up, preparing to catch it, constantly hypnotizing himself. A bit fat is a bit fat, but it's good as long as it can bring some style back to the sect. After making up his mind, he directly threw out the beast capture ball. His voice was so loud it startled the tiger. "I've decided it's you." But before he could catch it, the cub ran away quickly. Seeing this, Changxiao swiftly gave chase. He didn't forget to shout, "Don't run!" Changxiao was focused on chasing the tiger, unaware that danger was quietly approaching. On a rock, a huge eye was watching him. In the forest, a squirrel was gathering pine cones for food. Suddenly, a strong wind appeared, blowing away the pine cone in the squirrel's hands, leaving it stunned. The purple tiger glanced unhappily at the smirking Changxiao beside it. He announced, "You are mine." Changxiao smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry, your master is very gentle." After speaking, he slapped the purple tiger, leaving it dumbfounded with wide eyes. The purple tiger was so stunned it couldn't speak, its eyes slightly moist. As Changxiao jumped to the ground, he held a glowing ball with an exquisite pattern in his hand. He smiled and said, "The tiger ran right to where I was aiming." Changxiao happily struck a pose when a stone man appeared behind him, continuously shouting, "Human, human, human." The stone man continued to shout, "Human." Changxiao turned his head in confusion. "What's that sound?" Changxiao frowned, his sharp gaze looking down. He squatted down with a speechless expression, looking at the round stone in front of him and praised, "Little cutie, are you a mini version of the little servant stone beast?" In the center of the round stone was a deep black hole with a yellow dot in the middle, still muttering, "Human, human." The yellow dot glowed faintly, and the stone's voice trembled, "Kill human." Changxiao's face changed drastically after hearing the warning from the system. "Warning, the host is in extreme danger." Warning, the host is in extreme danger. Before the system could finish its warning, a force was already unleashed in front of him. Changxiao was still sitting there blankly listening to the system's reminder. A high-grade 6th-rank fierce beast. The small stones flew up, combining to form a huge foot. Changxiao couldn't believe it, his eyes wide as he looked up. As the little servant stone beast evolved in front of Changxiao was a huge towering stone man. He asked himself, "The little servant stone beast has turned into a stone man." The monster still kept saying, "Kill, kill." Its long arm slammed violently onto the ground, cracking the dry stones into countless fissures. Changxiao summoned his longsword, and a golden light flashed across the monster's body. He used the 9 forms of overlapping wave sword art across its body. However, the stones on the monster were completely unharmed. Changxiao looked back, unable to believe his eyes. He heard the system report, "Stone-type fierce beasts are extremely rare and have incredibly strong defenses. The initial grade cold wind sword can hardly damage it." The monster watched Changxiao jump onto its long arm, and as he jumped, he said, "This huge guy is more than just 1 level stronger than the fire dragon beast. It's not something I can deal with right now." Zhen Changxiao flew past the giant monster's eyes. Zhen Changxiao darted between the monster's small arm and its eyes, thinking in confusion, can this monster's eyes rotate to see its entire body? Zhen Changxiao glanced over and executed the ghostly track steps. He smiled slyly. I can't fight anymore. Zhen Changxiao's eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. In front of him was a towering, protruding rock. Zhen Changxiao forcefully struck the tall rock. Behind his panicked expression was the monster's wide-open dark mouth. It smashed the place where Zhen Changxiao had just been standing with its long arm. He quickly landed on the ground and said, luckily its speed isn't fast enough. I can still slip away. A purple light snaked through the air. Zhen Changxiao stood below looking up at the monster and shouted, what the hell am I supposed to dodge? His expression was speechless as he closed his eyes and listened to the system's report. A limited-time mission has been activated. Zhen Changxiao looked at the monster above him with a grim face. The system announced, please survive for 5 hours in the sealed valley. Zhen Changxiao leapt off the ground, and the system announced the mission time. He flew a few circles around the monster, then landed on the ground helplessly. The system continued, survive in the valley for 5 hours. The system displayed the time, 5 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. The monster stomped its huge foot on the spot where Zhen Changxiao had been standing. He quickly moved elsewhere and said, system, isn't 5 hours a bit much? Although this guy's speed isn't fast, I still have to use ghostly track steps to dodge. Zhen Changxiao forcefully stomped on the ground, forming 2 currents of force beneath his feet. He said seriously, other things are used to block the stone wall. The monster once again swept its long arm at Zhen Changxiao, forcing him to fly high to dodge the blow. Although I can make it appear anywhere, I also have to use all my strength to execute ghostly track steps to ensure my safety. Zhen Changxiao looked at the monster and sighed, with this level of consumption, if I can last 2 hours, I'd be a man among men. Zhen Changxiao flew up surrounded by mountains of rocks and said that running away was useless. He grinned, saying slyly, then I'll fight hard with hard and wait for the mission to end. A huge sharp blade appeared and Zhen Changxiao wielded it, slashing across the monster's body. The move, slaying Hua Shang while the wine is still warm. A clear crack was visible from his slash. Zhen Changxiao jumped onto the monster's arm holding the blade while smiling slyly, finally broke through the defense. Zhen Changxiao held the blade with both hands above his head, half squinting his eyes as he threatened the monster. Next up is just chopping vegetables, take this from me, he shouted angrily. Slaying Yan Liang, the blade passed through rows of stones and plunged directly into the ground. Zhen Changxiao swung the blade forcefully, shattering the stones on the ground, his face grim. Although you have a weight of 60,000 jin with the power of the talisman, I also have a strength of 40,000 jin. I'll gather my strength for a counter-kill. Zhen Changxiao smiled as he watched the shattered stone fragments fly up, gathered at one point, reaching the extreme. As soon as his voice fell, the system kindly reminded the host that the maximum limit of the strength-enhancing talisman is 30,000 jin. Before the system could finish its reminder, the monster had already appeared behind Zhen Changxiao. He stared blankly, still holding the blade, and asked himself, in that case, is my combat power only half of what I thought? His eyes suddenly shone like stars. He turned with the blade and cut another powerful gash on the monster's body. Although the force was strong, it only left a small crack on it. Zhen Changxiao was completely stunned, standing before the monster, an expression of disbelief on his face. And with the green dragon crescent blade, my speed hasn't slowed down. System, did I just expose my only advantage? His expression unchanging, Zhen Changxiao swiftly dodged the monster's attack with his blade. After seeing the system's report, he showed a displeased expression. The system once again kindly reminded the host, you still have the special effect. Integrate your will into the blade and communicate with the soul of the martial sage within. Zhen Changxiao ran forward as fast as the wind. Suddenly another universe appeared before him. A powerful force enveloped the giant monster's head, causing the stones to gradually shatter. The monster's head was shrouded in dust and sand. Suddenly it opened its huge inner eye, staring straight at the figure of Zhen Changxiao running ahead. From somewhere a blue eye opened and said, it is I. A giant blue figure appeared, just like Zhen Changxiao's posture. Marquis of Hanshu Pavilion, Guan Yuncheng. Zhen Changxiao dragged his blade across the ground, forming a circle of white dust. His entire body was black, with only his eyes shining brightly. Surrounded by a powerful aura, Zhen Changxiao was disdainful. Where did this vermin come from? Zhen Changxiao's entire body seemed to be enveloped in power as he said seriously, how dare you act so presumptuously before me? The monster half faced him, the power continuing to envelop its head. In an instant its head turned into a hard stone wall. The stones like long ribbons surrounded Zhen Changxiao. He still stood tall, gripping his long blade tightly, and shouted, disperse. Zhen Changxiao looked at the monster with contempt. This kind of junior is all show and no substance. Zhen Changxiao frowned as he observed, where is this? He looked at the post-battle ruin-like scene before him. This is the conceptual space of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. A voice suddenly came from behind. I didn't expect to meet a descendant of the Han Dynasty in this other world. Hearing this, Zhen Changxiao turned his head slightly and admitted, the Han Dynasty. I am indeed of the Han ethnicity. He was startled when he saw the stone statue behind him. Zhen Changxiao hurriedly clasped his hands in a salute and said respectfully, I am Zhen Changxiao, paying my respects to Second Master Guan. The stone statue's eyes lit up and it chided, how could a descendant of mine be so weak? His eyes gradually turned black. All the more reason for me to protect you well. white lines immediately appeared on Zhen Chongxiao's face. He was dressed in a mysterious green long robe holding a long spear, his posture majestic and upright. Zhen Chongxiao plunged the lower end of the spear into the ground. He calmly raised his head as if ready for battle. He fiercely swung the spear, generating a force that spread throughout the surrounding space. Dust was blown off the ground. A small soul of Zhen Chongxiao praised, "Second Master Guan is mighty, one slash to destroy the enemy." But he was extremely vigilant. "The methods of these vermin actually require me, Second Master Guan, to use a full power slash." The small Zhen Chongxiao's eyes widened. This is the dust was gradually being controlled, moving in one direction. It recondensed into a huge stone with 2 black eyes and a yellow pupil in the middle. One hand-like appendage was surrounded by a faint purple light. From that spot a cold sharp spike grew out. Zhen Chongxiao issued a challenge. "Second Master Guan, this is a stone wall type, all made of stone. Can you defeat it?" The stone ignored him and attacked directly. Zhen Chongxiao stood firm on one foot, blocking the blow with just one hand. The hand holding the spear took on the shape of a dragon with its mouth open. The blade part also changed, and his entire body and weapon were entwined by a green dragon. Zhen Chongxiao gave a loud command and the stone's eyes widened in surprise. The green dragon charged forward, striking it directly in the head. The entire body of the stone was split from the bottom up. Zhen Chongxiao jumped up, picked up a stone and slammed it fiercely onto the ground. It was one of the stone's eyes, and it could only tremble and let out a few cries of "human." So scary. Behind him was a large area of shattered stones. Zhen Chongxiao ordered retract. The blue aura surrounding his body immediately disappeared. Only then did Su Xiaomo hurriedly run over, praising happily. "Sect Master, you even took care of such a huge fierce beast," he complained. "It's all because your combat power is too strong, we couldn't get close." Su Xiaomo's expression immediately froze, and he looked at the person next to him. "Huh?" He saw Zhen Chongxiao foaming at the mouth and shouted, "Senior brothers, senior sister, come quick, there's something in the Sect Master's mouth." Li Fei looked curiously at Zhen Chongxiao standing majestically, leaning on his spear. "Senior brother, what is the Sect Master doing standing there?" Su Xiaomo replied, "Savoring the victory from just now." At dusk the other two left, eating meat happily, while Zhen Chongxiao still stood there at night. When everyone had set up their tents to sleep, he still hadn't moved. After everyone had fallen asleep, Zhen Chongxiao's body finally fell with a thud. He finally woke up. "The special effect of the green dragon crescent blade is a bit hard to resist. I didn't expect it to make my muscles stiff for over 2 hours," a voice responded. "Crossing 2 worlds, the host's current realm is definitely a tragedy." Zhen Chongxiao glanced at the few quiet tents behind him. "This bunch of guys is so filial, they all fell asleep, no one cares about me." He looked at the object in his hand with interest. "But I got a stone-type crystal core, so I guess it's a gain. Stone-type is as rare as lightning-type. In no time I can rebuild and upgrade the sect." Chongxiao raised both hands. Stone-type, ice-type, and lightning-type can all be upgraded, providing a counter to enemies. I didn't expect him to be able to slaughter a peak martial sect-level stone beast. His spirit still hadn't fallen asleep and he appeared from nowhere. He looked at the long spear Chongxiao used in the battle. "This weapon's quality must have reached supreme grade. As expected, my sect master is very talented." He was full of energy and found it very interesting. If the sect master were to take out a lightning-type crystal core, perhaps I would even suspect that he is the reincarnation of a martial emperor. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and in front of him was a purple tiger. This is a lightning-type purple lightning tiger cub." Chongxiao was also very happy. "You are my biggest gain in this battle." He reached out his hand to touch its nose, but before he could, a small bolt of lightning shot out. An explosion suddenly occurred where the two were, and a few wisps of vertical lightning lingered around Chongxiao. He pointed at the tiger and praised, "Very good, very spirited." Yi Xingqian looked at the person and tiger entangled together and thought, "Is this the fierce beast he just contracted? When did he contract such a good beast?" A tiger was licking Chongxiao's face. "But seeing them so happy reminds me of you, my little one." Yi Xingqian thought of that azure-feathered jade carving parrot. "Are you well?" He and it had fought many times. "Back then on a small hill in Qingyuan I fought you for 3 days and 3 nights before I defeated you." Both his and the parrot's eyes were bloodshot from exhaustion, and then they stayed up for another 49 days before forcing you to agree to a contract. After that, you accompanied me from Martial Saint to Martial Emperor, Saint Beast Azure Feathered Jade Carving, the supreme title of the Knight Emperor. They had fought side by side. Yi Xingqian recalled, "Since my body dissipated after death, I could no longer contact the Azure Feathered Jade Carving." He clenched his fist full of determination. "Little one, as a saint beast of the avian race, even after 1,000 years you must still be alive. Wait for me." Yi Xingqian reminded himself, "My soul has not perished. The contract mark is still there. As long as my realm improves, I will definitely be able to contact the Azure Feathered Jade Carving." He placed his hands on his hips. "Yi Xingqian's contract beast me, wait for me." Yi Xingqian then stretched out his fingers and calculated. After drinking a few bottles of aptitude transformation liquid, I am now a high-grade spiritual root, which is enough to cultivate to a martial saint. A bottle of yellow potion appeared from nowhere beside him, given by Chongxiao. And the tiger opened its mouth wide again, holding his head, looking very friendly. Yi Xingqian fought the fire dragon beast. "You also desperately protected yourself from harm. This is a high-grade aptitude transformation liquid as a reward for you." Yi Xingqian showed great interest. Am I asking for it? Could it be that I am a person of high rank and power and my luck is getting better and better? Su Xiaomo stuck his head out of the tent for some reason. The sect master is also working hard to attract the fire dragon beast. Chang Xiao smiled and threw him a bottle. Not bad, here you go. Seeing this, Yi Xingqian comforted himself. Sect master, the person of high rank and power must be the sect master. Tonight the moon is full, and Chang Xiao looked at the notification panel in front of him. He was too excited just now. He put his hands on his hips and poked dejectedly. Why is the supreme grade aptitude transformation liquid still unlimited purchase? The limit is 3 bottles a year, the system explained, in order to prevent the host from creating too many supreme grade disciples and disrupting the balance of the Starfall continent. The high-grade aptitude transformation liquid is already too disruptive to the order, so it must be limited, Chang Xiao complained with some confusion. Giving me a system, isn't it meant to break the balance of another world? A golden light appeared, gathering and absorbing spiritual energy. This is a virtuous cycle. If too many supreme-grade spiritual roots appear, it will only intensify the competition for resources. Chang Xiao watched it gradually dim, and if Cheng Qingwang didn't accept, the spiritual energy of this world might dissipate and disappear. He covered his face in thought. In that case, I still have some contribution points left. I should spend them, Chang Xiao demanded with a sharp gaze. System, refresh the purchase system for me. He clicked the confirm button on the system panel. Even if it shows up today, I will refresh all the heaven-defying items, otherwise I can't make up for the regret of my entire sect's aptitude transformation plan. Chang Xiao was sweating, covering his eyes with his hand, and the system prompted that the refresh had consumed 500 contribution points. He spread 2 fingers, looked through the gap, and said, System, I dare not look, see if I've refreshed any divine grade items. The system's next words made Chang Xiao's face turn pale. Congratulations, host. Please maintain your performance, even 1 high-grade item is fine. But after hearing the system's continued prompt, he regained his composure. Congratulations to the host for completing the spending spree mission, obtaining 100 achievement points, and the title Little Prince of Spending Sprees. Chang Xiao looked at the tag floating above his head and asked, Does the title have any extra attributes? The system opened Chang Xiao's attribute panel for him, and it could be seen that the title had added 1 point to his luck value. In addition, the sect level was upgraded to level 3, activating the host's luck value detection function. After refreshing the purchase, more good things will appear. Chang Xiao questioned angrily. After adding 1 point, the luck value is only 1. Have I been in a state of luck running away all this time? Seeing the host complaining, the system could only encourage him. So the host has no luck value, yet you can still refresh and get a sniper rifle and a green dragon crescent blade. You must have saved the galaxy in a past life. But perhaps because of the lack of luck this life, the host's head was blown up in the middle of the night, meaning he has extremely bad luck. Chang Xiao only heard the sarcastic tone in the system's words. He tried hard to convince himself not to be put in a bad mood by this system. This beautiful world, there will be some good luck sooner or later after that. Chang Xiao looked up at the night sky and cursed the system under his breath. System, I thank your whole family. The next day, under the starry sky, a group of people moved non-stop. After a period of moving, they finally arrived at the entrance of Death Valley, chatting with each other as they walked. Someone asked, Have you caught any valuable fierce beasts recently? One person replied, For some reason these past 2 days I've gone 100 miles deep into the valley, but haven't seen any mid-level fierce beasts. A young man complained, Even if we catch a treasure, 7/10 of it will be snatched by the Black Eagle Hall. The young man he was talking to also expressed sympathy and then remembered something. Life is not easy. By the way, the Ironbone sect has been in the valley for over a week and haven't come out yet. Could they have all died in Death Valley? As soon as he finished speaking, a roar came from behind, scaring everyone out of their wits. The young man who had just mentioned the Ironbone sect turned pale with fright. This tiger's roar, could it be some high-level fierce beast is about to charge out of Death Valley? A fierce beast with purple fur and lightning flashing all over its body appeared before them. Chang Xiao was lying comfortably on its back, and next to him was a much smaller pig. Everyone exclaimed, This is a lightning-type purple lightning tiger cub. The young men were dumbfounded, especially when they recognized the identity of the person on the fierce beast's back. The sect master of the Ironbone sect. Chang Xiao sighed and smiled. It's a pity the system doesn't have a coolness value, otherwise this move would definitely get a 666. After that he waved his hand and signaled for everyone to follow behind him. Disciples, let's go home. The young men from before stared at Chang Xiao's disciples and whispered to each other. This Ironbone sect, did everyone return safely? And look at the things they're wearing, they're all materials from high-level fierce beasts. Lightning-type fierce beasts are known on the Starfall continent for their violent tempers. I didn't expect Sect Master Jun to be able to subdue one. From surprise to admiration, the young men's attitude changed. Is this Ironbone sect so strong? I want to join them. Suddenly a voice sounded. The Ironbone sect, a person far from the crowd shouted. It seems you've had a fruitful harvest in Death Valley. It's about time you show some respect to us who guard the peace here. Behind him were black shadows hidden among the leaves, and everyone's eyes shone with a strange light. The Black Eagle Hall is conducting business. All irrelevant personnel leave quickly. The young men panicked. The Ironbone sect is too ostentatious. They really attracted the Black Eagle Hall. Everyone run quickly. Run! Chang Xiao jumped off the fierce beast back and landed next to his disciple Qingyang. He asked Qingyang about the newcomers, Black Eagle Hall. What's their background? Qingyang replied. Sect Master, this is an evil sect next to Wying County. Their strength is decent, just a 7th-rate sect. The leader heard this and sneered. Their strength is just decent, your iron-boned sect is just a small 8th-rate sect. You have quite a big mouth, don't you? His accomplices also came out from the bushes, all with ferocious faces. The leader threatened. Over 60 martial apprentices were dealing with a group of defeated soldiers who just came out of Death Valley. I advise you to leave all the crystal cores and that lightning tiger. He continued speaking. But when he saw the calm attitude of Chang Xiao and his disciples, he could no longer maintain his initial expression. This Vice Hall Master is in a good mood, I can spare your lives. Chang Xiao stroked his chin. Wying County, I didn't expect another alliance with an evil sect. This is a bit more open than the 100 Sects alliance. Bad things should be done openly. Yi Xingchen said to Su Xiaomo, who's going first? Su Xiaomo replied, you guess. It seemed these two were going to play rock, paper, scissors to decide the order of appearance. The veins on the Black Eagle Hall leader's forehead bulged. He roared through gritted teeth. I am a peak martial master, how dare you look down on me, kill them for me. Hearing the order, the group of ferocious men immediately rushed forward. The leader pounced on Chang Xiao, but a hand had already grabbed his wrist, preventing him from striking. Chang Xiao, with just one hand, could also slam the leader to the ground. He turned his head and smiled at his disciple. Qingyang, what do you think about us opening a branch in the evil sect's territory? Being involved in both the righteous and evil paths, Qingyang could only smile bitterly. Sect Master, your style of doing things sometimes really fits their tune. His accomplices were scared out of their wits. Chang Xiao squinted his eyes and smiled. Give the disciples an order. Yi Xingchen, you make a move. I see you seem to have won rock, paper, scissors, just upgraded to supreme grade and just want to warm up. It's too perfect, too perfect. Yi Xingchen drew his sword. Just these small fries, it's not even a warm-up. He took an attack stance and said confidently, just one sword. One person was struck in the cheek by the sword, another's head was swollen from the hit, and one by one they were sent flying by Yi Xingchen's sword. He slowly walked through the crowd. In the end, all the enemies were lying on the ground. Chang Xiao pointed at the enemies and urged his disciples, what are you standing around for? Don't you see so much equipment dropped? Hurry up and collect it. So the disciples ran forward and stripped them of their clothes and personal belongings. Chang Xiao held a stack of brand new banknotes in his hand, waved them and then clicked his tongue in disappointment. So poor, only a little over 30,000 taels of silver and some low-grade medicinal herbs, but it's fine, if they weren't poor I wouldn't rob them. He then proudly shook a string of things but unexpectedly found over 60 small spatial rings. In other words, all the spatial rings in my sect were obtained from the people we robbed. After that, Chang Xiao jumped onto the back of the purple lightning tiger cub again, leaving his back to the enemies, but he didn't forget to wave goodbye. Thank you for the care of the Iron-Bone sect bandits. The people of the Black Eagle Hall were stripped naked and could only lie on the ground shivering and crying. In the end, Chang Xiao and his disciples returned to the city. He lay down, crossed his legs and let out a comfortable sigh. Chang Xiao couldn't help but be happy to be able to lie in a familiar place. My sect is still the most comfortable. He also took the opportunity to think about the achievements of his disciples. After this training, the mid-level strength of our sect has also improved a lot. The system also chimed in. Killing fierce beasts can only increase effort. It recalled everything the host had experienced. And on the Starfall continent, martial artists and techniques are ever-changing. Compared to fierce beasts, martial artists can more comprehensively improve the abilities of the disciples. Chang Xiao also quite agreed with this statement. That seems to make some sense. However, excellent martial artists like those from the Haochi sect who give both money and experience are hard to come by. Otherwise, I would go around provoking a few strong enemies. When the system heard this, it stammered, I really don't doubt the host's ability to mess things up. Chang Xiao heard the sarcasm in its words. His face darkened and he replied, I'll take that as a compliment. The system then continued, it's just not necessary to be so troublesome. It provided Chang Xiao with another way to achieve his goal. There is an item in the store called the Sect Training Tower where both the host and the disciples can train without going out. The system didn't forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. You are no longer the unlucky god you used to be. You have some better luck now. The sect construction has reached level 3, and the probability of the store refreshing to show the training tower is not small. Chang Xiao quickly interacted with the system screen. Let's go for it. He immediately felt the change and said in surprise as the system prompted, Magazine extension pack can be equipped on a handgun to greatly increase its bullet capacity. He also obtained a skill called Sealing Shield. This skill is high-grade initial stage and forms a defensive shield by casting seals with spiritual energy. It is a sect defensive martial skill. Chang Xiao's eyes lit up. This is the most important thing. He happily made a 3D model introduction. This building is called the Sect Training Tower. It is a pagoda for martial artists to cultivate, with 9 floors each with a corresponding training color. The higher the sect construction level, the higher the training intensity. Its advantage is that it is suitable for sect members to enter for training and can carry out all-round martial arts training, but it also has some disadvantages. People who enter the training tower will start their training in a soul state, although they will not die after failure, but it will weaken them for a period of time. Its price is 200 contribution points, and the sect's current contribution points are phone. Chang Xiao studied the model. But how do I get the disciples inside to train? The model, as if it had its own brain, was very dissatisfied with his actions. I'll call out to you. Do you dare to answer? The system was silent for a moment, then said, Host, just place it in an open area. So Changxiao walked through every corner of the sect looking for a patch of open land. Then he placed it down and a towering pagoda appeared out of thin air, startling all the disciples. Qingyang asked in confusion, "Why did a pagoda suddenly appear in the backyard? This wasn't in my design plans." Yi Xingqian's eyes also widened, but he seemed to have discovered something. This feeling, Yi Xingqian could sense the level of this pagoda. A supreme treasure. This pagoda is definitely a supreme treasure. The disciples swarmed to the steps of the pagoda. As the pagoda suddenly appeared, airflow converged at its entrance. A voice came from within the pagoda. "Zhen Changxiao, first level challenge of the training tower." Qingyang raised an eyebrow, voicing his doubt. The sect master has already gone in. Beside him, Qianqin was pondering, could this training tower be similar to the Taishuan Holy Sect's extreme cold training formation? A strong wind blew around the pagoda, and then, under the astonished gazes of the disciples, the pagoda issued another notification. "Zhen Changxiao, challenge successful." The wooden door finally opened, and a hand suddenly shot out to grab the doorframe. Changxiao was panting, his entire exhausted body leaning against the door to keep from collapsing to the ground. His face was contorted as he forced out a few words. That was exhilarating," Su Xiaomo asked with wide, bewildered eyes. "Sect Master, why do you look like you were just abused by a dozen martial sects working together? What is this training tower for?" Changxiao gave a helpless smile, sweat trickling down his cheeks, his gaze seeming to avoid the question. "Of course it's for brutal training. Just as expected of a system product, its taste is certainly intense." The door creaked open. 2 hours earlier, Changxiao had entered and shouted, "Is anyone here?" He raised a hand to shield his eyes as if trying to peer into the distance. "This training tower is truly vast." The door behind him suddenly slammed shut with a bang. Startling him again, the training began and Changxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Then fear. He closed his eyes, shaking his head, trying to identify something by hearing. "Why does this sound give me such an unsettling feeling?" Changxiao touched his face, feigning a pensive look, his eyes showing a hint of worry, unable to pinpoint what was strange. Red squares descended from somewhere, forming long flights of stairs. "Please challenge the first level's trial." Changxiao reflexively looked up, then gave a disdainful smirk, revealing a cunning smile. "The show is about to begin." Then he stepped onto the stairs without hesitation. A sudden sound made him break out in a cold sweat. When he stepped on the soul stairs, his soul had already left his body, leaving behind only a withered pale corpse. Changxiao reflexively turned his head and saw his own body standing there quietly. "My soul leaving my body is such a poor sight." He touched his chin with his hand, pondering something. "So the training tower is actually for soul training. The host can understand it that way." Hearing this, Changxiao was ecstatic, dancing with joy. "Does that mean my current realm is the soul ejection stage, with a giant sword riding the wind, slaying demons between heaven and earth with wine to bury a beautiful maiden?" The system reminded, "Please calm down, host. You are temporarily learning martial arts, not cultivating immortality." Changxiao was still a bit confused. He walked on, puzzled. "System, can training my soul raise the realm of my physical body?" The system promptly replied. "The host will understand later. The training tower is a dual test for both the body and the soul." He stomped on the ground forcefully as if testing something. Changxiao continued to walk forward, a red energy swirling around him, enveloping his soul state, while the feeling of his feet on the ground was truly magical. A circle in the center of the ground suddenly sprayed some water, and the system immediately urged, "Quick, it's starting." Before Changxiao had time to notice, a large amount of water had already gushed out there, and luckily he dodged it in time. Changxiao's arm was half soaked. He stood there stunned, then laughed in anger. "The first trial is a fountain. Although it's fast, it feels like ordinary water with no killing power." Suddenly the hand that was soaked went limp, and then his hand slammed heavily onto the ground. Changxiao raised his hand, trembling. The place soaked by water seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. "This is..." Countless gravity energy rings appeared, swirling around his arm. Hearing his words, the system immediately responded, "Correct. The place that was spraying water has now stopped. Endure for half a shichen to pass this level. The other places are the same. They're all primed and waiting to erupt." "Go, host." Changxiao closed his eyes helplessly and let out a long sigh. Even though he tried to slide quickly, the water streams could still sense him and sprayed out violently. He walked and watched, dodging the water streams, and finally his feet stopped with only some residual energy left. Because he was soaked, his body stopped heavily, and a terrifying smile appeared on his face. "This is a simultaneous test of speed and strength. With my speed, I still got hit 4 or 5 times, the system notified. "The training will adjust its intensity based on the participant's strength." Sweat flowed ceaselessly down Changxiao's face. With my current strength lasting for half a shichen is no difficult task." When he saw something, he cursed in anger. "System." A powerful stream of water like a surging tide appeared before him. "This is completely unreasonable." Changxiao looked so small before this huge current of water. The water poured down, but he still stood firm, facing the wave head-on. "You can actually stand firm?" His face was grim, showing a disdainful expression. "System, how many times gravity am I under now?" The system replied. 10 times. A corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. "Are you trying to train me into a Saiyan? Now I think I understand a little. I know why it restrains the physical body and only keeps the soul. At 10 times gravity, if it were this physical body, I'm afraid the internal organs would be crushed into powder." The system said bluntly. "To be honest, I expected you to barely withstand 10 times gravity, but you can still stand. This is beyond my expectations." He frowned and asked fiercely, System, with my strength, what's the highest gravity multiplier I can withstand? Give me everything I can take, the system asked back with some doubt. Are you sure? Although it won't harm your physical body, the pain from the gravitational pressure will be continuously endured by your soul without any respite. The water is still relentlessly crashing down. Are you sure you want to try 20 times gravity? Changxiao smiled confidently. I am the sect master of the Iron Bone Sect. A determined look appeared in his eyes. As a man destined to overturn the entire continent, the system immediately created an even stronger, more turbulent current of water. As expected of the host I've chosen, Changxiao still tried hard to stand firm in this stronger-than-ever current, planting his feet firmly on the ground. As expected, his whole body went limp, and he fell forward heavily. 20 times gravity is still too much, Changxiao smiled helplessly. This kind of power is what I call a trial. He tried to stretch out his hand, grabbing randomly at the ground. He used all his strength, determined to stand up. This body tempering method is much harder than the body sculpting room. He struggled to stand firm on the ground. Enduring for half a shichen allows you to pass, but the longer the host persists, the more you will gain. An awkward smile appeared on his lips. If I don't persist for double the time, how can I show the strength and perseverance of a sect master? Someone said. So of the first batch of 52 disciples who entered, only the 7 inner sect disciples managed to last for half a shichen. Changxiao pursed his lips worriedly, thinking to himself. Li Fei and Tian Qi lasted for over half a shichen. Su Xiaomo almost a full shichen. He looked at Qianqin, then judged. Qianqin lasted for 1.5 shichen. It seems her physical strength is still a weakness, but her talent is extraordinary. Qingyang and Xingqian had already collapsed from exhaustion. Qingyang and Xingqian both lasted for 2 shichen, while Zuiji remained composed. The most terrifying was Zuiji, who actually lasted for nearly 2.5 shichen, 5 hours. A cold wind blew past, making him realize. And that makes this sect master, who desperately tried to show off, only last for a little over 2 shichen. If I could do it over, I'd want to be like Zuiji, the system said in his ear. But with their disciple-level strength, their limit is 10 times gravity, which is far from yours. And in just 2 hours you must have already felt your own improvement. He was smug, his eyes sharp. I just tested it briefly. My strength has already increased to 90,000 jin. Not just strength, but my body's toughness has also changed significantly. This training tower truly has an immediate effect. Changxiao crossed his arms and analyzed seriously. However, if they can't reach half a shichen, the participants will receive a 1-day penalty. It seems that disciples whose physical strength is not up to par are restricted from entering the tower. 2 hours to charge, 5 minutes of talk. This pace of training is unacceptable. The night sky was dark, the moonlight bright. Changxiao was covered in sweat, panting heavily. Congratulations, host, he stopped, leaning against a rock to rest. You've broken my record lasting 2.5 shichen. Changxiao frowned, smiling unhappily at being surpassed by his own disciple. I really can't figure it out, the system replied. It's clear that the host has a very strong desire to win. Suddenly an unknown foot stepped on a branch, breaking the tranquility of the night. Noticing the movement, Changxiao wondered, there are still disciples coming to the training tower at midnight? His vision gradually blurred. Crap, my soul and body are both overloaded. I'm about to pass out. He fell with a thud onto a layer of fluffy pink cotton. Changxiao lay face down, an expression of extreme satisfaction on his face. So soft, the afterglow of the setting sun gradually enveloped the mountains. Changxiao listened unhappily as the 2 people next to him chattered on. As expected of eldest senior sister, she's already broken the 2 shichen mark. Su Xiaomo stood there, staring intently ahead. The sect master must have given senior sister special treatment. It turned out the 2 of them had been waiting under the training tower for 2.5 shichen. Su Xiaomo held his head and lamented. No wonder senior sister never used the body sculpting room before. It turns out she was born with a super strong physique. Just as he and Li Fei were staring at the tower, Changxiao spoke casually. I didn't expect her talent to be so fast. She's already starting to adapt to 10 times gravity. Last time she only lasted for 1 shichen. The 2 of them were startled and looked at him. Sect master, when they looked closely at Changxiao's face, Su Xiaomo burst out laughing. Sect master, what happened to your face? He thought for a moment, then told him honestly. My face just remembered something and felt a bit painful. He looked directly at Su Xiaomo and continued. Painful. At this moment 2 red handprints had appeared on Changxiao's face, and dried blood on his nose. The reason for these marks had to be traced back to last night after training. He was staggering exhaustedly when Qianqin suddenly appeared in front of him. Sect master, why are you still here? At this point Changxiao was exhausted and dazed. Not noticing her presence, he continued to walk forward. But in front of him, a protruding rock appeared. Changxiao tripped and happened to fall right into Qianqin's arms, startling her and making her blush. Not only that, but he was not yet clear-headed at the time and even said, so soft. Back in reality, Su Xiaomo saw the handprints on his face and immediately recognized them. This handprint, this force, isn't it eldest senior sisters? He immediately teased Changxiao. Sect master, since she'll be our sect master's wife sooner or later, you don't have to be in such a hurry. When it comes to dating, I have experience. Before he could be smug for long, Changxiao's hand quickly slapped him on the head. Then Changxiao threw him to the ground and waved as he walked towards the tower, leaving only one sentence behind. I'm going into the training tower to check on your senior sister's situation. Qingyang, throw Su Xiaomo into the movement technique training room for me. During the 4th watch, the tower door swiftly opened, revealing a mysterious space completely different from the outside. On the highest step a figure sat cross-legged, cultivating. Seeing this, Changxiao quickly spoke, "Qianqin that?" She turned her head and shyly covered her chest with both hands. Seeing this action, he couldn't help but feel confused. "I think I understand what I did." Changxiao scratched his face with his hand and explained haltingly, "Ahem, that. Yesterday my training was a bit excessive, so I almost fainted, and then I touched something I shouldn't have. I really didn't know. I'm very sorry." Unexpectedly, Qianqin just gave him a cold glance, not understanding what he was talking about, and a sense of guilt lingered with him. Changxiao walked up to her, trying to persuade her, but didn't notice that the ground had been crushed under his feet. "But Qianqin, you've been on this level for almost 3 shichen." Changxiao walked to where she was cultivating and commented, "An extremely strong physique, a saint-grade spiritual root, and an extremely rare ice attribute." He immediately teased her sinisterly, "Which major sect did you come from? At least a third-rate sect or higher." Hearing him say this, Qianqin couldn't help but be startled. She turned her head and warned, "My affairs, it's best if the sect master doesn't know." Changxiao still looked at her sinisterly and provoked, "It's not hard to guess. You must have made some mistake in a major sect and were forced to leave. Joining the Ironbone sect was just to seek refuge." Then he turned abruptly, leaving only a reminder, "Qianqin, once a disciple of my Ironbone sect, always my person. If your enemies come knocking, this sect master will stand up for you." Hearing this, she asked probingly, "What if my enemies are martial emperors or martial saints?" Qianqin asked, "Can the sect master stand up for me?" Hearing this, Changxiao immediately stopped and suddenly he became serious. "Lu Qianqin, listen carefully." Changxiao turned to look at her, his eyes sharp, his tone filled with authority. "Even if your enemy is a mighty martial emperor, this sect master will beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy." Finally he patted his chest and declared, "In this life this sect master will definitely protect you." Hearing Changxiao say this, she couldn't help but be surprised. Then she giggled. Seeing her like this, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Naturally, she joked while laughing, "Sect master, you really don't suit this sincere temperament." He stared at her blankly, smiling, and unconsciously praised, "You look so beautiful when you smile." Changxiao suddenly remembered, "Oh no, for a moment, I forgot I was still under double gravity." The moment he remembered, his whole body began to sink down, which made Lu Qianqin gasp in surprise. In just a flash, his entire body had passed through the floor of the training tower. Lu Qianqin looked at the spot, stunned and speechless. Not knowing what to say, it turned out he had actually fallen out of the tower. At this time, Changxiao was sitting pathetically under a tree, huddled up and complaining, "Where is my dignity as a sect master?" Suddenly, the system notified him that according to an anonymous system, you never had this thing to begin with. Changxiao said resentfully, "You won't even give me a little bit of face. However, system, my opponent has now gone from a martial sect to a martial emperor in one step. The sect's progress has quickened, with 1 foot on the floor of the training tower, crushing it." A voice rang out, "It's been 10 days. It turned out to be Li Fei. He tiredly climbed up to this floor, his voice filled with pride. "I can finally endure 10 times gravity for 3 shichen." Su Xiaomo was also with Li Fei. He pointed ahead and reminded, "The stairs to the 2nd floor appeared after senior sister broke the 3 shichen mark." Su Xiaomo turned to look at the 2 people behind him and invited, "Well, Tian Qi, Li Fei, do you want to try the 2nd floor with me?" A long flight of stairs appeared before the 3 of them, and finally they decided to continue forward. Su Xiaomo's palm pressed heavily on the floor of the 2nd level. After the 3 of them struggled to climb up, they were all panting and soaked. He complained that after climbing to the 2nd floor, the gravity actually disappeared completely. Suddenly, waves of hot air appeared around the 3 of them. Su Xiaomo reached out to tug at his clothes and moaned, "It's so hot." Although climbing up was indeed a huge workout, "Why do I feel like I've entered a fire pit now?" He turned back and asked the 2 people behind him, "Tian Qi, as a pharmacist, what do you think of this heat?" Before he could finish speaking, the person behind him had already evaporated, leaving only a head. Su Xiaomo screamed in panic, "Aya, Tian Qi has evaporated." He turned around, unable to help but wonder, what kind of trial is this 2nd floor? Then his eyes lit up and Su Xiaomo raised his head, reciting the incantation for the 2nd floor's trial, flame tempering. Unexpectedly, after he finished reciting it, his head also evaporated. Just like that, Su Xiaomo, Li Fei, and Tian Qi were quickly evaporated from the training tower. The 3 of them were thrown out, and the tower issued a notification, "Su Xiaomo, Tian Qi, and Li Fei have failed the 2nd floor challenge." Su Xiaomo was thrown out, his mouth full of foam, when suddenly 2 feet appeared next to him. It turned out to be Changxiao. He looked at the 3 of them collapsed on the ground and criticized, "Don't think that just because you 3 lasted for a few shichen on the 1st floor you can continue the training. You should at least be able to walk like the wind, completely unaffected by gravity." Then his gaze suddenly sharpened. "But this training tower." Changxiao looked at this tower and commented, "It can really inspire the disciples to cultivate like crazy." In front of the sect's mission board, a voice rang out, "According to the mission board, more and more disciples are getting high scores, and then that person ordered to reward them with aptitude transformation liquid to enhance their fighting spirit." It turned out that person was Changxiao. With his back to the crowd, he announced, "My Ironbone sect is walking more and more smoothly on the path of sustainable development." In such a prosperous time, suddenly a person flew over from somewhere, knelt down and reported to him, "Sect Master, the family head has something to report." But Changxiao still refused coldly and firmly. "What is it?" "Today's auction has started again. I've already said I'm not interested in these things, there's no need to invite me. Seeing his persistent refusal, the person explained, after the aftershocks of the previous auctions, tomorrow's auction has already attracted powerful experts and major family forces from various prefectures, and he also hit Jun Chongxiao's weak spot. The palace master of the Four Radiance Palace is also here. However, at this time, Jun Chongxiao was still unconcerned and just said contemptuously, "It actually alerted a fourth-rate sect. This family head's promotional work is well done, but I won't go to curry favor." I'm not going. Just as he turned to leave, that person added, "The palace master of Radiance Palace is hailed as a remarkable woman on the Starfall continent, and like the sect master, she leads a sect at a young age." Hearing this, he couldn't help but turn around with interest to inquire about that person. "How old is the palace master of Radiance Palace? Is she beautiful?" Seeing that he had softened, the person told him all the information. "The palace master of Radiance Palace has just turned 20. She is outstanding in appearance, a great beauty, 1 in 10,000. At this moment, Jun Chongxiao changed his attitude and expressed his willingness to participate. "The family head has invited me many times. If this sect master refuses again, it would be a bit unreasonable." Then, to save face, he made up an excuse, saying it was to strengthen communication with the big shots of major sects. "Today I will go to the auction house to give some guidance." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Mainly to see the palace master of Radiance Palace, to see what a 1 in 10,000 what a great beauty is." "That's right, a beauty." Jun Chongxiao was still immersed in joy and casually replied, "Ziyu district is quite good." Before he finished speaking, he recognized whose voice it was and looked back in panic. Lu Qianqin. She had heard everything he had just said, her face ashen, her tone icy. "I also want to broaden my horizons with the sect master." Before Jun Chongxiao could react, Lu Qianqin immediately grabbed his hand and left. "I'll go with you to the auction." That disciple was stunned by this scene and even waved goodbye. "Sect master, have a safe trip." After being pulled away by her, the two of them walked into a forest. At this moment a voice sounded, "Qianqin, are you tired? Why don't we take a rest?" The answer she received was an icy voice, "Not tired." It turned out Jun Chongxiao felt guilty. He kept trying to please her back and forth. "Are you thirsty? Are you hungry?" But Lu Qianqin remained cold and unmoved, "Not thirsty, not hungry." At this moment she opened her mouth to mock Jun Chongxiao. "Radiance Palace, a newly rising fourth-rate sect. The palace master of Radiance Palace accepts female disciples. It is one of the few female sects on the Starfall continent. The palace master's name is Shi Xingxuan, hailed as a remarkable woman in the world." Then she also warned, "The sect master knows too little about the various forces on the continent. This way it's easy to provoke opponents. My Ironbone sect is gradually growing stronger, but the road is still long. The sect master needs to think carefully." After hearing all her complaints, he suddenly sneered, Yang, the person behind us is also giggling. "It's none other than myself." In the great city of Huyang, a hand was holding a VIP card for inspection. After the inspector finished checking, he said enthusiastically, "VIP gold card, please come in." It turned out to be the day of the auction. At this time, a long queue had formed outside the auction house, with people bustling to get in. Lu Qianqin and Jun Chongxiao were also standing in the queue at this time. He observed the operating method and couldn't help but show off, "It seems Family Head I has taken my advice and established a membership tier system." A person in front heard him and turned his head to remind, "So it's Sect Master Jun. At the I family, you need to spend over 5 million to get a gold card and qualify for this auction. It seems you'll have to wait for the next one." The person next to him heard this and asked curiously, "Brother Zhang, is this Sect Master Jun the great figure from your Qingyang prefecture?" He quickly replied, "That's right, it's Sect Master Jun. He led an 8th-rate sect to sweep through the 6th-rate Haoqi sect." Unexpectedly, that person showed a disdainful expression after hearing this. "Your Qingyang prefecture is such a small place. It seems this 6th-rate sect is just for show. I estimate a 7th-rate sect from our prefecture could sweep through the entire Qingyang prefecture." "Ha ha!" He laughed triumphantly, but suddenly stopped. "Ha ha ahem!" It turned out a platinum card had appeared before him. That card was now in Jun Chongxiao's hand. The man's face turned pale with fright and he couldn't help but be astonished. "PLA platinum card, only the sect masters and elders of 5th-rate sects can obtain a platinum card." Showed off, saying Family Head I cried and begged to give it to me. "Can I go in now?" Suddenly, a red carpet flew from nowhere, neatly laid at Jun Chongxiao's feet. 2 staff members from the auction house stood there and greeted him warmly. "Welcome, platinum member Sect Master Jun." Only then did Jun Chongxiao satisfactorily put the card back in his pocket. "I originally wanted to be low-key, but now I'm not pretending anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table." Lu Qianqin and he thus walked into the exclusive passage. Jun Chongxiao grinned contemptuously. "Keep waiting in line, you little gold shrimps." Seeing him receive such treatment, he couldn't help but be jealous. "Brother Zhang, are the sects in your Qingyang prefecture ranked from bottom to top? 8th rate is the strongest and fiercest." At this moment, Brother Zhang was gloating, his joy showing on his face. "Sect Master Jun is mighty." Lu Qianqin and Jun Chongxiao were led by the staff to a private room on the 2nd floor where he quickly found a seat. Jun Chongxiao leaned back in the cushioned chair and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, as expected of a platinum box, it's so luxurious." Then he excitedly ran to the railing, from where he could overlook the auction hall with a very wide view. Suddenly a strange voice sounded, startling him. "The venue in Qingyang prefecture is not bad at all." Zhen Chongxiao looked blankly at the person who walked in. Just by admiring her beauty from behind, he unconsciously blurted out, "So beautiful." Unexpectedly, Lu Qianqin was standing right next to him, warning him with a murderous gaze, "This is the Palace Master of Radiance Palace, Shi Xingxuan. Beautiful as a fairy, isn't she?" Not only that, but she also pinched Zhen Chongxiao's hand hard. Suddenly he tightly held her hand and then turned his face abruptly. Zhen Chongxiao flattered her. "Qianqin, I've finally met a beauty who is only slightly inferior to you." As he was speaking, the system suddenly rang. "Congratulations to the host for improving both your reaction speed and the thickness of your skin," he replied to it blankly. "First, help me fool this iceberg, otherwise I'll have to watch the auction in an ice cellar." Shi Xingxuan only then noticed there was someone else in the room and asked, "Is the room next door occupied by Sect Master Zhen of the Iron-Boned Sect?" Zhen Chongxiao pretended to be suave and cool, replying, "It is indeed me. I've long heard that Palace Master Shi is a rare woman on the Starfall continent. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation," she happily and humbly replied. "The Iron-Boned Sect under the leadership of Sect Master Zhen defeated the Haoqi Sect. That's what I admire." Lear, who was standing next to her, observed for a long time and then reminded, "Palace Master, the Grand Elder reminded you before you came not to talk to this kind of shady man. He actually said you are not as beautiful as that little girl." The little girl deliberately spoke loudly so Zhen Chongxiao could hear. Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but retort angrily, "Who's shady? Have you ever seen a shady man as handsome as me?" Unexpectedly, Lu Qianqin mocked him, leaving him speechless. "You're a good judge of character." Zhen Chongxiao angrily returned to his chair and complained, "This woman's composure is really strong. Facing someone as handsome and profound as me, she actually didn't even look at me." As expected of a rare woman, Lu Qianqin heard him boasting and reminded him, "Although the Palace Master of Radiance Palace's abilities are very strong, unfortunately she was born with a defect in her eyes." Only then did he react and stammer as he asked her, "You mean she's blind?" Then he figured out family head eye's intention. "Then she must be here this time for a healing pill, but I'm afraid she'll be disappointed." And Shi Xingxuan was currently trying to comfort her maid. Zhen Chongxiao looked at Shi Xingxuan and commented, "Healing pills can only cure subsequent damage but not the previous ones. What a pity." His face was heavy and he said with regret, "What a pity, such a beautiful young lady, with such a pleasant voice and a very sweet smile. Truly a pity." Lu Qianqin saw how naive he was and told him, "What you see is only the surface. As far as I know, that Palace Master Shi is a ruthless person." She quickly recounted everything she knew. It is said that after she became the Palace Master, she ordered her disciples to find her biological parents. After finding them, she sent them directly to hell. Hearing this information, Zhen Chongxiao couldn't help but be shocked. Lu Qianqin saw his expression and continued to add, "There is another rumor that a few years ago a sixth-rate sect defended the wonderful Flower Palace. 3 days later, all 5,000 people of that sect were seriously injured on the training ground and even the livestock were not spared. The sound of wailing was endless." He blurted out in panic, "Isn't that too cruel?" Lu Qianqin glanced at him coldly. "This woman seems harmless." She looked at Shi Xingxuan's innocent face and commented, "It turns out she's actually a yandere." Lu Qianqin continued, "Later the backer of that sixth-rate sect, the sect master of a fourth-rate sect, was seriously injured for standing up for them." When Zhen Chongxiao heard this, he couldn't help but secretly size her up. "I can't afford to provoke such a serious yandere." The aroma of incense began to fill the air. Shi Xingxuan sat on a chair and began to praise Zhen Chongxiao, not noticing the angry expression on her maid's face. "Lear, the voice of the Iron-Boned Sect's master, is really nice, so young." The little maid pursed her lips in disdain. "HMPH, that wet behind the ears kid, he looks 18 at most," she argued. To be able to defeat a martial sect expert at 18, he must be a formidable man. Unfortunately, at this moment, her innocent eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by cold indifference. "I can't see what he really looks like with my own eyes." Lear, next to her, pursed her lips and mocked, "It's just an 8th-rate sect and they even want to set a 1-year duel with the Holy Spring Sect. I'm afraid they'll be wiped out soon." After hearing this, Shi Xingxuan became interested and ordered, "Oh then Lear, go find out the specific time of their duel for me. If I have time, I'd like to go and listen." At this moment, the auction also began. Shangni straightened his clothes, then stepped forward to host the auction. "Thank you all for taking the time to attend the auction held by my Eye family. Next we will be auctioning the healing pill." The healing pill for auction was placed in the center of the hall. Today he pointed to it and announced the effects of the healing pill. "Everyone present surely understands it, so I won't go into too much detail. The auction begins now." The precious healing pill was placed on a velvet cloth and someone immediately bid 300,000. Chongxiao looked at this arrangement and couldn't help but show a contemptuous expression. "This family head Eye actually dares to auction this? Half the cost probably went into this pill on the stand. All style and no substance." On the stage, the bidding had already started clamorously, with everyone wanting to get this healing pill. 400,000, 500,000, 650,000. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, 1 million. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone began to discuss in hushed tones to bid 1 million directly. This was clearly a determined buyer, and the price was offered by the wonderful Flower Palace. Before long, Shangni swiftly brought down the hammer. "Sold." A happy expression appeared on his face. "Congratulations to Palace Master Shi for winning the healing pill." I will have it sent up right away. After selling the first one, Isekai'd happily continued to auction the next. Below, the bidding for the second healing pill continued. Before the people on stage could do anything, a strange voice rang out, "I bid 300,000. A person on stage bid 400,000. Just as he finished speaking, the person next to him tapped his shoulder and reminded him, "You still dare to bid? Don't you want to live? Didn't you recognize who made that offer?" It turned out that the one who had arrogantly bid 300,000 was the Listening Rain Pavilion. The audience in the room discussed, "The young pavilion master of the fifth-rate sect, Listening Rain Pavilion, he's a lawless one." He smiled sinisterly and commanded loudly, "Thank you all for giving the Listening Rain Pavilion some face. Family head, I announce it." Isekai'd looked at him, very angry but helpless. "I can't afford to offend a fifth-rate sect. I suppose no one will bid anymore. Sigh, I can only take the loss." In the end, he still followed the auction procedure and continued to strike the hammer. 300,000 going once, 300,000 going twice. Suddenly at this moment a voice rang out, 500,000. The Sword Martial Pavilion was extremely surprised. Everyone in the room was nervously watching the situation. Someone actually dared to openly bid against the Listening Rain Pavilion. Jing Zan already knew who that person was. He looked up, "Sect Master Jun?" After knowing the person's identity, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Are you crazy?" The Listening Rain Pavilion, on the other hand, complained angrily. "Who is the gall to do this?" The attendant next to him quickly reported. "Young Pavilion Master, it's the sect master of an eighth-rate sect." He sneered after hearing this. "An eighth-rate sect dares to be arrogant in front of me. Haven't they heard of our Listening Rain Pavilion's methods?" Changxiao ignored the expression on his face and smiled sinisterly, threatening. "I am Jun Changxiao. What I can't stand most in my life are those who bully others with their power, are arrogant and domineering and look down on everyone." He sat there and mocked the martial pavilion. "As a fifth-rate sect to do such a despicable thing, this sect master really can't bear it. I can only bid directly." Changxiao looked at him and couldn't help but feel smug. "You want to cheat me out of my money? How can I let you go without making you bleed a little?" The Listening Rain Pavilion gritted its teeth in anger. 600,000. Changxiao was not to be outdone. 800,000 after all. He was the young pavilion master of a fifth-rate sect. His tolerance was too low. At this moment he could no longer contain his anger, stood up and cursed, 900,000, you brat, you're too arrogant." The attendant next to him saw this and immediately whispered to dissuade him, "Young Pavilion Master, calm down, we still need our money to buy the treasures later." Wu Jie still stood there arrogantly and threatened, "To dare to provoke the authority of my Listening Rain Pavilion, you must be taught a lesson." He held the money and looked at him smugly. "The Haochi sect cheated me out of 10 million taels just now. This cautious way of adding bids by the young Pavilion Master, this sect master is really not used to it." 1.2 million. Wu Jie, provoked by him, immediately raised the price. It seemed he was determined to get it. "How dare you use 10 million taels to pressure me? Then I'll definitely make him spend more money." 1.4 million. He thought Changxiao would continue to raise the price, but at this moment he slapped the money into his hand with a smack and sat down leisurely and put away the money, mocking, "The Listening Rain Pavilion is indeed imposing, willing to pay half a price above the market value for a bond. This is truly a place where young masters spend money like water. This sect master admires it and concedes defeat." After achieving his goal, Changxiao gestured, "I'm not bidding anymore." His words stunned the people from Wu Ji's side. He still hadn't realized that he had fallen into Changxiao's trap. "Didn't you just say you have 10 million taels? Why aren't you competing with me to the end?" Looking at his confused expression, Changxiao was smug. "This sect master just has too much money. I have to take it out and count it occasionally. Young Pavilion Master, hurry up and pay." He directly lay down on the chair and even mocked, "The Listening Rain Pavilion wouldn't want to break the contract and do something so shameful, right?" Only then did he understand Changxiao's trick, but it was too late. He could only grit his teeth and say angrily, "Sect Master of the Iron Bone Sect, were you deliberately raising the price?" The attendant next to him whispered, "Young Pavilion Master, do you need me to teach him a lesson?" Wu Jie immediately refused for the sake of his pride. "No need, it's just a matter of the bond price being raised. To cause trouble out of anger, I don't want to do something that would tarnish my status. But this sect master is interesting. He didn't want us to bully others with our power, threaten the I family, and negotiate a lower price. He actually dared to use our Listening Rain Pavilion as a shield, warning other forces that he dares to raise the price even against a fifth-rate sect. In the upcoming auction, I'm afraid no other force will dare to bully others with their power." Hearing his boastful words, Changxiao just smiled contemptuously. After dealing with the matter just now, Changxiao turned around and said to her, "Qianqin, has the fourth-rate sect master arrived? The auction matter is settled. Next is the auction for the body sculpting pill. Our sect has plenty of those little things, it's not interesting at all." Seeing her startled, he held up a note and signaled, "We have to go handle some real business." The note read, "Unusual movements from the Black Eagle Hall." Qianqin read the words on the note and reminded him, "The Black Eagle Hall is a seventh-rate sect." The two quickly left the auction. Qianqin and Changxiao walked leisurely in the forest. She opened her mouth and said she had wanted to remind him a few days ago. The Black Eagle Hall wouldn't let that go so quietly. He still calmly replied to her, "They're an evil sect anyway, with cruel methods. Letting them live will definitely pose a huge threat to the lives of our disciples. Suddenly, Qianqin fiercely drew her sword, her aura fierce, and she made up her mind, then the two of us will go first and eliminate the Black Eagle Hall. Changxiao saw her react so strongly and walked up to lift her chin and tease her. A young lady shouldn't be fighting and killing all day. Then he smiled sinisterly. I've already made the arrangements, let's go. In the dense forest, the air was filled with tranquility. Suddenly a sound broke the silence, a foot stepping on a branch. The person here quickly flew down. Changxiao looked ahead, seemingly sensing something. This sect master's sharpest sword, he shouted loudly. Unsheath? At this moment a group of people appeared in front of the two. Li Luochu represented the group and stepped forward to report. The Jiu Hall Master leads 50 assassins to see the sect master. She immediately commanded, target the Black Eagle Hall. Let's go. In this garden, Wying County, the assassin who was climbing the tree just now was hit on the head by a hand. The assassin complained in pain and looked at the person in front of him. Cha Zhe, be gentle. I was personally recruited by the sect master after all. Duche was still observing the situation and warned. Li Shangtian is an assassin. You're making too much noise when you move. This guy didn't believe it and wanted to show off. Cha Zhe, aren't we still outside the Black Eagle Hall's territory? I'm going over there, brother. Lend me your wings for a moment. I will prove to you that Li Shangdian can definitely fly to the sky. Duche couldn't stop Shangtian's idea and could only remind him, you brat, don't drag me down with you when the time comes. At this time, among the majestic mountains of the Black Eagle Hall, a roar broke the tranquility. Hallmaster, spare my life. It was the man from the Black Eagle Hall who had been defeated by Changxiao a few days ago. He knelt down and begged for mercy. Hallmaster, I was just careless for a moment and fell into the hands of the Iron-Boned sect. His face was already swollen, but he was still stubborn. Give me another chance. I will definitely get my honor back. The person opposite heard him say this and disdainfully found him noisy. A hand was placed on the Vice Hallmaster's head and a voice came from above. Hallmaster, I told you long ago, this Vice Hallmaster is a waste. In the blink of an eye, a powerful force tore through the air and erupted. The Vice Hallmaster's head had already disappeared. The one with immense strength was Dao Chen, the captain of the hunting team. He looked very confident. Hallmaster, leave it to our hunting team. A mere trash sect from Qingyang Prefecture dares to attack our Black Eagle Hall. Yang Ji, the military advisor of the Black Eagle sect, stood next to the Hallmaster and said, this Iron-Boned sect is not to be underestimated. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. To be able to defeat the Haoqi sect one-on-one, they indeed have some skill. The Hallmaster shook the red wine glass in his hand and said, the Haoqi sect is just a sixth-rate sect. I'm afraid the Iron-Boned sect only managed to win by a narrow margin using some tricks. Although our Black Eagle Hall is known as a seventh-rate sect, he didn't drink, but tilted the glass 90 degrees, letting the liquid flow to the ground. But we have destroyed more than one or two sixth-rate sects. The Hallmaster stood up. It's nothing that useless Vice Hallmaster was beaten up. His eyes widened, revealing a very lewd smile. More importantly, we need to let those small fries see the consequences of offending our Black Eagle Hall. He walked ahead and ordered Yang Ji. Yang Ji, no matter what means you use, I want to completely flatten the Iron-Boned sect. Don't kill them too quickly. I want them to die in despair. The Hallmaster glanced behind him, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. The Black Eagle Hall hasn't bared its fangs in a long time, don't disappoint me. Yang Ji and Dao Chen clasped their fists and bowed to accept the order. We will not fail our mission. At this time, only the two of them were left. Yang Ji ordered Dao Chen, take the hunting team and start moving. Start with the families of the Iron-Boned sect's disciples, then eliminate the disciples who were brought along as well. He laughed and replied, mission accepted. In the overlapping mountains a breeze blew and silhouettes with special marks on their backs appeared. A group of people wearing the same uniform was marching. It's the hunting team. A subordinate asked Dao Chen, Captain, an eighth-rate sect is in such a remote place. He laughed and said, this sect does have some skill. A lion uses its full strength even to hunt a rabbit. Even if we have to use all our strength, we will crush them. Then Dao Chen looked back at the group and showed a perverted tongue. The girls in Qingyang Prefecture are very beautiful, so the Iron-Boned sect must not be lacking in female disciples. If you complete the mission well, you will all be rewarded. The leaves rustled. Someone's here. Dao Chen immediately became alert. Someone's here. Duche turned his head and roared. We've been discovered. Li Shangtian, didn't I tell you to be quiet? Shangtian was startled. Sorry, Cha Zhe. I couldn't control myself when I got excited. A series of throwing knives shot towards the place where the two were hiding. Duche waved his hand and blocked the series of attacks. Shangtian looked at the blade close at hand. He froze, sweating all over, and urged himself, move hands and feet, don't tremble. Duche flicked the blade away, grabbed the guy's collar and ran with him to another place. That's why the sect master arranged for an experienced veteran to lead a rookie. You've just finished training and this is your first time facing such a bloody battlefield. It's easy to mess up. Shangdian had tears in his eyes. I'm sorry, Cha Zhe. My hands and feet won't listen to me. Duche was still desperately running away. What are you sorry for? Get used to it quickly. You're the best assassin I've trained. Don't embarrass me. He frowned and glanced at the people behind him. Damn, they're close to the ambush point. I must lure them away as soon as possible. But Dao Chen wouldn't let the two of them escape. He had already jumped into the air, caught up with them, and said contemptuously, carrying a burden must be very tiring. Duche was surprised. This speed, is he a martial master? Dao Chen's eyes lit up, full of killing intent. He raised the blade in his hand. I'll help you get rid of this burden. Shangtian's eyes widened as he watched death descend, but Duche had already stepped forward to block him. Both were knocked to the ground by Daochen and dust filled the air. Shangtian shouted anxiously. Cha Zhe, Duche said coldly. How dare you try to kill my disciple in front of me? His lapel was split open, but the situation was still stable. Do you think I, Duche, am easy to bully? Daochen's blade was stained with a bit of blood. How dare you lurk in the territory of the Black Eagle Hall? He looked at the two of them arrogantly. Are you looking for death? Daochen's eyes looked at him coldly, his tongue sticking out to lick the blood on his face. In just a moment you were able to injure me. You're a pretty good assassin. Which sect are you from? The two sat on the ground facing Daochen. Answer honestly, and I can let you die a quicker death. Duche struggled to whisper to Shangtian. Kid, run, I'll hold him off. He stared at Daochen, and although he didn't look back at Shangtian, he knew what the guy was thinking. Don't hesitate, I've already taught you this principle, Shangtian said. As an assassin, no matter what dangerous situation you are in, you must remain calm. If a companion is in danger, you must first ensure your own safety. Don't blindly try to rescue them. That will only lead to a situation where both sides are defeated. This guy actually leapt up, Duche shouted from a distance. Cha Zhe, hold him off. Wait for me to bring reinforcements to save you, Duche said, panting. You brat, I can't last that long. Daochen had already walked up to him and said, It's rare to see someone abandon their companion so decisively. He sighed and continued, You look like a professional assassin. It seems getting information out of you will take some effort. But Shangtian didn't leave. He turned back at an extremely fast speed and a strong gust of wind blew past Daochen's body. Feeling the wind, Daochen asked in surprise, What was that? In the blink of an eye, Shangtian had already grabbed Duche and fled. Shangtian said, Sorry Cha Zhe, I didn't follow your principles of an assassin. If I left you behind, the sect master would surely scold me to death when I get back. In a flash, Shangtian swiftly weaved through the hunting team in a zigzag pattern, dodging their attacks. Daochen thought to himself, his speed is too fast to be so agile even while carrying someone. Shangtian said smugly, Even the sect master can't keep up with my ghostly track steps, let alone you all. But the hunting team was no pushover. Three of them jumped up to block Shangtian's path, swung their swords and struck his legs. Shangtian nearly fell to the ground and his speed slowed down significantly. Dodging so many powerful opponents at once was indeed quite taxing. This time the two of them came to a complete stop. Shangtian looked around vigilantly and asked in a low voice, Cha Zhe, can you still hear me? He added. I'm almost at my limit too. Now I'm facing the entire hunting team, but I've still managed to complete the task you gave me, Shangtian said firmly, panting. A hunting team member raised a huge axe and said, Welcome to the Asura battlefield of the Ironbone sect. You're about to die. What's with all the nonsense? Suddenly, several arrows shot out from nowhere, killing three members. Daochen immediately sensed the danger. He shouted, Damn it, we've been ambushed, retreat to the canyon. A foot appeared before him, his eyes wide open, his spirit returning just in time. A voice rang out. Have you heard the sound of death? The remaining members of the hunting team were cut in half at the waist and died quickly. Luochu also appeared, a white gun in her hand. Daochen ordered his men, The rest of you with me. Luochu looked at the swarming crowd. Human wave tactics. She threw out a handful of white guns, she thought to herself. Luckily the sect master said to arm us to the teeth. She smiled, her eyes curving, and said, 100 flowers dazzling. After speaking, she fired continuously at the members of the hunting team. Daochen watched in shock as his brothers were taken down one by one, his eyes filled with tears as he said in fear, What kind of monsters did our sect provoke? Before Daochen could think further, Luochu had already tossed the guns in her hands into the air. The guns immediately spun a few times in the air before falling. Then she quickly fired a barrage of bullets at the surrounding crowd. Daochen shouted, Is this our sect master's top-tier troop-clearing gun technique? After dodging the dense barrage of bullets, Daochen shouted loudly, You're courting death? But as soon as his voice fell, he froze. In just an instant, a sharp spearhead had stopped right before his eyes, making Daochen's eyes widen in terror. He quickly leaned back to dodge, but it was too late. The sharp spearhead immediately drew a bloody wound on his face, splashing blood everywhere. Daochen didn't stop, but jumped backward. Just then, a huge gash had been cut across one of his eyes, looking extremely gruesome. Daochen cursed angrily. Not bad at seizing the opportunity, he turned his head. The spearhead was still dripping with warm blood, accompanied by a low voice. Iron-boned, the red-haired youth roared angrily. Long Ziyang, then he began to swing his long spear, shattering the ground without a word. He unleashed a series of moves, forcing Daochen to retreat repeatedly. While dodging the sharp spearhead, he cursed through gritted teeth. This kid isn't as monstrous as that female god of death, I'll tie him down. Then find a chance to escape. The red-haired youth frowned and said softly, My slashing delay body technique. As soon as his voice fell, countless sharp spearheads suddenly shot out from behind him. Facing the barrage of flying spears, Daochen's eyes widened and he muttered under his breath, Oh God, I miss home. After saying that, he stumbled while dodging the attacks and shouted in panic, Are you all from the Ironbone sect, freaks? At this moment, the hunting team led by Daochen had been utterly routed by the Ironbone sect. While everyone was fighting chaotically in a secluded corner, Shangtian was holding Duche tightly and kept calling out, Cha Zhe, wake up, damn it. Just then a voice suddenly sounded, Now you know your strength is insufficient, don't you? Zhen Changxiao walked over and said gently, Leave Duche to us. Go kill a few enemies for your Cha Zhe, he continued with a cold smile. Go on, Duche has reminded you more than once that you are the strongest student in the Jiu Hall. Go and prove it to me. Shangtian didn't answer but pulled out a dagger from his shoe. At this moment a black mist was swirling around his body. Shangtian frowned, gritted his teeth and announced, "You little bastards, it's your turn to pay with blood." After speaking, Shangtian immediately focused all his strength into his feet, causing the ground to crack. Then under Zhen Chongxiao's astonished gaze, Shangtian sped away, looking at the smoke left on his face. Zhen Chongxiao muttered speechlessly, "Sometimes I don't know if he's trying to get back at Duche for his harsh training." After the smoke cleared, a pile of dirt appeared in front of the two. Zhen Chongxiao clicked his tongue and mused, "With that one kick he even built Duxi's grave." Then he turned his head and said with a smile, "Qianqin, use your ice ability to stop Duxi's bleeding, then give him this healing pill." Hearing this, Qianqin rolled her eyes disdainfully and asked back, "What about you?" Zhen Chongxiao smiled proudly, cracking his knuckles and announcing, "Since I'm here I should stretch my muscles a bit too." At this time on the other side, Shangtian was killing enemies one by one with red eyes. He frowned and muttered, "Next it's you." After speaking, Shangtian focused his strength and charged forward. Dao Chen and the other person, who were in a fierce battle, suddenly saw Shangtian rushing towards them and stopped simultaneously in just an instant. Shangtian had teleported in front of Dao Chen and delivered a fatal blow, but Dao Chen quickly blocked it. Seeing this scene, the red-haired youth questioned angrily, "Li Shangtian, why are you kill-stealing?" However, Shangtian just frowned and replied loudly, "Sorry, this guy must die by my hand." Then he focused the power into his palm. After speaking, a huge palm radiating a dazzling golden light appeared in front of Dao Chen. It was the mountain-splitting palm. With just one strike, the red wound wrapped in bandages was exposed. Dao Chen gritted his teeth and thought, what kind of martial art is this? Body techniques, martial skills, spiritual energy martial skills. Are they all without cost? How come everyone seems to be loaded with money? To casually use such a powerful skill, then I don't need to hold back either. Thinking of this, he immediately opened his mouth and focused his power. Blood combustion technique. All the blood vessels on Dao Chen's body suddenly became visible and then burst. At this moment, Dao Chen had self-detonated into a strange blood mist, forcing Shangtian and the other to retreat. With red eyes and a cruel smile, he said softly, "The slaughter has just begun." In just that instant, the bandages wrapped around Dao Chen's hands fell off. At this moment, he appeared before everyone in a new form. His blood-red arms were revealed to everyone. Dao Chen lifted his blood-red face and said with a cold smile, "You two had a lot of fun fighting." After speaking, he immediately rushed towards Shangtian and the other. Shangtian frowned and shouted, "What kind of evil art is this? This aura is almost at the level of a high-grade martial master, right?" The red-haired youth immediately replied, "He has risen at least 3 realms." Dao Chen, with a strange smile on his face, charged madly at the two of them. Then he fiercely punched the ground, shattering it to pieces. When the smoke cleared, Dao Chen suddenly froze because before he could deliver his fatal blow, Shangtian and the other had quickly opened their sealing shields. The red-haired youth frowned and said, "This shield can even defend against an attack of this intensity. As expected of a product from the Sect Master, the quality is solid." Hearing this, Dao Chen burst into laughter, mocking them, but didn't notice the person standing behind him. "So what if it's a defensive martial art? With your strength suppressed, if one punch isn't enough, I can still blast you to pieces with 2. As soon as his voice fell, Zhen Chongxiao slapped him and cursed, "Just a mere martial master, what's with the arrogance?" Ignoring Dao Chen spinning in the back, he touched his chin angrily and muttered, "I'm only a martial master myself right now. Am I mocking myself too?" Then Zhen Chongxiao grabbed Dao Chen by the chest, making him scream in pain. "You dare to mock this seat? Taste my 100 accurate heart-piercing dragon claw hand." Seeing this scene, the red-haired youth commented speechlessly, "No wonder all the senior brothers say that the master's fighting style is truly indescribable." While in a dark cave, a pair of hands clenched tightly, crushing the cup in them, showing that the owner's anger had reached its peak. The hall master gritted his teeth and questioned, "Yang Ji, is this the plan you arranged? It led to the complete annihilation of my hunting team." Yang Ji tried to explain. "Hallmaster, intelligence came in that the enemy has 70 to 80 people. All of them are formidable. With the enemy in the dark and us in the open, plus their powerful hidden weapons, they succeeded in ambushing the hunting team." He paused, then added, "I will arrange for a few helmsmen. Tonight we will sneak down from the back mountain." He added, "The path on the back mountain is my top-secret route. There will be no mistakes. We can counter-kill the enemy." After hearing all this, the hallmaster considered it with a deep voice. "I'll trust you one more time. If the helmsmen are lost again, I will make you—" He opened his palm, revealing a thick black liquid flowing out, and threatened, "I'll make you feel the blood demon scripture of my fierce black fiend." Although Yang Ji was afraid, he still replied, "There will be no mistakes. I will go with them to ensure we wipe them all out in one go." As night fell, the crescent moon illuminated the silent mountains. In the dark night, a mysterious person was secretly doing something. That person was Yang Ji. He stood on the edge of a cliff and muttered, "This wingsuit is a secret weapon my hallmaster researched in his early years. The enemy will surely guard our mountain gate closely. At this time, if we detour to the back mountain, we can catch them off guard." Then Yang Ji turned back and asked, "Are you all ready to drink the blood of the enemy?" At this moment behind him, countless people were waiting for his command. After asking, Yang Ji immediately jumped off the mountain rock. Following his move, the people behind him also jumped down quickly. A series of figures streaked across the night sky, and a command was mixed in with the sound of the wind. "Prepare for a surprise attack." but they hadn't flown for long before Yang Ji was suddenly stunned by the scene below. Seeing a group of people already waiting in formation below, he was terrified. On the ground, Zhun Changxiao and the rest of the people simultaneously raised their guns to the sky. He ordered with a cold smile, "Special training for moving targets, first round, fire." Hearing this, Yang Ji's body stiffened. He stared with wide eyes, not knowing how to react. Then in the blink of an eye, where the sky was once filled with people, only streaks of white smoke remained. At this moment, Zhun Changxiao spoke again. "The Black Eagle Hall only knows how to rob other sects all day. Do they only have one mountain gate?" He put away his gun with a dark face and said, "With the strength I've shown today, you definitely wouldn't attack head-on, so your sneak attack tonight was too easy to predict." Halfway through his words, Zhun Changxiao suddenly sneered, but when he saw the wingsuit, "I'm losing interest. Could it be that I'm not the only one who is transmigrated?" He didn't think about it anymore, clicked his tongue, turned and left, thinking to himself, "Forget it. I'll go meet this Black Eagle Hall Master myself then." Not long after, Zhun Changxiao had teleported to the front of the cave. The Hall Master sat on a high platform and asked coldly, "Yang Ji, how did you get back so quickly?" He added, "It seems the mission went smoothly." But a strange voice from outside quickly startled him, and he looked towards the sound. "Is Yang Ji the guy who walked right into the trap?" Zhun Changxiao walked in with a cold smile. "This seat is the Sect Master of the Iron-Bone Sect, and this seat is very happy to help others." Then he glanced at the other party and asked with a light laugh, "Do you want me to send you down to greet your Yang Ji?" Only then did the Hall Master suddenly stand up and question with a dark face, "Sect Master Zhun, is it? Daring to barge into my Black Eagle Hall, aren't you a bit too bold?" He frowned and roared loudly, "All helmsmen gather in the main hall." After speaking, the Hall Master stretched his hands to both sides, summoning power, and said, "For wiping out all my hunting teams, I'll acknowledge your strength, however, in front of the people of my evil sect. It's not a one-on-one fight." He laughed maniacally and declared, "We have so many martial masters. Even if you are a first-rate martial master, you'll still have to lie at my feet, however." After his arrogant laughter, only the two figures remained in the hall. The helmsman seemed to have vanished from the world. Zhun Changxiao was picking his ear and muttered, "What a great lung capacity." Seeing no movement, the Hall Master immediately roared again, "It's been so long and you're still not here. Where the hell did you all die?" After he finished roaring, Zhun Changxiao cleared his throat and said, "I now formally announce." He looked around, recalling the scene of his spirit single-handedly wiping out those subordinates. Zhun Changxiao announced with a light laugh, "The Black Eagle Hall dungeon is 99 complete." At the same time, Qianqin had also frozen all the helmsmen. In another place, Shangtian was also kicking a few old men. Back in the main hall, Zhun Changxiao pointed a hand at him and said with an arrogant smile, "Once I've dealt with you, the boss, my Iron-Bone sect can smoothly open for business in the entire Huaying County." At this moment, the Hall Master's deep voice sounded again, "You dare to destroy my Black Eagle Hall." His palm suddenly melted and the Hall Master's entire body turned blood red. He angrily clenched his hands and declared, "Today you will all die here." As soon as his voice fell, the stone slab beneath his feet caved in, revealing a large hole. The Hall Master swiftly used his special technique, Bloodburst Step, to teleport in front of him. As he closed in, he raised his massive blood-red arm with a sinister smile. It was the Bloodburst Palm technique. Seeing that strange face suddenly appear before him, Zhun Changxiao's cat-like eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly raised his hands to form a seal, but even so, with just one punch, the Hall Master had successfully sent Zhun Changxiao flying far away. After stabilizing himself, Zhun Changxiao muttered while shaking his hands and forming a seal, "All that flashy posturing, and it turns out he's a self-destruct type warrior? Didn't the system check that he wasn't at the peak of the Martial Master realm? That power just now was almost on par with Alliance leader Qin." Hearing this, the system immediately responded. After running a check, it discovered that his blood was flowing in reverse at an extremely fast rate, increasing his power by at least 3 times and giving him the strength of a martial sect for a short period. Zhun Changxiao's eyes widened as he looked at the Hall Master and his strange arm. The system's voice still echoed in his ears. "Host, do you want to use the Green Dragon Crescent Blade?" Before the system could finish, the Hall Master had already revealed a crazed smile and charged at him. At that moment, Zhun Changxiao just smiled faintly and replied, "No need." While concentrating power into his feet, he said, "I don't need to use the system's weapons every time." After all, Zhun Changxiao revealed an excited smile and rushed forward. "I've been cultivating with all my might." Seeing him act this way, the Hall Master also showed a triumphant smile and accelerated his charge. At this moment, Zhun Changxiao had already raised his leg to use the explosive kick technique. The collision of the two instantly created a shockwave, shattering all the surrounding bricks and stones. Seeing him completely unharmed, he laughed loudly and praised, "To actually be able to inflict a slight injury on me." After this blow, Zhun Changxiao immediately leaped backward, trying to compose himself. Despite the blood flowing out, he still sneered and commented, "As expected, your power has far surpassed mine." The system asked hesitantly, "So, host, do you want to summon the Green Dragon?" Zhun Changxiao stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and responded, "A weakling would summon a weapon as a matter of course. I'm afraid I'd gradually forget what a normal battle is. Besides, we are transmigrators too. Isn't challenging someone stronger than myself a trivial matter?" He extended his hand again, channeling his power, and commanded, "System, I've been exploring your power all this time." A wave of pressure suddenly emanated from him, shattering the scenery beside him. Zhen Chongxiao then said with a light laugh, "This time, facing a martial sect like this, let me show you the results of my training in an instant." Zhen Chongxiao's gaze suddenly became sharper than ever before. He then fiercely waved his hand, shattering the ground beside him, and whispered, "Horizontal slash." Seeing this, the Hall Master sneered mockingly. "A spiritual energy martial art, is this the source of your confidence to challenge me alone? With such weak spiritual energy it will be crushed to dust by my blood demon meridians before it even gets close to me." As he glanced around contemptuously, the system's voice sounded again. "Host Y, do you see the faint white aura encircling his arm?" The system asked, as the power of the horizontal slash gathered again in your hand. Zhen Chongxiao looked at his own glowing arm and answered with a light laugh. "Although the horizontal slash consumes very little energy, its killing power is quite low at my current realm. If this is a martial art created by a supreme expert, then the horizontal slash's potential definitely doesn't end here." Then, while waving his hand to execute the horizontal slash, he said, "If one slash has low killing power, what about 100 slashes? 1,000 slashes?" Seeing this, the Hall Master once again sneered contemptuously. But just a few seconds later, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide with terror, and the dark aura around him withered. His eyes bulged so much they nearly fell out, and his voice trembled as he stammered, This is." At this moment before him was Zhen Chongxiao and a massive blade of qi. Zhen Chongxiao sneered and continued, "This move is indeed hard to withstand compared to my current abilities." Although his body had reached its limit, Zhen Chongxiao still challenged him with a sinister smile. "It just so happens your evil art can't last much longer either. Let's make this quick." Looking at the strange sight, the Hall Master frowned and muttered to himself, "What kind of martial art is this? It can be infinitely enhanced. I absolutely cannot be hit by that spiritual energy blade." Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his mouth as if to do something. In the blink of an eye, the Hall Master's body violently erupted, and his entire person swelled up like a balloon. He gritted his teeth, smiled, and announced, "With such a large blade, the speed of swinging it down must be very slow. Let me show you what real power is." As soon as his voice fell, the muscles on his thighs suddenly tensed as if about to explode. Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao just chuckled softly and replied, "Why do I get the feeling you've misunderstood something?" Before he could say more, the Hall Master had already charged at him fiercely. Seeing this, Zhen Chongxiao just glanced contemptuously and said, "Spiritual energy has no weight, so..." As soon as his voice fell, he had swung the blade and severed his arm. Zhen Chongxiao sneered and continued, "However fast I wave my hand, that's how fast this sword is." The Hall Master was cut in half at the waist and stammered in surprise, "My blood demon meridians were actually blocked instantly. I can't move." After saying that, he immediately collapsed to the ground. At this time, he also retracted the horizontal slash, "And I have you to thank for your kindness. You didn't interrupt me at all while I was concentrating all my power to control the horizontal slash." At this moment, the Hall Master was unconscious on the ground, and the blood demon had consequently flown out. Seeing no response from him, Zhen Chongxiao clicked his tongue in amazement and mused, "With the enemy eliminated this time, the main hall didn't suffer much damage. After cleaning up, we can continue to use it." Meanwhile, the blood demon had flown into the air to escape. It flew all the way to the roots of a giant decaying tree, where the blood-red blood demon hovered before a strange figure in a tree hollow. The moment it sensed that familiar aura, those eyes snapped open, filled with rage. Looking at the fragments of the blood demon hovering before him, he stammered blankly, "This is Lie's blood soul," he roared angrily, "who dares to kill my disciple?" As soon as his voice fell, a wave of pressure immediately erupted. He muttered angrily to himself, "My Lie, I have just broken through to the 3rd rank of the martial sect realm. Rest assured." As soon as his voice fell, only a giant pit remained where he had been standing at this moment. Only a blood-red demonic aura and an angry roar remained in the air. "Whoever killed my disciple, I will execute your entire clan," he cursed as he flew towards the cave. "May you never be reincarnated." At this time, on the other side, mentioned Zhen Chongxiao suddenly sneezed. He put his hands on his hips and muttered, "Who's cursing me?" But he didn't notice a strange black shadow hiding behind the broken wall. The mysterious person poked his head out in fear, looking at him, but dared not make a sound. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he heard Zhen Chongxiao's excited voice from behind the wall. "Hurry up and clean up and we'll go home." Those eyes widened in terror and his mind raced in panic. "My name is Dai Lu, a disciple of the Thousand Spirit Spring Sect and now an entry-level disciple of the Holy Spring Sect. I have an irreconcilable feud with the Iron Bone Sect." Dai Lu trembled as he lay on the ground, muttering to himself, "I came from afar today to visit my cousin's sect, and I just went to the latrine in the middle of the night. The Black Eagle Hall was actually eliminated by the Iron Bone Sect." While holding 2 branches for camouflage, he thought angrily, "Killing my younger brother, who is the son of my maternal aunt, the son of my second uncle, the son of my father, the son of my mother, the son of my grandmother, this hatred is doubly irreconcilable." After crawling and scrambling for a while, he finally climbed out of the forest. Dai Nu panted and said, "I finally escaped." The man frowned and muttered, "Although I say I'll take revenge, Zhen Chongxiao is improving too quickly. He can already defeat a peak martial master, and I am still just the lowest level entry-level disciple of the Holy Spring Sect, having just passed the meridian opening stage." Halfway through his words, the man suddenly noticed that the surrounding scenery was very strange and muttered, Why has it suddenly become so quiet? I can't even hear the chirping of insects." As soon as his voice fell, a ball of blood-red flame suddenly appeared before his eyes. A strange black shadow suddenly walked over and asked, "Are you from the Black Eagle Hall?" Before Dai Lu could think, he screamed, "A ghost!" Before he could say more, his neck was tightly gripped by a hand like a withered bone. He rushed over, slammed Dai Lu violently against a tree and cursed. Then he immediately cast his spell. Soul Seizure. A series of strange monsters suddenly drilled out from his eye sockets and mouth, quickly entering Dai Lu's body through various paths. As waves of soul-seizing monsters entered his body, Dai Lu could only let out painful groans. Then Dai Lu collapsed to the ground like an empty shell after gathering the information. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Iron-Bone Sect, Jun Changxiao. Not only did you kill my beloved disciple, but you also destroyed the Black Eagle Hall. I will repay this debt 1,000 times over." Then he glanced at Dai Lu's empty shell and said, "So you have a grudge against them too, but you've already been hit by my soul seizure technique. You can only die in pain. Then I'll let you go a bit faster." At this moment, although his body could no longer move, the man's heart was still struggling, muttering to himself, I'm dying. The former sect master's revenge, my cousin's revenge. I haven't avenged them yet. I don't want to die." Dai Lu thought angrily. "I can't die." With his strong will, the man quickly regained control of his body. Seeing those suddenly opened eyes, his movements paused for a few seconds. Just then, a strange green light suddenly surrounded Dai Lu's limp body. As the green light moved wherever it went, all living things withered. After pushing all the green light out of his body, Dai Lu was completely awake and was now yawning as if he had just woken from a dream. Looking at the weakened man, he said thoughtfully, "To be able to survive under my soul seizure technique, you're not simple, kid." Hearing this, Dai Lu finally raised his head and called out dazedly, "Senior." He tilted his head, stared at the man suspiciously and asked, "Do you have some kind of protective treasure or some magical technique?" Not wanting to wait any longer, he suddenly revealed a cunning smile and proposed, "Let me use my soul seizure technique again to carefully investigate you." Seeing that expression, Dai Lu cried out in fear, "Senior, don't kill me." But before the man could finish speaking, a new wave of soul-seizing energy immediately rushed over, enveloping his entire body. As he laughed excitedly, Dai Lu screamed miserably. In the dark and dense forest, a miserable scream suddenly erupted. Then the scream stopped abruptly, followed by the sound of a heavy impact. A few minutes ago he was healthy, and now only an empty shell remained. His entire body slammed heavily onto the ground. Dai Lu looked at the withered corpse before him and stammered dazedly, "What's going on?" The man was so scared that tears came to his eyes. He kept asking himself, how did this old man suddenly turn into a dried corpse? As soon as his voice fell, Dai Lu's eyes suddenly widened because a strange change was happening in his body. In just the blink of an eye, a deep blue light suddenly erupted and surrounded the man's body. When all the mist had dispersed, Dai Lu's strong back was clearly visible. The man panted heavily, trying to feel the mystery inside his body. I broke through to the 7th rank of the martial apprentice realm with just one palm." Dai Lu looked at his palm, which was emitting a powerful force, and then asked himself, could it be? Dai Lu seemed to have thought of a possibility and laughed happily. "I can absorb the spiritual power of others." Dai Lu tried again with a flower, but the miracle didn't happen again. He complained dejectedly, "Why is there no green light? Does it only appear when I'm in danger?" He glanced at the person lying there and sighed, "I don't know who this old ghost is. Could he be one of the Grand Elders of the Black Eagle Hall? But since he contributed all his power to me, I'll forgive him." Dai Lu stood up menacingly. "Not only has my power increased, but I seem to have comprehended his technique as well." He stomped hard on the ground and used his power to execute Bloodburst Step. He charged forward with astonishing speed. Dai Lu looked at his amazing skill with full confidence. "With such a divine-grade skill, I'll be able to seek revenge on Jun Changxiao soon." But before he could be proud for long, a stone under his foot shut him up. He inertially charged towards the rock wall. He groaned in pain. "I'd better wait until I've fully mastered it before seeking revenge on the Iron-Bone Sect." At this time, in the Iron-Bone Sect, Jun Changxiao was reviewing documents when a guest arrived. He pretended to say, "Elder Wei, you actually came to me for funding on your own initiative. Just name your price. It just so happens we've recently acquired a large sum of money," he replied. "Sect Master, the mountain of our Iron-Bone Sect is too ordinary. The growth rate of the second batch of medicinal herbs has been greatly reduced." Elder Wei proposed an idea. "This old servant suggests planting some spiritual-type medicinal herbs around, which should be able to enhance the attributes of the world to some extent. It would also be very beneficial for the disciples' cultivation." He clapped his hands excitedly and praised, "Good idea." The words seeking fame and fortune were clearly written in Jun Changxiao's eyes as he said, "In that case, wouldn't Iron-Bone Mountain become a paradise? This sect master fully supports you in planting trees and creating forests." Elder Wei handed him a piece of paper and urged, "Here's the list of spirit tree seeds I've compiled, and they all need to be of the best quality." He nodded and replied, "Understood. To get rich, you must first plant trees." As soon as he opened it, the scroll rolled down with a whoosh at least twice his height in length. Jun Changxiao wiped the sweat from his brow and confirmed again, "Elder Wei, do we have to buy all the seeds on the list?" Elder Wei shook his head and said, "How could that be?" He smiled and explained to Jun Changxiao, We need 10,000 of each seed on the list, which means a total of 100,000 seeds. With these spirit trees I can arrange a deep forest formation, and Iron-Boned Mountain will become a place of spiritual and human excellence within 3 years. The market price for these seeds is about 20 million taels. After hearing his words, Zhen Chongxiao felt a bit bewildered. The Iron-Bone sect will probably have to go bankrupt. Sect Master, how do you plan to choose? After a while, he finally said, I choose. He tossed the papers aside and said coolly, bankruptcy. The next morning at the I family residence, Zhen Chongxiao handed something to Boss I, complaining, Family head I, this ring contains 20 million taels of gold. I hope you can help me buy over 100,000 high-quality seeds. Boss I stammered. I can, but he tried to snatch the ring from Zhen Chongxiao's hand but was completely unable to, so he had to say, Sect Master Zhen, can you let go? Zhen Chongxiao pouted pitifully. This is all my savings. If I let go, I'll be back where I started. In the end, he did let go, tears streaming down his face full of reluctance. Take the money. Remember to return the empty ring to me. I have to start saving money again now. Seeing this scene, Shanji couldn't help but say, the next auction will indeed be a while. If the sect master needs money, I have a suggestion. The neighboring Pingyang prefecture will hold a rather large-scale sect martial arts competition in half a month. Zhen Chongxiao listened intently, and when he heard the phrase, the prize for first place is said to be very generous, he couldn't help but feel a pang of greed. Suddenly the system dinged. A system notification appeared. Elite mission, send a disciple to participate in the Pingyang Prefecture Sect Martial Arts Competition and win the championship. Boss I continued, as far as I know, the sects participating in this martial arts competition are mainly 6th and 7th rate sects. The strongest participants are only at the 9th rank of the martial apprentice realm. Zhen Chongxiao sneezed, startling Shanji. Zhen Chongxiao said meaningfully, my disciples are all one of a kind. His eyes were full of vanity. Since someone wants to give me money, I'll reluctantly accept it. Sects of Pingyang Prefecture, come and feel the power of poverty. He laughed out loud, his expression a bit wild. Boss I watched him and commented, I don't know if it's my imagination, but the sect master's villainous aura is getting stronger and stronger. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but ask helplessly, so is this why you suddenly dragged me to Pingyang Prefecture to make money? Zhen Chongxiao held an abacus and explained seriously, the longest one is 100 spirit stones. It's all up to you. The food for everyone in our Iron-Bone sect for the next month depends on you. Yi Xingchen sighed and said, although it feels a bit embarrassing to run around for this little bit of money, I actually quite like this feeling of being entrusted with something. Yi Xingchen couldn't help but ask Zhen Chongxiao, Sect Master, you said we should practice our movement techniques while traveling, he complained with a wronged expression. In the end, I'm the only one practicing while you're just traveling. The white tiger landed lightly. Both master and servant looked at him with disdain and said, the seat has a summoned beast. If you're not convinced, go train one yourself. Yi Xingchen felt helpless inside. This is too much bullying. If this Emperor's Azure Sky Jade pendant were still on me, I would have kicked you 1,000 miles away long ago. Yi Xingchen was furious inside, but could do nothing but follow. He thought angrily, even if this emperor uses the pacing dragon walk, I won't be kicked away by you, an unreliable sect master. The brush on the paper suddenly stopped. He looked at the two of them and asked in surprise, you two are from the Iron-Bone sect of Qingyang Prefecture, here to participate in our Pingyang Prefecture's sect martial arts competition? Zhen Chongxiao looked at his expression and asked with confusion, is there anything to be surprised about? Yi Xingchen then said, the prefectures are divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. Our Qingyang Prefecture is at the very bottom of the 9th rank, while Pingyang Prefecture is in 8th rank. It's a whole level higher than Qingyang Prefecture in terms of economy, sects, and even spiritual energy. Yi Xingchen kept questioning him. So how do you think they could possibly look up to an 8th-rate sect from the lowest level of a 9th-rank prefecture? Hearing this, Zhen Chongxiao complained helplessly to the system, so my sect not only started at the lowest level, but it's also the worst sect among the lowest level. System player, I'll help you. That person continued, you can participate, but people from other prefectures are easily ostracized in the competition. Moreover, the tradition of our Pingyang Prefecture's sect martial arts competition is a massive free-for-all brawl outside the city. On the training ground, the disciples were discussing among themselves, their tone laced with a hint of mockery. Have you heard? Someone from Qingyang Prefecture is here to compete again? I heard a low-level sect from a low-level prefecture. It's a disgrace to the competition. Everyone looked in one direction in unison. Everyone thought, let's eliminate him first. Yi Xingchen sighed, his sharp gaze swept over them, and he mocked them unceremoniously, to be ridiculed by a bunch of trash right at the beginning. Those people didn't expect Yi Xingchen to dare to speak like that and were instantly furious. This kid has a sharp tongue, don't you know? In our prefecture's martial arts competition, as long as you don't kill anyone, anything goes. The bell rang, and the referee announced loudly, the competition begins. Suddenly, a giant man with sharp eyes appeared behind Yi Xingchen. Yi Xingchen turned his head and couldn't help but praise sarcastically. As expected of an 8th-rank prefecture, the spiritual energy is truly abundant to be able to cultivate such an idiot. The giant man grabbed him, lifted him high, his face full of triumph. Bastard from Qingyang Prefecture, remember this. The one who crippled you is me. He used his ultimate move, Heshan Sect Lu. Before his fist could touch Yi Xingqian had already retaliated. I'm not interested in hearing so many trash names. Yi Xingqian channeled his energy, his entire body enveloped in power, startling the giant man. The giant man took a blow from him, and his body started to spurt blood. Then the tall fellow collapsed to the ground, dead on the spot. Yi Xingqian yawned out of boredom and couldn't help but say, "Ironbone Sect's Yi Xingqian, you few hundred people come at me together. I'm in a hurry." Hearing his arrogant words, their eyes flashed with fury, and several people charged forward together, constantly mocking this suicidal idiot. One person rushed towards Yi Xingqian with blade chi, which Yi Xingqian effortlessly blocked, while his other hand punched the guy's face black and blue. He continued to lift his foot. The buzz-cut man screamed in agony. The bones in his foot felt like they had been shattered into countless pieces. Yi Xingqian sneered, "With this level of skill, I don't even need to use any martial arts." Then he lifted his foot and kicked the guy in front of him away. That guy flew into the air, creating a beautiful firework display. Yi Xingqian's murderous aura swept towards the remaining people. Yi Xingqian smiled mockingly. This kind of massive brawl is both time-saving and energy-saving. He threw a punch and the guy couldn't withstand it, flying high into the air due to inertia. Yi Xingqian clapped his hands and mocked, "Not bad, not bad." Yi Xingqian looked at them with a wicked expression on his face, "Forcing me to use the explosive fist. The 8th rank town does have some skill." The people in the stands looked at Yi Xingqian and the mountain of corpses, unable to help but exclaim, "Is this thing an 8th rate sect from Qingyang Prefecture? None of our prefecture's disciples can even withstand a single blow from him." The man couldn't believe his eyes. How on earth did their sect master cultivate such a terrifying disciple? He widened his eyes, watching Zhen Chongxiao sleeping soundly, and said helplessly, "Sect Master Zhen is so carefree to be able to sleep so soundly." A loud shout woke him from his sweet dream. Sect Master Zhen Chongxiao opened his eyes groggily. Yi Xingqian had already held the money bag up to him and said, "Sect Master, the 100 spirit stones are in hand." He smiled at Zhen Chongxiao and said, "Let's go home. I still have many brothers waiting to be fed." Yi Xingqian poured out the spirit stones. The disciples gathered around, praising him one after another, making him very proud. "Junior brother Yi has only been out for a few days and he has already earned so many spirit stones." A small wooden stick pointed to a location on the map. Zhen Chongxiao said seriously, "This is why I called everyone here." He pointed to the map and explained, "I've already inquired. Several prefectures near ours are holding sect martial arts competitions recently. Our sect's income will definitely soar this time." Everyone was listening attentively to Zhen Chongxiao's words. "Each of you is responsible for one prefecture with only one goal, the championship prize. If the prize isn't as good as our sect's martial arts techniques, just exchange it for cash for us." A glint of pride flashed in Shamo's eyes. "No problem. Watch how we crush them." But Zhen Chongxiao quickly stopped his thought. "This is the second point I want to make. Don't make it look like you won too easily. Even if the opponent is weak, you have to act like you barely won." Shamo asked him why, confused. Zhen Chongxiao said exaggeratedly, "In the blink of an eye, Yi Xingqian can beat up a few hundred people. Pingyang Prefecture will blacklist our sect, and we won't be able to sign up for their competitions in the future." Zhen Chongxiao said with a look of arrogance, "You must act naturally. This is all from the acting classes I took before. There's no shame in making money." A sharp light flashed in his eyes. "If someone looks for trouble, we won't show any mercy then." Zhen Chongxiao loudly commanded, "Move out." He sat in the center of the main hall, pondered for a moment, then called out, "Li Shangtian." Li Shangtian quickly jumped out and replied obediently, "Present." Zhen Chongxiao carefully instructed, "The disciples have just set off. Arrange for 5 gold medal GU Hall members to secretly follow each of them and provide protection when necessary." He nodded and replied yes. Zhen Chongxiao frowned and said seriously, "For all they are going to an unfamiliar prefecture. Among their peers I admit they are invincible, but I'm afraid that some sect elders might disregard their reputation and act personally." Zhen Chongxiao smiled gently. "You are all my treasures, not a single one of you can be lost." Shangtian nodded. "Thank you, Sect Master." Shiny spirit stones fell one by one. Xiaomo held the money bag reluctantly, saying with a mix of tears and laughter, "I haven't even had time to count this little bit of money yet." Zhen Chongxiao threw a spirit stone to the boy and scolded, "What are you crying for? The more you contribute, the more you'll be rewarded." Xiaomo scratched his head in embarrassment, smiling sheepishly. "I was just trying to cry a bit. Maybe the Sect Master would give me some extra rewards." Shangtian landed and bowed to Zhen Chongxiao. "Sect Master," he reported everything to Zhen Chongxiao in detail. As expected, senior brother Qingyang ran into trouble in Huaying Prefecture. An elder from the Ghost Hand sect, a high-grade martial master, secretly attacked several times on the road because his disciple was defeated by senior brother. Fortunately, with the protection of the GU Hall guards, they arrived safely at the foot of the sect's mountain. Zhen Chongxiao smiled strangely. It seems the destruction of the Black Eagle Hall wasn't enough to warn the evil sects of Huaying Prefecture. He immediately channeled his energy and flew into the air. He sped away, saying meaningfully, "Daring to cause trouble on my territory, I'd like to see how many heads you have." Their footsteps echoed urgently on the ground. Yinlong Zhe turned to look at Qingyang. "Qingyang, I've already notified the sect. Reinforcements will be here soon." Another voice suddenly retorted, "Just a measly 8th-rate little sect. Are you 6 high-level martial apprentices the elite of the elite?" The 4th elder stood above, observing their movements. He arrogantly thought that even if their sect master came with all his disciples, "I can still take your lives." The 4th elder's face was full of pride. A mere 8th rate sect. No matter how strong the sect master is, he's at most a low-level martial master. High-level martial masters like us are not something you can compensate for with numbers. He began to perform his moves and streaks of purple light started to spread out. The ghost was heavy and the footsteps began to break sharply. Qingying's side sensed the situation, so he raised his hand and began to perform a palm technique. A huge palm was condensed by everyone to block his move, mountain-splitting palm. The two clashed with a deafening boom. After landing, he slowly walked over. Every time I see these strange martial arts of yours, I can't help but lose my patience, the fourth elder arrogantly said to them. A mere unworthy disciple isn't worth me coming all this way to obtain your martial arts. This trip was truly worth it. He revealed a wicked smile and began to continue his attack. Hand over the martial arts and I can let you die a quicker death. The smoke in front of him gradually dissipated, and he was surprised to find that everyone had already gotten close. The fourth elder looked ahead with a puzzled gaze and suddenly something rushed towards him. The fourth elder hurriedly dodged but happened to run into Zhun Chongxiao's kicking foot. Zhun Chongxiao smiled slyly. Your reaction speed is not bad. Zhun Chongxiao twisted his body and jumped away. He formed a powerful vortex which greatly surprised the fourth elder. Taking advantage of his panic, Zhun Chongxiao kicked him down with one palm. The fourth elder was kicked into the ground, half of his body exposed. The fourth elder covered himself in pain, speechless with surprise. The fourth elder couldn't believe it. How is this possible? As a high-level martial master, my body can withstand nearly 100,000 jin of force. How can I not even block a single blow from you? As soon as his voice fell, Zhun Chongxiao's foot stepped on his face. Zhun Chongxiao smiled smugly. 100,000 jin. This seat has been easily withstanding 100,000 jin for days now. Ping A is a gaming term referring to a normal attack, he said in fear. Wait, you're the sect master of the Iron Bone sect. I am the fourth elder of the Ghost Hand sect. Song Zi, you can't kill me. If I don't let you go, the Ghost Hand sect will surely come for me. So why should I let you go? The fourth elder cried out in fear. Sect master, spare me. I am willing to hand over my soul source and serve you as a servant for the rest of my life. Zhun Chongxiao asked in confusion. Soul source, have they added a new setting again? The system immediately replied. It's just that the host's common knowledge is lacking. The system explained to him that the soul source is a type of command chain for martial cultivators. If one controls it, they can make the other party's soul shatter with a single thought. After hearing the explanation, Zhun Chongxiao's scheming deepened. Then hand over your source. If you dare to play any tricks, this seat will crush you with one stomp. The fourth elder reluctantly extracted the source from his mind. The light hovered before Zhun Chongxiao's eyes. He quickly grasped it and the light condensed into a liquid. Zhun Chongxiao said blankly, the texture feels a bit like silicone. The fourth elder reminded him worriedly, Master, be gentle. He revealed a satisfied smile. Well then, Song Zi, go back to the Ghost Hand sect and be their elder. I'll call you if I need anything. He replied helplessly, yes, Master. Zhun Chongxiao then urged, let's go home for dinner. Peppa will definitely wait for Qingying to come home before eating. Suddenly, with a heaven-shaking roar, Zhun Chongxiao unexpectedly shouted in anger. He cursed the system silently. System, all those opponents I dealt with before, if I had controlled their soul sources, wouldn't I have a super strong team by now? I've lost out big time. The system replied. Those willing to offer up their own soul source are an extremely small minority. The system's question made him pause. Besides, has the host forgotten that saying? The system reminded. Turning evil makes you 10 times stronger. Redemption weakens you by a third. Zhun Chongxiao frustratingly found that he couldn't refute it. He realized with a pang of heartache, I guess I should just stick to the game of raising disciples. System notification. Congratulations to the host for completing a hidden mission. Complete obedience. Obtained 100 contribution points. Contribution points. Phone. Sect contribution points are overflowing. Zhun Chongxiao looked at the screen and smiled smugly. My luck is good this time. I was just thinking of spending contribution points and a new divine artifact showed up. The system interface displayed the introduction for the incubator. Simply provide enough crystal core energy to incubate any type of egg, especially the eggs of fierce beasts from high martial worlds. Advantages. After incubation, once the cub breaks out of its shell, it will automatically form a contractual relationship with the host. Special effect. During incubation, there is a certain chance for the cub to mutate, thereby greatly increasing its strength. The item spirit said excitedly, then my fire dragon egg can mutate, he replied to the item spirit. It's just this design. Why does it always give me the feeling that my wallet is in danger? He held the fierce beast egg in his hand. The item spirit raised its hand and had already taken the egg. Buying something? No, please insert the corresponding crystal core energy. Zhun Chongxiao looked at it and frowned. Did you just accidentally say what you were really thinking? The item spirit smiled and said, to incubate this fire dragon egg requires 10 supreme grade crystal cores. That's not so bad, not as insane as those games from my past life. Zhun Chongxiao excitedly gripped its hand, then it settled. An excited expression appeared on his face. The fire dragon beast looked at Zhun Chongxiao and smiled back. He asked curiously, why is it bugged before it even starts incubating? A signal appeared above its head. Time required to incubate the egg is no more than 15 days. Mutation rate 1100. Zhun Chongxiao's expression changed slightly, a little worried. The mutation rate is only 1. Even if I have god-tier luck, I can't rely on that chance to mutate the fire dragon beast, can I? The item spirit replied. Want to increase the mutation success rate? Zhun Chongxiao was stunned. Why do I always have a bad feeling? It continued to urge. Buy it. Young man, by investing crystal core energy during the incubation process you can increase the mutation rate. His voice echoed in Zhen Chongxiao's mind. How can you be the boss if you don't buy? The fire dragon beast will definitely be very strong after mutating, as powerful as you want it to be at this stage. You can truly feel the joy of shopping. If the rate doesn't reach 100, no matter how much you invest, it will be useless. He held a stack of red crystal stones in his hand, his eyes shining. I'll go all in. His exclusive mount turned into a motorcycle. System notification, mutation rate 3100. Zhen Chongxiao's face was stiff as he clutched his chest, dazed. 50 mid-grade crystal cores only increased it by 2 points. This is robbery, the item spirit replied quickly. I wouldn't be cruel enough to swindle a child, and if you give up now, wouldn't everything you've invested be wasted? He poured the crystal stones from the bag into its hand. System notification, mutation rate 8100. Zhen Chongxiao continued to pour in the entire bag of crystal stones. System notification, mutation rate 22100. With a dazed expression he gave it the entire chunk of crystal stone. System notification, mutation rate 72100. He subconsciously patted his pockets. They were empty, there was nothing left. System notification, mutation rate 85100. Zhen Chongxiao slumped to the ground in a daze and shouted, It's over, I've used it all. Not a single crystal core is left. Suddenly, Luocho's voice came from behind. Sect Master, something big has happened in Haiyang Prefecture. Having just received the news, Luocho strode in menacingly. Xiao Zuiji won the championship in the sect martial arts competition, but on his way back he was ambushed in a forest by several experts. She frowned and said, Among them is a martial sect expert. The sect master remained seated cross-legged, calmly replying, Haiyang Prefecture is at least 1,000 miles away from Qingyang Prefecture. Normally it would take at least 2 or 3 days to travel. Gather the members of the Jiu Hall and follow me to Haiyang Prefecture to rescue him. We must arrive before nightfall today. He revealed a sinister smile. They've already delivered the money to our doorstep. We must give them a proper welcome. In the back mountain forest, Zuiji was bandaging a wound on his hand. He sat in a tree observing, thinking the situation is not optimistic. Luckily I brought my sniper rifle. A voice echoed from outside. Kid, you're trapped in the valley. Give up resisting. He sat in the tree with his gun, remaining silent upon hearing the voice. Show yourself obediently and hand over the divine might fire gun, and you might live. The third elder and his disciples stood below. The disciple shouted, Sect Master Liao is a martial sect. You, a mere martial apprentice, can't escape. For using a hidden weapon to kill so many of us, you will be heavily rewarded when caught. Suddenly, he was struck by a bullet and fell to the ground. The third elder gritted his teeth. To easily kill a peak martial apprentice, I must have this divine artifact. Zuiji leaped down from the high branches. He jumped from one place to another with his gun, his feet landing on a branch. He stood steadily on the branch, holding the gun tightly with his other hand, aiming at his target. Zuiji placed his index finger on the trigger and narrowed his eyes. This valley isn't big to begin with. Although I've been eliminating enemies, their encirclement is getting smaller and smaller. I wonder if the sect master and the others have received the news. A glint of fire flashed in his eyes. Quite sharp, aren't you? Kill one person with a shot, then change hiding spots, but for me up close, catching you is as easy as flipping my hand. The space was silent. Zuiji raised his gun and pulled the trigger, but unfortunately he fell from a high place and lay motionless. The ground cracked as if shattering. The third elder ran over. That punch of mine just now had the force of 100,000 jin. He crossed his arms and smiled happily. You can still stand up? What could be better than that? From the pile of rubble, Zuiji supported himself with his gun, gritting his teeth and saying, Don't look down on me. He lifted his face, blood trickling from his nose. The third elder stomped heavily on the ground. I'd like to see. He rushed towards Zuiji like lightning. How much of a beating a disciple of the Iron-Bone sect can take? The third elder sent him flying with a single palm strike. Zuiji frowned, his body tensing, his legs bracing behind him to keep from falling. Zuiji stood tall, muttering to himself, 3 of my bones are broken. I heard the sect master of the Kashan sect is a second-rank martial sect. The sniper rifle is useless now, I should put it away. The third elder looked at him. You can still stand after taking 2 of my punches. You're quite a good seedling. He raised his hand, a smile playing on his lips. I'll give you a chance. Leave the Ironbone sect and join the Kashan sect and I can spare your life. Blood seeped from the corner of Zuji's mouth, but his eyes were still defiant. In life I am a person of the Ironbone sect. In death I am its ghost. Purple spiritual energy emanated from the third elder's body as he gritted his teeth. To refuse an invitation from a 5th-rate sect without a second thought. Forget it. In any case, the divine might fire gun in your hands is more attractive to me. Zuiji was hit. A blue barrier appeared around his body. It was the sealing shield. He thought, the main goal now is to stall for time and wait for the sect master to arrive with reinforcements. He rushed forward to attack like lightning. Zuiji used the barrier to hold back the third elder. Zuiji raised his hand to block, surprised to see the third elder's afterimage. The third elder had already circled behind him, whispering in his ear, Your martial arts are exquisite, but in the face of absolute power. He struck Zuji's back with his palm, attacked from behind. He spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. They are all trash. The third elder sent him flying with a wave of his hand. His punch left Zuiji covered in wounds. His ribs were surely broken. The third elder pressed his advantage. He rushed forward, a decisive blow sending Zuiji to lie motionless in a pile of rubble, blood spraying like a rainbow. Zuiji lay in the rubble looking up. he smiled faintly. Sect Master, your kindness, I can only repay it in the next life. At this moment his body lay limply in the rubble. Zuiji looked at the sky, his eyes moist. I haven't eaten enough delicious food yet, and I still kind of miss being massaged in the body sculpting room. Suddenly, something flared in his eyes. He saw a group of people rushing down from the sky, a fire igniting in his eyes. He couldn't help but shout. A red brick exploded from the pile of rubble. The sky was filled with dark clouds and lightning flashed. The third elder suddenly stopped. Lu Aochu and Qing Ying were bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The disciples behind them whispered, Sect Master, why have you stopped? Zhun Chongxiao said through gritted teeth. Next I must get there at top speed. You all follow behind me with only one mission. To annihilate everyone who is besieging my disciple. He frowned, his eyes filled with anger, and gritted his teeth. Leave no one alive. Revenge burned in his eyes. I want them all to be buried with him. For every disciple who dies in battle, the sect's member count is reduced by 1. The ground cracked as if shattering. The third elder ran over. That punch of mine just now had the force of 100,000 jin. He crossed his arms and smiled happily. You can still stand up? What could be better than that? From the pile of rubble, Zuiji supported himself with his gun, gritting his teeth and saying, Don't look down on me. He lifted his face, blood trickling from his nose. The third elder stomped heavily on the ground. I'd like to see. He rushed towards Zuiji like lightning. How much of a beating a disciple of the Ironbone sect can take? The third elder sent him flying with a single palm strike. Zuiji frowned, his body tensing, his legs bracing behind him to keep from falling. Zuiji stood tall, muttering to himself, 3 of my bones are broken. I heard the sect master of the Kashan sect is a second-rank martial sect. The sniper rifle is useless now. I should put it away. The third elder looked at him. You can still stand after taking 2 of my punches. You're quite a good seedling. He raised his hand, a smile playing on his lips. I'll give you a chance. Leave the Ironbone sect and join the Kashan sect. I can spare your life. Blood seeped from the corner of Zuji's mouth, but his eyes were still defiant. In life I am a person of the Ironbone sect. In death I am its ghost. Purple spiritual energy emanated from the third elder's body as he gritted his teeth. To refuse an invitation from a 5th-rate sect without a second thought. Forget it. In any case, the Divine Might fire gun in your hands is more attractive to me. Zuiji used a move. A blue barrier appeared around his body. It was the sealing shield, he thought. The main goal now is to stall for time and wait for the sect master to arrive with reinforcements. He rushed forward to attack like lightning. Zuiji used the barrier to hold back the third elder. Zuiji raised his hand to block, surprised to see the third elder's afterimage. The third elder had already circled behind him, whispering in his ear, Your martial arts are exquisite, but in the face of absolute power. He struck Zuji's back with his palm. Attacked from behind, he spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth. They are all trash. The third elder sent him flying with a wave of his hand. His punch left Zuiji covered in wounds. His ribs were surely broken. The third elder pressed his advantage. He rushed forward, a decisive blow sending Zuiji to lie motionless in a pile of rubble. Blood sprayed like a rainbow. Zuiji lay in the rubble looking up. He smiled faintly. Sect Master, your kindness, I can only repay it in the next life. At this moment his body lay limply in the rubble. Zuiji looked at the sky, his eyes moist. I haven't eaten enough delicious food yet, and I still kind of miss being massaged in the body sculpting room. Suddenly something flared in his eyes. He saw a group of people rushing down from the sky, a fire igniting in his eyes. He couldn't help but shout. A red brick exploded from the pile of rubble. The sky was filled with dark clouds and lightning flashed. The third elder suddenly stopped. Lu Aochu and Qing Ying were bewildered, not knowing what had happened. The disciples behind them whispered, Sect Master, why have you stopped? Zhun Chongxiao said through gritted teeth, Next I must get there at top speed. You all follow behind me with only one mission. To annihilate everyone who is besieging my disciple. He frowned, his eyes filled with anger, and gritted his teeth. Leave no one alive. Revenge burned in his eyes. I want them all to be buried with him. For every disciple who dies in battle, the sect's member count is reduced by 1. The sky turned dark again. Thunder roared and the ground was a mess of flesh and blood. Zuiji, heavily injured with his face stained with blood, stared blankly ahead, still muttering junior brother Qin Lai's name. Unexpectedly, Qin Lai had shielded Zuiji, taking the fatal blow head-on while the others simultaneously surrounded the third elder. Although Qin Lai was coughing up blood, he still did his best to urge Zuiji, Senior brother, you are the defensive core of our sect, how can you fall here? The third elder laughed sinisterly. These guys must be assassins so well hidden that I didn't notice them at all before I made my move. With just a casual wave of his hand, Qin Lai and the other junior brothers were sent flying. With your fellow disciples to accompany you, you won't be lonely after you die. Qin Lai slammed heavily onto the ground, blood gushing from the wound on his chest. Zuiji slowly sat up, his face ashen as he looked at his severely injured junior brothers and cried out numbly, Junior brothers, then his eyes widened as he roared, I'll make you pay with your blood. Zuiji immediately charged at him on his knees. The third elder looked at him in surprise and said, With all your bones shattered, you can still rise to attack me. It seems I've really underestimated you, but since I can't subdue you, I certainly can't let you live. Zuiji threw an angry punch straight at him, but the third elder easily detected it and sneered with disdain. They both threw punches at the same time, the powerful impact shattering their surroundings. And Zuiji was also hit by the force of his fist. Blood sprayed from his veins as if they had burst, but Zuiji remained unfazed, retracting his hand to gather more power. Then he fiercely unleashed the explosive palm, attacking him relentlessly. With a loud bang, both of them quickly jumped back. the third elder said in astonishment. Kid, do you have no sense of pain? The bones and tendons in your arm are already broken, yet you still use martial skills consecutively. Zuji's arm was dripping with blood, but even with such severe injuries he still stood tall. At this moment he seemed to have lost consciousness, his eyes rolling back as he muttered incessantly, "Kill, kill, kill." Then he shot towards him like an arrow. The third elder still stood calmly in place, mocking, "If you weren't a martial apprentice, but a peak martial master, I'm afraid you might have actually taken my life." After speaking, he raised his hand and smiled sinisterly. "Let me show you the true power of a martial sect." With just a light wave of his hand, the aura he emitted shattered and buckled the ground before him. A martial sect could already partially control the power of heaven and earth. Zuiji was firmly pinned in the pile of rubble, unable to move. He said gloatingly, "You have great talent and willpower, but this is as far as you go over here." The junior brothers were also firmly pressed to the ground by an invisible force. Your junior brothers. Their aptitude is also extraordinary. The Ironbone sect is merely an 8th-rate sect, yet it hides so many outstanding talents within. The third elder looked at them, mocking them endlessly. "But your Ironbone sect possesses strange treasures. I fear it won't last long. You all should go first." Suddenly, Zuiji abruptly raised his head and shouted, "Sect Master!" The third elder's heart jolted upon hearing this. A figure suddenly appeared before him and said, "Zuiji, I'm late." Zuiji cried out with teary eyes, "Sect Master!" At this moment he could no longer hold back his grievances and burst into tears. "I'm sorry, I failed to protect my junior brothers." Changxiao, holding his long blade, said to Zuiji, "I am here to avenge you all." The third elder pointed at him and provoked, "You're the Sect Master of the Ironbone sect. I see your spiritual energy is only at the martial master level," he said exaggeratedly. "Want to get revenge on me? I think you can only be buried along with your disciples." Changxiao replied calmly, "On my way here I was thinking about how I should deal with you." He immediately raised his long blade and said, "Now I've figured it out. I'm going to make you." A powerful and oppressive aura suddenly erupted from Changxiao's entire body. He turned his face, glaring at him angrily. The third elder gradually retracted his purple energy and sighed, "Although you are only a martial master, the aura you emit has already earned my respect." A powerful ball of energy immediately condensed in his fist. "It's enough to force even a second-rank martial sect like me to go all out. You can be proud of yourself." After speaking, his hands like two heavy hammers crushed all the stones beneath his feet. A look of excitement appeared on the third elder's face, and he didn't forget to mock Changxiao. "To dare to appear before me to protect your disciples. I respect you as a man, so I'll give you a quick death." Changxiao still stood calmly in place waiting for him. The third elder charged over with astonishing speed, full of excitement. Changxiao stood with his back to him, shielding Zuiji from the blow. Suddenly sensing something, Changxiao turned around and looked at the third elder. He immediately raised his hand, a talisman glowed and then shattered, and the entire forest shook violently with a loud rumble. Changxiao blocked his attack with a single hand and a powerful shockwave swept out, devastating everything in its path. His hand gently clasped the third elder's energy sphere. He was sweating profusely as he used all his strength, yet he still said stubbornly, "To be able to block a force of 300,000 jin with one hand, you are much stronger than I imagined." The third elder then smugly continued his attack. "Let's see if you can block this second palm." However, before he could strike, his arm had already snapped in astonishment. Changxiao turned and left without a second glance, paying him no mind at all. He walked to Qin Lai's side, his hands trembling as he touched him, unable to hold back any longer. "Qin Lai, I'm sorry." Changxiao sat before Qin Lai, apologizing guiltily. This sect master was late, however. That third elder still refused to give up, still charging over madly. "How dare you cut off one of my arms? I'll tear you to pieces." Changxiao turned around in a rage. He stomped his foot hard to gather power, then swung his blade across his body, and blood sprayed out like rain. The third elder denied in terror, "I am a mighty martial sect, yet you, a mere martial master, wield a blade with such skill." Changxiao cut him off coldly. "You are only a martial sect?" Tears welled up in his eyes as Changxiao looked at him with hatred. "How dare you harm my people?" Then he immediately dropped to his knees and punched him fiercely in the face. He sent the third elder flying with a dislocated jaw. Changxiao didn't stop. He raised his long blade, aimed at the third elder, and the blade whistled through the air at an astonishing speed, directly chopping off the third elder's other arm. He was sweating profusely, yet still declared stubbornly, "You missed. Without a divine weapon, even if I only have 2 legs left, I can still kick you away." Changxiao stood in place and replied mockingly, "Missed?" He frowned, suppressing his anger, and said to him, "I am going to defeat you and cut you into 1,000 pieces." After speaking, Changxiao leapt lightly and rushed towards him. The third elder could still use his foot to condense an energy sphere, provoking him. "Are you seeking death?" He gathered his power, the energy sphere growing larger, while Changxiao charged forward without hesitation, confronting it directly. Changxiao immediately punched fiercely at the energy sphere. His eyes were cold as he stared straight ahead. The third elder was still mocking. "How dare you charge straight over it and just dissipate with this spiritual energy?" Unexpectedly, Changxiao's fist was able to penetrate through, leaving the third elder staring in shock. He could only use his foot to block Changxiao's attack. Changxiao's clothes and hair danced in the wind, as if he had just completed a move. Someone slammed the ground, sending shattered stones flying. Changxiao and the third elder engaged in a fierce battle, both of them possessing extraordinary strength. He lifted his leg to attack, his face ferocious. Changxiao was not to be outdone. Blocking the blow with just his hand, sparks flew from his palm. Changxiao struck him directly in the abdomen, catching him off guard and causing him to spew blood. He said softly, "Explosive hammer strike, Qin Lai's favorite move." The third elder's eyes rolled back, his soul scattered by that last blow. He didn't stop, continuing to strike his cheek, his eyes terrifying. Changxiao seized the opportunity, striking repeatedly like a machine. He abruptly stopped, stomping heavily on the ground, causing shattered stones to fly. With one punch, he sent him flying into the air. The third elder flew several hundred meters before stopping. He crashed heavily onto the ground and the surroundings fell silent. He raised his long blade majestically, his face grim, and said softly, "Qin Lai." He looked down, his eyes somewhat pensive. "Let's go home." The scene changes, shifting to a peaceful and serene view. A voice sounded. Elder Wei said, "This place will become the most spiritually rich area of our sect in the future." Zuiji sat by his junior brother's grave, pouring out the unspoken feelings of longing. Dudu said, "This is your favorite dish, I'll bring it to you often from now on." He felt guilty, his gaze distant. "As a senior brother, I'm such a failure to let you shield me. It was all my fault." He looked up at the sky, his face filled with determination, his eyes unable to hide his loneliness. "Junior brother, for the sake of unfortunate people like you, I will continue to live on. I will strive to become stronger, and I will use my life to protect the Iron-Bone sect and my fellow disciples." Amidst the vast scenery surrounded by ancient trees and a sea of clouds, Zuiji made a sincere promise to his junior brother. "Junior brother Qin, may you rest in peace here." Watching the Iron-Bone sect gradually grow stronger, step by step becoming the strongest sect, I wonder if, as the sect master predicted, your spiritual energy will gradually gather and become a unique existence. He tilted the wine cup in his hand to the ground. "If that can truly happen, then we can drink together again." The wine spilled and spread. Changxiao was sitting on the ground surrounded by empty wine bottles, drinking non-stop. Qianqin walked in slowly from the door, looking at his sorrowful expression. Changxiao was already showing signs of drunkenness. He glanced at her carelessly and said in a low voice, "Qianqin, if you're here to tell me that the dead can't be brought back, then don't bother." He sat in his chair, fiddling with his wine cup in frustration, his face full of sorrow as he complained to her, his words filled with regret. "If I hadn't been so stubborn about earning those few spirit stones, if I hadn't underestimated their resilient will." He prepared to drain the wine cup again. "If I hadn't arrived a step too late." Qianqin walked forward, her face ashen, and forcefully knocked the wine cup from his hand. Changxiao was momentarily stunned. She picked up a wine cup and drained it in one gulp. Although it was a bit hard to swallow, she still drank it down. He sat there, looking at her, speechless. Qianqin spoke with a resounding voice, repeating the words he had once said. "Hallmaster Li once told me that when she trains the disciples of the Jiu Hall, she always teaches them the most important principle." She stood straight before him, speaking firmly and decisively. "As a true assassin, when the disparity in strength is too great, you must immediately conceal yourself and find an opportunity to escape." Qianqin's tone was gentle, her words persuasive as she comforted him. But when he charged out, his identity was no longer that of an assassin, but a member of the Iron-Bone sect. Her voice still echoed in his ears as he sat in silent contemplation, listening quietly. "He did that to protect the Iron-Bone sect, to protect everything you've built, to protect all of us." She gently caressed his tear-stained cheek, comforting him softly. "I still remember something you said. Dignity," he had a sudden realization, an epiphany, "is found only at the tip of the sword." Qianqin pulled him into an embrace, gently stroking his head. "You are someone I value. Today we will mourn for junior brother Qin together." He sobbed through gritted teeth, finally able to vent the grief in his heart. Qianqin's tone became even firmer. "Tomorrow we will continue to strive for the strength and dignity of the Iron-Bone sect, and we will never again shed tears for our own weakness." He cried as he spoke, his tears dripping onto the ground. "Qianqin, the sun is shining brightly outside, a sign that everything will be all right. Thank you." Changxiao was drawing figures of his disciples currently after several rounds of aptitude transformation assessments for the 7 inner sect disciples. All but Tianqi had reached supreme grade aptitude. He opened his eyes, a proud smile on his face. He continued to plan his next steps. "Next, I should set up a small kitchen just for Tianqi. Otherwise it's not good for the child's psychological development. Also, I should select new inner sect disciples." From the outer sect disciples, he thought of the 2 disciples he had the highest hopes for. The 2 appeared on screen looking heroic. Currently among the outer sect disciples, Long Ziyang and Yang Yuha are the most outstanding. It is said that this Long family is also a major family. Suddenly there was a sound. He turned, his eyes alert. The shape of a penguin was emitting smoke from within his body, which swirled around. The 15th day had arrived. Today was the day the egg would hatch. A golden egg shape appeared, adorned with white patterns. The egg began to crack. He stood before the egg, clasping his hands together, praying with extreme sincerity and piety. It must mutate. It absolutely must mutate. He watched in alarm as the egg suddenly flew up, steaming hot. "May the god of luck bless me." It was all a mass of white smoke. He looked at it, stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. He looked at the broken egg in disappointment. "Where's my fire dragon beast? Where's my mutation?" "You mutated into 6 of them." Suddenly, the remaining eggshell also shattered into hundreds of pieces. A huge dragon appeared, its body lithe and powerful, as if showing off its strength, leaving him standing there dumbfounded. Feeling this aura, his eyes filled with joy. "A bit too big," a voice called from outside. Sect Master, Xiaomo and Li Fei looked at the dragon and said with boredom, "Is this your divine dragon?" He smiled proudly, proud of his newly subdued divine dragon. "Isn't it? Look at this majestic presence, look at these dragon claws." The divine dragon also showed off its sharp claws. Changshao's words were filled with praise for its head and horns. "How majestic and magnificent these dragon horns are." Xiaomo moved closer and commented cautiously, "It is quite beautiful." He just touched the dragon with a disgusted tone. "Too small." He pointed at it and said contemptuously, "This size, if you said it was a mutated lizard, I might believe you." The dragon seemed to understand and bit him, but he just treated it as a child's prank. "So small and you want to bite me," he cried out in pain. The divine dragon made his head hit the ground. It was triumphant and began to breathe fire to show off its power. Although its body was small, the sparks it breathed were by no means ordinary. 7/10 cooked fantastic. His voice rang out while Xiaomo had already been blown to a crisp. His hair curled up. "It's a mutated dragon beast. Its real name is Fire Dragon, nicknamed Xiaolong, and it hates being called a lizard." Changxiao confirmed again, and it cleverly jumped onto him. "This is my third contracted beast," a voice came, and both of them were stunned. "Lizard cub, your food is here." The divine dragon turned its head, its face full of anger, its eyes filled with rage. Suddenly its expression changed, its eyes sparkling like diamonds. It turned out that Warner had brought it food. A steaming hot roasted pig appeared. "All right, lizard cub, it's so itchy." The three of them stood there and thought of something else. "So this thing doesn't dislike this name, it just dislikes men." Changxiao doubted the dragon's strength. "Xiaolong is so small, the pig you prepared is a bit too big." She didn't really care and asked the divine dragon, "Lizard cub, no, Xiaolong, you must have a good appetite, right?" The divine dragon ate the pig on the plate in one bite and his eyes were filled with surprise, watching. He calmly watched it. It finished eating, and Changxiao hadn't recovered from what had just happened. He asked in confusion, "What just happened? Did it even chew? Am I raising a dragon or a pet cat?" She looked at the dragon gently and asked with concern, "Is Xiaolong not full yet? Then shall I go make it some more food?" He thought dejectedly. How much would it cost to raise this divine dragon? This appetite is no longer a question of whether I can afford it or not. The money I earn is probably only enough to feed it. Fear was written all over his face, and a thought flashed through his mind. Is it still too late to stuff it back into the egg? At lunchtime, everyone gathered in the dining hall in high spirits. It's time to eat. Two junior brothers and fellow disciples watched with drool. Today's lunch is too sumptuous, but before they could even pick up their chopsticks, a gust of wind whistled past and all the food on the table flew away, leaving only the lonely bowls and plates. The two were at a loss. What was that? It flashed by. Where's my meat? How come there are only vegetables left? Everyone around them was the same. Wherever that strange wind blew, it swept everything clean. What the hell is this thing? Where's my meat? It didn't even leave the skin. Xiaomo held a chicken leg in his hand, feeling proud. Luckily I secretly hid a chicken leg, but before he could put it in his mouth a black shadow flashed by and all that was left of the chicken leg in his hand was a bare bone. The veins on his face bulged and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Xiaomo and all the other junior brothers and fellow disciples were furious and chased after the thief who stole the food. "Xiaolong, you've gone too far. It's been 3 days and we haven't even tasted a hint of meat." They chased the dragon cub out of the gate. "We swear to reclaim our right to eat meat." Xiaolong quickly flew to Changshao's side just as he was returning to the sect with something on his back. Everyone rushed to complain. "Sect Master, you're finally back," Changxiao scolded them. "What's with all the noise? Isn't it just a bit of meat stolen by this little dragon?" Changxiao looked at his disciples helplessly and said contemptuously, "My spatial ring is already filled with meat, and with this big bag that's tens of millions of jin of meat. To make such a fuss over this little bit of food, it's too embarrassing for our iron-boned sect." However, Xiaomo was stunned and pointed. That sect master didn't expect Xiaolong to swallow the entire bag in one bite, making its whole body bulge. After eating, it even jumped onto Changshao's shoulder and licked him, which surprised him so much that he couldn't help but curse. "You eat so much every day, but I don't see you growing up at all. I'm almost bankrupt from feeding you. This bag of meat cost over 10 million taels of silver, and you even swallowed the bag." Xiaomo could only helplessly hug his leg to stop him. "Sect master, calm down. If you break it, it'll only make us more heartbroken." Xiaolong was still jumping innocently. Changxiao was furious. His anger turned him into a villain, and he flew to chase and kill Xiaolong. "You're really looking for trouble." The two of them chased from the ground to the roof. "When I catch you, I'll definitely teach you a good lesson." At the same time, a fragrant and tempting chicken leg appeared. Xiaolong discovered it and drooled with greed. It quickly rushed towards Qianqin. She raised her hand towards Xiaolong, unleashed a move, freezing it. Xiaolong was thus frozen and it fell to the ground stiffly, unable to catch its breath. Qianqin looked down at it and scolded, "You dare to snatch my food too? You're just like your master." At the same time, Changxiao also rushed over and caught Xiaolong. "I've finally caught you." He pointed at Qianqin and reprimanded, "Xiaolong, you even dare to snatch your junior sister's food. Do you have a death wish?" "Oh my god, my allowance is still in junior sister's hands. If we offend junior sister, not only will we have no meat to eat, we'll have to sleep in the living room at night." Immediately, a cold aura burst out and Changxiao was also frozen. Qianqin looked at him and mocked, "Talking nonsense, glib-tongued." Then she calmly ate her food and said, "I'll save half of this month's allowance for now." After a while the ice also melted. Changxiao sighed. "Why is it so soft? Could it have been damaged by the freezing?" Qianqin asked doubtfully. "How could that be? I held back." He immediately pouted and complained, "Look, it can't even move now. It must be broken. I can't let you teach my child in the future. After hearing this, she didn't hesitate to punch him on the head, raising a bump. Then Qianqin explained, I once saw in a classic that its current state is very similar to evolutionary sleep. Changxiao was surprised. Evolutionary sleep, she continued to explain. Some special fierce beasts on the Starfall continent will periodically enter a deep sleep state. During deep sleep, a fierce beast will comprehend the world, thereby enhancing its strength. This is called evolutionary sleep. After Changxiao heard Qianqin's explanation, his face froze. Sect Master, your general is about to turn into a real dragon. Then Changxiao hesitantly called out, Qianqin, I didn't expect him to be so blunt and tease. Are you driving? Changxiao was playing with the dragon board and asked the system. System, how long will Xiaolong's evolutionary sleep last? About 3 to 5 months. He froze after hearing this long answer. If it's slow, it'll be about 300 to 500 years. He thought of that huge fat pig and said, it seems my dream of a sect-protecting divine beast can only be handed down to my great-great-great-great-grandson. Changxiao had no choice but to lock Xiaolong in the safe with tears in his eyes. I'll put Xiaolong away and treat it as a family heirloom. Suddenly a thick smoke came from behind, startling him. It was Dudu. She was carrying an oversized bowl of rice on her head, running towards him, her eyes shining, which made him shiver. Sect Master, my experimental dish was a success. She excitedly placed the bowl that looked like a deadly poison on the table. I've created a dish that can enhance strength in a short time. Changxiao's face was filled with despair and helplessness, but Dudu was still very excited. Dudu, I didn't expect that with your cooking skills you could also make such a dark dish. Are you sure this dish can enhance strength? Sect Master, try it quickly. Changxiao picked up a dish. A strange aroma filled the air. He carefully put it in his mouth. Changxiao's eyes suddenly lit up with fire. He slammed the table, his whole body exuding a powerful aura. Changxiao picked up the rice bowl and quickly ate it. His muscles swelled, tearing his clothes. He waved his hand to try a move, and at that moment a cloud of smoke spewed out. That move actually hit the passing Yemo, but he still roared aggressively. His whole body was filled with power. Judging from the power of this punch that was as fast as the wind, the power had increased by at least 20. Changxiao looked at these muscles and praised Dudu. Even the system was very surprised. A bowl of rice could actually increase strength by more than 2,000 points. It's truly magical. You've really made a treasure. Great. The experiment was a success. Then, hearing the omen, Changxiao immediately lost interest and turned to ask her. Dudu said without hesitation, try. Experiment, that's right. Before I used to test it on a few mice in the kitchen. Today is the first time for a human. He was so surprised his eyes almost popped out. This news was like a bolt from the blue. His face turned pale and he even made strange noises. After speaking, he ran away in a flash, leaving Dudu confused. Dudu, you're trying to assassinate the Sect Master. You just wait. It's still a failure. Those few mice also had diarrhea for 2 months. The Sect Master is so strong he should be a little better. Then Changxiao's figure faintly appeared behind the tower. The Sect Master has been living in the toilet for a month, except for Dudu being forbidden from making those dark dishes again. Everything in the Ironbone sect was the same as usual, except for the stats of everyone displayed on the system panel. On the battle power ranking of the Ironbone sect disciples, the Sect Master had dropped 1 place. That morning he called the system. He was leisurely leaning on his chair, poking the system panel and begging, for the sake of my bad luck, let me refresh for some more divine items. The system was still displaying, but its face was obviously impatient. Changxiao could only accept it helplessly. Didn't you already get 2 powerful techniques? I can only say the sense of déjà vu of these 2 techniques is too strong. This time what came out was a martial arts book, Cloud Soaring Step, a movement technique created by an unknown expert. With extremely high comprehension, one could fly 10 zhang with a single leap. It is one of the essential top-tier lightness skills. The system explained with even more enthusiasm, making him watch intently. Thinking of that flawless image, a high-grade initial stage movement technique, it can even let you master air superiority. I know. But this cultivation technique, stepping on the left foot to lift the right foot, let's not mention whether Comrade Niu would agree. Isn't this skill the same as Zhang Zhenren's sect guarding lightness skill? He closed the book and thought about the future before he could say anything. But this mid-grade high-level heart technique, the sound transmission technique, is basically the same as the 1000 Li sound transmission. Our Ironbone sect can establish a gossip society. He excitedly pressed the button. Let's choose a few more useful things. Something was displayed on the screen which made Changxiao very satisfied. This was what he needed most now. On the screen it said mid-grade healing pill. This thing is now an upgraded version of the initial grade healing pill. It can quickly heal the injuries of a martial master. Martial sect Changxiao looked at it and pondered for a long time. The safety of the disciples will be more guaranteed in the future. And it can also be auctioned at a higher price to attract higher level forces. It's just that I've never heard of these 8 medicinal herbs, and after buying them, I'll only have 5 contribution points left. In the end, he made up his mind. Forget it. If I promote it in the future, the contribution points will naturally come back. I'd better let the disciples see these 2 new martial arts first. Said and done, he immediately issued a notice. You all come to the main hall. This seat has a new martial art to teach you, and you can hear what I say no matter where you are. Of course, this sound transmission technique is also one of the secret techniques I'm teaching you. A sect disciple muttered to himself in confusion, his spirit a little shocked. Why is the sect master's voice echoing in my mind? How is that possible? he thought gloomily. In his previous life he could only condense his spiritual sense and perform soul separation sound transmission after cultivating to the martial king realm. The sect master actually let a martial apprentice like him master it. So wasn't his previous life's cultivation in vain? Everyone stood in the center of the main hall asking each other, "Hey, where's the sect master? Didn't he say to gather here?" He immediately ordered all the sect disciples to obey. "You all look up." Changxiao stood at the highest point of the city wall and shouted, "Today this seat will teach you a top-tier running divine skill." He stepped into the air and rushed down like a gust of wind. The sect disciples were terrified. At this height even a martial master would be seriously injured. Changxiao revealed a wicked smile, Newton's suppression technique. He stomped hard in the air, leapt up, and left behind a cloud of smoke for the disciples to inhale. On the roof someone was constantly jumping around, so fast that even their shadow couldn't be seen. The disciples also followed curiously. Xiaomo opened his mouth. "Is the sect master's life palace the five elements? Are they dead?" Xiaomo turned to ask Yi Xingqian. Junior brother Yi had just finished his thoughts, comparing his own pacing dragon walk with the sect master's movement technique. Xingqian was watching and thinking as he replied, "Although it pains me, I have to admit mine is trash." Suddenly from high in the sky, Changxiao fell sharply and landed on the ground. He revealed a strange smile and ordered, "All members of the immortal sect, listen up. The training begins." The entire Ironbone sect became more lively than usual. After a few beautiful jumps between the rooftops, Shangqian also landed. Cloud soaring step and the sound transmission technique are definitely tailor-made for the GU hall. The cloud soaring step can not only unexpectedly change position in the air, but its speed is also twice as fast as the ghostly track steps. Shangqian suddenly remembered his senior brother asking him, "Junior brother Shangqian, do you want to have lunch with me?" At that time he had already enthusiastically agreed after Xiaolong's hibernation. The kitchen has found hope again. Xiaomo was leisurely lying down again. "My dear junior brothers, could you get me a plate of food? I want stir-fried beef with water spinach." The two looked at each other and cursed in unison. "Get lost." The camera turned to Changxiao, who was sitting alone on the lush green lawn. Someone walked over at this moment. "Sect Master, why are you sitting here alone?" Qingyang walked over, stood beside Changxiao, rested his chin in his hand and looked into the distance. "After learning the cloud soaring step, our sect disciples are jumping around like Spider-Man. Only this hillside remains somewhat quiet," the system prompted. "Contribution points 5. Changxiao stared at the system, then sighed. "It's been a long time since I recruited new disciples. No new recruits, no contribution points." Qingyang also said, "In Qingyang City and Huyang City, those newly adult youths either get recruited by other sects or don't even have low-grade spiritual roots. If the sect master wants to recruit new disciples, you must start in the 8 major cities around Qingyang Prefecture." Hearing Qingyang's suggestion, Changxiao immediately perked up. He said excitedly, "That makes sense. Let's immediately go to other cities to promote our sect. Qingyang, go tell Zuiji and a few other disciples to prepare. Tomorrow we'll go to Liang City. That will be the starting point for our new round of recruitment." As for why Liang City, Changxiao's mouth curved upwards. It was the place where Zuiji was once expelled. With the Shao family's predicament resolved, Changxiao had already arrived at the gates of Liang City. Changxiao said to Zuiji, "Zuiji, today you're the main character. Perform well, don't disappoint me," he immediately replied. "No problem." He suddenly showed a surprised expression. Someone was coming. Who could make Changxiao so surprised? The person walking out of the city was none other than City Lord Ao of Liang City, accompanied by 2 masked guards. As soon as they met, he warmly greeted with a smile, "Sect Master Jun, you've come a long way. Ao was unable to greet you from afar. I hope you won't take offense." Changxiao also politely replied, "City Lord Ao, you're too kind. Your personal presence outside the city to greet me is already giving me great face." He laughed heartily and spoke a few polite words. "What a smooth talker you are." Sect Master Jun has recently led the Eternal Sect to continuously crush powerful enemies and even sent disciples to martial arts competitions in Pingyang Prefecture and Hayang Prefecture, where they won all the championships. The more he spoke, the warmer his tone became, praising Changxiao incessantly. Such a young and promising sect master is bound to achieve great things in the future. "Ao shamelessly asks your permission to call you junior brother Jun." Changxiao maintained his amiable demeanor. "Elder brother Ao, you flatter me." Zuiji silently observed from behind. City Lord Ao had never shown such intimacy when facing powerful figures before. He seemed to have seen through the situation. Unknowingly, the sect master had already led the Eternal Sect to grow to this extent. Even the City Lord offered gifts and personally welcomed them. One must know, only 5th-rate sects enjoyed such treatment. Changxiao smiled at him, hinting, "Elder brother Ao, as I mentioned in my previous letter, I hope the Eternal Sect can recruit some new disciples in your Liang City." City Lord Ao still had a smile on his face. Of course this matter is beneficial to Liang City, so naturally Ao will fully support it. However, he leaned closer to Changxiao's ear, his expression serious. Liang City once swore an oath with Alliance leader Qin that the city's youth can only join sects under the 100 Sects Alliance. And Ao's family has some connections with the Haoqi sect, so Ao finds it inconvenient to fall out with them. Hearing this, Changxiao glanced at him, tentatively asking, "So for the sake of elder brother Ao's face, it wouldn't be good for Jun to directly take action, would it?" City Lord Ao again spoke vaguely. "It's not quite like that," he said with a sly smile. Those people from the 100 Sects Alliance relying on their friendship with the Ao family act recklessly. Often even I, the city lord, have to tolerate them. If junior brother Jun could spare some time to teach them a lesson, I would be deeply grateful. This negotiation was surprisingly completed with the two shaking hands, all smiles. Zuiji stood by, watching them shake hands tightly, a bewildered look on his face. How did it turn out like this after just a few words? Has the sect master exposed his street hooligan nature again? At this moment, another person appeared, calling out Changxiao's name with resentment. Jun Changxiao, well, daring to come to Liang City to recruit disciples. It was a fierce-looking fellow with purple hair tied in a bun. You've already left the alliance, so you should abide by the rules of the Jianghu and not recruit disciples in the cities of Qingyang Prefecture. At this point he was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. Unless you want to make the entire Qingyang Prefecture your enemy. The two on this side watched him with strange smiles. City Lord Ao smiled and reminded, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Changxiao also smiled sinisterly. "This garrulous fellow is definitely a villain who loves to be humiliated." City Lord Ao immediately agreed, "You're right. Then I wish junior brother Jun a good time. Just remember to go easy and don't take any lives." The purple-haired man looked at the two of them, sweating profusely in fear. "What's going on? Why did the air suddenly become so cold?" Changxiao raised his hands and cracked his knuckles, preparing to warm up. He said, "As for rules, this seat only believes in one principle: might makes right." He looked at the man with a strange smile. The purple-haired man was already feeling fear, but he still stubbornly put up a brave front. He pointed at Changxiao and loudly said, "Jun Changxiao, how dare you make a move in Liang City? Are you not putting City Lord Ao in your eyes?" The subordinate behind him timidly spoke. "Strictly speaking, where we are standing right now is just outside the city gate, not yet within the bounds of Liang City." At this moment, before the purple-haired man could react, he was already being stared at by Changxiao's sinister gaze, and danger was closing in. The purple-haired man was terrified, his face ashen. Changxiao rushed in front of him like lightning, fiercely slapped him, making him spin in place. The purple-haired man saw stars from the slap. Changxiao said coldly and contemptuously, "Sending these small fries to test me out? You've underestimated me, Jun Changxiao, too much." He looked up, speaking in a provocative tone. Standing at the city gate, he deliberately shouted loudly for those who needed to hear, "Go ahead, hit harder, Sect Masters of the 100 Sects Alliance." Looking down from the high city wall, the Tiger Roar Sect Master was scared out of his wits by the scene below. He asked the Golden Dragon Sect Master, "Sect Master Kui, did you clearly see how that kid made his move just now?" He truly hadn't seen it clearly either. Not at all. The Longblade Sect Master was also extremely wary. The Tiger Roar Sect Master tried to find a sliver of hope from the Golden Dragon Sect Master. "Even you, a third-rank martial master, are like this. Are we, the 100 Sects Alliance, just going to retreat?" He replied weakly. "It's better than getting brutally beaten in the street, where no number of masks would be enough to cover our shame, right?" Back to the situation below. Changxiao glanced at the obstruction in front of him. The next second he stomped his foot hard, and using the ultimate skill of the cloud-soaring step, he soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, Changxiao's figure had flown onto the city wall. The people above immediately exclaimed, "The city wall is 100 zhang high," and he leapt up in just one go. He landed lightly on the city wall with one foot. He stood before the crowd and said arrogantly, "Today, this seat is here to recruit disciples. I have no interest in playing hide-and-seek, so as long as you sect masters can defeat my disciples." Those few sect masters saw Changxiao's enormous figure right before them and peed their pants in fear. "Eternal sect, I will retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, several disciples were seen following him, also leaping onto the city wall. They landed lightly just as Changxiao had demonstrated. At this moment, the master and a few disciples stood in a line on the city wall looking very cool. Changxiao smiled provocatively. "Sect masters, do you want to get on the stage, or just get beaten directly?" His tone was extremely arrogant. Then the camera turned to a one-on-one match on the arena, where a spherical object covered in spikes was forcefully smashed down. A sect master holding a meteor hammer walked out and announced his name. "I am Kui Shun, sect master of the Golden Dragon Sect. I hear you just won the sect martial arts competition, kid." Kui Shun acted tough on the surface, but he was still somewhat wary. To be merely a martial apprentice with such achievements, was it worth his effort? Zuiji was still warming up. Kui Shun couldn't hold back and asked, "Kid, what are you playing at?" Zuiji casually replied, "Can't you tell? The sect master said to warm up before fighting to avoid injury." Hearing this, he scoffed contemptuously. "Warming up? Do you kids also like being as flashy as your sect master? In that case, today I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he threw the meteor hammer in his hand towards Zuiji. Zuiji calmly faced the opponent's weapon flying towards him. His gaze was focused and firm, looking straight ahead. He recalled what Changxiao had once told him. "Zuiji, I know because of your strong physical body, you always like to take a hit first and then counterattack." Changxiao half-jokingly instructed Zuiji. "But this time we're recruiting disciples and we can't let the new disciples have that punching bag mindset. So you must show me a domineering and handsome demeanor. Don't worry, I've designed an ingenious tactic based on your characteristics." A light suddenly flashed in Changxiao's eyes. "Have you heard of something called Sky Stone?" Back on the arena, the opponent's weapon was flying straight at him. Zuiji took a few light steps, then soared into the air, dodging the attack. Kuishun retrieved his weapon, mockingly smiling. "You're quite fast." Suddenly he froze, dumbfounded. He watched Zuiji leap higher and higher until he disappeared from sight. "It's just dodging an attack. Is there really a need to jump that high?" He suddenly saw Zuiji's shadow overhead. "No, I have a bad feeling." Just then, Zuiji had flown straight down from high in the sky, his entire body imbued with powerful force. Kuishun was sweating profusely in fear. "What's going on? Why do I feel my body being suppressed, unable to move?" Zuiji had already approached him, his entire body radiating terrifying power, his fist poised to strike Kuishun's face directly. A colossal object imbued with inner force crashed into the center of the arena. At this moment, bricks and stones shattered on the ground and dust filled the air. A figure gradually emerged from within. Kuishun was so scared he almost fainted. Time seemed to rewind for a long moment. He stood frozen, unable to react. Zuiji fiercely punched in front of him. The attack's accuracy wasn't very high either. As the Sect Master said, this move was almost useless in actual combat. The next second he looked up, his face handsome and dashing, just as Changxiao had said. This move was all show and no substance. If one were to overlook the arena from above at this moment, they would see a large crater on the ground below. Kuishun was so scared he couldn't stand steadily. He knelt on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably as he looked at Zuiji. Zuiji spoke majestically. "If the strength of all you Sect Masters is similar to Sect Master Kui," he said loudly, "then please all of you come up to the stage." Crowd of sect members below shouted angrily, "That's too much, you're looking for death?" Seeing this, Changxiao turned to those people and said, "Everyone please consider Zuiji's proposal carefully, because my demand for him is to show no mercy. One-on-one fights could be fatal." His tone was very casual, yet with a hint of coldness. Hearing his words, those who had been shouting just now all froze, and no one dared to make a sound anymore. Suddenly there was movement. Someone walked up and a leader said a few aggressive words, prompting others to follow. "For this kind of unruly sect, don't stick to one-on-one, everyone attack together. We must teach this kid a lesson and show him who's boss." That group of people also gleefully followed behind him. Zuiji looked at the rebellious crowd before him, not flustered in the slightest, calmly rotating his shoulder joints. Some onlookers also noticed, "It seems the Ironbone sect is very strong. So many sect masters are actually ganging up on just one of their disciples." The person next to him also echoed, "As long as this disciple isn't beaten too badly, I'll definitely join the Ironbone sect." The watching audience all had eyes full of admiration. They continuously praised the Ironbone sect's disciples as handsome and powerful. Changxiao was immediately satisfied. The effect of this recruitment drive was here. He stood below and shouted loudly, "Zuiji, are you ready?" Begin above. Zuiji had already focused his mind, ready for battle. With just a wave of his hand, he sent the leader from earlier flying into the air. Another big guy also rushed up angrily. He swung a palm at Zuiji, his fist striking hard, but Zuiji easily subdued the guy's fist. He grabbed his hand and spun him around like a whirlwind. Finally, he punched the guy in the face, grabbed his collar, and slammed him to the ground. It wasn't over yet. Behind Zuiji, another big guy was holding a large rock, preparing to smash it down on him. Zuiji reacted swiftly, nimbly turning his feet. Taking the opportunity, Zuiji delivered a surprise blow to the guy who had ambushed him from behind. With just one move, the defense-breaking palm, he shattered the large rock from earlier. Tisk. "The Sect Master's demands are too strict. I still can't steadily block these attacks that can't break through defense." Suddenly, Zuiji noticed something. This stance." Looking over, he saw the crowd from the sect forming a battle array, with a leader in front and the others fully covering him. They were fiercely preparing for battle. "Because one person can't withstand a single move, we've gathered everyone's spiritual energy." The leader's face was flushed red, and he said with a sinister smile, "Let's see how you'll defend against this." Outside, Changxiao was observing, wearing a pair of sunglasses. "Such arrogance. Let's see what you're truly capable of." He stood there, observing with full confidence. "Still just 5 wastes now, Zuiji. Show me how imaginative you can be. Give me a pleasant surprise." The leader furiously roared, "Come and die." Zuiji watched them with an icy gaze, raised a leg into position, and then stomped heavily on the ground. When he looked at those people again, they had already been sent flying into the air by the stones that shot up from the ground. Zuiji spread his palm, focusing his true chi. Then he clenched his fist, growling slowly, word by word, "Sect Masters." At this moment, a powerful surge of true chi had gathered in Zuiji's fist. He aimed at the 5 people who had been sent flying into the air. "Thank you all for your full assistance in the Ironbone sect's recruitment drive." Xiao Zuiji smashed his fist into the ground, sending everyone on the arena flying. His eyes sharp, he rushed forward. Some were kicked, some were slapped on the head, while the rest were knocked down onto the arena floor by his palm force, causing all the stones to collapse. Everyone on the arena had been knocked down. Footsteps and fluttering flags. Suddenly, he ran over from somewhere, waving the sect flag. Whoosh, a confident smile on his face. "Young lads, join my Ironbone sect. Xiao Zuiji is your role model." He stood in the center of the arena and announced, "Ironbone sect recruitment officially begins. All youths aged 14 and above are welcome to apply. Don't miss this chance." The crowd below stared with shining eyes, utterly amazed. Even someone as poorly gifted as Xiao Zuiji can be trained like this. "I want to join the Ironbone sect. The Ironbone sect is in Qingyang City. We can settle there. Mom, I won't have to clean my own room anymore." It was so lively that even the birds came out to watch. Just kidding, but they were lining up to register like worms. Haha. Everyone came to sign up. My name is Shangguan Shuo, 14 years old, spiritual root. Before the applicant could finish speaking, he had already stamped the approval. The applicant was also surprised, not expecting to be accepted so quickly. That casually, old brother Ao was also surprised by this recruitment method. Little brother Jun, your sect is simple. We don't look at aptitude, we don't look at martial arts. Crossed his arms and praised, indeed you're taking a unique approach. He smiled confidently. My Ironbone sect only recruits based on natural affinity. Whether it's a genius or a mediocre talent, I can train them into a super genius. Suddenly an old man walked forward. Sect Master Jun, he turned back in surprise. The old man carefully requested, I have a question. If someone doesn't meet the age requirement, can they still join your esteemed sect? He respectfully replied, Elder, your non-compliance is a bit too much, isn't it? The old man laughed and said, Sect Master, you jest. How could an old man like me join a sect? This orphaned little girl is too young. She was hiding behind the old man, her eyes clear and bright. Wandering the streets with me, she'll starve to death sooner or later. I implore Sect Master Jun to show mercy and take her into your sect. Old man, this little girl is truly too young and our sect might not be able to care for her properly. How about this? I'll give you some silver notes so you two can improve your lives. The little girl looked at the old man affectionately. Grandpa, I don't want to leave, I only want to stay with you. The little girl turned her head, stuck out her tongue at him and mocked. I don't care about joining your sect, I'm going with Grandpa Lu. He bowed and thanked him. Then thank you, Sect Master Jun, for your help. This old man will take his leave. He looked at their situation with sympathy. Alas, there are indeed many orphans in this world. I can only do my best to help a little, he mused. Short on manpower, aren't we, old brother Ao? He stammered. Brother Ao was also looking at the old man. Am I mistaken? This old man looks familiar. The scene shifted to the old man. He asked the little girl, Mengying, do you still want to wander around with Grandpa? The little girl replied enthusiastically. Grandpa Lu is Yinger's closest person in this world. Wherever Grandpa goes, Yinger will follow. The old man looked at the little girl kindly and said with a smile, All right, then let's go to Shenyang City together. The scene shifted back to the sect where Xiao Zuiji was reporting to him, Sect Master, the junior brothers are almost done packing the new recruits' belongings. We'll be at the next stop soon. He smiled contentedly and praised, you performed well today. Once this batch of disciples reaches the meridian opening stage 12, they can freely invite members from other sects. He handed a letter to the Sect Master. And Sect Master, Senior Brother Qingyang said he has a friend in Shenyang City. Senior Brother said he's already written a letter and can definitely get this person to join the sect. He smiled eerily. Good, next stop. Shenyang City, a 7th-rate sect. He was calculating the sect's numbers with an abacus. The requirement is for the sect master to be a martial master and 50 disciples at meridian opening stage 12. Currently, our sect has 501 disciples, all martial apprentices. He smiled confidently. Just waiting for this batch of new recruits to train to meridian opening stage 12. Suddenly, cries for help came from deep within the forest. Help! He immediately rushed to the rescue. Fierce beasts are attacking humans, let's go. Xiao Zuiji also obeyed his command. He and Xiao Zuiji quickly rushed into the forest. Screams were endless. When he arrived, only a pool of blood and a monster remained. He remorsefully blamed himself. Yeah, we were a step too late. This beast, the monster's mouth was still stained with blood, its eyes blood red. It was clutching a person. Its back was covered in scratches. He rushed over and grabbed the monster's mouth. Bang, it opened its mouth, trying to swallow his arm in one bite. He performed a technique, tightly gripping its mouth, making it somewhat scared. Still daring to open your mouth. He crushed its mouth. Confident in your teeth, are we? He furiously killed it. Here's a big gift for you. I admire your ignorance and courage. Its head exploded. Xiao Zuiji was behind, checking the victim's condition. Sect Master, this old man has no breath left. He suddenly realized that this old man was precisely the one who had previously begged him to take in the orphaned little girl. His face darkened and he said guiltily, It's him. Fierce beasts were scattered throughout the mountains. Since we've already entered, we can only be prepared for anything to happen at any time. He felt regretful. Alas, it was his fate to meet this calamity. Let's bury him. Suddenly, Xiao Zuiji reported to him, Sect Master, look. The child cradled in the old man's arms was crying. Grandpa Lu, he ordered the disciples, the little girl is still alive, quickly take her for treatment. Afterward, he and his disciples buried the old man. The little girl knelt before the old man's grave, crying loudly. Grandpa Lu, boo-hoo, don't leave Mengying all alone. He gently comforted the little girl. Mengying, you and I share a bond of fate. Today, Grandpa Lu also wished to entrust you to me. From now on, let me accompany you on your journey. He respectfully spoke his last words to the old man. Grandpa Lu, I promise you I will protect Mengying's safety. Please rest in peace. He picked up the little girl. Let's go, Mengying. He announced the next destination to his disciples. Next stop, Shenyang City. After he left, the old man's grave suddenly stirred. Night fell and he leapt out of the grave. His subordinate respectfully asked, Protector Lu, when are we returning to Demonic Mountain? He was eating the monster's meat. No rush, I'll eat this beast first. It's been bothering me for days and it's quite painful. So, young master, we can understand that everything that happened was orchestrated by this old man himself. He had long suspected something about his sect. My guess was right, the Ironbone sect is not simple. In the future, young master can gradually develop and grow stronger within this sect, he ordered his subordinate. Everything has been arranged, young master, we just need to handle those trivial matters now. His eyes were blood red and extremely eerie. This old man is determined to once again cleanse Demonic Mountain with the Demon Lord. A few days later, his sect arrived in Shenyang City. Qingyang's friend in Shenyang City was now happily saying to him, Sect Master Jun, Qingyang has told me everything. I am truly very grateful to you. Without you, I, Songzan, would probably be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of my life. He turned to Xiao Zuiji in confusion and asked, Who is this kid? His words left me utterly confused. I don't know if he's praising me or cursing me. Xiao Zuiji looked at him and replied puzzled. He's Qingyang's friend. He was the first person to voluntarily try the Sect Master's healing pill. He is the second young master of the Song family. From him, we can also tell that he might be two-faced. He was recalling who this person was. Is he the genius this seat once inadvertently rescued? But why do I have no memory of it? Did he change his hairstyle? He looked at him and said, Qingyang already mentioned that Sect Master Jun is here today to recruit in Shenyang City, and it so happens that my Song family has some influence here, he enthusiastically introduced. So I've already taken the liberty to spread the glorious deeds of the Eternal Sect to everyone. Behind him was a large contingent of candidates. Now, Yang City has already formed a preliminary squad for the Eternal Sect. Sect Master, if you wish to recruit, you just need to say the word. His face paled, utterly flustered. This was too unexpected. Could this kid be the reincarnation of some CEO? He bowed to him. We've all packed our bags and bid farewell to our families, just waiting for your command, Sect Master, to travel together to the Eternal Sect. He unexpectedly found that everything had happened too quickly. Good, very good. But before that, let's all head to the next city together. Xiao Zuiji felt a bit bored. Sect Master, don't you think this feels a bit perfunctory? He patted Xiao Zuji's shoulder. This is good too. Do you want to fight at every city we visit? Let's go. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his clothes. He turned around and it was Mengying. Tired? He picked up the little girl. Come, big brother will lull you to sleep. Xiao Zuiji was also surprised as the little girl had refused to speak since then. Sect Master, ever since she came with us, Mengying has refused to speak, yet only you can lull her to sleep. He felt guilty. It's understandable. She's so young yet has experienced such a terrible blow. Once we return to the sect with Dudu appear to play with her. He felt a pang of heartache. Mengying will surely get better. The little girl gradually fell asleep but also recalled the previous scene, the monster opening its mouth, the image of him crushing the monster's head and his words, I will protect you for a lifetime. He was also surprised by the little girl's snoring. Why is this little girl snoring so loudly? I was told a little reed had a soft and pleasant voice. Next time I'll definitely have to make new headphones. Xiao Zuiji mocked him from the side, frightening him that Lu Qianqin might mistake Mengying for his illegitimate daughter. Mengying is always clinging to you. Wouldn't eldest senior sister think she's your illegitimate daughter? Sect Master, I think you should start writing your will. He was rendered speechless by Xiao Zuji's biting remarks. You brat, you don't learn any of my virtues, but you insist on learning that Su Xiaomo fellow's sharp tongue. He kicked Xiao Zuiji into a bush. Quickly prepare some snacks for me so Mengying has something to eat when she wakes up. After that, his sect traveled through various cities. Shenyang City, Miaoyang City, Huayang City, Zhengyang City, Shouyang City, and now they were on their way back to the sect. The 100 Sects Alliance. They were originally fierce and menacing, but none of the cities along the way obstructed our recruitment, which deprived this seat of a chance to show off and put them in their place. He sighed. Finally back home, he smiled, saying this trip was very fruitful. Additionally, sect members' phone, sect contribution points phone. He was envisioning a bright future for the sect. This way, new sect missions can be activated. As long as the disciples complete the missions, the sect's buildings can be upgraded to level 4. Opening the Talisman Pavilion, Insight Hall, Endurance Hall, Sprint Hall, and so on. Suddenly the little girl said to him, Sect Master Big Brother, her eyes sparkling, she looked at him. Can I join your sect? He looked at the little girl kindly, very welcoming. Wait a moment, I'll take you to meet Dudu later. The sect's member count has now reached the requirement of phone. The scene shifted below the kitchen. After he successfully recruited phone disciples, he had entered the cultivation room to reshape his spiritual energy, which now permeated his body. Whoosh, a month later he completed his cultivation. A month has passed, he frowned, feeling he was upgrading too slowly. I've only gone from a 6th rank martial master to a 7th rank martial master. How can I possibly reach the martial sect realm like this? The system felt his demands were too high. You're still not satisfied. Typically, outstanding martial artists need at least 1 or 2 years. He had no other choice. From meridian opening to martial apprentice, there's the Qi and blood pill. So is there also a pill that can help me reach the martial master realm? The system didn't deny his idea of getting something for nothing. There are, but it depends on the host's luck. He unexpectedly checked the contribution points panel. Contribution points have now exceeded 600. I must hold back and wait until I've accumulated enough to fight 10 consecutive matches. His face darkened, and he continued to cultivate. Based on my cultivation progress, I'd suddenly break through to 8th rank in about 2 more months, which is several times faster than before. Then by the time I reach Holy Spring Sect, wouldn't I also be at the peak of the martial master realm? He also felt bored, always feeling that being a martial master wasn't quite safe enough. Suddenly a disciple reported, "Sect Master, a sect's deacon has arrived." His gaze became serious. "Oh, prepare to invite the 7th-rate sect over. It's time for me to stretch my muscles." At the sect's main gate, 2 people came to visit. "Deacon, we are not a 6th-rate sect. How dare you, an 8th-rate minor sect like the Ironbone sect, have us personally come to your mountain gate for verification?" They were discussing outside before even entering the sect that the previous standards for certifying sects were defunct, so recently we've already summarized and compiled the battle records of various sects. The Ironbone sect's performance is underestimated by your 7th-rate sects. He had long anticipated this, so headquarters decided that even if the Ironbone sect temporarily lacked numbers, they would not make an exception and let them upgrade. Since they are destined to become a top-tier sect, our prior warning is to establish good relations. This can be considered an investment. Put away your disdain. He urged him not to underestimate them. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Didn't you notice? He was very surprised by the terrifying progress his disciples. After I arrived, 9 out of 10 disciples who passed me were martial apprentice level. He was surprised by the Ironbone sect's training. Hundreds of martial apprentices, this is something even a 6th-rate sect struggles to achieve. He continued to explain that the headquarters' preliminary assessment of the Ironbone sect's potential was Tier 1, which he still felt was a bit low. The boy next to him was startled when he heard him say this. Tier 1? He gently reminded the boy not to underestimate the Ironbone sect. Do you understand now why headquarters values the Ironbone sect? Our sects are divided into tiers A, B, C, and D, with A being the 7th, which is further divided into 3 grades. 3rd grade A is the limit. He could only stare wide-eyed in amazement. 1st grade A is considered the 3rd highest potential rating, indicating that the Ironbone sect is bound to become a 5th-rate sect or higher. He walked out exuding a hint of aura and said with a smile to the 2 guests, "Welcome, Deacon. I apologize for not coming out to greet you." The other party returned the bow. "Sect Master Jun, your reputation precedes you. Your sect is indeed grand and prosperous. Your disciples are all formidable and impressive." He opened the scroll and went straight to the point. "I heard your disciples say that Sect Master Jun has recently been in seclusion, so Zhao will not waste any more time." Some strange characters appeared on the scroll. "Well then, let's begin the certification." The scroll brought forth a force measuring stone again. He explained to him and the disciples that they had specially invited 1,800 disciples at Meridian Opening Stage 12 to pass through. Next was Xiao Zuiji, who was the first martial apprentice to be tested. 5,400 disciples passed and the force measuring stone had already begun to crack. He detected an extraordinary power. "Sect Master Jun, this disciple is a martial apprentice, right?" He thought he was complaining that it was too few, and felt a bit embarrassed, sighing, "We only have 50 disciples at Meridian Opening Stage 12, recruited just last month. For the remaining 450 disciples we only used martial masters instead," he stammered, speechless. "Ah, very well." He shakily wrote down the assessment. "Sufficient number of Meridian Opening Stage 12. Next, the martial apprentices will be tested." He was terrified by the Ironbone sect's numbers. 450 martial apprentices. Is this still considered an 8th-rate sect? He gestured for the disciples to compete. The strongest martial apprentices stepped forward. Tianqi walked to the stone, channeled his energy and punched it with a bang. He stood by, mouth agape. "Power exceeding 10,000. Is this a martial apprentice? Heavens, this must be a martial master." This was his most curious moment. Next, the sect master will test. Before he could finish speaking, he had already struck it with a silent, gentle palm. The force completely shattered the force measuring stone. Seeing that he had broken his item, he offered compensation. "My apologies, I saw that the limit of this force measuring stone was 100,000. But I forgot I had just been promoted and my strength was a bit off. Do I need to compensate for this?" He swallowed nervously and checked a box on the roster. Ironbone Sect, 2nd Tier A. After the sect rank certification, the system displayed, "Congratulations to the host sect for upgrading to Tier 7, rewarding 500 achievement points and 500 contribution points." He jumped up excitedly. "Great, upgraded to Tier 7, and the system also upgraded to Tier 4. It was really easy, not that difficult at all." He happily went to claim the rewards. "System God, quickly show me which new features have been activated," the system demanded. "You destroy these unlucky spirit tablets for me, then I'll tell you." He began to dream about the future. "With these talismans I can mass-produce these 3 types of talismans. Sweeping across this continent wouldn't be a matter of moments, would it?" He laughed joyfully. "Ha ha." Suddenly, when he saw that the multiplier for the power-enhancing talisman in the system talismans had changed from 5 times to 2 times, his smile froze. "Why did it become 2 times? You wrote the description so small. Were you afraid I'd see it?" "Unfortunately, I discovered it. Although the multiplier is lower, the duration can last for 120 minutes, with no side effects. While the burst power isn't strong, continuous enhancement is acceptable. And besides the speed aspect I just mentioned, I think it also needs some modification. The Starfall continent, the world is divided into 12 parts, 9 of which are interconnected and complementary." The system also wondered where that was. "Are you talking about the 3 kingdoms?" When the system spoke, his interest waned. "Don't interrupt me, you've ruined the atmosphere. The remaining 3 prefectures, cut off by the endless sea, seem isolated from the world. Each prefecture has its own culture. Most prefectures haven't established nations but are divided into counties and towns. Yang Prefecture is closest to the southwest. It has 2 or 3 counties each with a population of over 10 million. However, this prefecture is remote and its strength is at the bottom of the Starfall continent. Qingyang County is the bottom-ranked county most despised in the southwest of Yangnan Prefecture. The system startled him. At this point you still dare to say you want to stand at the pinnacle of the Starfall continent? No, he heard how powerful the Starfall continent was and gaped. I had such a terrible start, forget it. I might as well claim to be the disciple's younger brother. Then why challenge the Holy Spring sect? Is it a village brawl? He knelt on the ground in frustration, regretting it immensely, completely losing his dignity. The system appeared again, encouraging him and giving him new hope. Host, don't underestimate yourself. Although your strength is weak, you have thick skin. Coupled with me, the strongest system, we still have a lot of hope. Meanwhile, in the southwest of Yang Prefecture, in the strongest county, Tianyu County, the various sect masters were holding a meeting to discuss the news brought by Deacon Zhao. Old Jen also curiously asked the elders for their opinions. What do the elders think? The hooded man didn't believe the news brought by Deacon Zhao. Could the assessment be wrong? The bald elder spoke up to clarify for Deacon Zhao. Zhao Xingming served as a deacon in the Qingyang County branch for 3 years. Though he had no outstanding achievements, he was diligent and responsible and certainly wouldn't have made an error in judgment. Suddenly another person spoke up. Tisk, Elder Zhou, of course you'd say that. The person opposite him said. Elder Zhou, after all, Zhao Xingming was promoted by you, he's your man. The surrounding elders were already accustomed to this. Ah, these two are at it again. He pressured the bald elder to produce evidence, demanding that only the alliance's certification letter would be accepted, which was indeed utterly unreasonable. The old man is aggressive, worthy of being a talent promoted by Elder Zhou, forming factions, untrustworthy. The bald elder angrily shifted the blame. Old Jen, are you looking for trouble? Didn't I just not let you take back your chess move this morning? The two old men began to bicker. At that time I just accidentally fumbled. Do I need to take back moves against your rotten pieces? The bald elder was not to be outdone. Rotten pieces, don't forget our current score is 3,580 to 3,549. You've only won 1 game against me. The curator could no longer bear it. Elder Zhou, Elder Jen, you are both high-grade martial sects. Do you not possess any of the magnanimity of a grandmaster? Regarding Deacon Zhao, we cannot deny his work without evidence. This would disappoint the deacons of other counties. All of us need to send someone to verify it clearly. Suddenly, the two elders who were arguing jumped up. Hu Dongqing proposed, then let me verify the Iron Bone sect. The bald elder continued to scoff. So eager, old Jen, are you trying to interfere with Zhao Mingxing's work? The old man was not to be outdone, Tisk. This old man is the most fair law enforcer. On the contrary, you must be trying to cover up crimes of bribery and corruption. Let him go, the two elders continued to bicker. HMPH, then let's go together. I want to see for myself that disrespecting old people. Go then, who's afraid of you? The curator hasn't made a decision yet. Hey, I haven't said I'm sending you 2 clowns yet. However, while the two elders sometimes act excessively, their strength and certification is indeed impeccable. However, if the Iron Bone sect matter is true, Qingyang might be at a turning point. At such a time, perhaps Qingyang County can save itself. Deacon Zhao was dragged away by the two elders but didn't understand why. What business do the two elders have that requires such haste? The bald elder smiled strangely. Of course it's to prevent you from colluding with the Iron Bone sect beforehand, a second-rank sect appearing in a 9th-grade county. Do you think our headquarters are all fools? The old man also couldn't believe it. This matter is indeed a bit hard to imagine, but Xiao Zhao, don't worry, I trust your way of handling things. You won't give those troublesome old men a chance to hurt you. The two elders grabbed his collar and flew all the way to the Iron Bone sect. Let's investigate the Iron Bone sect thoroughly. The city lord's face was grim as he spoke. Two elders, why do I have to come here with you too? Elder Zhou turned back with a smile. This matter concerns the future fate of Qingyang County, so of course we need to invite City Lord Shay to bear witness. Elder Zhou shouted. We're here. The Eternal Sect's aura is quite impressive. The City Lord sensed something unusual, and there was a sect-protecting barrier array. Old Jen carefully recited a mantra, creating an aura that enveloped the 4 of them. Good, let's go in quietly and not alarm them. Elder Zhou observed and reported to everyone. There are even many temporary outposts arranged inside. It's just a small 7th-rate sect, yet they're so cautious. Xiao Zhao, I'm starting to believe your Tier 2 assessment. Elder Zhou looked down and was startled to see someone on the ground. Old Jen, is that kid looking at us? Probably not. Without martial sect strength one cannot break your stealth method. Perhaps it's just a coincidence that he looked this way. The two elders breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's gone. Yi Xingchen remained oblivious. These two old men had no killing intent and were with City Lord Shay, so they were definitely not enemies. No need for full sect alert. The auras of the two elders are fluctuating. Alright, let's begin our inspection. The two elders exchanged glances and the bespectacled man clasped his hands in prayer. Namo Amitabha. I hope the disciples from the last assessment weren't hired. The man with glasses was sweating profusely in fear. No, I did see some of the disciples from the last assessment. Sect Master Jun, you must display your strongest abilities, otherwise my position as deacon will be lost. Suddenly the two elders grabbed the man with glasses with both hands, radiating killing intent and fury. What kind of deacon are you? Is this the Tier 2 standard you reported? Elder Joe's face was serious. 50 peak martial apprentices, most of whom possess combat power comparable to a first-grade martial master. Old Jen continued. Following that, the remaining 550 disciples, with a minimum realm of martial apprentice, all possess astonishing potential and physical strength. The man with glasses showed a nervous expression after hearing this. Over 30 disciples comparable to martial masters, and the remaining 550 are all martial apprentices. Did they hide their strength during the last assessment? Jun Chongxiao appeared from nowhere. That's right, it's easy to attract jealousy by being too showy. So last time I told the disciples to hold back a little. Two elders this is. The man with glasses was stunned. Sect Master Jun, these two are Elder Joe and Elder Jen, both from the Yang Prefecture Southwest headquarters. Elder Joe stammered in surprise. You are clearly only a 7th rank martial master, yet you can see through us. Two close attendants below shouted loudly to Jun Chongxiao. Sect Master, do you know these people? The blond man asked suspiciously. Senior brother Yi, is there someone next to the Sect Master? Why don't I see anything? The two elders continued to gape in amazement. So that kid can see us too and he's just a disciple? Too monstrous, too monstrous. Jun Chongxiao found it a bit strange. I was warned by the system before I noticed these people, but Yi Xingchen actually saw them too. Did he use some kind of cheat? He felt excited. No, this should be related to his past life. The two elders had already cancelled their invisibility. Old Jen spoke. Sect Master Jun, the sect's second tier certification is a big deal and we apologize for our rash intrusion into your esteemed sect, Elder Joe continued. After observing, I found that the strength of these disciples is indeed extraordinary. However, for the certification to be effective, the final step must be completed. Jun Chongxiao was baffled by the two elders' words. Sect Master's strength is extraordinary. The two elders began to attack Jun Chongxiao. Indeed, Sect Master Jun, please forgive our offense. Jun Chongxiao confidently challenged. Good, come on. Jun Chongxiao unleashed his ultimate skill, Iron Sand Palm, generating a current of air that pushed the two elders away, followed by Exploding Fist and Mountain-Splitting Palm. Jun Chongxiao struggled a bit, parrying the two elders' attacks while feeling his arms grow numb, if not for the two promptly retracting their power. I would have probably exploded. I didn't expect both of you to be high-grade martial sects, my apologies. The two elders marveled at Chongxiao's performance. He actually took one of my moves without spitting blood. Indeed, Sect Master Jun is no ordinary martial master. Old Jen evaluated Chongxiao's strength. Based on your power, your true strength is at least that of a first-grade martial sect. The man with glasses and the city lord were both surprised to hear first-grade martial sect. Elder Joe and Old Jen praised Chongxiao. To have the cultivation of a martial sect at such a young age, the Tier 2 certification was indeed somewhat unfair. The two elders exclaimed excitedly with a laugh. Your sect is a top-tier Tier 3 potential sect, something that has never appeared in a 9th grade county before. Elder Joe and Old Jen wanted to spread the news. This unprecedented major event, I must rush back to headquarters overnight to write it into the archives. Once this matter spreads, it will surely reach all over Southwest Yang Prefecture. Sect Master Jun, just await the good news, but Chongxiao didn't want the news to spread. Elders, could you please keep the matter of Tier 3 a secret? Our Ironbone sect has just started, and we don't wish to expose our strength before high-tier sects, Elder Joe regretfully said to Chongxiao. What a great opportunity to boost your sect's reputation. However, extraordinary people do extraordinary things, and our certification hall guarantees that we will not disclose it to the public, Chongxiao happily suggested. Since that's the case, there's no need for the two elders to rush back. Please stay and dine at our sect. In the dining hall, everyone was eating with Chongxiao, and the city lord said contentedly, Luckily I didn't rush back, otherwise I would have missed this delicious meal. The two elders also praised Chongxiao's food. Everything I've eaten before pales in comparison to this meal. The city lord looked at Chongxiao with a hint of envy. Brother Jun, Qingyang City is truly fortunate to have such a limitless potential sect as yours. Brother Ao toasts you. Suddenly the city lord's expression turned serious. This is the first time I've seen a sect develop so powerfully. Perhaps my Qingyang County can weather the current tribulation. Chongxiao didn't understand what the city lord meant. Tribulation? Elder Joe then explained the situation to Chongxiao. It seems Sect Master Jun has been focused on cultivation and is not very familiar with the situation in Southwest Yang Prefecture. In this world there is not only conflict between sects but also real wars. A county in Southwest Yang Prefecture is actually equivalent to a country. Wars often break out over resources, the city lord said with a solemn expression. 9th grade Qingyang County in Southwest Yang Prefecture is completely the weakest party. I worry that some powerful counties will expand their territory and annex our weak Qingyang County. At that time the surrounding 100 li will inevitably become barren. The common people will also fall into hardship. A few thousand years ago, Southwest Yang Prefecture had over 500 counties in total, and now only over 200 remain. The remaining over 300 counties, Old Jen continued, holding his wine cup. In war, we martial artists are also merely insignificant beings like chess pieces. Old Joe scoffed at Old Jen. Old Jen's former hometown county was destroyed by a powerful neighboring county. At that time he hadn't become a martial sect, so his talk of protecting his hometown was simply a joke. The city lord added, "Not far from our county there is a powerful 6th grade county, Junyang County. The county governor of Junyang County is ambitious, and once he starts a war, not to mention Qingyang County, even 8th grade Hayang County will be annihilated." Changxiao said, "City Lord Shay, my Ironbone sect is located in Qingyang City. It is a part of Qingyang City. Once war breaks out I will definitely fight for my homeland." The city lord toasted Changxiao. "I Shay, on behalf of the 600,000 citizens of Qingyang City, toast Sect Master Jun for those words." Changxiao suddenly remembered an important matter and asked the city lord, "By the way, City Lord Shay, who is the county governor of our Qingyang County?" The city lord replied, "Our Qingyang County governor is like a divine dragon, appearing only occasionally. In the decades I've served as city lord I've only seen him twice. He's mysterious and has never intervened in county affairs for decades." Changxiao wondered, "Has it been like this throughout the Jiajing reign?" The city lord continued, "However, Emperor Jiajing hasn't held court for 20 years. The county governor is very powerful. Decades ago he easily defeated the county governor of an 8th grade county. The county governor's name is Yunhe, and he is at least an 8th grade martial sect, but he appears to be only 30 or 40 years old, a true martial arts prodigy." Changxiao thought in shock. He, Yunhe, idle crane in the clouds, this name certainly matches his behavior. The city lord happily shared information about the county governor. County Governor Yun likes to wear plain robes and always carries a wine gourd. He has a full head of white hair despite his young age. Changxiao's face broke into a brilliant smile. As a county governor, to be able to wander freely and enjoy the scenic mountains and rivers is truly enviable. He had a sudden idea. After getting rid of the soul of the gunpowder, he could also hand things over to Qingyang and then travel the Starfall continent. Changxiao's face revealed a sinister smile. "Protecting Qingyang County, this time I must strengthen my power. There's another reason." A few months later a punch imbued with powerful force rapidly struck a sandbag. It was Jingzan practicing, testing his strength. My cultivation is stable. 6th grade martial master. I wonder if it's the effect of the grand profound true scripture or the Ironbone sect's various miraculous concoctions. At the same cultivation level, my power is 10,000 times stronger than in my previous life." Jingzan's face was filled with determination. "In this life I will definitely be the protagonist. The day of my revenge is not far off." Apart from that, Changxiao accidentally lost control of his strength and asked Jingzan to help him. "Jingzan, quickly come and help me up." Jingzan also felt speechless about his sect master. "This unreliable sect master, I really can't figure him out." Changxiao forced a smile and said, "I've been upgrading too fast recently. I just broke through to the peak of martial master and my control over my power isn't precise enough. It seems simply cultivating in seclusion isn't enough. Otherwise, if I'm not familiar with 100 of my strength, I can only exert 70 or 80. Suddenly, Changxiao unconsciously lost control of his power and pressed Jingzan to the ground. "Oh no, I didn't mean to. Anyway, you're the strongest disciple in terms of combat power. I thought you could withstand my newly unleashed power. Qingyang and the other inner disciples are only 4th or 5th grade martial masters." Changxiao's expression changed. "Right, I have something to tell you. Only 10 days left until our agreed battle with the Holy Spring Sect. We should depart. Over here." Hao Ran was furious. "The Ironbone Sect wants to go to the Holy Spring Sect to die. The Ironbone Sect even teamed up with the 100 Sects Alliance to occupy a city and stir up trouble. Our 100 Sects Alliance must personally send Jun Changxiao off." At Manhwa Palace, Lear shouted, "The Ironbone Sect Master has already set off for the Holy Spring Sect." Jingzan's face showed a gentle smile. "Then what are we waiting for? Lear, let's go to the Holy Spring Sect to take a look at the Joyful Union Sect." 2 senior and junior sisters were shopping when senior sister Murong called out, "Junior sister Murong, I heard there's an unknown sect challenging a 5th-rate sect. Do you want to go watch the fun?" "I think it's the Ironbone Sect," Murong suddenly remembered. "Oh right, junior sister's useless fiancé is also in that sect. The Iron-boned and Resolute Sect, I think that's the strange name. My training is over and there's enough time. It's on the way, so I'll go take a look," the senior sister advised Murong. "I say, junior sister, after your trial training you've also broken through to a 9th grade martial master. You're also the fastest among the new disciples. Definitely a favored daughter of heaven. Luckily you weren't dragged down by that good-for-nothing from Qingyang City. Canceling the engagement was indeed a wise decision," Murong stammered. "Senior sister, maybe he's turned back into a genius?" Changxiao was practicing, and Xiaomo envied his power. "Is the sect master still a martial master with such destructive power?" Jingzan evaluated Changxiao's attack. "Too much power is still dispersed, the force can't be fully concentrated. However, compared to when he was in the sect master's precision in controlling power has at least doubled," Changxiao lamented. "I originally just wanted to be an ordinary martial master, but now I have to reveal my true identity. I am the strongest." Jingzan felt helpless about his words. He can't control his power well, but his skill in talking nonsense is as impressive as ever. The system panel prompted that the host had officially entered the peak of Martial Master and met all requirements. Epic Mission begins. Epic Mission 3, Mission Details. The host must lead his disciples to Holy Spring Mountain within 1 month to challenge the 5th-rate Holy Spring Sect. Mission Conditions. Disciples defeat no more than 3 direct disciples of the Holy Spring Sect, no more than 10 inner disciples of the Holy Spring Sect, and no more than 30 outer disciples of the Holy Spring Sect. Mission failure conditions: failure to reach the Holy Spring Sect within the specified time, failure to defeat Holy Spring Sect disciples in the mission. Mission reward: Changxiao looked at the mission panel and realized he must compete with the Holy Spring Sect in a martial arts contest to complete the mission. However, he began to complain about this mission. System boss, at least 40 people need to be brought. Do you know how much that will cost? Bah, do you know how much effort it takes to manage this journey? Xiaomo watched Changxiao as if he were talking to himself. The sect master is entertaining himself again. Junior brother Yi, when we used to go to 5th-rate sects as substitutes, did we ever have a chance to win? Jing Zan analyzed the strategy. Sects value their reputation greatly, so even if we are substitutes they won't take advantage of their position to bully us. To display their power they will likely send disciples of similar cultivation levels in the early stages. Even at the same martial cultivation realm, there are more detailed divisions: common, intermediate, advanced, and extreme. Taking a peak martial apprentice as an example, an extreme martial apprentice's power is at least twice that of a common martial apprentice, and lightning-fast attacks are definitely not difficult. With the strength of a 5th-rate sect, most of their disciples are intermediate, and advanced disciples are rare, so we will definitely have an easy advantage in the early stages, Xiaomo boasted confidently. So since we're all advanced, won't we be able to completely crush those little weaklings? I didn't expect even I, the second-to-last inner disciple, could go and mess with others, Jing Zan said seriously. When I say advanced, if any of our disciples on this trip are anything less than extreme, that would be an insult. At the Holy Spring Sect, various sects were arriving one after another. Lin Fang stood at the mountain gate greeting them. Welcome everyone to the Holy Spring Sect. I, Qing Lin Fang, a direct disciple of the Holy Spring Sect, have been ordered to welcome you here. Please come to the Holy Spring Sect to watch the battle between me and the Iron Bone Sect. Hao Tian thanked him. Thank you for the trouble. This is the rumored young master Lin Fang, who with a single sword eliminated over 3 million bandits from Jiaolong Mountain. He truly has an imposing demeanor and immense power. He is indeed a young hero. I can't wait to see the Iron Bone Sect flee in panic, his disciple and master said. Hallmaster, our sect only has me as a martial apprentice master, but those just now seem to be, Hao Tian calmly said. This should be the foundation of a 5th-rate sect. Suddenly his face changed. That's the 4th-rate sect, Manhwa sect. A 5th-rate sect teaching an 8th-rate sect a lesson. Why has even the Manhwa sect been alerted? His disciple and master stammered in panic. Hallmaster, it seems it's not just a 4th-rate sect if I'm not mistaken. That attire belongs to the 2nd-rate sect, 100 Lilies Holy Sect, right? Lin Fang stepped forward to greet them warmly. 2 senior sisters, I have already prepared refreshments for you in the inner hall. You can come with me to rest for a while. We don't even know if the Iron Bone Sect will dare to show up. Is this Murong Xin, the favored daughter of heaven of Tianhai County? My master often speaks of you. We both have supreme grade spiritual roots, but Miss Murong is even more outstanding. I, Cheng, have long admired you and heard much about your reputation. Why has Miss Murong come to watch this battle? Is it that your esteemed sect wishes to cause some bloodshed at my Holy Spring Sect? As a direct disciple, I can personally escort you two on a tour, the senior sister interrupted Lin Fang. My junior sister is the closed-door disciple of the 11th elder of the 100 Lilies Holy Sect. If you want to curry favor, you'll have to prove your strength first. Among those who came as substitutes for the Iron Bone Sect, there is my junior sister's fiancé. Senior sister, young man. Go prove you're worthy of pursuing my junior sister. Lin Fang's eyes gleamed slyly. He couldn't ask for more. Lin Fang turned and walked forward. The 2 young ladies watched his retreating figure. The senior sister said to the junior sister, I've seen many like you. The senior sister continued, if you don't use this method to divert his attention, you won't have any peace during the days of their competition. The junior sister timidly replied, but if he clashes with Xiao Zuiji, won't it be exposed? Xiao Zuiji is no longer my fiancé. How can I trouble him? The senior sister looked at her junior sister, smiling. He won't find it troublesome. Someone as outstanding as you, he definitely wouldn't want to give up. Don't worry, if they fight, we'll have some peace and quiet. The junior sister stammered with a worried expression. But Xiao Zuiji, as I remember him, wasn't very close to me. Xiao Zuiji appeared coolly, but after a while his face darkened. They were training with the sect master who was demonstrating moves. All right, let me emphasize the key points of the movement again. Bend your left leg, brace with your right, and your right fist must strike down fiercely. At this moment, Xiao Zuiji raised his hand, asking the sect master with a look of fear, A sect master, isn't this pose a bit hard on the knees? The sect master frowned and told Xiao Zuiji, Xiao Gangtai, you're not qualified to ask such questions. The sect master smiled confidently, emitting a murderous aura, already prepared for battle. All right everyone, prepare to enter Holy Spring Sect. The leader of the Holy Spring Sect and his subordinates were laughing smugly. Tomorrow is the day of the challenge, but the Iron Bone Sect is still nowhere to be heard from. They must have regretted it on the way and run off. Birdsong was heard, confusing the two leaders. His subordinate said, It sounds like a lot of birds. The leader began to worry. Could a flock of demonic beast birds be attacking? A stream of air dispersed from above and a dark shadow appeared in the sky. The person focused. It's a human. The blond man was in a panic. It's all people from the sky. Everyone from the Ironbone sect is diving down. Holy Spring sect. Leading them was Sect Master Jun Chongxiao, wearing a victorious smile. He swooped down from high above, directly piercing through the roof and crashing violently onto the ground, raising a cloud of smoke that made everyone present scream in shock. This is the Ironbone sect. Jun Chongxiao revealed a smile, landing in a fist-to-the-ground pose. Beneath his feet, the ground had already shattered from the impact of the earlier tremor. He introduced to the crowd superhero landing. He stood up amidst everyone's worries, loudly shouting the Ironbone sect slogan, "Here to teach," the leader exclaimed angrily. HMPH, what a show-off! His subordinate was already captivated by the Ironbone sect master's dashing appearance. So handsome. Hearing this, the leader turned and glared, and his subordinate immediately pretended to have said nothing. The blond man was worried. Is this a seventh-rate sect? Their aura is too terrifying. He feigned a cough, cough, cough. Lin Fang spoke, introducing himself to the Ironbone sect. Fellow disciples of the Ironbone sect, the Holy Spring sect has prepared accommodations for you all. I am Lin Fang, a direct disciple of the Holy Spring sect, ordered by the elders to welcome you. Xiao Zuiji and Yi Xingchen stared at Lin Fang, only sending a direct disciple to greet us. Lin Fang was breathless under the oppressive aura emanating from the two of them. The Holy Spring sect is really being too condescending, aren't they? Lin Fang felt fear at this moment. A senior's voice came from behind. My apologies, everyone. I arrived somewhat hastily and couldn't greet you from afar. It's truly disrespectful. Lin Fang turned and recognized this person as Elder Jin. Elder Jin instructed Lin Fang. Lin Fang, the fellow disciples of the Ironbone sect have had a long and tiring journey. Please take them to the guest rooms to rest first and do not compromise the dignity of my Holy Spring sect. Lin Fang immediately followed the elder's command, and the blond man then invited the Ironbone sect members to their resting place. Suddenly, the Ironbone sect master's demeanor changed. He turned to look behind him. Su Xiaomo asked, puzzled. Sect master, what's wrong? Jun Chongxiao replied as he walked. Nothing. My heart just skipped a beat. Maybe it's just my imagination. Outside, two people were secretly observing the Ironbone sect's movements. The Ironbone sect, not simple to have such an aura for a seventh-rate sect. In my opinion, they might be putting on a show after taking some kind of pill. Behind the two, a dark figure emanated killing intent. His eyes filled with hatred. He called out, Jun Chongxiao. Dai Lu cupped Jun Chongxiao's receding back between his fingers, smiling sinisterly, his face dark as he muttered to himself, It's time for you to feel pain. As Dai Lu muttered to himself, someone appeared and patted him on the shoulder, which hurt. Dai Lu, I guessed you'd be here. He walked alongside Dai Lu, patting his shoulder and chatting. A while ago I heard you specifically asked an elder for a challenge spot. I knew then that you thought highly of the Ironbone sect at the mention of this. As soon as Dai Lu heard him mention the Ironbone sect, he gritted his teeth. I am irreconcilably opposed to the Ironbone sect. The person next to him also nodded in agreement, carrying such a deep hatred. No wonder you cultivate so diligently. You're already at the peak of the martial apprentice realm. In truth, this person's martial arts were far beyond that, but Dai Lu's every step was extremely secretive. Martial apprentice peak? That's because I was afraid of raising the elder's suspicions, so I deliberately suppressed my cultivation. After absorbing the life force of numerous fierce beasts and plants from the back mountain, my realm has already broken through from martial apprentice to first-grade martial master. At the mention of Jun Chongxiao, this person's eyes immediately gleamed with excitement. However, with his current cultivation, he couldn't pose any threat to Jun Chongxiao. But as for his disciples, even if he couldn't kill them, he had to make them experience true pain. Dai Lu looked at the other person with increasing disdain, harboring a deep-seated hatred and only wishing to kill Jun Chongxiao for revenge. If it weren't for waiting for you all, I would have left the Holy Spring sect long ago and gone out to plunder to my heart's content, he continued. Therefore let the strongest disciple of the Ironbone sect be the target for challenging Jun Chongxiao. You and your disciples are destined to be stepping stones on my path to becoming the strongest. Meanwhile, Yi Xingchen's eyes widened. He whispered in surprise to the person next to him, Sect Master, this is someone else's sect after all. You should pay a little attention to your image. But Jun Chongxiao was still listening intently. Not wanting to miss anything, he vaguely told the person behind him to keep their voice down. It's not often you get a front-row seat to pitch stocks like this. At this moment, Murong Xin was focused on Xiao Zuiji. Your aura is much more refined than last time, and stronger. She even stepped forward to measure his height as if he had grown a bit taller than last time. But he abruptly recoiled, which infuriated Jun Chongxiao, whose fist even cracked a piece of the wall. Xiao Gangtai, are you serious about retreating half a step? Murong Xin also noticed his coldness and changed the subject. Your sect master came here to challenge the Holy Spring sect. Are you going to follow him in this nonsense too? Xiao Zuiji raised an eyebrow and coldly reminded her, my affairs are none of senior sister's concern, and furthermore, it's not your place to dictate the sect master's business. Jun Chongxiao still stood observing from the side, an interesting premonition rising in his heart. Holy crap, it feels like a domineering CEO scenario with an uninvited guest coming to stir things up. Brother Xiao's tone was indeed offensive to others. Miss Murong, he said, frowning and mocking Xiao Zuiji, such a boorish person truly isn't worthy of you. Behind him, Zhen Chongxiao gritted his teeth. Holy crap, the blonde kid is on stage. This Asura field has finally begun. Yi Xingchen also joined in, loudly cheering him on as he charged forward. Zuiji pinned him down and beat him. However, Xiao Zuiji didn't want to get entangled with them. He turned to leave. Senior sister's new bow has arrived, so I won't stick around. I still need to prepare for tomorrow's challenge match. Murong Xin's eyes widened as she retorted, "What new bow? You're just the ex." As soon as the words left her mouth, Murong Xin knew she had misspoken and quickly covered her mouth. Xiao Zuiji glanced at her, then strode forward casually saying, "These matters only affect the speed of my strength improvement. I'm leaving first." But the blonde kid remained relentless. "Just arrived and already want to leave? Don't tell me you're scared." Suddenly, his body trembled violently, and an attack sent him flying, hitting the wall and falling onto his back. He let out a painful scream. He frowned and muttered, "Damn it, I was careless for a moment, my apologies." After dealing with him, Xiao Zuiji gave a sly smile. "I was careless for a moment and didn't see you standing in front." Murong Xin behind him also stared wide-eyed in this direction. Zhen Chongxiao and Yi Xingchen were dumbfounded, standing still, then applauded and praised. "What a master! Zuji's move had 70% of my bragging power. If I had pulled that off back then, I wouldn't have." Snapping back to reality, Zhen Chongxiao revealed a sinister smile. "Zuiji has certainly set a good precedent for us. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's martial arts competition." The next day at the Holy Spring Sect's arena. On the arena, Zhen Chongxiao and the Holy Spring Sect were at loggerheads. "I can't believe Sect Master Zhen actually dared to come and challenge us." The third elder's face was filled with disdain. "I can't believe Sect Master Zhen actually dared to come and challenge us." Zhen Chongxiao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Perfect, let's start with the outer disciples." He chuckled, gesturing with his hand for the number of matches. "First, we'll have 30 matches with victory or defeat determining the outcome." The third elder was startled, a little flustered. 30 matches? Zhen Chongxiao understood his meaning, but thinking of the system's mission, he chose to ignore it. "Do you think I want to? If it weren't for this damn mission, who would be willing to fight so many matches?" The third elder could only laugh dryly, agreeing to the proposal. "Since Sect Master Zhen enjoys being repeatedly humiliated, I certainly won't disappoint you." "Well then, Sect Master Zhen, please send out your disciple first." And Zhen Chongxiao had already chosen his first contender. Food is the paramount necessity of the people. Since that's the case, let's send out the strongest kitchen assistant from our Ironbone sect first. He was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Kitchen assistant cook. Zhen Chongxiao ignored their discussions and called out directly, "Step onto the stage, 47. As soon as 47 was called, he swallowed with a gulp, a soup ladle still hanging from his waist. 47 trembled on the arena, complaining, "Although I started as an assassin and later became an assistant cook, fighting in front of so many people is really quite unfamiliar. If it weren't for head chef Dudu wanting to watch the show, I definitely wouldn't have asked the sect master to bring me here." Another person had already begun to walk onto the stage, emanating an imposing aura. He calmly introduced himself, "Holy Spring Sect Lu Yancheng." And 47 could only smile awkwardly, rubbing his bald head. He contemptuously mocked 47, "With martial apprentice peak strength, if you don't want to gain a reputation for bullying the weak, you still have time to surrender now." Below, the little girl Dudu loudly cheered for 47. 47, go for it. He glanced below, then could only wave his hand and mutter, "I'd better warm up a bit, otherwise head chef will be very disappointed." Lu Yancheng had already taken his stance, saying to him with a sinister smile, "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for not holding back." He immediately flashed to the side and unexpectedly charged forward fiercely. He intended to use the small 9 steps kick, but 47 calmly dodged to the side. "Oh my, quite a fast reaction." 47 glanced at him, a complex light flickering in his eyes. The crowd below discussed animatedly. Although Lu Yancheng was only at the peak of martial apprentice just now, his speed was almost comparable to a martial master. Moreover, the small 9 steps is a unique movement technique of the Holy Spring Sect. It's truly extraordinary. The Holy Spring Sect disciples were still laughing, Yao Zhao looking disdainful. "Look, those disciples from the Ironbone Sect are all terrified and silent here." The Ironbone Sect's disciples were silent, not uttering a word. Someone leaned over and whispered to Su Xiaomo, "Senior brother, you fought with people from other sects and are knowledgeable. Tell me, are the martial apprentice peaks of other sects really this slow? Although we haven't been in the sect for long, we're not that slow, are we?" Seeing that he could dodge every one of his moves, Lu Yancheng spoke contemptuously. "To actually keep up with my speed, it seems you're an elite disciple of the Ironbone Sect, aren't you? In that case, I don't mind letting you witness my true speed." Lu Yancheng immediately split into many afterimages, all rushing towards 47, who stood unmoving on the arena. However, 47 merely gave him a look of doubt and punched straight at Lu Yancheng's face. Lu Yancheng was immediately struck hard on the cheek by this punch, accompanied by 47's soft curse. "If head chef didn't want to see some exciting fighting, I'd be too lazy to pretend to be slow and play this boring game of cat and mouse." Then the ladle struck heavily on his cheek again, knocking out a tooth. Lu Yancheng rolled disgracefully a few times on the arena, while 47 only cared about his top-grade kitchen utensil. "I'll have to get a new ladle when I go back." The Holy Spring Sect members were dumbfounded, unable to believe the sight before them. A martial apprentice had actually defeated his opponent in a single move. The old man gritted his teeth, thinking presumptuously, "This must be a disciple secretly trained by the Iron-Boned Sect, so they sent him out first to boost morale." The third elder also nodded in agreement. To send such a powerful disciple to fight in just the first match. Let's see how many more such disciples he can produce for the remaining 29 matches. He showed a sinister smile, frowning as he thought, one is enough. They absolutely cannot be allowed to continue showing off. For the next match, send out an outer disciple with a mid-grade spiritual root to deflate their arrogance. Another match. A Holy Spring Sect disciple was once again defeated in a single move by Jun Chongxiao's team. That disciple even apologized repeatedly in a panic. Sorry, I think I used a bit too much force." The third elder's eyes widened again and again. The Iron-Boned Sect still maintained its lead. They simply walked onto the stage with composure, then slapped their opponent. They never lost a single match, winning all of them, whether it was 20, 23, 26, or even 30 matches. The third elder's eyes nearly popped out. He frantically asked himself, 30 matches, all of them completely crushed. Jun Chongxiao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He stood there waving his hand to signal to continue. Jun Chongxiao scoffed lightly. "Elder Jin, the outer disciples' matches are over. It's time for the inner disciples, isn't it?" He also chuckled enthusiastically. "I didn't expect the first round to be faster than I imagined. It's still early. Maybe after the matches we can still rush back to the sect for dinner." The third elder was so furious his eyes nearly popped out. "Gather all the strongest inner disciples for me." He gritted his teeth, filled with anger. "We must preserve the Holy Spring Sect's last shred of dignity." A rumbling system notification of congratulations sounded. Disciples have completely defeated the Holy Spring Sect's outer disciples. Host gains 400 contribution points. Epic mission progress 20 due to defeating opponents in a single move in every match. A hidden condition has been met, granting an additional 200 contribution points and 10 progress. Epic mission progress 30. Jun Chongxiao smiled excitedly and nodded. Turns out a hidden mission was activated. Not bad, not bad. It seems the inner disciple competition also has hidden missions. I need to find a way to get those rewards. Jun Chongxiao's actions completely bewildered Qianqin, who didn't understand what he was up to. Above, an inner disciple was already eager to fight Jun Chongxiao. He sneered. "Do you recognize me?" Jun Chongxiao thought for a long time but couldn't recall. "You're Akaji Jun." He suddenly yelled in anger. "I remember now, you're the guy who last time in Qingyang City molested the old—" "No, molested my senior disciple Qianqin," Yi Xingqian muttered softly. "How dare he molest senior sister?" All the sect disciples looked towards the arena. "This guy must die." Dailu still looked down on them, raising his eyes and commanding, "HMPH, do you dare to send your strongest disciple to fight me?" Everyone frowned, still intent on killing him, and arrogantly declared that he must be killed. Yi Xingqian stepped forward at this moment, volunteering. "Sect Master, he's called us out. Let me go and meet him." All the disciples wanted to devour him alive. "How dare you claim to be the strongest disciple when senior sister hasn't even spoken?" Yi Xingqian jumped onto the arena without waiting for the sect master's approval, not forgetting to yell at them. "Do you have an opinion? How can senior sister be involved in this kind of fight?" The disciples clapped and applauded, showering him with compliments, though they didn't mean it. Such loud flattery and such an annoying attitude. Yi Xingqian stepped forward and said with a smile, "The main player is indisposed, so I, Yi Xingqian, will take his place. However, looking at your aura, you're not worthy of my serious attention at this moment." Dailu was daydreaming. The Holy Spring Sect just lost 30 matches. If I can defeat their strongest disciple, the elders will surely take notice of me. Maybe I can even be directly promoted to a direct disciple. Direct disciples have more resources, so I won't have to go out and train then, Dailu sneered. Good, in that case, open your eyes and feel my true strength. This guy stomped his foot, and the entire arena cracked into large pieces. The third elder was also startled, realizing this guy had changed. I didn't expect Dailu to quietly become a martial master. Those shattered fragments had already rushed to Yi Xingqian's feet. He swallowed, a little scared. Oh no, not just Yi Xingqian. Jun Chongxiao also panicked, cold sweat streaming down. He's only a first-rank martial master. Jun Chongxiao was speechless with fear. I've been deceived. Isn't this using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A powerful disciple wasted for nothing. Seeing them speechless, Dailu became even more arrogant, glancing sideways with a cloudy look in his eyes. Scared by my true strength, aren't you? Don't be sad, you'll at least have the honor of being my stepping stone. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Yi Xingqian roared, finally channeling his power and shouting, You dare challenge me with this level of strength? Heavy footprints were imprinted on the ground. Yi Xingqian furiously leaped in front of Dailu to settle the score. I'll stomp you to death. Before Dailu could react, he was punched to the ground in immense pain. A large lump swelled on his face, and he thought stupidly, this power is at least that of a high-grade martial master, right? Before he could recover, Yi Xingqian stepped on Dailu's face again. Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with rage, and he roared. This emperor traveled thousands of miles to come here, not to fight with a small fry. This guy still refused to accept reality. No, I haven't lost, I still have my devouring ability. As long as I'm on the verge of death, the devouring power will automatically activate. Refusing to shed tears until he saw the coffin, Dailu remained annoying. Yi Xingqian gritted his teeth, annoyed. Is this all the power you have? Still talking tough? Then I don't mind letting you experience true power. He raised his foot and stomped again. This time the entire arena was turned upside down. This guy was completely limp but still stubbornly yelled, "Is that all? Why do I feel tickled the harder you hit me?" Yi Xingchen also couldn't help but curse. Is this the kind of supporting character the sect master used to talk about? Why am I so unlucky? I just got on stage and already met one. The more he was provoked, the harder he stomped on the ground. Dai Lu could only endure the fierce attacks, still foolishly muttering to himself, "Now I can feel the devouring power about to awaken. All your spiritual energy will belong to me." Seeing Dai Lu's power suddenly erupt, Yi Xingchen raised an eyebrow in confusion. In the end, Dai Lu was carried away under Yi Xingchen's bewildered gaze. Before his devouring power could awaken, he had unexpectedly fainted under Yi Xingchen's arrogance. But in his dream he was still devouring his opponent. Yi Xingchen also cast a gaze full of emotion at him. To be beaten like this and still laugh like that, he must be an old hand. "My shoes are unsalvageable, I'll burn them when I get back." The third elder saw the scene just now and was furious. "This is too much, to beat our disciple into a pig's head," the old man next to him interjected. "Didn't that strange disciple himself ask for the beating?" He turned his head and whispered reproachfully, "Shish, are you trying to embarrass us more?" He stepped forward and called out a name. "Inner disciple Lanjing, go, victory, no defeat." A guy with a sword at his waist swaggered onto the stage. "Holy Spring Sect swordsman Lanjing, who will fight me?" Zhen Changxiao also made a choice. It was a swordsman. "Zhu Hong, you go." But the orange-haired guy jumped out and pleaded, "Sect Master, can I have this round?" He frowned and looked at him. "Ma Yangning." He smiled and stroked the little girl beside him. Dudu said, "If you want to see my grandfather's swordplay, how about a real fight?" The little girl Dudu immediately nodded in agreement. Ma Yangning was just about to step onto the stage when he was accused and disdained by his opponent for fighting to amuse a little girl. "Someone without a strong heart is not worthy to fight me." Yangning still calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and suggested, "You go first, because once my sword is drawn you won't have another chance." Zhen Changxiao below widened his eyes in confusion. This line style, how did my foolish disciple also get mixed up in Ji Yulong's style? Zhu Hong smiled slightly. "Ma Yangning will not lose because he is the first swordsman, but he is also far more than just a swordsman." Zhen Changxiao let out a soft "oh," almost forgetting that Zhu Hong also belonged to the Ji Yulong school. After the fight he would have to find a way to correct those two. That painting style wouldn't do above him. Above the arena, Lanjing shouted loudly, unleashing his first sword technique. "Wave sword art," the Holy Spring Sect disciples confidently praised. "I can't believe it's a high-grade sword technique, the wave sword art. They say this sword art is like wind and waves, magnificent and unique." He channeled his power, extending his sword chi outwards with exceptional skill. Lanjing confidently prepared to counterattack, riding the wind and waves, stirring up a great gust of wind that engulfed Yangning. Zhen Changxiao whispered, also admitting that Ma Yangning was in the Ji Yulong style while his opponent was in a more romantic painting style. With such compatibility he could barely suppress his urge to make sarcastic remarks. It was then that Yangning drew his sword. "Sorry, I don't like so many ripples." With one draw of his sword the entire arena instantly fell silent. Yangning's sword intent, once unleashed, quelled Lanjing's storm, leaving him standing rooted to the spot watching his swordsman disappear. Yangning's sword intent, after being channeled, became even fiercer, devouring Lanjing's spiritual energy. He had to dodge several times, some even retaliating, but it was useless against Yangning's sword intent. His face turned ashen, terrified. "The aura is so thick, the sword intent so desolate. If I had jumped out of the arena a moment later I would surely have lost my life. He is not an ordinary swordsman. He is a rare sword demon cultivator. Like sword cultivators, they are the strongest cultivators on the Starfall continent, unrivaled at the same level." Yangning also didn't want to fight anymore. He directly retracted his sword intent and sheathed his sword. The sword intent on the arena also gradually dissipated, and Yangning returned in a daze. "Do the old men in our sect also have to be this strong?" Before Yangning returned, Zhu Hong had already secretly spoken. "You and I are destined to have a battle in the future." Senior brother Ma smiled faintly, full of anticipation. "I couldn't ask for more." Zhu Hong also smiled faintly, enjoying the moment. Zhen Changxiao still stood rooted to the spot. He looked pale and asked himself, "How am I, as the protagonist of this comic, so unworthy? A chicken among cranes, so ordinary yet so outstanding." Jing Zan exclaimed. She had a new perception of Zhen Changxiao's team. The Iron-Bone sect was so powerful, still achieving overwhelming victories. Therefore, even if they lost this match, it wouldn't have much impact. Currently, Tian Qi had already stepped onto the arena and was being suppressed by his opponent. He braced himself, stepping back with his hands to stabilize his body. Tian Qi's hand slashed fiercely, leaving a mark on the arena. His face was scratched. "My strength is about 60,000 jin, while he, though of mediocre aptitude, is a 7th rank martial master with at least 80,000 jin of strength. I didn't expect a low-grade martial master to be so resilient." He mocked Tian Qi with disdain. "If it were normal times, I would definitely advise you to surrender, but today, for the honor of the sect, I must break your bones." He charged straight at him with a move. Tian Qi quickly blocked with his hands. "As the junior brothers said, everyone from your Iron-Bone sect is so tough it makes my hands hurt." The direct disciple's moves became even fiercer. Tian Chi's steps became unsteady, but he still knew to seize the opportunity, turning around and delivering a heavy punch. One side of his cheek swelled up. He was furious. He still has the strength to counterattack. Tian Chi retreated a few meters, smiling boastfully. You hit me 5 times. I hit you once, very cost-effective. He was covered in wounds. As long as I can hit you, I will be the one standing on this stage in the end. Tian Chi still tried to unleash a few more moves. He leapt, continuing to fight. His opponent contemptuously called him arrogant. He swiftly punched his waist and the two fought fiercely again. Sect Master Xiaomo anxiously ran to Zhen Chongxiao's side and asked, Sect Master, the opponent is much stronger than Tian Chi, and both of them mainly use fist techniques, so they can only go head-to-head. Tian Chi is going to suffer too much. Zhen Chongxiao frowned and replied, Among your inner disciples, Tian Chi is the most ordinary. He doesn't have Qingyang's profound internal power, nor your speed, nor Zuji's defensive power. He also saw Tian Chi's unknown strengths. But this usually silent person is the most enduring among you. The opponent can injure him, repel him, but never knock him down. The opponent's endurance was limited. You bastard! He continuously rushed forward, delivering a flurry of punches to Tian Chi, sending him flying across the ground. Fortunately, Tian Chi still landed safely. He was now covered in wounds, his clothes tattered, but he still shouted again. As soon as his voice fell, Tian Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. Below, the Holy Spring Sect disciples shouted loudly, You're still not giving up. Even like this, the Ironbone Sect is finally going to lose. He knelt on the arena, blood splattering everywhere. How is this possible? You've taken hundreds of my punches and I've only hit you 50 or 60 times.